Zheng Qian, compelled by familial circumstances, reluctantly joined the perilous Beast Tamer army, becoming a warrior tasked with safeguarding humanity. With his formidable dual talents, he forged contracts with and nurtured various powerful beasts, gradually establishing his footing within the ranks of the Beast Tamer army, ultimately ascending to the status of Beast King, capable of protecting countless lives. Along this journey, he encountered numerous formidable beast tamers, ultimately standing atop the world. Chapter 1. A Reluctant Choice. On this night, a golden moon hung in the sky, its light casting a shimmering golden hue over the world below. Although it was night, the areas illuminated by moonlight were as bright as day. In a secluded, deserted alley, a group of individuals menacingly encircled a teenager of 17 or 18 years. At the forefront stood a burly man who threatened Zheng Qian. "Hurry up and repay the money, or we can't guarantee your safety. If you fail to repay by nightfall tomorrow, then prepare to see your younger siblings sold off. And don't even think of escaping, our people are watching you. The moment you attempt to flee, we will seize you." The last person who tried to dodge their debt ended up with their entire family buried outside the city. So you do well to understand the gravity of the situation. With that, the group turned menacingly and departed, leaving Zheng Qian standing motionless, gazing after their retreating figures. His fists clenched tightly, his body trembled with rage, and his eyes burned a fierce crimson. A torrent of anger surged through Zheng Qian's mind, yet he ultimately turned away, choosing not to engage in conflict. This situation was indeed his fault. Half a month prior, his father had borrowed nearly 300,000 beast coins from various factions and subsequently vanished without a trace. Left behind were only him, his frail mother, and his young siblings. Due to his mother's poor health and the tender age of his siblings, the weight of responsibility fell entirely on Zheng Qian's shoulders. Although they owned a small veterinary clinic, its unfavorable location and modest size rendered it incapable of generating sufficient funds to repay such a debt, even if sold in its entirety. In the past 2 weeks, Zheng Qian had exhausted every avenue to raise money, yet none of his acquaintances were willing to lend them a dime. The veterinary clinic had been in operation for many years, and its equipment had grown outdated. The highest offer he received was merely 50,000 beast coins, and that was, from a family friend, considerably above market value. Zheng Qian found himself utterly bereft of options. With heavy steps, he walked a considerable distance before finally returning home. He stood at the door, took a deep breath to steady himself, and pushed the door open. Their home was an old-fashioned, pointed roof house that had seen better days. It had once been livable, but since his father's disappearance, several groups had come seeking trouble. Some employed aggressive tactics, even damaging the roof, rendering it a hazardous dwelling that if this continued, it would soon be uninhabitable, regardless of whether trouble found them. The courtyard was in disarray, clearly having been ransacked recently. Zheng Qian's heart tightened as he realized that while he was out trying to gather funds, others had come to wreak havoc at their home. He saw his mother and siblings tidying up the scattered belongings, some remnants of food among them, indicating they had yet to eat. A sharp pang coursed through Zheng Qian's heart as he hurried over to assist in the cleanup. Upon his return, the three looked at him with hopeful eyes, clearly harboring strong expectations. Filled with remorse, Zheng Qian gently shook his head, signaling that he had made no progress. Disappointment flickered across their faces, though they did not express it overtly. After tidying up, Zheng Qian, as if steeling himself for a significant resolution, spoke in a grave tone. "Mother, I truly have no alternative. Even if we sell the clinic, we cannot repay this debt. So," under their watchful gazes, he boldly declared, "I wish to enlist in the Beast Tamer army." Having uttered the most difficult words, he felt liberated to continue. "By joining the Beast Tamer army, I could receive an advance on my salary. Even as a lowly logistic soldier, the monthly pay is 3,000 beast coins. I will strive to secure a larger advance to pay off part of the debt. Moreover, the Beast Tamer army offers protection policies for its personnel and their families. You could move to the family quarters, alleviating the worry of troublemakers, and the living conditions would improve as well." He gazed earnestly at his mother, the determination in his eyes palpable. "This is our only option." With that, Zheng Qian refrained from looking into his mother's sorrowful eyes, knowing without a doubt that she would vehemently oppose his decision. As anticipated, his mother, Fu Ye, standing opposite him, immediately rejected his proposal. "Absolutely not. You will die. This world harbors 99 cities of humanity, and beyond them lies the domain of the ferocious beasts. The number of these beasts far exceeds that of humans. dominating nearly all areas outside human settlements. Beasts and humans are natural enemies, existing as predator and prey to one another. In terms of sheer numbers, humans are certainly no match for the beast, however. Every human has the potential to become a beast tamer. Beast tamers can capture and train beasts into combat companions to combat their feral counterparts, with a powerful beast tamer able to control multiple combat beasts. The responsibility of the beast tamer army is to eliminate beasts within a certain radius around cities, ensuring that they do not infiltrate human settlements or coalesce into packs nearby. Due to the fact that the majority of the beast tamer army operates outside the cities to hunt these beasts, incidents are commonplace, with a mortality rate exceeding 50%, and injuries or disabilities are tragically common occurrences. This grim reality means that despite the excellent benefits offered by the beast tamer army, most beast tamers would never consider joining if they had any other options. Thus, Fuya was understandably opposed to Zheng Qian's enlistment. Zheng Qian had only just reached adulthood and had not yet acquired combat beast. Enlisting now, even as a non-combat logistic soldier, posed a significant risk to his life. Zheng Qian looked at his weary mother and younger siblings, his fists clenched firmly as he resolutely stated, "If I do not take action, those debt collectors will seize in an and. When one, if fortune smiles upon them, they may be sold to a powerful faction as expendable soldiers, eventually losing control of their fates and perishing. If misfortune befalls them, they could end up in unsavory places, leading a life worse than death." Zheng and Zheng Wenwen's faces turned pale at this. Though only 12 years old, they understood far more than their age suggested. Zheng Qian continued, "In that case, mother, you would not survive either. I would either be sold for organ harvesting or forced into the beast tamer army. Rather than that fate, I would prefer to venture forth myself to procure some funds. Even if I were to perish, it would provide some compensation for the family, allowing my siblings to survive." At this juncture, Zheng Qian perceived the unmistakable sorrow in his mother's gaze and swiftly added, "Moreover, given our current circumstances, I certainly cannot afford a battle beast. By joining the Beastmaster Corps, I could potentially receive a battle beast, which may allow me to survive. In that case, I would still have the hope of becoming a formidable beastmaster. Otherwise, without a battle beast, I am already lagging far behind others. If this continues, my life will truly be over." Having articulated his thoughts so thoroughly, it was evident that Zheng Qian had deliberated extensively. Fuya felt an overwhelming anguish in her heart. Yet upon observing Zheng Qian's resolute demeanor, she ultimately nodded gently, suppressing her sorrow as she softly declared, "Very well. In that case, I shall support you." Zheng Qian exhaled a sigh of relief within. With Fuya's agreement, he felt entirely reassured. Chapter 2. Generous salary. At the break of dawn the following day, Zheng Qian rose early and sought out a large sheet of paper. On it, he inscribed, "I am enlisting in the Beastmaster Corps. I will repay the debts I owe as soon as possible. Should you continue to cause disturbances at my home, the consequences shall be yours to bear." He affixed the notice prominently before departing his residence, making his way toward the location of the Beastmaster Corps. Given their frequent departures from the city, the Corps was stationed near the city's entrances and exits. The area was already bustling with activity. A considerable number of Beastmaster Corps members gathered to board vehicles that would take them beyond the city limits, as they routinely ventured out to eliminate the monstrous beasts surrounding the urban area. Upon his arrival, Zheng Qian witnessed the convoy of the Beastmaster Corps departing. He waited until they had moved a considerable distance before approaching the entrance, where he addressed the guard stationed there. "I wish to enlist in the Beastmaster Corps. Could you kindly direct me to where I may register?" The four guards exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by his request. It was a rare occurrence for individuals to voluntarily seek enlistment in such perilous work, as most who did so were middle-aged men compelled to risk their lives for the sake of their families or those who had no other options. Zheng Qian, however, did not fit either of these categories. Despite their surprise, one of the guards pointed towards a crimson building situated less than 100 meters within the entrance and said, "It's located in there." Nodding in acknowledgement, Zheng Qian replied softly, "Thank you." He then proceeded inside, quickly arriving at the door of the red building. The door stood ajar, and he stepped in. The interior was spacious and well-lit, and he noticed a young man of similar age to himself dozing off. Evidently, one of the night shift workers. Upon Zheng Qian's entrance, a flicker of confusion crossed the young man's face, clearly unsure of Zheng Qian's intentions. Zheng Qian took the initiative, stating, "I wish to join the Beastmaster Corps. Is this where I register?" The young man regarded him with surprise, but did not delve further into inquiries. Instead, he replied, "Yes, please provide your name, home address, your Beastmaster status." The the condition of your battle beast, and your reasons for wanting to join the Corps. Zheng Qian moved closer and sat opposite the young man. Meeting the young man's curious gaze, he spoke in a calm tone. My name is Zheng Qian. I have just turned 18. And I do not yet possess a battle beast. My family is in substantial debt due to the treachery of others, which has compelled me to enlist in the Beastmaster Corps. The young man recorded this information, and a flicker of sympathy crossed his eyes. He then said, once you confirm your intention to join, we will arrange for you to undergo a Beastmaster aptitude test. Based on your aptitude, you will be allowed to select a battle beast from our repository. Do you have any additional requests? Zheng Qian replied, I need to ensure my mother and younger siblings are settled, so I require accommodations that are somewhat larger. The young man nodded in agreement and began to sift through a nearby ledger. Soon, he looked up and said swiftly, however, positions within the city are currently filled. If you wish to enlist, it will have to be at an outpost outside the city. Given your present lack of combat prowess, I will assign you to a logistical position. You will be sent to Outpost 3, where 2 cooks recently departed. You can assist there. Zheng Qian felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of being stationed outside the city, where encounters with monstrous beasts were a constant threat, making it far more perilous than remaining within the urban confines. Sensing Zheng Qian's trepidation, the young man gently reassured him, do not fear. Although Outpost 3 lies outside the city, it is close enough to the urban area that there have been no beast attacks reported in the last 2 years, so it remains relatively safe. You are quite young, and I have no intention of sending you to your demise. With this reassurance, Zheng Qian felt a measure of relief wash over him, and a smile crept onto his face as he quietly said, thank you. The young man chuckled lightly and retrieved a magnetic card from a drawer, placing it on a nearby device as he spoke rapidly. I have entered your identity information. Shortly, someone will escort you to the aptitude test. Regarding your family, since you have joined the Corps, please provide me with your home address, and I will arrange for someone to bring them here. Zheng Qian felt a wave of gratitude for the young man's sense of responsibility. The young man continued, as a new recruit with limited strength, your base salary will be 3,000 gold beast coins. However, due to your assignment at the outpost, an additional 2,000 will be granted. These salaries will increase over time. For instance, next year at this time, your base salary will be 6,000, with the outpost allowance at 4,000, and the following year, it will rise to 9,000 and 6,000, respectively. Because you are voluntarily enlisting, you will receive a bonus of 10,000 gold beast coins. If you wish to draw your salary in advance, you may request up to 6 months' worth. Should you tragically pass during this period, the advance will not need to be repaid. At this juncture, the young man placed the magnetic card before Zheng Qian. This is your identity card. It contains a tracking function. Should you be consumed by a beast, we can locate your remains with this card. In case of danger, you can break the card to summon aid, and we will find you with utmost urgency. Your salary and other benefits will be stored on this card, which you can use at any bank. Even if lost, you can always return to the Beastmaster Corps for a replacement, as no one else can utilize this card. Zheng Qian nodded gravely. This was his lifeline, and he regarded it with great importance. The young man continued, after you complete the aptitude test and receive your battle beast, you may choose to head directly to Outpost 3. We will have someone escort you there, or you may opt to go tomorrow. As for your family, there is no need for concern. We will ensure they are well taken care of. Every family member of those in the Beastmaster Corps is afforded excellent protection. Zheng Qian nodded and promptly responded, I will go today. Please take care of my family. He had deliberately risen early that day without bidding farewell to his younger siblings and mother, wishing to spare her the sorrow of parting. Now, the prospect of not returning home was a welcome relief, as he feared that once they spoke, he would find it even more difficult to leave. Zheng Qian nodded. And soon after, a girl entered the room. The young man addressed her, Ahong, please take Zheng Qian to undergo the aptitude test. I've arranged for him to go to Outpost 3. Just accompany him there. The girl smiled and nodded. Zheng Qian contemplated for a moment before softly saying to the young man, may I request an advance of 1 month's salary to be sent directly to my mother? The young man smiled and nodded, putting Zheng Qian's mind at ease. He followed the girl as they departed, the two remaining silent as they traversed a spacious square before entering a 4-story building. Upon entering the lobby, they encountered a spherical glass orb suspended in midair. The girl then instructed, simply place your hand on that orb, and it will assess your aptitude. Zheng Qian nodded gently, inhaling deeply as he approached the orb, his heart filled with apprehension. After all, aptitude would determine a beastmaster's potential. If he were to obtain a powerful aptitude, he might avoid the perils of venturing outside the city. Chapter 3. Azure-level aptitude link. As his hand made contact with the glass orb, a surge of warmth coursed through his body, igniting a sensation akin to combustion. An intense heat enveloped him, prompting beads of sweat to form on his brow. Fortunately, the wave of warmth subsided within moments, sparing him prolonged discomfort. Within the glass orb, a blinding azure light erupted. Upon witnessing this scene, the girl appeared visibly astonished, and several others who had gathered nearby wore expressions of similar surprise. A flicker of delight also passed through Zheng Qian's eyes. The innate abilities of beast tamers are categorized into 9 distinct grades, each represented by a different color, ranging from the lowest to the highest: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black. The level of one's aptitude is intricately linked to the potential for growth as a beast tamer. White aptitude is the most common among beast tamers, with the highest level typically capped at 20. For each incremental increase in aptitude level, a beast tamer's upper limit for growth rises by 10 levels. Zheng Qian, possessing a cyan aptitude, is thus capable of becoming a 70-level beast tamer. This cyan aptitude is already considered quite high among humans. While it may not be the pinnacle, it certainly places him among the elite. After all, higher aptitude levels not only elevate the upper limit, but also accelerate the growth rate, allowing for the contracting of a greater number of battle beasts. Beside him, Ahong nodded gently, her anticipation palpable as she inquired, "That's impressive, but what is your aptitude? If yours is commendable as well, we could potentially apply for a substantial growth subsidy." Upon hearing Ahong's words, Zheng Qian sensed his own aptitude and, with a slightly peculiar expression, softly replied, "My aptitude is linkage. Its current effect allows him to connect beasts within a 10-meter radius, linking their energies to either distribute among others or concentrate within a single beast." Ahong nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, "It appears to be an auxiliary-type aptitude, which is quite promising." Aptitudes are classified into 4 types: offensive, defensive, auxiliary, and healing. With each 10-level increase in rank, a beast tamer gains an additional effect from their aptitude. The higher the rank, the more advantageous the effects become. At this moment, Ahong's demeanor towards Zheng Qian had significantly softened. After all, a beast tamer with a cyan aptitude and commendable effects could grow into a formidable force. She turned to those nearby and swiftly instructed, "Hand me the key to the beast repository. I need to take him to select a battle beast." One person nodded and handed over a key, then turned to Zheng Qian, saying, "I need your identity card for registration. Since your aptitude level has reached cyan and its effects are considerable, we can likely apply for an annual growth subsidy of 100,000 beast coins, which will be credited to your identity card." Zheng Qian's face broke into a radiant smile upon hearing this. 100,000 a year, combined with his salary, would soon enable him to provide a better life for his family. At this moment, he felt assured that his choice had been the right one. As long as he avoided any perilous encounters outside the city, not only could he alleviate his family's crisis, but he could also pave the way for a promising future. Zheng Qian handed over his identity card, and after a brief manipulation of the device, it was returned to him. Ahong then led Zheng Qian down a corridor. Her warmth markedly increased as she introduced herself. "I am Chun Hong, responsible for managing supplies within the logistics division of Base 3. From now on, we shall be colleagues." Zheng Qian smiled and nodded, responding softly, "I am Zheng Qian, also part of the logistics division, assigned to be a cook. I look forward to your guidance." He spoke curiously, observing Chun Hong, who appeared only 2 or 3 years his senior. Her youthfulness in joining the beast tamers made Zheng Qian instinctively sense that she too harbored her own struggles. As they walked into the corridor, Chun Hong quickly advised, "The beast repository contains numerous battle beasts, but do not choose hastily. Select one that suits you. Generally, a beast tamer's first battle beast is either combat-oriented or defensive in nature, enabling better protection in dangerous situations. However, we in the logistics division have more flexibility in our choices, for if danger truly arises, we cannot expect to survive if those fighting in the front lines falter. Thus, you may select a battle beast that aligns with your aptitude. Currently, you are at level 1 and may contract beasts up to level 10. If you struggle to find a suitable beast, opt for one of a higher tier. The higher the tier, the greater the future assistance it can provide, and the less frequently you will need to replace it." By this point, they arrived at a large door. Chun Hong used the key to unlock it, and a strong odor wafted out as they entered a spacious hall filled with countless iron cages, each housing a tamed battle beast ready for contracting. Chun Hong turned to Zheng Qian and gently asked, "Do you have a specific battle beast in mind?" Given that almost everyone aspires to become a beast tamer, most have a basic understanding of the various battle and exotic beasts. Chun Hong refrained from elaborating further, eager to gauge whether Zheng Qian possessed astuteness. Zheng Qian pondered for a moment and, upon hearing her question, surveyed the surrounding cages before responding swiftly, "I am unfamiliar with the beasts here, but I require one that is swift, robust, and ideally of a higher tier, as this would complement my aptitude." The tier of battle beasts, akin to the aptitude levels of beast tamers, is also classified into 9 grades: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black. The higher the tier, the greater the maximum level a battle beast can attain, and consequently, the stronger its combat capabilities. Chun Hong nodded thoughtfully, quickly assessing, generally, swift battle beasts tend to be smaller in size, yet must possess considerable robustness. Among the beasts here, I would recommend the orange tier combat beast, the spike-tail monkey, or the orange tier combat beast, the gale bird. Alternatively, there is the orange tier combat beast, the giant claw cat. She continued to explain. Orange tier battle beasts are the highest available here. Those of a greater tier have already been sold. I suggest these three, but you may choose based on your preferences. Zheng Qian contemplated the characteristics of these three beasts, then murmured, the gale bird can fly but lacks close combat prowess, struggling against tough-skinned, resilient beasts. The spike-tail monkey is swift and robust, but aside from that, it possesses few other advantages, and its tail spikes, while powerful, are single-use and take time to regenerate. Thus, I am left with the giant claw cat as my sole option. Please, lead me to it. Chun Hong, noting Zheng Qian's clarity of thought, nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting newfound admiration. After all, a person who listens to others' opinions and thoughtfully considers their own needs is always a welcome companion. As Chun Hong guided Zheng Qian to a nearby cage, they encountered a pitch-black kitten within. It appeared merely a cub, with a round head and paws each nearly the size of its own head, trembling in fear as it huddled in the corner. Zheng Qian observed closely, ensuring that the giant claw cat bore no hidden ailments. He then channeled the feeble energy awakened within him to forge a contract with the giant claw cat. At the moment the contract was finalized, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Zheng Qian's eyes, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. He had refrained from disclosing before the crowd that he possessed not just one aptitude, and the one he had kept silent about was about to yield him immense delight. Chapter 4. The First Battle Beast, Giant Claw Cat. Link. The Azure level talent allows one to connect with all beasts within a certain radius. Once linked, the energy, strength, and physical condition of the connected beasts can be dispersed or concentrated, affecting the beast tamers within that range. This encapsulates all the effects of Zheng Qian's first talent. Yet he chose not to disclose it. With great power comes great responsibility. Zheng Qian comprehended that revealing the full extent of his linking talent would likely result in his assignment to the front lines of battle. The mere fact that the link can affect beast tamers is sufficient to propel him into combat. After all, if a battle-type beast tamer were to harness the strength and physical condition of exotic beasts, their combat capabilities could surge exponentially, possibly even multiplying by several times. However, Zheng Qian harbored no desire to be on the front lines. Once there, his life would no longer be his own. Beast King, the Azure level talent, which can evolve, suppresses beasts that are of a lower level or within 5 levels of his own. Successful suppression weakens the opponent's state, allowing him to designate a contracted battle beast as the Beast King. The Beast King can collaborate with the Beast Tamer for suppression, and upon success, the Beast King can utilize the weakened state of the enemy. Once designated as the Beast King, the battle beast will not impose any burden on the Beast Tamer. This second talent brought the most delight to Zheng Qian, particularly the fact that the Beast King talent can evolve in level, and that the battle beast designated as the Beast King does not burden the Beast Tamer. Means that if he were to designate the giant claw cat as the Beast King, he could still contract another battle beast. Generally speaking, a beast tamer can only contract an additional battle beast for every 10 levels they ascend. Only those with particularly special talents or certain fortuitous encounters can transcend this limitation. Although Zheng Qian was uncertain if this effect would strengthen with the evolution of the talent, he was undeniably at a significant advantage among beast tamers of the same level. However, he could not reveal this just yet. Zheng Qian released the giant claw cat from its cage. The petite creature obediently stood beside him, nuzzling its head against his leg. Nearby, Chun Hong aimed her wristwatch at the giant claw cat to scan it, subsequently projecting a holographic display. Zheng Qian gazed at this scene in astonishment. That was an exotic beast scanner, a high-tech device purported to scan the physical condition of exotic beasts and battle beasts, along with detailed information about various species, including weaknesses and preferences. Possessing such a device would allow one to effortlessly grasp the situation of exotic beasts in encounters. Such technology is exceedingly expensive. Even the most basic model costs hundreds of thousands of gold beast coins. The advanced version, capable of projecting holograms, would fetch at least 1 million gold beast coins, a price so steep that 90% of humanity could hardly afford it. This left Zheng Qian further puzzled about Chun Hong's identity. For her to afford such an exotic beast scanner, her status must be quite extraordinary, and she likely had no need to take risks in the beast tamer military. Despite his curiosity, he refrained from voicing it, focusing instead on the holographic display of the scanner. Species, giant claw cat. Rank, orange tier. Level 1. Beast skills, Tear, paw strike, frantic bite. Affection level, 0. Preferences: eating fish, sharpening claws, basking in the sun, chin scratches, head pats. Dislikes: snakes, dogs, foul-smelling exotic beasts. Evolution route: mighty cat, frenzied cat. Special evolution route: none. Overall cultivation index: 2 stars. Upon reviewing the detailed information about the giant claw cat, Zheng Qian couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of wealth. The ability to scan preferences and dislikes negated the need for gradual exploration. Affection level is also a critical aspect between battle beasts and their tamers. The higher the affection, the easier it is for the battle beast to evolve and for the tamers to synchronize in combat. Knowing their preferences would expedite the process of enhancing affection. Chunhong nodded slightly, then quickly remarked, "Not a bad battle beast. It's sufficient for your needs now. Once it evolves, it should serve you well even at level 40. Zheng Qian nodded in agreement. An orange-tier beast with an evolution route and an overall cultivation index of 2 stars places him at the forefront among his peers. After all, newly minted beast tamers can only contract battle beasts of the highest rank, which is typically orange tier. Had it not been for his awakening of the Azure talent, he likely would not have qualified for an orange-tier battle beast. Most beast tamers typically contract white-tier beasts as their first, with red-tier beasts being the privilege of the affluent. Shenhong glanced around and promptly stated, "Let us go. If you have no more business here, we need to prepare to head to base 3. She pinched her nose, clearly displeased with the odor in the vicinity. Zheng Qian cradled the giant claw cat, its soft and warm body nestled obediently in his arms, appearing exceedingly docile. He reached out to scratch its chin, and the giant claw cat purred contentedly, clearly enjoying the attention. As they made their way out, Zheng Qian remarked, "You are my first battle beast. I will treat you well. You are rather dark, so I'll name you Wyoming." Wyoming extended its tongue to lick Zheng Qian's hand, purring even louder, clearly delighted. Although battle beasts cannot communicate with their tamers verbally, the bond of their contract allows the tamers to easily sense the emotional shifts of their beasts. Upon exiting the beast storage, Chunhong returned the keys and registered Zheng Qian's battle beast before leading him out of the building. As they walked, Chunhong quickly inquired, "Are we heading to base 3? You needn't worry about daily necessities. Everything you need is available at base 3. Just ensure that there's nothing pressing here before we proceed." She then reminded him, "Once we reach the base, unless there's an extremely important matter, returning is generally not permitted. The base operates under strict conditions, particularly the logistics military, where every position is filled, so one can only return in the event of significant occurrences or base withdrawals." At this juncture, Zheng Qian gently shook his head and softly replied, "I can proceed directly." His primary concern was for his family, but the beast tamer military had assured him they would protect them, allowing him to feel at ease. Chunhong nodded, saying nothing further, as she guided Zheng Qian across the plaza to a large cargo transport vehicle. The two climbed aboard, and Chunhong started the engine, driving out of the gates of the beast tamer military and toward the outskirts of the city. Zheng Qian gazed at Chunhong with a look of astonishment. Driving such a large cargo transport vehicle is no simple feat, especially given the bumpy roads outside the city. Even seasoned drivers often hesitate to navigate them alone. Yet, Chunhong handled the vehicle with remarkable ease, prompting Zheng Qian to succumb to his curiosity and inquire, "You appear quite affluent, and handling logistics is a crucial position. How is it that someone so young can achieve such a role? Your status must be quite remarkable." He recognized that his question might be somewhat impolite, but his curiosity was insatiable. A glimmer of pride flashed in Chunhong's eyes as she quickly responded, "Naturally, I am the daughter of the city lord." Chapter 5, Timely Rescue. The vehicle passed through the city gates, revealing an endless expanse of flat terrain. This barren land stretched for several kilometers, devoid of vegetation, serving the purpose of quickly detecting any approaching exotic beasts to prevent their stealthy congregation into a beast horde. At that moment, Zheng Qian gazed incredulously at Chunhong, his disbelief palpable. He found himself questioning the reliability of his own ears. In any city, the highest authority is the city lord, and the lord's daughter occupies a status that is beyond compare. He could scarcely fathom that the daughter of the city lord would deign to join the beast tamer corps. Observing Zheng Qian's astonishment, Chunhong suddenly burst into laughter, clapping her hands in delight. "Why do you look so foolish? Do you believe everything I say?" Her laughter was so infectious that the vehicle nearly veered off course. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zheng Qian scratched his head, realizing he had been duped. However, he sensed no malice in Chunhong's demeanor, so he merely smiled in return. Chunhong, now somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What is your story? At such a young age, what brings you to the beast tamer corps?" When she first encountered Zheng Qian, she had been taken aback, but lacking familiarity with him, she refrained from asking directly. Now, seeing his amiable expression, she felt emboldened to voice her curiosity. Zheng Qian recounted the misfortune that had befallen his family, concluding with a resigned sigh. Had it not been for my father's reckless actions that left us in dire straits, I wouldn't have joined the Beast Tamer Corps. At my age, I should be entering the Beast Tamer Academy, where, given my aptitude, I would have received focused training. A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes as he spoke. Although his azure talent was not the most exceptional, the number of beast tamers awakening such a talent each year was limited. Had he entered the academy, even without access to the finest resources, his prospects would have been considerably better. Unfortunately, the academy could not provide the swift returns that the Beast Tamer Corps promised, nor could it ensure the safety of his family, compelling Zheng Qian to make the choice he did. Chen Hong regarded him with sympathy, clearly understanding that Zheng Qian would not have found himself in such a precarious situation were it not for his family's burdens. Feeling a surge of curiosity, she asked directly, "But why did your father act this way? Was your relationship with him strained, leading him to betray you?" She could only surmise that Zheng Qian's father must have harbored some deep-seated conflict with his family to have allowed them to descend into such dire circumstances. Zheng Qian fell into a prolonged silence, grappling with the same question. His father was an ordinary man, possessing only an orange talent, specifically in healing, which allowed him to operate a veterinary clinic. Though business was not thriving, the family had enough to eat and live comfortably. His father maintained a close bond with the family, and there were seldom any conflicts among them. To Zheng Qian, their lives had always seemed simple, yet filled with happiness. Thus, he could not comprehend why his father would take such a substantial loan and then vanish, leaving his family in such turmoil. Unable to articulate his thoughts, he simply shook his head. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew tense as Chen Hong realized her question had rendered Zheng Qian mute, and she opted not to press further. The vehicle continued on its steady course toward the third stronghold. Meanwhile, when Fuyo awoke, she immediately went to check on Zheng Qian, only to find his absence confirming her fears that he had left. Her complexion paled considerably. Although Zheng Qian had mentioned his intention to join the Beast Tamer Corps the day prior, she had not anticipated his departure would occur so swiftly. The thought of her child undertaking such perilous endeavors to support the family left her breathless with anxiety. Before she could dwell on her distress for long, the front door was suddenly kicked open, and 4 burly men with brutish visages strode in. Fuya's expression soured instantly upon seeing them. These men had visited 3 times before, each time resorting to violence when they failed to extract money, and they were partly responsible for her family's current plight. The leader of the group, standing in the courtyard, regarded Fuya with impatience. "Where's the money?" he demanded coldly, his gaze leering and menacing. He was fully aware that Fuya had no funds. His intent was to coerce her into surrendering her child. Even if someone were to seek their child later, they would possess a justifiable excuse for refusing to return them. Though terrified, Fuya steeled herself and quickly replied, "My eldest son has joined the Beast Tamer Corps. You cannot harm us." Her voice trembled as she spoke, knowing this was the very leverage Zheng Qian had risked his life to provide. The 4 men, who had originally appeared threatening, suddenly wore ashen expressions. They understood all too well the nature of the Beast Tamer Corps and recognized the extensive protective measures in place for the families of its members. In an instant, they realized this was their last opportunity. They had to act swiftly before Fuya and her family could secure protection. Otherwise, if the Beast Tamer Corps arrived, even if Fuya refused to repay her debts, they would be powerless against her. The 4 exchanged glances, their expressions hardened with resolve as they advanced toward Fuya. Her face drained of color. She had not anticipated that these thugs would dare challenge the Beast Tamer Corps. Though she, too, was a beast tamer, she had sustained severe injuries in her youth and had yet to recover, lacking a battle beast to defend herself. The lead thug scoffed disdainfully, gritting his teeth as he said, "What does it matter if you've joined the Beast Tamer Corps? If we take you away, who will know it was us?" As he spoke, a massive golden lion materialized at his side. The sight of the beast nearly caused Fuya to collapse in terror. As the lion prepared to pounce, despair filled her heart, and just when she believed she was about to meet a grim fate, a cold voice rang out from the doorway. "Halt!" The 4 men turned to see 6 individuals clad in the uniforms of the Beast Tamer Corps entering. The previously arrogant quartet now appeared cowed, beads of cold sweat dotting their foreheads as they trembled in fear. They knew better than to cross the Beast Tamer Corps. Though dangerous, the Corps held a significant position within the city, and unless one were of exceptionally high rank, even the most formidable beast tamers would think twice before provoking them. The leader of the Beast Tamer Corps spoke with a chilling calmness. "I am Zheng Qian, the captain of the 38th Squad of the Beast Tamer Corps. Since Zheng Qian has joined our ranks, his family is under our protection. Gather your belongings and accompany me to the Beast Tamer Corps." Zheng Qian's tone was flat, prompting Fuya to nod eagerly as she called for her other 2 children. With little of value left in their home, they moved quickly, and within 5 minutes, she had brought Zheng Enan and Zheng Wanwen to the Beast Tamer Corps personnel, bearing only a few articles of clothing. Meanwhile, the four debt collectors dared not utter a sound. Lin Qingxiong cast a glance at them before stating coolly, I am assigning you four to repair the damage you've caused here. You will remain for 7 days. If anyone else comes to collect debts, direct them to the Beast Tamer Corps, and I will compensate them. I will return in 7 days. If this place is not restored, or if you are absent, I will have you wanted throughout the city. The four men collapsed in despair, their eyes wide with horror. Not only had they failed to collect their debts, but they were also likely to incur additional losses. Chapter 6. The third stronghold. Unbeknownst to Zheng Qian, events were unfolding at home. However, he placed his trust in the Beast Tamer Corps, which provided him with a sense of reassurance. After nearly an hour of travel, the vehicle came to a stop at the edge of a forest. There stands a fortress forged of iron, complete with watchtowers and artillery emplacements. Though modest in size, it serves as a small bastion of steel. Apart from a single exit, there are no other entrances. It is evident that only formidable beasts or hordes of ferocious creatures could breach its defenses. This is the first time Zheng Qian has laid eyes upon the outpost beyond the city, and he is filled with curiosity. As the iron gates swing open, personnel from the Beast Tamer Corps emerge to verify identities, allowing their vehicle to pass through before sealing the gates once more. Upon entering, they find themselves in a spacious square where 9 transport vehicles, all operated by Chen Hong, are parked. Lining the edges of the square are rows of 4-story buildings, clearly designed for safety, standing shorter than the surrounding walls. After stepping out of the vehicle, Zheng Qian takes a moment to survey the area, noting a total of 16 buildings. It is apparent that the personnel residing here are not few in number. Zheng Qian vaguely recalls hearing that these outposts function as the eyes of the Beast Tamer Corps, strategically positioned at a certain distance from the city to monitor for any gatherings of monstrous beasts and to eliminate any war beasts within a designated radius. Hence, the population within the outpost is not particularly large. Chen Hong disembarks and swiftly informs Zheng Qian, each outpost operates like a battalion. I will take you to meet our captain so you can report in. She leads him to the side, and Zheng Qian, observing his surroundings, inquires, why do I not see anyone else? Aside from the personnel who checked us at the gate, I haven't encountered anyone since entering. Normally, such a large outpost should have patrols. As they walk toward a nearby building, Chen Hong explains, our third outpost is somewhat unique. Due to its proximity to a forest, we require personnel to patrol the woods. Most of the time, everyone is outside on patrol, returning only during breaks or mealtimes to prevent any beasts from congregating in the trees. Zheng Qian now comprehends the situation. His earlier assumption of a potential mishap was unfounded. Entering the building closest to the square, they find a spacious hall where a man in his 30s is seated. Chen Hong gestures towards him and quickly introduces. This is Zhao Chonggong, the captain of our third outpost, and the most influential figure here. Cultivating a good rapport with him could open doors for you. Zhao Chonggong looks at Chen Hong with a mix of resignation and amusement, but refrains from reprimanding her. Chen Hong continues, this is Zheng Qian, a newly assigned logistics officer in the kitchen. He possesses an auxiliary blue talent. Treat him well, and he might advance faster than you. And then you'll be the one envious. With a beaming smile, she seems quite familiar with Zhao Chonggong, who, upon hearing her words, remains unperturbed. Zhao Chonggong assesses Zheng Qian, noticing the giant claw cat in his arms, then stands and smiles, saying, I'll take you to your dormitory. You can go and unload the supplies. Chen Hong nods and promptly heads outside. Zheng Qian quietly asks, do you need any assistance? Although they hadn't conversed much during the ride, he holds a favorable impression of Chen Hong, recognizing her adeptness in social cues and her camaraderie with Zhao Chonggong. It is clear that forging a connection with someone like her would be advantageous. Chen Hong chuckles proudly and quickly responds, no need, my war beast can manage. With that, she exits, and Zhao Chonggong rummages through some items on the table before leading Zheng Qian outside. As they step out, Zheng Qian observes 2 massive bears assisting Chen Hong by unloading supplies from the vehicle. This sight leaves him somewhat astonished. The presence of 2 war beasts indicates that Chen Hong must be at least a level 10 beast tamer, though she appears only slightly older than him. Noticing Zheng Qian's astonishment, Zhao Chonggong whispers, Ahong is a remarkably self-sufficient individual. She can accomplish the work of several people, and everyone here respects her. Reflecting on Chen Hong's steadiness while driving, Zheng Qian finds Zhao Chonggong's words credible. As they walk towards the rear building, Zhao Chonggong elaborates, in our logistics division, 2 personnel share a dormitory, while those engaged in combat have individual rooms for optimal rest. You will also have a private room for now. Should more personnel join logistics later, you may end up sharing. I hope you can adapt. Zheng Qian nods gently, affirming, I can adjust. He has no particular demands when it comes to sleeping arrangements. Growing up in a bustling veterinary hospital, he learned to sleep through various disturbances. Zhao Chonggong leads Zheng Qian to the last building. which is positioned close to the outermost walls. While the location may seem less than ideal, upon entering the dormitory, he is pleasantly surprised by the spaciousness of the room. It features 2 double beds, 2 wardrobes, and desks, as well as a private bathroom. In terms of amenities, it rivals the comforts of his home. Zhao Chonggong stands at the doorway and quickly says, "You may choose whichever you prefer, as you are currently the only occupant. The bedding is brand new, so feel free to use it. The wardrobe contains uniforms. If the size doesn't fit, you can exchange it in logistics. We distribute living supplies every 3 months, providing 2 uniforms each month. Your duties will involve assisting in the kitchen, but being young, you won't have to undertake heavy tasks. Typically, logistics personnel do not participate in training, but given your blue talent and youth, I can make an exception, allowing you to join combat training outside of work hours. If you ever wish to switch positions, feel free to approach me." Zheng Qian nods obediently, feeling pleased by Zhao Chonggong's assurance. Zhao Chonggong smiles at Zheng Qian's earnest demeanor and adds, "You can take a rest. Feel free to explore the outpost. And if you find yourself with nothing to do, you may head to the kitchen to familiarize yourself. Should you have any questions, you can find me at our earlier meeting spot. Except at night, I will generally be there." With that, Zhao Chonggong departs. Zheng Qian closes the door, placing the giant claw cat on the floor, then sits on the bed and takes a deep breath, summoning his spirits. He feels content with his surroundings. After all, it offers safety and decent living conditions, surpassing his initial expectations. Before his arrival, he had envisioned sleeping in a tent. The giant claw cat jumps beside him, nuzzling against his side and meowing sweetly, appearing quite amiable. Zheng Qian lifts the creature, gently grasping its chin, and softly murmurs, "Ing Ming, from now on, we must strive together to make a name for ourselves and achieve greatness." Ing Ming purrs contentedly, meowing in agreement. Chapter 7. A delightful lifetime swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. During this week, Zheng Qian has thoroughly acquainted himself with the operations of the 3rd outpost. The outpost is divided into 2 main divisions, the Combat Corps and the Logistics Corps. The Combat Division is the larger of the 2, comprising 90 personnel, while the Logistics Corps is subdivided into kitchen, transport, and miscellaneous duties, totaling 30 individuals. Zheng Qian works in the kitchen, while Chun Hong is involved in transport. He has yet to interact with the miscellaneous personnel, though he has heard that they are responsible for maintaining the 3rd outpost. Life here is exceedingly tranquil, to the extent that one might assert each day follows a predictable routine. Every morning at 5 o'clock, he rises to assist in the kitchen, helping the chefs with washing vegetables and organizing cutlery. The kitchen comprises a total of 11 individuals, who must prepare sufficient food for 120 people by 7:30 in the morning, ensuring that no meal is repeated throughout the week. By around 8 o'clock, once everyone has finished their meals, those designated for patrol depart the base, while the kitchen staff cleans the dishes and prepares ingredients for the next meal. After 10 o'clock, the kitchen personnel may enjoy a brief respite, resuming work around 11:30 to prepare lunch, which must be completed before noon to be delivered to the designated eating location for those on patrol outside the base. By 1 o'clock, the kitchen staff tidies up all remnants of their work and can rest until 5 in the afternoon, though they must have dinner prepared before 7, allowing time for others to finish their meals. After 9 o'clock, it is time for relaxation. Despite the early mornings, Zheng Qian finds great satisfaction in his role. The kitchen is a splendid position, granting them first access to delectable dishes, and since the kitchen staff primarily consists of individuals in their 50s and 60s, his youth does not draw any undue scrutiny. Rather, they tend to look after him, allowing him to indulge in various meats almost to his heart's content. Within just a few days, he feels he has gained a bit of weight. His living conditions are undeniably superior to those at home. Concurrently, he has grown quite familiar with Yuming. The battle beast possesses a certain level of intelligence, and with the pact established between the beast master and the battle beast, he is now able to command Yuming to perform any action at will. However, he has yet to commence formal training for Yuming in combat, as the creature is still too young, and Zheng Qian himself cannot yet venture into battle. Thus, he occasionally observes the training sessions of the battle army, keenly watching their coordination with their respective battle beasts. On this particular day, having just completed his kitchen duties and intending to return for some rest, Chun Hong arrived with another individual in tow. Holding an envelope, she presented it to Zheng Qian with a cheerful smile, saying, "Your mother has written you a letter, and I was fortunate enough to bring it to you." She then gestured toward a boy of similar age standing beside her. "This is Song Heading, your new dormitory mate. Furthermore, both of you will be working in the kitchen together, so as a senior, you ought to look after him." Zheng Qian nodded, casting a curious glance at Song Heading, surprised to discover someone else his age had come to this place. After all, he was the youngest at the entire free base. At that moment, Chun Hong led Zheng Qian to a more secluded area and, leaning closer to whisper, said softly, This fellow is a genius, possessing a purple aptitude. He has already formed a pact with a formidable battle beast and is also well connected. His uncle is an 8th level beastmaster, a figure of considerable renown in our entire city. Zheng Qian turned to look at Song Heading with astonishment. A purple aptitude, even the weakest variant, would receive special attention during training. After all, a beastmaster with a black aptitude is a rarity among hundreds of thousands, making a purple aptitude one of the most elite talents. Coupled with such an impressive uncle, it seemed unlikely that someone like him would end up in this place. Zheng Qian, perplexed, inquired, "Then why is he here?" Chen Hong sighed resignedly, her voice tinged with sympathy as she murmured, "He was originally a student at the Beastmaster Academy, one of the ones receiving special training. However, after enrolling, he had a conflict with the director's grandson, severely injuring him. Rumor has it he nearly killed the boy. The director intended to have him executed, but his uncle intervened to spare his life. Fearing the director might seek revenge, he was sent to the Beastmaster army and assigned here." After hearing the backstory, Zheng Qian, with a peculiar expression, quietly mumbled, "If they want to prevent the director from taking any action, shouldn't they ensure his safety instead of sending him here, which seems far more perilous?" At the No. 3 base, if the director of the Beastmaster Academy wished to eliminate Song Heading, it would be far easier than in the city. Chen Hong smiled slightly. The base is of paramount importance, and personnel movement is nearly non-existent. The internal security of the Beastmaster army is also exceptionally strict. If someone were to take the risk of assassinating Song Heading here, it would undoubtedly be the director's doing, and he would not escape unscathed. Thus, for the sake of his own future, the director would hesitate to act here. This, paradoxically, makes it the safest place for him. Zheng Qian scratched his head. Though he still felt it was not the wisest course of action, her reasoning was sound. At that moment, Chen Hong brought Zheng Qian in front of Song Heading, cheerfully stating, "Song Heading has studied at the Beastmaster Academy and can teach you some foundational knowledge. You two should get along well, and if any issues arise, discuss them together, avoid any conflicts." She then emphasized her gaze on Song Heading before reiterating, "The rules in the Beastmaster army are quite strict. Under no circumstances should there be infighting. So, keep your temper in check. If any trouble arises, the Beastmaster army cannot protect you." After patting Zheng Qian on the shoulder, she resumed her cheerful demeanor. "Tomorrow at 5 o'clock, I will promptly return to the city. If you have any messages or letters to send home, feel free to find me beforehand, and I will deliver them." With that, Chen Hong departed, leaving Zheng Qian standing awkwardly in place. Although unaware of the intricacies surrounding Song Heading's circumstances, he instinctively sensed that Song Heading might not be the easiest person to get along with, leaving him uncertain about how to engage with him. Song Heading displayed no expression, nor did he seem inclined to speak, his demeanor appearing rather cold and listless. Ultimately, Zheng Qian managed to muster a smile, gently saying, "Come along. I will show you to your dormitory. Just follow my lead, and you will become familiar with the tasks in no time. It's quite relaxed here." After speaking, he realized their differing statuses. Perhaps Song Heading would find it difficult to adjust, given that he had likely enjoyed a comfortable life previously. Feeling somewhat awkward, Zheng Qian scratched his head and added quietly, "At least, I find it quite easygoing." At that moment, Song Heading finally spoke, uttering his first words since arriving. "Don't be so tense. I am not a ruthless murderer." His expression remained neutral as he spoke, yet his tone was gentle, even somewhat timid, contrasting sharply with his earlier cold demeanor. This revelation eased Zheng Qian's apprehensions, leading him to believe that Song Heading might be more amiable than he had initially assumed. Just as Zheng Qian was about to suggest returning to the dormitory, Song Heading suddenly challenged him. "You are also a beast master, so let us have a duel. If I win, you must call me boss and follow my orders. If you win, I will do the same. Do you dare?" Chapter 8. The first battle. Taken aback by this unexpected challenge, Zheng Qian momentarily froze. However, witnessing Song Heading's earnest demeanor convinced him that this was no jest, igniting his competitive spirit. Yet, he retained his rationality and softly reminded, "But I have not undergone any training, nor have I learned how to fight, so." The relationship between a beast master and their battle beast extends beyond mere commands. It necessitates the timely utilization of the beast's abilities. Some exceptionally skilled beast masters can manipulate their battle beasts as though they were puppets, enhancing their combat efficacy. Thus, training alongside the battle beast to foster mutual understanding and familiarity with the beast's physique is a crucial aspect of their development. Zheng Qian had yet to commence training with Yu Ming, and even if a match were to take place now, it would solely be reliant on Yu Ming's own prowess. At this moment, Song Heading calmly remarked, "It's quite all right. I can engage without a battle beast, while you may employ yours." He appeared exceptionally confident. Zheng Qian scrutinized Song Heading with a discerning eye before nodding in agreement. He surmised that Song Heading must be an offensive-type beastmaster. Such a practitioner typically possesses a certain level of combat ability, even in the absence of a battle beast. Although Song Heading's challenge seemed rather perplexing to him, he was nonetheless eager to emerge victorious. The two departed from the kitchen, and Yu Ming dashed over from a distance, leaping into Zheng Qian's embrace and affectionately nuzzling his neck. Over the past few days, Yu Ming had grown plump, its already round form now appearing even more fluffy. Having increased in size by a fifth, most beasts experience rapid growth during their juvenile phase, as that is when they are at their most vulnerable. Song Heading's gaze fixed upon Yu Ming, and he couldn't help but softly exclaim, "So adorable." Zheng Qian grinned in agreement, but before he could respond, Song Heading continued, "Though I wonder if it can fight, I want to hold back." Zheng Qian, now somewhat speechless, merely pursed his lips, while Yu Ming sensed the hostility and bared its teeth at Song Heading, displaying its combat intent. However, its overly fluffy and rotund appearance rendered the display rather lacking in intimidation. Given their low levels, the battle would not be particularly fierce, and thus, they proceeded directly to the square. As the evening approached, the bright lights would attract numerous exotic beasts, leaving only 4 dim yellow lamps in the square, barely illuminating the area while failing to cast light upon the surrounding walls. The two silently maintained a distance until they were 10 meters apart. Yu Ming hopped down from Zheng Qian, energetically stretching its limbs on the ground. Despite its seemingly fierce demeanor, it exuded an undeniable charm that diminished any intimidation factor. Song Heading remained stationary, and a figure materialized beside him, a tiger radiating a luminous white glow, standing nearly half a meter tall. Its fur was as white as snow, while its black markings were as deep as ink, creating a strikingly perfect blend. Though not particularly large, it possessed an air of nobility and formidable presence. Yu Ming stared at the tiger, its movements noticeably slowing as it instinctively edged closer to Zheng Qian, clearly intimidated. Zheng Qian's expression darkened as he recognized the beast as the yellow-grade combat beast, the black-striped tiger. While not the most powerful among yellow-grade beasts, it wielded a potent ability to suppress creatures of lower levels and ranks, making it exceedingly challenging for them to unleash their full potential. The black-striped tiger evidently held a higher rank than Yu Ming, placing Yu Ming at a distinct disadvantage. Zheng Qian scooped Yu Ming into his arms, gently soothing it. Unable to restrain himself from asking, "Didn't you say you wouldn't use a battle beast?" Engaging in combat against the black-striped tiger would surely result in Yu Ming being overwhelmed, given its current level of merely 1. Song Heading, arms crossed, remarked coolly, "A beastmaster without a battle beast is akin to having nothing at all." He added, "While I want to send it into battle, I still require it." With that, he bent down to stroke the black-striped tiger, and in an instant, a layer of black and white fur sprouted across his body, elongating him significantly while visibly enhancing his musculature. Zheng Qian's expression grew serious as he observed this transformation. Song Heading now exuded an aura more daunting than that of the black-striped tiger. The tiger retreated, and in the next moment, Song Heading charged toward Zheng Qian with astonishing speed, his legs nearly leaving afterimages in their wake as he reached Zheng Qian in an instant. Zheng Qian hurled Yu Ming away while dodging to the side, narrowly evading Song Heading's attack. Song Heading pivoted to pursue Yu Ming, and Zheng Qian sprinted toward the black-striped tiger, shouting to Yu Ming, "Just keep running." Although small, Yu Ming was swift, currently outpacing Song Heading by nearly 3 meters. Song Heading's voice echoed ominously, "Running 1T help. No matter how fast you are, as long as you cannot defeat me, you will still lose." Zheng Qian remained silent as he closed in on the black-striped tiger, positioned just 10 meters away, while Yu Ming drew even closer to the beast. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Zheng Qian realized this was essentially his first formal battle, uncertain of how effective his talent would be. Yet, he saw no other course of action. Zheng Qian activated his link talent, connecting himself with both Yu Ming and the black-striped tiger. In an instant, the link was established, allowing him to sense the black-striped tiger's entire state. The next moment, he concentrated all the energy he could extract from the black-striped tiger into Yu Ming's form. The black-striped tiger collapsed to the ground, its mind intact, but its body completely under Zheng Qian's control. Simultaneously, Yu Ming's body surged in size, transforming from a fluffy little cat into a magnificent creature even larger than the black-striped tiger. Zheng Qian turned to see Song Heading, who had just reached Yu Ming's rear, and shouted, "Now is the time. Use your paw strike." Yu Ming swiftly pivoted and raised its left paw, which doubled in size as it struck downward toward Song Heading. In a critical moment, Song Heading evaded the paw strike, and Yu Ming's paw slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash. As they distanced themselves from each other, Song Heading cast a cold, indifferent glance at Zheng Qian, dryly criticizing, "Who told you to announce your intended move so loudly during a battle? Aren't you merely informing your opponent of your next action?" Zheng Qian scratched his head awkwardly, Mumbling an explanation, I saw them doing it during their training. Song Heading rolled his eyes. Thinking it in your mind is equally effective. Shouting it out only alerts others to your next move. Just then, Yu Ming lunged toward him again, attempting another paw strike. This time, Song Heading did not evade. Instead, he extended his left hand to clash with Yu Ming's paw. In that moment of contact, Zheng Qian clearly observed Song Heading's left hand morphing into a tiger's paw, visibly enlarging to match the power of Yu Ming's strike. As their paws collided, Yu Ming stumbled backward, while Song Heading staggered 3 steps back. Yu Ming was eager to advance once more, but Song Heading called out, "Stop. I concede." Upon hearing Song Heading's concession, Zheng Qian signaled Yu Ming to halt. He glanced at the black-striped tiger, returning all that belonged to it through the link. Yu Ming reverted to its original chubby form, joyfully bounding to Zheng Qian's side and leaping onto his shoulder. Zheng Qian cradled Yu Ming in his arms, earnestly praising, "Incredible. I'll treat you to some meat later." Yu Ming nuzzled against him, meowing triumphantly, exuding the demeanor of a victorious general in an utterly delightful manner. Meanwhile, Song Heading resumed his normal appearance, approaching the somewhat disgruntled black-striped tiger. He gently stroked the tiger's head, softly reassuring, "Do not be disheartened. This defeat was primarily my fault. I underestimated the situation. You were magnificent." The black-striped tiger emitted a low whine, clearly expressing its dissatisfaction at being bested by a giant podcat. Song Heading patiently soothed the situation for quite some time before the black-striped tiger began to recover. At this moment, he turned to Zheng Qian and quietly inquired, "What is your talent? How could you instantaneously render my Dahe devoid of combat capability while simultaneously enhancing your battle beast?" Zheng Qian, not inclined to conceal anything from a comrade, replied candidly, "My talent enables me to link all beasts within a 10-meter radius, consolidating their energy, strength, and various statuses into a single beast." Song Heading nodded gently. Now understanding why Zheng Qian had rushed towards the black-striped tiger, it was to bring it within the effective range of his talent. With a serious expression, he asked softly, "Is there a limit to the number? A restriction on levels? If there are no such constraints, I realize your talent is indeed extraordinary. The ability to weaken an opponent while bolstering oneself, even to the extent of incapacitating a battle beast, could drastically alter the tide of battle when faced with hordes of alien beasts." Zheng Qian, while stroking Yu Ming's head, explained, "The more beasts I link, the more the effects are diluted, resulting in lesser dispersion. However, concentrating their energy tends to yield better results. The level disparity cannot be too great. As a first-level beastmaster, I would be incapable of dispersing and concentrating energy from a 20th-level beast." Song Heading nodded thoughtfully, expressing, "Once your level rises, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable beastmaster. After all, if your talent is applied in combat against beast hordes, it could decisively shift the battle's outcome. Such a method of area-wide debilitation is, without doubt, the most potent talent in encounters with beast swarms." He waved his hand dismissively. "Why on earth would they assign you to the kitchen?" His demeanor had become noticeably warmer, shedding the previous indifference, as he recognized the potential in someone with a promising future. As they walked together, they remained oblivious to the figure emerging from the shadows. It was Zhao Changong, who observed their retreating silhouettes with little joy in his eyes, overshadowed by deep concern. He was acutely aware of Song Heading's circumstances, and sending him here had placed immense pressure on him. Should anything happen to Song Heading, he would bear the responsibility. The fact that Song Heading had immediately sought out combat indicated he was not one to remain idle. However, Zheng Qian's performance in battle had exceeded his expectations. He had assumed Zheng Qian would certainly lose, but was pleasantly surprised by his victory. It seemed prudent to cultivate Zheng Qian further. If a powerful beastmaster were to emerge from his tutelage, it would undoubtedly serve his interests well. With this thought, Zhao Changong turned and departed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zheng Qian provided an overview of the living conditions and procured some meat for Yu Ming, as well as a serving for Dahe, the black-striped tiger. Typically, battle beasts were fed a standardized beast feed, a type of jerky that was crushed and mixed with other ingredients before being reconstituted into dry food. However, since Yu Ming was reluctant to eat it, Zheng Qian cooked the leftover meat from dinner for him. The kitchen staff had no objections, as any unused meat would simply be discarded. After the meal, Dahe appeared less averse to Zheng Qian, lying beside Song Heading's bed, curiously observing Zheng Qian like a child watching an adult's activities. Meanwhile, Yu Ming lay on Zheng Qian's bed, curiously watching Dahe, but refrained from provoking him. As Dahe exuded a significant presence, Zheng Qian retrieved a letter from his mother, which contained only a few lines reassuring him of their safety in the Beastmaster Army's dormitory area, urging him not to worry and to remain vigilant. With this confirmation of his family's safety, Zheng Qian felt a wave of relief wash over him. The night passed swiftly. The following morning, Zheng Qian and Song Heading began to familiarize themselves with their duties, during which Zheng Qian introduced Song Heading to the kitchen staff. He had initially doubted that Song Heading would readily accept this work, considering that although their tasks primarily involved washing vegetables and handling utensils and were not particularly strenuous, they could be somewhat dirty. Given that Song Heading had a formidable uncle, he presumed that he was unaccustomed to such labor and would find it difficult to adjust. However, to his astonishment, Song Heading neither complained nor expressed disdain. He worked efficiently and diligently, clearly competing with Zheng Qian in speed and cleanliness of their tasks. Zheng Qian felt a sense of exasperation, puzzled by Song Heading's competitive spirit. After their midday duties, Zheng Qian was preparing to return to the dormitory for a nap when Zhao Changgong approached him with a cheerful demeanor, stating, "I have decided to conduct special training for you. Henceforth, you need not come to work in the mornings. I will personally oversee your training." He added, "You can resume your work at noon, and I can increase your pay by 1,000. Zhao Changgong's enthusiasm was palpable, yet Zheng Qian remained skeptical of such fortuitous offers. Why would his workload be reduced while his salary was augmented? Cautiously, he inquired why. Once he began training for combat, there was a high possibility he would be required to engage in battle, which was not a favorable prospect. Zhao Changgong, sensing his apprehension, explained with a smile, "I witnessed your performance last night, and I hold great promise for your potential, hence my desire to nurture you." Zheng Qian's alarm bells rang. The Beastmaster army did not cultivate mere cooks, and this training likely aimed to prepare him for combat. Observing the shift in Zheng Qian's expression, Zhao Changgong quickly reassured him. "Rest assured, you are still too weak to be thrust into battle. I merely see your potential and wish to offer you special consideration." He gently patted Zheng Qian's shoulder and earnestly added, "Surely you do not wish to squander your talent by remaining in this kitchen for years?" With Zhao Changgong's assurance that he would not be sent into battle, Zheng Qian nodded in agreement, accepting the offer. At that moment, Song Heading appeared, having stealthily approached, and stated with a serious tone, "I also wish to train. You cannot show favoritism." Zhao Changgong smiled and nodded, as he had already intended to provide special training for both of them and would not refuse. Chapter 10. Devilish Training the next morning. Although Zheng Qian was not required to work, he awoke early, as Song Heading had summoned him at 5 o'clock. Zheng Qian, bleary-eyed, gazed at Song Heading, feeling utterly disheartened. He had no intention of slacking off, but had hoped to rise around 6. Now being roused so early filled him with resentment that he could not express. Song Heading, already dressed and composed, stated with a serious demeanor, "Since we have privileges, we must strive for excellence. It is time to rise and exercise. Though you may not possess a combat-type talent as a Beastmaster, a stronger physique increases your survival rate in battle, so you must train your body." Without delay, he pulled Zheng Qian from his bed. 5 minutes for washing up, he instructed sternly. After 5 minutes, Zheng Qian was ready, and both Dahe and Song Heading awaited him at the door, along with Yu Ming, who had also been roused from sleep. Observing Yu Ming's disgruntled expression, Zheng Qian sighed and gently suggested, "Perhaps we should let Yu Ming rest. He's still so young." As Zheng Qian was about to finish his statement, Song Heading, with an air of indifference, interrupted him, saying, "It is a battle beast. It is inherently expected to strive for self-improvement. If it were a mythical creature, would it have the luxury of indulging in sloth?" Song Heading fixed his gaze on Yu Ming for 2 seconds and continued in a flat tone, "Although we beast tamers and battle beasts are partners, do not mistake a battle beast for a human. As a battle beast, its laziness and gluttony reflect a complete lack of ambition. If you continue to coddle it, you are doing it a disservice." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian felt as if Song Heading were indirectly chiding him. Nevertheless, there was truth in Song Heading's words, devoid of any insult, so he refrained from rebuttal and simply picked up Yu Ming, striding towards the exit. Yu Ming, clearly displeased, nestled against Zheng Qian's shoulder, purring affectionately. Zheng Qian, with a hint of exasperation, gently reassured, "He does have a point. As a battle beast, you ought to enhance yourself. Otherwise, you'll become as plump as a pig." Yu Ming mewed in protest, but was still carried into the square. At that moment, apart from a few logistics personnel, most others remained in slumber. After all, with patrol duties ahead in the day, a good night's rest was essential for optimal energy. The entire third base was enveloped in an eerie silence. As Song Heading engaged in warm-up exercises, he spoke swiftly. "Under normal circumstances, we would patrol in an obstacle-laden area to enhance our physicality and reflexes. However, given the current limitations and your inexperience in this regard, we shall merely run around the square. The square measures approximately 1,200 meters in circumference. So we shall run 10 laps, or we may halt when Zhao Changgong comes to find us." Executing professional warm-up routines, Song Heading prompted Zheng Qian to mimic his actions. Though Zheng Qian wore a grim expression, in a tone of despair, he murmured, 12,000 meters? Starting off this intensely? Although he had been busy securing loans recently, which had improved his physical fitness, the prospect of undertaking such a challenging endeavor left him somewhat apprehensive. Yu Ming, meanwhile, was also stretching, appearing to warm up. Initially lethargic, it was spurred into action by Dahei's warm-up, showing no signs of laziness. Dahei cast a cold glance at Yu Ming, as if to convey, just wait. This time, I shall surpass you. 3 minutes later, Song Heading had already commenced running. I am starting now. Pace yourself according to your own limits, and I shall supervise you. No slacking. With that, Song Heading surged forward. His speed, though not as rapid as in battle, reached 10 seconds per 100 meters. Dahei followed closely behind, both man and tiger sprinting ahead, paying no heed to the trailing Zheng Qian. Sighing, Zheng Qian resigned himself to this involuntary competition. His pace, however, would surely not match Song Heading's, so he settled into a comfortable rhythm, trailing far behind them. Yu Ming, brimming with enthusiasm, initially attempted to chase Dahei but, hindered by its short legs, soon grew weary and returned to perch on Zheng Qian's shoulder. With a hint of playful exasperation, Zheng Qian quipped, "You're adding to my burden. When I tire, will you carry me?" Yu Ming nudged its head against Zheng Qian's ear, and though it could not speak, Zheng Qian knew it was being affectionate. The duo was deepening their bond when a sharp voice called out from ahead, "No slacking. As a battle beast, if you do not strive, do you expect your beast tamer to fight on your behalf?" Song Heading's tone was stern, and Yu Ming, looking dejected, jumped down to run alongside Zheng Qian. By the time Zheng Qian reached his 5th lap, he was drenched in sweat. He rarely engaged in such vigorous exercise. By now, many beast tamers had risen, and most combatants opted to gather in the square, bringing their battle beasts for a bit of exercise. Upon seeing Zheng Qian's drenched appearance, they began to jest. "You're here so early. You seem quite determined, but you also appear rather weak. Young man, keep running. Your youth is the time to strive. If I had your tenacity, my combat prowess would surely improve." The banter was light-hearted and devoid of malice, yet Zheng Qian felt his face flush with embarrassment. Not only was he unaccustomed to such attention, but it was also evident that he was the slowest among them, as others surpassed him with ease. This realization irked him, and he pushed through his discomfort to increase his speed. By the time Zheng Qian reached his 7th lap, Song Heading had already completed 10 laps. Observing Zheng Qian from a distance, he maintained a neutral expression, yet a flicker of appreciation gleamed in his eyes. He was employing the training methods of the Beast Tamer Academy, where new students were required to run considerable distances daily to enhance their physicality. However, most would find ways to slack off or complain during the initial days. Despite Zheng Qian's earlier grumbling, he had not stopped running, nor had he asked for a break. This dedication far surpassed what Song Heading had witnessed among the students at the academy. By the time others headed off for meals, Zheng Qian completed his 10 laps. His gaze was vacant, appearing as though his body remained intact while his spirit had long since departed. Were it not for his determination to avoid being underestimated, he might have already collapsed. Yu Ming lay sprawled on the ground, panting like a dog, looking utterly pitiful. Standing beside Zheng Qian, Song Heading's demeanor softened considerably. He retrieved a fist-sized bottle containing a white liquid from his pocket and gently said, "Take a sip. It will restore your energy." At that moment, Zheng Qian could hardly concern himself with what it was. He accepted the bottle and took a small sip. The instant the liquid touched his lips, it felt as though he had submerged in a warm spring, invigorating his entire being. The fatigue dissipated in an instant, and he noted that his physical condition had improved compared to before he began running. With astonishment, he looked at Song Heading and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "This is quite costly. You're willing to share it with me? Thank you so much." Such a potion, capable of swiftly restoring stamina, was worth a fortune in beast coins. Had he possessed it, he would have hesitated to use it, and now that Song Heading so generously offered it, he felt immensely grateful. A barely perceptible smile graced Song Heading's lips as he replied softly, "I do not wish for you to be a liability in the forthcoming battles. Therefore, your efforts must not squander my resources." After their meal, the two returned to the square, only to find that others had already departed from the third base, leaving an eerie tranquility in their wake. Zheng Qian, scanning the surroundings with anticipation, muttered, "Where is Zhao Changong? Has he not found us?" He secretly hoped Zhao Changong would not appear anytime soon. Although his body had recovered after the potion, the psychological strain left him reluctant to move. Song Heading stood nearby, surveying the area. "How can one be so lackadaisical and still hold the position of captain?" he remarked with unfiltered disdain. Zheng Qian glanced around. While Zhao Changong was not in the vicinity, he felt it inappropriate to speak ill behind someone's back. He quickly advised, "Perhaps he is preoccupied? Let us wait. There is no rush." Casting a sidelong glance at Zheng Qian, Song Heading continued unperturbed. "If I were the captain here, I would have everyone out training by 5 every morning. As beast tamers, if we cannot ensure our physical condition, how can we ever hope to fight? Observing the solemn demeanor of Zheng Qian, Zheng Qian felt a slight headache and rubbed his temples, inwardly lamenting. Thank goodness you are not the captain, otherwise, you would truly drive someone to madness. At a distance, Zhao Changgong strolled over leisurely, and upon reaching the two, he cheerfully remarked, "Do you have any idea how many tasks the combat division faces daily?" This statement was clearly directed at Zheng Qian, who, despite maintaining a calm exterior, exhibited no signs of anxiety. Zheng Qian realized that their earlier conversation had likely been overheard by Zhao Changgong, leading to an awkward silence where he felt unable to offer any counsel and remained mute. As Zheng Qian continued to be reticent, Zhao Changgong's expression shifted to a more serious tone as he quickly continued. Once the combat division deploys, they must split into 2 groups to patrol an extensive area. Should they encounter any aberrant beasts during their rounds, combat will be necessary. Everyone becomes fatigued. If we were to enforce 2 hours of training every day, everyone would be exhausted by morning, making patrolling a grueling ordeal. While this may be manageable in the short term, prolonged exposure could breed resentment, potentially leading individuals to seek ways to slack off, which would adversely affect morale. Moreover, such negligence could diminish the efficiency of our 3rd outpost. After articulating his thoughts, Zhao Changgong cast a penetrating glance at Zheng Qian. Each person's role and responsibilities differ, and while one may pursue their own ambitions, it is essential not to condemn the efforts of others. Otherwise, discord will only ensue, fostering annoyance. It was evident that Zhao Changgong was clarifying his stance in response to Zheng Qian's earlier remarks. Zheng Qian chose not to rebut, and Zheng Qian understood the rationale behind his silence. After all, most beast tamers here were of relatively low rank, generally around levels 20 to 30. Although their physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals, they were by no means formidable. Rising at 5 in the morning for 2 hours of training would undoubtedly affect their performance throughout the day. Once Zhao Changgong concluded, his demeanor softened once more as he turned to Zheng Qian with a smile. He patted Zheng Qian on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You all truly are diligent, rising at 5 in the morning. I initially thought it would be just right to summon you for training at 8. Zheng Qian chuckled, glancing at Zheng Qian, and replied softly, "We are still young, so we ought to exert ourselves." He secretly felt that the early hour was a bit excessive, but he refrained from voicing this thought in front of Zheng Qian, aware that Zheng Qian had his best interests in mind. Zhao Changgong nodded and then stated earnestly, "Since you are amenable to this schedule, you will train to enhance your physical fitness at 5 every morning. I will come by at 8 to instruct you in combat techniques. You will have the rest of the time after 10 to manage as you see fit. Is that acceptable?" Zheng Qian glanced at Zheng Qian, and seeing no objections from him, he nodded in agreement. This arrangement seemed reasonable. Finishing by 10 would allow him an hour to recuperate. Zhao Changgong smiled slightly and began to step back, simultaneously declaring, "Let us commence. Today, we will learn the first and most crucial lesson, how to flee." As he spoke, a snow-white bird-like combat beast, about half a meter in size, appeared in the air beside him. Zheng Qian recognized it as the yellow-grade combat beast, the silver snow owl, though it appeared to be merely a juvenile. The silver snow owl hovered aloft, emitting a series of cooing sounds that felt oppressively heavy. Zhao Changgong raised his hand, and the silver snow owl landed on his palm, its large eyes gazing intently at Zheng Qian and Zheng Qian, exuding an aura of intimidation despite its small stature. Zhao Changgong quickly elaborated, "As beast tamers, the first thing you should learn is not how to fight, but how to escape during combat. After all, preserving your life is paramount for a future. Therefore, today, you are prohibited from using beast techniques or talents. You must rely solely on your physical abilities and combat awareness to evade. I will have Xiao Shui attack you with snowflakes, but rest assured, Xiao Shui is only at level 2, and its snowflakes will not harm you. They will merely inflict a slight sting. Once you have successfully evaded 10 of its attacks, it will indicate that you have grasped the art of retreat. If you manage to learn this within half an hour, you may rest afterward. If not, we shall continue tomorrow." Zhao Changgong flung Xiao Shui into the air, and the creature began to conjure snowflakes that danced around it. Zheng Qian surveyed the open space, realizing that evading would not be an easy feat. Zheng Qian remained composed, showing no signs of worry. Dahe, in front of Zheng Qian, appeared utterly unperturbed. Meanwhile, Yuming stealthily attempted to slink away, clearly reluctant to partake in the exercise. Zhao Changgong, observing Yuming's sneaky demeanor, smiled slightly. He fixed his gaze on Yuming and declared, "You cannot escape. You must participate as well." Yuming mewed in protest, but Zhao Changgong offered no opportunity for dissent, stating firmly, "Let the practice begin." In the next instant, the snowflakes surrounding Xiao Shui surged forth at an astonishing speed, cascading toward them. Zheng Qian, evidently more experienced, darted to the left, while the black-striped tiger veered to the right. Zheng Qian's awareness was somewhat lacking, He ran straight ahead, with Yu Ming trailing closely behind him. Their speed could not match that of the approaching snowflakes, and both Zheng Qian and the cat were struck by the flurry. Though they were not injured, the stings were genuine, akin to being pelted with small stones. "Ah, meow," they cried out in dismay, continuing to sprint forward. Song Heading, exasperated, shouted from the sidelines. "Do not run in a straight line. Haven't you noticed its attacks are all linear? If you veer left or right, you could evade this initial wave." This reminder jolted Zheng Qian back to his senses. Realizing his earlier mistake, he hastily veered to the left. Indeed, while the snowflakes still pursued him, the density of the attacks had significantly diminished. Chapter 12. Rapid Progress. Zhao Changgong observed the two humans and their beasts dashing across the plaza, appearing nonchalant. Yet he was meticulously scrutinizing Zheng Qian and the others. Song Heading demonstrated clear expertise and ease during his evasive maneuvers, likely due to prior training. Although he had yet to consistently avoid 10 consecutive attacks, he managed to evade the majority and, when faced with unavoidable strikes, instinctively shielded vital areas. Zhao Changgong was not surprised by this. After all, Song Heading had emerged from the Beast Tamer Academy, which provided more complex training environments for such scenarios. The black-striped tiger exhibited greater agility and a sharper sense of evasion, yet its slower speed resulted in a higher number of hits compared to Song Heading. Yu Ming, benefiting from its small size and swift movements, managed to evade the most attacks by constantly changing direction. However, Zheng Qian's performance was rather dismal. At this point, the snowflakes released by Xiao Shui were not as densely packed as before, with each individual receiving a different barrage of snowflakes. Among the 10 snowflakes, Zheng Qian would undoubtedly be struck by at least 7. At this moment, Zheng Qian found himself at a loss for words. Despite his utmost efforts to evade them, it proved futile. His innate talent offered little enhancement to his physical capabilities, rendering his speed and reflexes only marginally superior to those of an ordinary individual. He was currently exerting every ounce of strength to dodge, yet the results were far from satisfactory. Observing Zheng Qian, Zhao Changgong did not perceive him as weak or inferior. After all, Zheng Qian had not previously undergone any training in this regard. The fact that he could persevere and had not chosen to cease or voice complaints, coupled with the visible improvement in his reaction speed, left Zhao Changgong quite pleased. As long as one's attitude remained commendable and persistence was upheld, improvement was inevitable. As time passed and fatigue mounted, Zheng Qian and his companions began to move with increasing clumsiness, their speed waning. Only Yu Ming, relying on his swift agility, successfully evaded all 10 snowflakes after nearly 2 hours, while the others failed to escape the onslaught. When the time came, Zhao Changgong called a halt to the exercise. "All right, come back," he instructed. Xiao Shui flew back to Zhao Changgong's side, perching on his shoulder. After 2 hours of exertion, it appeared unexhausted, nudging Zhao Changgong affectionately while emitting soft coos. Zheng Qian, pallid and weary, sank to the ground, appearing even more fatigued than after running 10 laps around the square. The relentless change of direction and frantic sprinting had taken a toll on both his mental and physical state, surpassing the exhaustion of running the laps. Song Heading, though slightly better off, also bore a pale complexion. He took out a stamina-restoring potion and took a sip before handing the remainder to Zheng Qian. After Zheng Qian drank from the restorative potion, he looked at Zhao Changgong with an expression of relief, as if saved from dire straits. With a hint of reluctance, Zheng Qian asked, "How is Xiao Shui so powerful? After 2 hours of continuous assault, does it possess that much energy?" Although the number of snowflakes Xiao Shui conjured had diminished over time, it was still only a level 2 battle beast. The notion that a level 2 creature could sustain such an onslaught for 2 hours was beyond Zheng Qian's comprehension. Zhao Changgong gently patted Xiao Shui's head and explained, "It is because I synchronized my energy with Xiao Shui." Upon finishing, he stretched languidly. "That's enough for today. You may return to rest and resume your tasks." After a couple of days, Song Heading had become adept at evading 10 snowflakes attacks with ease, yet he maintained high standards for himself and continued participating in the evasion training. Another day passed, and the black-striped tiger had also succeeded in completely dodging the 10 snowflakes. On the 5th day of training, Zheng Qian finally managed to barely evade the relentless assault of the 10 snowflakes, igniting a surge of excitement within him. After all, 2 hours of heightened concentration each day was indeed exhausting. Nevertheless, he felt satisfied with his progress. After 5 days of training, he had developed a degree of foresight and preemptive dodging against the distant snowflakes, coupled with his daily routine of running 10 laps around the square for physical conditioning. His physique had significantly improved compared to before. Zhao Changgong approached Zheng Qian, nodding in satisfaction as he spoke quickly. "Not bad, achieving this level in just 5 days. It took me a full 10 days to reach your current proficiency." He gave a thumbs up, radiating encouragement. This praise instantly lifted Zheng Qian's spirits, who had initially felt disheartened by being the last to meet the requirements. Feeling invigorated, he eagerly inquired, "What will we train on tomorrow?" The exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger was irresistible. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Changgong replied, "Tomorrow, we will begin training combat skills." Since the training would focus on combat techniques, it was clear that learning would occur through actual combat. He continued, "You have two options. The first is for me to arrange for someone to engage you in one-on-one combat. The second is for me to find someone to take you outside base 3 to confront some lower-level exotic beasts." He looked expectantly at them. Zheng Qian instinctively inclined towards the idea of arranging for someone to fight, as he had no desire to face exotic beasts. These creatures were notoriously ferocious, and even the weakest posed significant dangers. After all, only the more docile exotic beasts could be tamed and utilized as battle beasts. Moreover, exotic beasts were generally far more aggressive than their battle counterparts. Within the same tier, exotic beasts exhibited greater ferocity and combat prowess. Song Heading spoke up first. "If the person you find can ensure our safety outside, then we should seek out exotic beasts for combat." His tone was resolute, and he turned to Zheng Qian. Without needing to think, he knew that Zheng Qian would likely prefer not to venture outside, so he quickly added, "To rapidly enhance our combat skills, we must engage in real battles. Additionally, if we defeat exotic beasts, we can provide sustenance for our battle beasts, and with more combat experience, we can gain greater energy to elevate our levels. Therefore, as long as our safety is guaranteed, venturing outside is the best option." His words effectively silenced Zheng Qian's impending protest. Zhao Changgong, smiling broadly, reassured them, "Rest assured, I won't send you too far, even if there are exotic beasts nearby. They will only be of a few levels. I will dispatch 2 level 20 beastmasters to accompany you, ensuring your safety." The following morning, as Zheng Qian and Song Heading arrived at the square prepared to begin their 10 laps, Zhao Changgong approached with 2 young men in their mid-20s. He appeared to be yawning, clearly still adjusting to the early rise. Zheng Qian recognized the 2 men. They were likely residents of the base. Previously, they had only exchanged passing glances, with no further interaction. Zhao Changgong introduced them. "These 2 are Zhao Qi and Qian Fei, a level 23 Beastmaster and a level 25 Beastmaster, respectively. With them around, as long as you do not exceed the patrol range of base 3, you will be safe." Zhao Qi and Qian Fei greeted Zheng Qian and Song Heading with friendly smiles, appearing to be quite amiable individuals. Zheng Qian returned their smiles, while Song Heading merely nodded, appearing somewhat aloof. Zhao Changgong continued cheerfully, "As for your work, just return before noon as before. If you encounter any issues outside and cannot make it back, that is also acceptable." Zheng Qian hesitated momentarily, then quietly murmured, "Our wages won't be affected, right?" His primary objective for being here was to earn money. While he was pleased with his training and growth, he did not want to jeopardize his income. Zhao Changgong waved dismissively, "Rest assured, your wages will absolutely remain unaffected. Cultivating 2 powerful beastmasters is far more beneficial than having 2 working in the kitchen." He would have directly transferred Zheng Qian to the combat unit, if not for his concerns about Zheng Qian's potential resistance. Therefore, the mere pretext of work to keep Zheng Qian here, along with the trifling salary, was of little consequence to him. Zhao Chong turned to Zhao Qi and Qian Fei, advising, "You would do well to avoid venturing too far. When encountering exotic beasts, as long as those 2 can handle it, you need not intervene. The utmost priority is to ensure their safety." Zhao Qi and Qian Fei nodded in agreement, both cheerfully affirming, "Rest assured, we will certainly protect them." Accompanying Zheng Qian was far more relaxed compared to their usual patrols. Moreover, Zhao Chong had assured them that if they could take good care of Zheng Qian, they would receive an increased salary. Presently, Zheng Qian and his companion were regarded as prized assets, and naturally, they would be treated with utmost care. The 4 departed from the number 3 outpost. Having arrived by vehicle earlier, Zheng Qian had not taken the time to observe his surroundings closely. Now, upon exiting the outpost, he meticulously surveyed the area. Beyond the road they traveled, dense woods lay to the rear, while the other directions unfolded into vast expanses of grassland. The surroundings were eerily silent, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Zhao Qi, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "There are typically more exotic beasts in the woods, as they connect to the distant forest where wildlife is abundant. It's also where we usually focus our patrols. However, others will soon be heading into the woods, and our presence might disrupt them, so let us initially search in the open fields instead. There are some level 1 and 2 exotic beasts there, and the highest will not exceed level 5. You'll find them manageable, and it will also refine your combat skills." Zheng Qian obediently nodded, filled with curiosity about his surroundings, and expressed no dissent. Song Heading, appearing indifferent, also nodded, and the quartet proceeded eastward. Zhao Qi, exhibiting an affable personality, struck up a conversation with Zheng Qian. The captain holds you in high regard. I've been here for 3 years, and it's my first time witnessing him invest such effort in others. Typically, he remains aloof unless something goes awry. Zhao Qi's tone carried a hint of envy. Zheng Qian chuckled shyly, murmuring, perhaps he's just being considerate because we're younger. Zhao Qi, however, shook his head. There are many younger individuals. Both Qian Fei and I arrived here shortly after becoming beast tamers, yet we never received such attention. He continued, his voice tinged with longing. You're favored by the captain. As long as you maintain a good rapport with him, if he gets promoted in a couple of years, he might take you to the city. Life would be quite comfortable then. Even if he doesn't take you back, remaining at the no. 3 outpost could lead you to become the new captain after he departs. Zhao Qi's words prompted a subtle nod from Qian Fei. Zheng Qian had not contemplated such distant prospects, so he merely laughed along, occasionally chiming in with agreement. Song Heading remained aloof, uttering not a single word. As they approached approximately 2 kilometers from the number 3 outpost, they encountered their first exotic beast, a white-class combat beast, the giant fur rabbit. The giant fur rabbit can grow over 2 meters long and more than half a meter high. Despite its size, it possesses minimal aggression, generally remaining docile unless provoked. Renowned for its delectable meat and exceptionally warm fur, it serves as one of humanity's primary sources of sustenance. With an astonishing reproductive rate, a giant fur rabbit matures from birth to adulthood in merely 6 months, and a female can produce over a dozen young in a single litter, giving birth monthly, making them virtually inexhaustible. Zhao Qi assessed the giant fur rabbit and, lowering his voice, quickly stated, this is a level 2 exotic beast. However, given its singular attack method and weak combat capability, it is perfect for you to practice on. Mei Lin nodded in agreement. Song Heading remarked blandly from the side. Such a low-level beast is unworthy of my intervention. Leave it to you. After he spoke, Zhao Qi shot a glance at Song Heading. Throughout their journey, Song Heading displayed a consistently indifferent demeanor, which contrasted sharply with Zheng Qian's cheerful disposition. Zhao Qi and Qian Fei found themselves less fond of Song Heading. And upon hearing his comments, Zhao Qi quietly asked, what level of beast do you desire? Can you handle it? At Song Heading's age, even the most adept beast tamers generally only manage level 2 or 3 beasts, leading Zhao Qi to perceive him as overly conceited. Song Heading replied coolly, I can already defeat level 5 exotic beasts. Zhao Qi and Qian Fei exchanged surprised glances, then Zhao Qi shrugged nonchalantly. Suit yourself. Our task is to ensure your safety. Whatever else you wish to do is beyond our concern. Song Heading nodded coolly, and Zheng Qian, along with Yu Ming, swiftly approached the giant fur rabbit. Chapter 14. The first kill of an exotic beast. The giant fur rabbit was grazing on the ground, naturally less alert than other exotic beasts. They typically react only when under attack. Thankfully, their reproductive capabilities compensate for their sluggishness. Otherwise, they would have been eradicated long ago. Although Zheng Qian could have utilized his linking talent to render the giant fur rabbit defenseless, the purpose of this outing was to hone their combat skills. Thus, as they neared the attack range, Zheng Qian mentally commanded Yu Ming, attack. Yu Ming dashed at full speed behind the giant fur rabbit and leaped onto its neck. Its small stature made it appear even more diminutive atop the giant fur rabbit. The creature, sensing the added weight, instinctively leaped into the air. Despite its size, it was unaffected by its own leap, springing 3 meters into the air and 4 meters forward, wildly thrashing to dislodge Yu Ming. Ultimately, it landed with a thud, akin to a small mountain collapsing to the ground, yet failed to shake off Yu Ming. Zheng Qian continued issuing commands. Paw strike. Yu Ming's front paws enlarged and came crashing down on the giant fur rabbit's neck. Although the giant fur rabbit lacked offensive strength, its thick fur provided substantial defense, mitigating the impact of Yu Ming's attack, prompting it to leap even more frantically. Observing that the paw strike was ineffective, Zheng Qian issued another command. Tear. Yu Ming's claws elongated, glinting menacingly, before crossing to grasp the giant fur rabbit's neck. This attack proved exceedingly effective. As 8 long gashes appeared on the giant fur rabbit's neck, the edges jagged as if violently torn. Blood gushed forth, and the giant fur rabbit thrashed more violently. However, with subsequent uses of the tear technique, the wounds widened, and the giant fur rabbit gradually succumbed to weakness, collapsing onto the ground. Zheng Qian gazed at the scene before him, a radiant smile illuminating his face. This marked his inaugural true encounter with a monstrous beast. Although he had only vanquished the weakest of foes, the giant fleece rabbit, his heart swelled with joy. The ethereal creature, Yu Ming, eagerly began to gnaw at the wounds of the slain rabbit, voraciously consuming its flesh and blood. Most carnivorous beasts and battle creatures possess the ability to restore vitality and heal injuries through the consumption of flesh, simultaneously augmenting the energy within their bodies. Utilizing beast techniques can also enhance one's energy, as can the innate talents of beast tamers. Zhao Qi and his companions approached, their expressions tinged with surprise. While the giant fleece rabbit was not particularly formidable, Yu Ming was equally diminutive, and its swift conquest of the rabbit had taken them by surprise. Zhao Qi quietly inquired, "What is your talent? Did you employ it just now?" Zheng Qian briefly described his talent, then added softly, "I did not utilize my gift earlier. Had I done so, the giant fleece rabbit would have posed no resistance, which would undermine the purpose of honing my combat skills, wouldn't it?" Zhao Qi and Qian Fei exchanged glances, finally comprehending why Zhao Chonggong had expressly instructed them to safeguard Zheng Qian. If Zheng Qian's talent were to flourish, their safety at base 3 when confronted by hordes of beasts would significantly increase. Exchanging silent communication, Zhao Qi quickly stated, "It seems the giant fleece rabbit is no longer a challenge for you. Let us seek out a more formidable beast." The quartet ventured further afield, encountering several more giant fleece rabbits along the way, yet they pressed on without pause. Eventually, they spotted a black lizard towering over 3 meters in height from a distance, prompting Zhao Qi to halt. His demeanor turned grave as he swiftly remarked, "That is a blackstone lizard. It appears to be a level 4 beast." The scales of the blackstone lizard possess formidable defensive capabilities, sufficient to withstand attacks from level 6 beasts. Additionally, blackstone lizards are social creatures. Should one come under attack, it will swiftly attract nearby companions. This time, you shall engage it in battle. The blackstone lizard's strong defenses will not allow for an easy kill. But once other blackstone lizards are drawn in, your talent will come into play. You must train your gift in conjunction with your battle creature. Zheng Qian scrutinized the blackstone lizard, noting its imposing stature and the glossy black scales that adorned its body. It bore a resemblance to a gigantic black python, albeit with a rotund belly and 4 legs, its mouth lined with sharp, protruding fangs, far more daunting than the giant fleece rabbit. With a hint of trepidation, Zheng Qian murmured, "A level 4 beast? Do you think I can manage?" Yu Ming was merely at level 1, and he too was only at level 1. Although the combat prowess of beasts generally escalates significantly every 10 levels, a difference of 3 levels could indeed prove challenging. Song Heading, standing nearby, quietly encouraged, "Give it a try. If you find it too daunting, I will assist you." Zheng Qian's earlier grumbling had been but a fleeting expression of doubt. He had no intention of surrendering. Nodding resolutely, he charged towards the blackstone lizard alongside Yu Ming. The blackstone lizard displayed a heightened alertness compared to the giant fleece rabbit. As Zheng Qian and Yu Ming approached within 10 meters, the lizard detected their presence and charged directly at Zheng Qian. When they were merely 5 meters apart, 2 earthen spikes suddenly erupted from the ground in front of Zheng Qian, poised to impale him should he advance. He deftly sidestepped the spikes, while Yu Ming leaped onto the lizard's head. "Strike!" Zheng Qian commanded, and Yu Ming's claws collided with the blackstone lizard's head, producing a thunderous sound. Though the lizard sustained no damage, it was incensed. Its rotund body collapsed, rolling upon the ground. Concurrently, a multitude of earthen spikes erupted in a 3-meter radius around it, evidently an attempt to crush Yu Ming beneath its bulk, allowing the spikes to pierce the creature's body. However, Yu Ming nimbly leaped aside during the lizard's fall, landing outside the range of the emerging spikes. Zheng Qian observed the blackstone lizard with a serious expression. Indeed, a level 4 beast proved far more troublesome than a level 2. As the lizard righted itself, Zheng Qian swiftly activated a link, dispersing the lizard's physical state onto Yu Ming. Yu Ming's form instantly doubled in size, while the freshly risen blackstone lizard slumped weakly back to the ground. "Rend, target its eyes for a critical strike," Zheng Qian commanded. Yu Ming leapt before the blackstone lizard, claws poised to strike at its eyes. At that moment, dozens of earthen spikes surged from the ground, aiming directly at Yu Ming's body. Instinctively, Yu Ming leapt away, while 4 additional blackstone lizards charged towards their position. Chapter 15, Slaying the Blackstone Lizard. Upon witnessing the 4 blackstone lizards barreling toward him, Zheng Qian instinctively glanced at Zhao Qi and the others. He had anticipated their assistance, but Zhao Qi merely called out, "Try it first. If it becomes too much, we will intervene. Do not worry, it is merely a blackstone lizard. We can ensure your safety." With this, Zheng Qian, though anxious, steeled himself to confront the challenge. He summoned Yu Ming back to his side, as the 4 blackstone lizards entered the range where his talent could take effect. Using his talent on such a multitude of beasts was a first for him, and he was uncertain of the outcome. Therefore, he dared not allow them to close in too closely and activated his link talent. As his talent activated, he dispersed the physical states of the 5 blackstone lizards and concentrated it onto Yu Ming. Yu Ming's form swelled dramatically, transforming from a small creature into a fearsome entity nearly 1.5 meters long and half a meter tall, muscles rippling and body appearing somewhat uncoordinated. Losing all semblance of cuteness, now exuding an aura of ferocity. Zheng Qian's expression turned serious. Through their bond, he sensed Yuming had reached its limit. Any further enhancement would only harm Yuming's body. Meanwhile, the physical states of the 5 Blackstone lizards had been dispersed, their effectiveness diminished, yet they remained capable of combat, albeit with noticeably reduced speed. Despite being in close proximity, they refrained from utilizing beast techniques, clearly affected by their energy depletion. Yuming, it's up to you now. Strike! Zheng Qian shouted. Yuming surged forward with astonishing speed, akin to teleportation, directly confronting the nearest Blackstone lizard. Once more employing the strike command, Yuming's claws impacted the lizard's head, slamming it into the ground. Rend! Zheng Qian commanded again, as Yuming's glinting claws seized the Blackstone lizard's eye, extracting it with a deep wound that revealed the glistening brain matter within. The lizard emitted a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 Blackstone lizards charged forward, abandoning their beast techniques and opting to collide with Yuming using their robust bodies. The Blackstone lizard is not particularly renowned for its swiftness. Rather, its formidable attributes lie in its impenetrable scales and its instinctual tendency to support its companions when one is under attack. Consequently, it is rare for beast tamers or other creatures to provoke a Blackstone lizard. At present, however, their fragmented physical states render them incapable of confronting the phantom. As they charged forward, the phantom leaped onto the head of one of the Blackstone lizards, with a tear, and at Zheng Qian's command. Yet another Blackstone lizard succumbed to the ground. Soon, the remaining 3 followed suit, unable to defend against the phantom's onslaught. In this state, they were no match for the phantom. From a distance, Zhao Qi and Qian Fei witnessed the entire spectacle, astonishment evident in their eyes. A level 1 beast tamer and a level 1 combat beast had vanquished 5 level 4 Blackstone lizards with remarkable ease. To them, this was nothing short of miraculous, as they had not encountered such a phenomenon in recent years. Zhao Qi turned to Song Heading, asking in a hushed tone, "Could you achieve such a feat?" A hint of astonishment flickered in Song Heading's eyes as he contemplated for a moment before responding swiftly. "I could defeat these 5 Blackstone lizards, but not with such ease or speed. I would need to engage them in a war of attrition, and it would take me at least several minutes to slay them." As he spoke, a glimmer of frustration crossed his gaze. After his previous defeat by Zheng Qian, he had consoled himself with the notion that it was merely due to his unfamiliarity with Zheng Qian's talents. However, witnessing Zheng Qian dispatch the 5 Blackstone lizards, which he himself found challenging, compelled Song Heading to concede that apart from combat experience and physical prowess, Zheng Qian had surpassed him in every other regard. Qian Fei chimed in softly, "Truly remarkable. Captain has truly found a gem. If he continues to grow, our 3rd stronghold will be considerably safer." Zheng Qian dispersed the physical status of the Blackstone lizards from the phantom, which then reverted to its original form. It began feasting on the flesh and blood of the slain lizards, while Zheng Qian sensed a surge of energy within his own body. The enhancement of a beast tamer's energy predominantly relies on the frequent utilization of their talents. Each activation allows for a slight increase in energy during the recovery phase. Returning to Zhao Qi's side, Zheng Qian excitedly inquired, "Did I perform adequately?" He felt a sense of satisfaction with his own display. Zhao Qi gave a thumbs up, generously praising him. "Impressive. You are far more skilled than I was at your level. When I was nearing level 10, I could barely slay 5 level 4 beasts in a short span. You have accomplished this at level 1, making you one of the most formidable beast tamers I have ever encountered." Qian Fei concurred, "You will undoubtedly evolve into a highly skilled beast tamer in the future." Such accolades bolstered Zheng Qian's confidence, transforming his demeanor into one of self-assuredness. Zhao Qi surveyed their surroundings and quickly stated, "If we can locate the nest of these 5 Blackstone lizards, we might discover their offspring or eggs. Bringing them back could yield a substantial profit from the beast tamer core. Let us search." With that, the 4 of them set off in the direction where the Blackstone lizards had initially come from. Generally speaking, beasts do not stray far from their nests. As they traversed the flat terrain, it wasn't long before they stumbled upon a large hole extending downward, unmistakably the lair of the Blackstone lizards. Given the species' activity range, Zhao Qi crouched down to listen intently to the sounds emanating from within and soon stated, "There should be no mature Blackstone lizards inside. Let us send someone in to investigate and retrieve whatever is there." At this, Zheng Qian volunteered, "I'll go. I have yet to experience something like this." His excitement was palpable. Zhao Qi nodded, and Zheng Qian leapt into the hole. The cavern was spacious and not overly deep. Upon landing, he advanced forward for nearly 10 meters before reaching the end. It was evidently wider there, scattered with an assortment of bones, and in the corner lay 4 round eggs, each the size of a human head. A radiant smile spread across Zheng Qian's face upon seeing the eggs. The eggs of beasts are generally easier to cultivate into combat beasts than their juvenile counterparts, thus commanding a higher market price. As he approached the 4 eggs intending to take them, he inadvertently noticed a golden egg, about the size of his fist, nestled among the others. It was clear that the egg was on the verge of hatching, with visible cracks and a moving silhouette inside. Curious, Zheng Qian crouched down to observe the egg. Having never witnessed a beast hatching before, after only a few seconds, a tiny claw suddenly broke through the shell, stretching outward. Chapter 16. The second combat beast. The claw was diminutive, covered in a fine layer of scales, appearing exquisitely crafted as if sculpted by an artist's hand. Zheng Qian gazed at this scene, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Was this a black stone lizard hatchling? It seemed unlikely, as it did not resemble the others from the outset. The other 4 eggs were clearly black stone lizard eggs, but this one was evidently different. Moreover, black stone lizards could not possibly be golden. Yet, what was about to emerge from the egg appeared to be just that, golden. Could it be that a black stone lizard had preyed upon another beast, leaving this egg behind? The thought crossed his mind, gaining traction with each passing moment. After a moment's hesitation, Zheng Qian first carried the 4 black stone lizard eggs outside. Zhao Qi and Qian Fei were elated upon seeing the eggs. This was a stroke of good fortune. Although blackstone lizards were not particularly formidable beasts, many low-level beast tamers with weaker talents favored them for their robust defenses. Selling just 1 egg could yield a decent sum of gold beast coins. Most of those who joined the beast tamer corps were from less affluent backgrounds. Even the smallest gain was welcome. There is still one more, Zheng Qian declared before jumping back into the hole. When he looked at the egg again, the small figure inside had emerged significantly. A tiny lizard, no larger than Zheng Qian's palm, shimmered in golden hues. Its slender body adorned with a small horn atop its head, rendering it quite adorable. It appeared unafraid of Zheng Qian, gazing at him with wide eyes for a few seconds before emerging entirely from the shell and turning to begin munching on the remnants of the eggshell. Zheng Qian scrutinized the little lizard, rifling through his memory of known beasts, but none matched this creature. Generally, it is rare for a beast to be born so small. After all, lower-tier beasts typically lack powerful beast techniques, so they generally possess a robust physique and larger size to ensure they can hunt for food and avoid starvation. The little lizard devoured the eggshell quickly, soon finishing it and gazing up at Zheng Qian. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Qian decided to bring the little lizard to Zhao Qi and the others for identification. Perhaps they could recognize what kind of beast it was. Just as he reached out to grab the little lizard, it suddenly vanished without a trace, reappearing on Zheng Qian's shoulder in the next instant. Zheng Qian's heart raced, and instinctively, he reached out to catch the little lizard. Though diminutive in stature, the little lizard possessed the remarkable ability to effortlessly shatter eggshells, and an attack aimed at its head would undoubtedly pose a threat. However, the creature vanished once again before Zheng Qian could make contact, reappearing next to the egg it had previously occupied, its round, glistening eyes fixated on Zheng Qian, who, in turn, stared wide-eyed at the little lizard. Upon regaining his composure, Zheng Qian murmured, "Was that a beast technique?" His mind was awash with incredulity. While it is true that most oviparous extraordinary beasts possess a modicum of survival skills upon birth, the adeptness with which this newly hatched lizard wielded its beast techniques, coupled with its evident intelligence, led Zheng Qian to realize that this creature was no ordinary being. This revelation further solidified his desire to form a contract with it as a battle beast. At this moment, Zheng Qian spoke gently, "Do not be afraid. I merely find you quite beautiful." He sensed no hostility from the little lizard, which seemed rather affectionate, as evidenced by its previous perch upon his shoulder. The lizard flicked its tongue, emitting a barely audible hiss. A thought crossed Zheng Qian's mind regarding a belief that some extraordinary beasts perceive the first living being they see upon birth as their mother. However, no beast tamers could definitively identify which species exhibited this behavior, and it was often regarded as an anomaly. Exercising caution, Zheng Qian addressed the lizard. "Would you be willing to form a contract with me? Once we do, we shall never be apart." Although he was uncertain of the lizard's species, its behavior suggested that it was of a considerable rank. The little lizard could not respond, yet Zheng Qian remained patient, continuing, "If you agree, I would like to touch you. Please do not flee." After a brief pause, he approached the lizard, crouched down, and gently stroked its head. To his delight, the little creature did not run away. A smile blossomed on Zheng Qian's face as he made a small incision on his hand and directly formed the contract with the lizard. The moment the contract was established, he felt an immediate surge of pressure. This was the reason most beast tamers opted to contract a battle beast only after reaching every 10th level, without sufficient rank. Contracting multiple beasts could inflict harm upon the tamer's body. However, Zheng Qian remained unperturbed, bolstered by his Beast King talent. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to designate the little lizard as his Beast King. Although he was still unaware of its species, he was confident that it surpassed the level of the Shadow Beast. Furthermore, Zheng Qian had no intention of revealing the lizard's existence just yet. The Shadow Beast had already exhibited remarkable prowess. Should it be designated as the Beast King, while its combat effectiveness would undoubtedly increase, it would also attract undue attention. He preferred to remain inconspicuous, making the designation of the little lizard as the optimal choice. Activating his Beast King talent, Zheng Qian appointed the little lizard as the Beast King. Its body visibly enlarged, and its scales shimmered with an enhanced brilliance, appearing almost like an exquisite piece of art when still. Unfortunately, lacking a beast scanning device, and given that low-ranking beast tamers could not fully sense the condition of battle beasts, he remained unaware of the lizard's newfound strength. However, he did perceive 4 beast techniques: invisibility, devour, spatial traversal, and spatial blade. The presence of 2 techniques related to space elicited an uncontrollable grin from Zheng Qian. To prevent any external detection of anomalies, he whispered to the lizard, "From now on, you shall be called Kong Kong. Please hide for now. I cannot reveal you yet." Kong Kong obediently nodded, and in the next moment, it leaped onto Zheng Qian's shoulder and vanished from sight. Not only did its form disappear, but its very essence also faded. Without the unique connection between a beast tamer and their battle beast, Zheng Qian would have sensed nothing of Kong Kong's presence. Confirming that the cave harbored no other entities, Zheng Qian exited. After wandering outside for a while, they encountered a few extraordinary beasts, but these creatures prudently retreated before they could approach. As noon approached, the quartet returned to Base 3. Throughout the journey, Zheng Qian had been observing the other 3, relieved to find that they remained oblivious to Kong Kong's existence. Each of them delivered their respective blackstone lizard eggs to Base 3, and the currency earned would only be deposited into their accounts when salaries were dispersed, heightening Zheng Qian's anticipation. Chapter 17. Returning to the city. Half a month had swiftly elapsed. During this time, apart from a single day of torrential rain when Zheng Qian refrained from battling extraordinary beasts, he ventured out each morning. His rank had ascended to a level 2 beast tamer. The energy within him had increased, improving his physical prowess, though his innate talent remained unchanged. As most talents only enhanced upon reaching level 10, the Shadow Beast had also advanced to level 2. While its size had not altered significantly, its physical condition had improved considerably due to the daily consumption of fresh extraordinary beast flesh and rigorous training. Its fur had become even darker and shinier, maintaining its adorably rotund appearance, yet its combat skills had markedly advanced. Zheng Qian and the Shadow Beast had developed a profound synergy. At times, the Shadow Beast could even anticipate Zheng Qian's commands. Furthermore, during this half-month, Zheng Qian discovered numerous extraordinary beast eggs and younglings. Although they had to be shared, this accumulation had led to a substantial sum of beast currency. Kong Kong had remained undiscovered for half a month, only emerging when they were alone, allowing Zheng Qian to provide it with sustenance. Despite its small size, Kong Kong exhibited an astonishing appetite, devouring food as though it would never be satiated. One day, upon returning to Base 3, Song Heading remarked, "You should be receiving your salary soon. I have matters to attend to in the city. Would you like to accompany me? Tomorrow morning, we shall return with Chunhong's vehicle." Without hesitation, Zheng Qian nodded in agreement. He calculated the time he had been away and, although he had received 2 letters from Puya indicating that things at home were relatively well, he longed to see it for himself. However, a flicker of concern crossed Zheng Qian's face as he inquired, "Will the captain grant us leave?" Generally, the beast tamers stationed at the base were not permitted to take time off freely. Only pressing matters could warrant a request for leave, and each individual had a set number of days off per year, which had to be utilized in a consolidated manner. Song Heading shrugged nonchalantly. "I'll speak to him. He won't refuse." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian chuckled and nodded. "Then I shall accompany you." A glimmer of anticipation danced in his eyes. Although he had previously entrusted Chunhong with several messages, he understood that if he did not return, his family would undoubtedly worry. A visit home would grant him peace of mind. Song Heading worked efficiently, securing their leave from Zhao Changong, who even arranged for a vehicle to transport them back to the city. Once aboard, the pair soon found themselves swaying back into the bustling city. As they entered through the gates, the lively sounds surrounding them felt almost overwhelming to Zheng Qian, who had grown accustomed to the tranquil atmosphere of Base 3. The vehicle glided directly into the realm of the Beastmasters, where the 2 alighted. At that moment, Song Heading spoke swiftly, "We shall reconvene here tomorrow." Zheng Qian nodded, and the 2 promptly parted ways. After inquiring with several individuals, Zheng Qian successfully located the dormitory area of the Beastmasters. In a letter from Fuya, He had been provided with detailed information regarding their dormitory number, allowing him to find their accommodations with ease. The living conditions were quite commendable. Each dormitory building stood 6 stories tall, with 2 households per floor, and his family resided on the ground level. As Zheng Qian knocked on the door, it swung open, revealing Fuya, who immediately pulled him in and twirled him around twice. Only after confirming that Zheng Qian bore no injuries did she finally exhale in relief, her eyes glistening. It is such a relief that you are unharmed. Please, come inside. While Fuya was observing Zheng Qian, he too took a moment to appraise her appearance, noting that her complexion had significantly improved since their last parting. She no longer bore the pallor of illness. It was evident that her circumstances had greatly improved during their time apart. Upon entering, Zheng Qian surveyed the interior of the dwelling. Although not brand new, the furnishings were ample, and Fuya, being industrious, had maintained a pristine environment. This place appeared to be a marked improvement over their previous home. In a hushed tone, Zheng Qian inquired, "Mother, are you finding it comfortable living here?" Fuya, her face adorned with a joyful smile, guided Zheng Qian to the sofa. With reddened eyes, she nodded and softly replied, "It is wonderful here." The Beastmasters, upon learning of our family's situation, not only negotiated with your father's creditors to prevent them from demanding repayment, but also provide us with complimentary meals 3 times a day. Furthermore, they arranged for medical professionals to assess my health, and I have received free treatment. My condition has improved markedly. They also recognized that we once owned a veterinary clinic and knew of my prior assistance there, which led them to offer me a relatively easy position at the clinic. While it is not officially part of the Beastmasters, it provides me with a monthly stipend of 3,000 gold beast coins. They have even enrolled your younger siblings in the Beastmaster School, enabling them to learn about exotic beasts and undergo structured physical training. This is all thanks to you. Fuya looked at Zheng Qian with deep affection, yet she could not help but feel a pang of guilt. It was undeniable that Zheng Qian's enlistment in the Beastmasters had afforded their family this improved existence. Without his decision, it was uncertain whether they would have survived as a family of 4. Sensing the weight of Fuya's gaze, Zheng Qian feigned excitement and quickly reassured her, "Mother, you need not worry about me. I am well regarded by the captain at the 3rd outpost. He treats me exceptionally well. I am not required to leave the outpost and can merely assist with minor tasks. I even have my own battle beast." He then lifted the creature, a shadowy figure lying beside the sofa. "This is Yu Ming, my battle beast. It is quite formidable, and even the captain has praised it." Fuya, upon hearing of Zheng Qian's favorable circumstances, felt a sense of relief wash over her. She gazed at Yu Ming, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, determined, Fuya rose and walked towards the bedroom, returning shortly with a small package in hand. The parcel was no larger than 2 palms and appeared to be crafted from exquisite materials resembling golden silk. Although devoid of intricate patterns, the fluid lines seemed to dance, reminiscent of flowing water. Zheng Qian was witnessing such an object for the first time in his 18 years. Fuya, her gaze fixed on the package, expressed a mixture of reminiscence and sorrow, her voice gentle as she spoke. "In truth, I am quite selfish. Each item within this package, even the package itself, could easily be sold for sufficient funds to help us through our hardships, yet I cannot bring myself to make such a decision." Her face was etched with remorse as she opened the golden thread securing the parcel and gently poured its contents onto the table. Within lay 4 items: a white jade ring, a small golden token adorned with intricate designs, a rolled-up beast hide scroll, and a crystal vial the size of a thumb, containing a viscous light green liquid. Zheng Qian gazed at the 4 objects with confusion. His curiosity piqued as he softly asked, "Mother, what are these?" Chapter 18. Fuya's Origins. Fuya's expression was a tapestry of complexity, nostalgia intermingled with fear, regret, and sadness. The amalgamation of these emotions culminated in a deep sigh as she steeled herself, speaking softly. "You often inquired as a child why you had no grandparents. Do you remember?" Zheng Qian nodded gently. As a child, he had noticed that some friends visited their grandparents, yet he had never heard mention of his own. He recalled asking his mother where they had gone, only to be told they were far away. As he matured and came to understand the finality of death, he realized that his grandparents must have passed, leading him to cease his inquiries. Curiosity stirred within him as he wondered why she had suddenly brought up his grandparents. Fuya sighed, her voice laden with sorrow as she continued, "In truth, your grandparents are alive and their standing is quite extraordinary. My family, your grandparents' lineage, is part of a prominent clan, so formidable that any member arriving in our city would warrant a personal reception from the city lord." Zheng Qian was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, having never fathomed that his frail and ailing mother possessed such a remarkable background. However, he quickly realized that her silence on the matter implied a rift had formed between her and her parents. Otherwise, he would have been aware of their existence throughout his life. Indeed, Fuya, her face etched with sorrow, continued, "When I first became a beast master, I was rebellious, having awakened a rare purple talent that marked me as a prodigy. Yet, the rules of such a prominent family were numerous. Even the way one spoke, ate, walked, or held their head was governed by strict regulations. Any transgression, even amidst my awakening, would result in punishment. Young and headstrong, I felt I deserved a broader horizon, unshackled by constraints, so I fled from the city where my family resided. I believed that with my talent, given time, I would become strong. And upon returning to the family, I would hold a high status, free from the burdens of those rules, perhaps even abolishing them entirely." Zheng Qian scratched his head, his expression one of perplexity. Though he could not fully grasp the oppressive nature of life within a prominent family, he understood that the resources available to such families were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, no matter how hard they worked. To relinquish those readily accessible resources for the sake of freedom seemed a foolish endeavor. Seeing the contemplation in Zheng Qian's eyes, Fuya recognized his thoughts. She offered a bittersweet smile and spoke softly. "For a long time thereafter, I regretted my decision. Everything I have endured since is my punishment." She sighed deeply, regaining her composure before hastily continuing. "Not long after I fled, I met your father, who was unlike anyone I had encountered before. What I had previously encountered were the heirs of various powerful factions, each one noble, elegant, aloof, and at times, it seemed that even a mere word exchanged with others felt like an immense privilege. However, your father was quite the opposite. He was warm-hearted, engaging in conversation with great enthusiasm, and capable of making me laugh. Unlike those individuals, he did not overly concern himself with gains and losses, although he was rather ordinary, lacking any formidable beast-taming talent. Even if he were to attain the pinnacle of strength, he would still never qualify as a protector in my eyes. Yet, it was precisely during that time that I found myself drawn to his uniqueness. Eventually, we became a couple, but then, due to an unforeseen accident, I sustained severe injuries that rendered me incapable of becoming a powerful beast tamer. At that time, my parents, your grandparents, had secretly met me once. Yet by then I had lost the right to return to the family, for I had become a burden, and returning would only make me a subject of ridicule." As Fuya recounted this, her heart ached so profoundly that it was almost difficult to breathe. Taking a deep breath, she managed to steady her breath and continued, "Your grandparents had only me as their child, and they were reluctant to relinquish me. Thus they bestowed upon me the 4 items contained within this package, items that I would have originally received had I not left the family. Each of these 4 items serves a distinct purpose. The ring contains a storage space capable of holding inanimate objects and, for a short time, living beings as well. The token signifies identity. Holding this token upon returning to the family would reveal me as their child, thus securing their full support in my cultivation and inheritance of the status and resources I should have possessed. Of course, the price of this is a loss of freedom. For nurturing a qualified heir is not something everyone can endure. The parchment contains records of all the extraordinary beasts cataloged by the family, along with methods for cultivating battle beasts, serving as an encyclopedia of both extraordinary and battle beasts. As for that vial of potion, a single drop can revive even the gravely injured, saving anyone who is not beyond the brink of death." Zheng Qian gazed in astonishment at the 4 items before him. Aside from the token, each item could fetch an astronomical price if sold. Although the token itself could not be sold, the resources it could yield were undoubtedly staggering. He found himself at a loss for words. Each of these items could indeed resolve the crises they had previously faced, yet utilizing them for such purposes would be a gross underutilization of their potential. With a long sigh, Fuya tightly grasped Zheng Qian's hand, her expression one of deep concern as she softly said, "According to my plan, these items were meant to provide you and your siblings each with a choice. You 3 could select 1 item each, and once your choices were made, I could utilize the remaining item to alleviate our family circumstances. Initially, I intended to wait until your 18th birthday to assess your talents, and then reveal these matters to you, allowing you to make your selection. However, your father's actions left me utterly disheartened, and I feared that you too might betray our little family, which is why I hesitated to present this to you." Holding Zheng Qian's hand tightly, she earnestly stated, "Now that you are doing so well, you may select any one of these 4 items. This is your rightful entitlement." She averted her gaze, fearing that Zheng Qian might harbor resentment towards her. At that moment, Zheng Qian had no intention of blaming Fuya. He understood that his father's actions had indeed taken their entire family by surprise, and he could empathize with Fuya's concerns. However, the 4 items laid before him posed a dilemma. Each was indeed remarkable, making his decision quite challenging. After nearly half a minute of contemplation, Zheng Qian finally reached a conclusion. Chapter 19, The Parchment. Zheng Qian spoke earnestly and softly. "I wish to choose the parchment." Upon hearing Zheng Qian's choice, Fuya neither acquiesced nor declined, but gently inquired, "Could you share your reasoning?" "In my view, the functionality of the parchment is the least significant among these items." Fuya spoke candidly. While the parchment served as an encyclopedia of extraordinary and battle beasts, for a beast tamer, such knowledge was merely supplementary rather than essential. After all, items that could enhance combat capability were the most valuable. Zheng Qian nodded and quickly articulated his thoughts. "The ring holds little significance for me, as I am part of the Beast Tamer Corps, where everything is almost transparent, and I am unable to secretly venture out to hunt extraordinary beasts. Therefore, I have no need for a storage solution that requires privacy. My life within the Beast Tamer Corps is quite simple, rendering the ring nearly useless. As for the token, I must admit it does tempt me. After all, acquiring it might lead to receiving the full support of my grandparents, which would undoubtedly improve my circumstances immensely." Zheng Qian paused, shaking his head in resignation. "However, I trust that since you, mother, cannot endure the family's rules, I might not withstand them either. Moreover, although I have yet to interact with the members of the larger family, each powerful beast tamer I have encountered possesses an air of superiority. Even if I were to approach my grandparents with this token, while they may treat me kindly and refrain from bullying me, it is inevitable that others within the family would seek to make my life difficult, leading to even harsher circumstances." He continued, "Furthermore, my current life in the Beast Tamer Corps is quite satisfactory, and I have no desire to sacrifice my freedom." Hearing Zheng Qian's sentiments, Fuya gently nodded, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Had Zheng Qian chosen the token, she would not have stood in his way. Yet, she understood all too well that selecting the token would entail a loss of freedom, even if resources were acquired. Zheng Qian continued to share his thoughts with a serious tone. "As for the vial of potion, it is only useful when one is in need. If not, no matter how precious, it remains merely an object to behold. Currently, I do not need it for combat, making it of little significance to me. At least for the time being, I find no opportunity to utilize this potion, rendering it the least beneficial option in my view." He then cast a glance at the parchment, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "As for the parchment, I find it to be of great necessity right now." He sighed in resignation. "Under normal circumstances, I should be attending the Beast Tamer Academy, where I would systematically learn about various extraordinary beasts and cultivation techniques for battle beasts. However, I cannot attend the academy, and the Beast Tamer Corps currently only teaches me combat skills. Relying solely on self-exploration would take an extensive amount of time and could lead me astray." He expressed his eagerness. Thus, this parchment, which records various extraordinary beast data and cultivation methods for battle beasts, could help me avoid many detours. My understanding of extraordinary and battle beasts has been limited to the experiences accumulated while assisting at the Beast Hospital and the introductions from Song Heading and others, leaving me woefully underprepared. After all, a beast tamer must not only command battle beasts in combat, but also cultivate them. Given my current understanding, achieving this is exceedingly challenging. Even if it does not assist me directly in combat, it will enable me to cultivate powerful battle beasts more rapidly, indirectly aiding my combat capabilities. Therefore, I choose the parchment. Thus, as long as I delve deeply into my studies, I will be able to assist my younger siblings in the future. In every conceivable aspect, this path aligns perfectly with my current self." Upon hearing Zheng Qian articulate his thoughts, Fuya responded with a gentle nod, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of reassurance and pride. "You have considered this thoroughly. In that case, I am at ease," she remarked. She had always perceived Zheng Qian as a child, harboring concerns that he might struggle to navigate various challenges. Now, witnessing his earnest contemplation leading to a prudent choice and an independent mindset, she felt confident that Zheng Qian would not be at a disadvantage among others. "Very well. Take this hide scroll with you, and I shall teach you how to utilize it. As for the others, I shall retain them. And you must not disclose this to anyone, not even to your siblings. I wish to allow them to make their own choices when they mature. After all, if word of the remaining items were to leak, it would incite a frenzy, and we would be unable to safeguard them." After imparting her instructions, Fuya observed Zheng Qian nodding vigorously. "Rest assured, I shall not utter a single word," he replied, fully aware that even a single item could provoke insatiable greed. Should the news reach outsiders, countless individuals would undoubtedly seek trouble. Fuya gathered the other 3 items and then unfurled the hide scroll before Zheng Qian. Previously rolled. The scroll had not revealed much to Zheng Qian, but now, as it lay open, he noticed its seemingly plain appearance, devoid of any discernible patterns. With a serious countenance, Fuya instructed, "You must let your blood touch it." Zheng Qian placed his hand near Yu Ming's mouth, and the creature bit him gently. Drawing forth a drop of blood, he let the blood fall onto the scroll, and in response, crimson patterns began to emerge, covering the once blank surface. Just as Zheng Qian anticipated the appearance of a design, The scroll unexpectedly transformed into a beam of red light, soaring towards his forehead and vanishing within. A surge of tension coursed through Zheng Qian, and before he could react, a stream of information materialized in his mind. To his astonishment, the hide scroll manifested within his consciousness. This peculiar state allowed the scroll's intricate patterns to be vividly imprinted in his mind. Casting a glance at Yuming, Zheng Qian merely willed it, and the scroll within his mind instantaneously displayed the details of Yuming. Name: Yuming species, giant claw cat rank, orange tier level, level 2 beast techniques, tier, paw strike, frenzied bite. Affection level, 32 points. Preferences: fish, claw sharpening, sunbathing. Chin scratches, head pats. Dislikes: snakes, dogs, foul-smelling beasts. Evolution path: mighty cat, frenzied cat, requires no items for evolution within a 10-kilometer radius. Special evolution path: none. Comprehensive cultivation index: 2 stars. Observing the data revealed on the hide scroll, Zheng Qian discerned its similarity to the beast scanner. Yet it surpassed the scanner by providing an additional function related to sensing items that could aid in evolution within a 10-kilometer radius. This realization brought an unmistakable smile to his face. Evolution not only promised a transformation in the species of battle beasts, but also enhanced their rank, techniques, and myriad other attributes. With the possession of this hide scroll, he could now detect any items capable of facilitating Yuming's evolution within the specified distance, simplifying the quest for Yuming's advancement significantly. In that moment, he was utterly convinced that his decision had been the wisest choice. Chapter 20. The function of the hide scroll. At this juncture, Fuya spoke softly. This hide scroll was fortuitously obtained by a beast master from our family long ago. The specifics of its origin remain shrouded in mystery, yet that master, despite possessing only a green talent, nurtured several formidable battle beasts through its use, significantly contributing to the family's ascendancy in subsequent generations. Later, the family endeavored to inscribe additional functions onto the scroll. If no alterations have been made during my absence, it should possess 4 capabilities: detecting information about beasts and battle beasts, searching for items necessary for battle beast evolution, revealing the weaknesses of beasts, and assisting in the growth of battle beasts. Since you have just formed a contract with the scroll, some functions may not yet be accessible, but as you utilize it more frequently, you will unlock those capabilities. There may be further functions, but I am not privy to them. Traditionally, the previous user would select the most talented beast master among the younger generation after their passing to wield it. I have not had extensive contact with it, only hearing of its existence. As Fuya conveyed this, Zheng Qian nodded gently. He had indeed identified the functions of detecting information about beasts and searching for items required for evolution. However, he had yet to engage with the other 2 functions. A flicker of confusion emerged in Zheng Qian's mind, and he quietly inquired, if this item is so significant, why would my grandparents entrust it to my mother? It seems like a treasure that would warrant careful guardianship, especially if it could influence the rise or fall of a family. At this, Fuya shook her head lightly, her expression tinged with curiosity. I am uncertain. Your grandparents have not mentioned it to me. With that, Fuya's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Regardless, it is now in your possession. Utilize it wisely, and do not disclose it to anyone, not even your younger siblings. They are still quite young, and if it catches the attention of someone with ill intent, it could easily be compromised. Upon hearing Fuya's admonition, Zheng Qian nodded earnestly. After a brief discussion with Fuya, he resolved to withdraw a portion of his earnings to repay debts. Although his father had borrowed primarily from high-interest lenders, a small portion was from acquaintances. While he could not currently repay the high-interest loans, the amounts owed to known individuals were modest. And with some funds now at his disposal, Zheng Qian was determined to honor his commitments. After all, if the relationship had not been strong, they would not have lent his father money. After sharing his intentions with Fuya, he received her support. She looked at him with a sense of pride and softly remarked, "That is the right course of action. I had intended to suggest the same. You should first repay Grandma Lu. She, being an elderly lady, lent your irresponsible father 5,000 gold beast coins, and her current circumstances must be quite challenging." Zheng Qian nodded in agreement and promptly left home. The Beast Master Corps boasted an array of comprehensive facilities, and Zheng Qian found a bank where he could deposit and withdraw beast coins. Armed with his identification card, he excitedly accessed the account reflecting his earnings from the past month and a half. Prior to this visit, he had estimated he would receive around 7,000 gold beast coins, 3,000 as a basic wage, 2,000 in allowances from the outpost, and an additional 1,000 from Zhao Chonggong for his extra efforts, totaling 6,000. Furthermore, he had heard from Zhao Qi that submitting beast eggs and young beasts to the Beast Master Corps would yield special bonuses once a certain quantity was accumulated. Thus, he anticipated that 7,000 might even be a conservative estimate. When he beheld the staggering amount of 118,000 displayed on the bank's self-service withdrawal machine, Zheng Qian was momentarily taken aback. He suddenly recalled that when he awakened his talent, there was mention of a subsidy of 100,000 coins. At that moment, he was so elated about his formidable ability that he completely overlooked this matter. Additionally, there was a 1,000 coin subsidy for voluntarily enlisting in the Beast Tamer Corps. Now, he found himself pleasantly surprised. The remaining 8,000 likely constituted his wages. However, it seemed that the 1 month's salary he had advanced to his family had not been deducted. After pondering for a moment, Zheng Qian proceeded to the counter to exchange different checks corresponding to the amount he knew his father owed. Consequently, the balance on his identity card dwindled to a mere 30,000 coins. Upon leaving the bank, Zheng Qian ventured to the home of the debtor to repay the checks he had exchanged. Regardless of the initial amount borrowed, he generously added an extra 1,000 golden beast coins, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having caused them anxiety for such an extended period. The unexpected extra coinage brought joy to everyone, and even those who had previously expressed discontent greeted him with smiles. I knew your father may not be much, but you are a good child. If you ever find yourself in need again, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. These matters are trifles, they exchanged polite remarks. To which Zheng Qian graciously responded. Yet, he was acutely aware that, regardless of the future circumstances, these people would never again lend money to his family. The last visit was to Grandma Lu's home. Her residence was not far from his own, and being a solitary elderly woman, Zheng Qian had never encountered her family. However, due to their proximity and the amicable relations his mother, Fuya, maintained with the neighbors, she often brought food and drink to Grandma Lu, fostering a cordial relationship between the two households. Just as Zheng Qian was about to knock on the door, he overheard voices in the courtyard. Grandma, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave now. If I finish early this evening, I will come by. If it's too late, I will visit next time. Do not wait for me or worry about me. Although the conversation was not loud, Zheng Qian instantly recognized the voice of Song Heading. During their interactions, despite Song Heading being somewhat taciturn, Zheng Qian could never mistake his voice. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. First, that Grandma Lu had relatives. Second, that Song Heading referred to her as Grandma. Rest assured, I have lived alone for many years and am accustomed to it. Just take care of yourself, and I will be at ease. The two were evidently walking towards the door while conversing, when suddenly the main door swung open, revealing a mutual gaze between the individuals inside and outside. Upon seeing Zheng Qian, Song Heading's expression momentarily shifted to one of surprise, quickly replaced by a frown as he coldly questioned, Are you following me? Zheng Qian, initially intrigued by their relationship, felt speechless at the remark and retorted, I am here to see Grandma Lu about something. Do not flatter yourself. Why would I follow you? Grandma Lu, spotting Zheng Qian, smiled warmly and gently remarked, Xiao Qian is my neighbor. You know each other? Song Heading nodded subtly, then quickly added, We are classmates at the Beast Tamer Academy. He cast a glance at Zheng Qian, signaling him not to divulge anything about the Beast Tamer Corps. Zheng Qian understood and smiled, affirming, Yes, we are classmates. He then produced the check and handed it to Grandma Lu. This is the money my father owes you. My mother asked me to return it. Chapter 21, An Inviting Gesture. Grandma Lu, aware of Zheng Qian's family circumstances, expressed mild astonishment upon hearing he was there to repay a debt. She accepted the check, verified its authenticity, and inquired softly, Where did your family acquire such a substantial amount of golden beast coins? Given their close proximity, she was aware that Zheng Qian's family had previously been pursued by creditors. She had never pressed them for payment. With Zheng Qian's family absent for some time, she had grown somewhat concerned. Now, seeing him arrive with such a considerable sum, her curiosity deepened. Zheng Qian had intended to speak candidly. However, considering Song Heading's desire to keep the Beast Tamer Corps a secret, he concocted a story. I awakened a green-level Beast Tamer talent in the academy. Upon learning of my family situation, provided me with a sum to ensure my peace of mind while studying there, which I used to repay debts. After discussing it with my mother, she insisted that I prioritize repaying you, hence my visit. Upon hearing this, Grandma Lu accepted the check without further resistance. Though she murmured with some confusion, When did the Beast Tamer Academy become so generous? Fearing that lingering would lead to exposure, Song Heading interjected, Grandma, we have other matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. If I have time this evening, I will come back to see you. He grasped Zheng Qian's arm, leading him out as Zheng Qian quickly added, Grandma Lu, I will visit again when I can. There is no need to worry about my family. They have all been arranged for at the Beast Tamer Academy. Grandma Lu smiled and nodded, advising, Do come often, and ensure you maintain a good relationship. The two responded in unison, Yes, we understand, as they walked some distance away, confirming that Grandma Lu had not followed. Song Heading released Zheng Qian and, with a serious expression, urged, "Do not tell Grandma that I joined the Beast Tamer Corps. She will undoubtedly worry." Zheng Qian nodded in agreement, and then quietly asked, "Are you really Grandma Lu's grandson? I previously thought she was a solitary elder. I never heard she had family." His eyes sparkled with curiosity about the relationship between Song Heading and Grandma Lu. Without answering directly, Song Heading turned to Zheng Qian and casually inquired, "How did you come to know my grandmother?" Zheng Qian, having no reservations, explained their neighborly connection. His curiosity remained evident, prompting Song Heading to clarify. "She is indeed my biological grandmother. She is not a lonely elder. She bore 3 sons and 2 daughters. My father is the second-born." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian regarded Song Heading with a peculiar expression, his intrigue intensifying. After all, Chen Hong had mentioned that Song Heading's uncle was an 80th level beast tamer, a prominent figure in the city. It seemed implausible that such a person would allow his mother to reside in such a remote and dilapidated area. Sensing Zheng Qian's perplexed gaze, Song Heading explained, "My 2 aunts live in other cities and rarely visit here. My uncle is also not from this city, but frequently returns to see Grandma. Perhaps you have simply not encountered him. My family, in the past, was not from this city either, so I had only visited once before, which you likely missed. As for my uncle, he and Grandma have had some disagreements, resulting in many years of estrangement, hence you would not have met him. Perhaps this led you to believe Grandma was a lonely elder, but she is not. We had previously considered having her move in with us, but she declined." After speaking, Song Heading glanced at Zheng Qian, adding earnestly, "Please do not disclose my enlistment in the Beast Tamer Corps to Grandma." Receiving the gravity of Song Heading's request, Zheng Qian promptly nodded in agreement. Song Heading clearly did not wish to discuss the matter at hand, and proactively inquired, "Have you finished your business in the city?" Zheng Qian nodded gently. "I repaid my debts with my salary. Now I have no other tasks at hand. I'll return home tonight to share a meal with my family. And then I await my return to Base 3 tomorrow." Upon hearing his plans, Song Heading took the initiative to suggest, "Then accompany me to purchase some items, shall we?" Zheng Qian was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Although they shared a room, Song Heading maintained a demeanor of indifference in all his actions, resulting in a rather distant relationship between them. Throughout their time together, despite sharing meals and sleeping quarters, Song Heading had rarely engaged him in conversation beyond mere critiques. Zheng Qian had always felt that Song Heading perhaps looked down upon him. Thus, he was taken aback by this sudden invitation to accompany him on a shopping excursion. And naturally, he could not refuse. "Certainly, I shall procure some potions as well, to avoid relying on yours every time," Zheng Qian acquiesced. Song Heading did not respond further, and the two walked quietly along the path until they arrived at the entrance of a beast combat shop. The beast combat shops in the city were predominantly chain stores, offering a wide array of items essential for beast tamers. Here one could find beasts, potions, and various weapons and armors suitable for tamers. However, the prices in legitimate beast combat shops tended to be rather steep. Beyond these establishments, there were shops specializing in singular categories, such as potion shops and weapon shops, where items were often more affordable, making them more popular. Upon entering the beast combat shop, they found it sparsely populated. This marked Zheng Qian's first venture into a formal beast combat shop, where prices were at least double those of other stores. His family had never frequented such places, even when they could afford to spend. Song Heading appeared quite at ease, striding directly to the counter and swiftly addressing the clerk behind it. "I would like 30 bottles of stamina recovery potions. The most basic kind will suffice. Additionally, 10 bottles of injury recovery potions and 10 bottles of energy-enhancing potions. Again, the most basic varieties." The clerk, her face adorned with a smile, nodded and began retrieving the requested potions from a hidden compartment below. Once she had gathered everything, she cheerfully informed him, 30 bottles of stamina recovery potions will cost you 15,000 gold coins. The injury recovery potions are priced at 10,000 beast coins, and the energy-enhancing potions at 30,000 beast coins, bringing the total to 55,000 beast coins. Currently, we have a promotion for purchases exceeding 50,000 gold coins. We offer a complimentary sample of a random high-grade potion. However, as you arrived rather late today, we only have one sample of the Bloodlust potion available for beast combat, which I shall gift to you. She produced a small crystal vial containing a dark red potion that resembled blood. Song Heading presented his identity card to the clerk, preparing to collect the potions on the counter. At that moment, a pair of hands seized the vial of Bloodlust potion, accompanied by a mocking voice from beside him. "Isn't this the expelled Song Heading? How bold of you to dare enter the city." Zheng Qian and Song Heading turned to the source of the voice. Encountering a boy of similar age, his face twisted in derision. Behind him stood 4 others, 2 boys and 2 girls, all clad in the uniforms of the Beast Tamer Academy. The 5 of them regarded Song Heading with a unified gaze of disdain, indicating their less-than-friendly relationship with him. Song Heading maintained a stoic expression, revealing no sign of emotional fluctuation. Zheng Qian recalled what Chun Hong had mentioned. Song Heading had been sent to the Beast Army following an incident at the Beast Tamer Academy. Observing the expressions and actions of these individuals, Zheng Qian surmised they had come to stir trouble, likely due to matters pertaining to the academy. Internally, he lamented his misfortune but outwardly exhibited no signs of distress. Song Heading directed a cold gaze at the boy clutching the bloodlust potion and calmly stated, "Release it." His expression remained impassive, and his voice, though devoid of warmth, carried an unmistakable authority that momentarily flickered a hint of fear in the boy's eyes. However, the boy quickly recovered, retorting with a cold sneer, "You've been expelled from the Beast Tamer Academy, yet you still dare to act so arrogantly? You're merely courting death." A flicker of ferocity ignited in Song Heading's eyes, clearly irked by the provocation. The clerk, sensing the escalating tension, maintained her professional smile and gently interjected, "This is a beast combat shop directly affiliated with the City Lord's mansion. If you create a disturbance here, you will be pursued by the City Lord's authorities. Therefore, I kindly ask this customer to relinquish the bloodlust potion. In our establishment, should you instigate trouble, I will have no choice but to summon assistants to have you removed." The boy holding the bloodlust potion's expression soured upon hearing this. Yet, he dared not cause a scene within the shop. With a disdainful huff, he released the vial. Nevertheless, he had no intention of departing quietly. His eyes filled with challenge as he taunted Song Heading, "If you have the guts, don't be a coward. Let us step outside and have a match. So you can grasp just how vast the chasm between you and us is now that you've been expelled from the academy." Song Heading collected the potions from the table into his bag, casting a cold glance at the group from the Beast Tamer Academy. "Leave," he stated with unmistakable clarity, showing no desire to engage with them. It was not out of fear, but rather a result of his uncle's explicit warning to avoid any further altercations with those from the academy to prevent giving the academy's principal a reason to find fault. Had it not been for this admonition, he would not have afforded them the opportunity to speak. The 5 from the academy, misinterpreting Song Heading's reluctance to engage as a sign of fear, believed him to be intimidated. The boy who had been vocal thus far arrogantly proclaimed, "You're nothing but a coward. Now that you've been expelled from the Beast Tamer Academy, you'll never be able to rival us. It's best if we don't cross paths in the city again. If we do, you can count on being beaten each time." Hearing this, Song Heading's fists clenched tightly, his fury nearly palpable. Yet, recalling the sacrifices his uncle had made on his behalf, he knew he could not further burden him. Taking a deep breath, he turned and walked towards the exit. Zheng Qian, seeing Song Heading leaving, hurriedly followed suit. Just as he took a few steps, he felt someone grasp his wrist. Turning, he found it was the boy who had earlier instigated trouble with Song Heading, now regarding him with disdain. Before Zheng Qian could react, the boy sneered, "So you're this way, slacky?" Zheng Qian forcefully pulled his hand free, frowning as he looked at the boy. "Yes, my friend," he asserted quickly, attempting to move past him as he sensed trouble brewing. Fortunately, both he and Song Heading managed to exit the beast combat shop, but the 5 behind them pursued closely. The 5 quickly positioned themselves before the duo, with the previously vocal boy's eyes gleaming with malice as he declared, "This is no longer the domain of the beast combat shop. You shall not leave today." Song Heading remained silent, yet his mind was already calculating how long it would take to eliminate the 5 individuals before him and find a way back to the 3rd stronghold. The group, misinterpreting his silence as fear, observed him with a mix of disdain. At that moment, a petite girl beside them looked at Zheng Qian with contempt, pinching her nose as if he were refuse, and muttered, "Being with Song Heading, you must be nothing but trouble. Just look at those rags you're wearing. It seems trash does indeed associate with filth." Zheng Qian felt a surge of anger at this remark. He had never been one to tolerate disrespect, having dealt with all kinds of people while assisting at the family veterinary clinic. Although typically amiable, he would retaliate when provoked. With a scornful gaze fixed on the 5, he retorted sharply, "Are you 5 dogs? I don't even know you, yet you bite at the mere sight of me? Are you from the Beastmaster Academy? Haven't they taught you that rabid dogs like you should be leashed? Otherwise, you might just get yourself killed." Zheng Qian's disdain for them was unmistakable. Song Heading looked at him in surprise. During their time in the Beastmaster army, Zheng Qian had always been the cheerful type, seemingly easy to provoke. Now, hearing Zheng Qian hurl insults, he realized that Zheng Qian's previous calm demeanor stemmed from a genuine good nature, rather than weakness. The girl who had insulted Zheng Qian finally reacted, her face twisted with rage as she shouted, "How dare you insult me? You're asking for death." As her voice fell, a 2-meter-long emerald green snake appeared at her side, lunging toward Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian had anticipated this moment. While combat was prohibited in the city, the instigator would bear the brunt of the blame. He activated his linking ability, dispersing the energy within the bodies of those nearby, then concentrating it on the shadowy creature. Yuming. In an instant, the 5, along with the snake, collapsed, utterly drained of strength. Teach them a lesson, but don't take their lives, he instructed Yuming swiftly. The creature lunged forward, striking at the 5 without extending its claws, yet the force of its blows elicited anguished cries. Zheng Qian then delivered harsh kicks to the 2 who had provoked him, cursing them with venomous words. So weak, and still you dare to insult me? A worthless wretch. A pathetic fool. He added a couple more kicks for good measure. Remember, if you're weak, keep your mouth shut. This is just in the city, outside these walls. I assure you, your fate would be far worse. With that, he kicked them one last time, leaving them to wail as he and Song Heading departed swiftly. Chapter 23. The ostracized Song Heading. Once they had distanced themselves, Song Heading's expression turned serious as he spoke quickly. Their identities are not trivial, having crossed them. You may find trouble ahead. Zheng Qian was not surprised by this. After all, those 5 had dared to confront Song Heading, which implied they were not of ordinary standing. He murmured softly, could they possibly be stronger than the Beastmaster army? Hearing this, Song Heading gently shook his head. That is highly unlikely. The Beastmaster army protects the city and holds the highest status within it. They are fair and protective of their own. No one would dare provoke them. Zheng Qian dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, a smile creeping onto his face. If they don't dare provoke the Beastmaster army, then I am safe. They are so vile. I cannot simply allow them to bully us without consequence. At this, Song Heading suddenly said quietly, I feel I have dragged you into this. If you weren't with me, they likely wouldn't have troubled you. Zheng Qian brushed aside the notion nonchalantly. It's fine. They came looking for trouble first. We're friends. There's no need to speak of burdens. He did not feel burdened at all and could sense that Song Heading's attitude toward him had notably warmed, his gaze softening from its previous coldness. Sensing an awkward atmosphere, Zheng Qian hesitated and then asked softly, I'm actually quite curious about what transpired at the Beastmaster Academy. He continued quickly, if you don't wish to share, that's perfectly fine. I'm merely curious. Chun Hong had spoken rather vaguely, and through his observations, Zheng Qian had discerned that despite Song Heading's aloofness, he was fundamentally a good person, generous with his resources, albeit prone to sarcasm. Such a character typically would not engage in egregious behavior. A shadow crossed Song Heading's eyes as he replied softly, after I joined the Beastmaster Academy, I ranked first in the entrance exam and then again in the initial assessment. Zheng Qian was not surprised by this revelation. He had witnessed Song Heading's prowess in battle. Though he had not seen him unleash his full potential, it was evident that Song Heading possessed extraordinary talent, easily allowing him to surpass his peers in combat. With Dehei by his side, he was indeed formidable, and securing first place was entirely reasonable. However, my consecutive victories drew envy, he continued. The resource allocation at the academy is based on assessment rankings. The higher your rank, the more resources you receive. Having been first twice, I naturally acquired a substantial amount of resources. The academy encourages students to form teams, as a lone beastmaster and their creature often struggle against magical beasts at lower levels. Thus, students are advised to establish their own teams from the outset. However, once in a team, resources must be shared among members, as everyone must contribute to the battles. If one member is too strong while the others are weak, the latter become a liability. Therefore, those with ample resources tend to share with those who have less. As the one who ranked first and received the most resources, it was only natural that many sought to form teams with me to claim a share of my resources. Zheng Qian furrowed his brow at this. It sounded grossly unfair. After all, rankings were based on merit, yet the resources earned were expected to be divided among others. Had he been in such a position, he would certainly feel dissatisfied, especially upon first joining the academy when mutual familiarity was still lacking. Song Heading continued coldly. At that time, several individuals ranked just behind me approached, seeking to form a team. I am reluctant to associate with them. Each one of those individuals possesses an inflated sense of self-worth, making them exceedingly difficult to engage with. However, a teacher from the Beastmaster Academy approached me, explaining that every year, each academy must dispatch a team to participate in competitions. Thus, it was imperative that I join forces with them to form the most formidable team, which would enhance our chances of achieving a higher ranking in the contest. Consequently, I had no choice but to ally with them. Once the team was formed, they insisted that I pool my resources with theirs and divide them equally. I acquiesced, as the resources provided by the academy, though more abundant due to my higher standing, were not vastly superior to what they had received. Sharing would incur a minor loss on my part, but I deemed it a worthwhile investment in fostering amicable relations. Yet, they proved to be exceedingly unreasonable. Not only did they demand the resources granted to me by the academy, but they also insisted on seizing items that my family had bestowed upon me, all while refusing to contribute their own academy resources for equitable distribution. A flicker of anger flashed in Song He-ting's eyes as he continued hastily. I was already at a disadvantage, and their audacity knew no bounds. This led to a confrontation, culminating in a rather unpleasant altercation. Those individuals were ruthlessly sinister. When they realized I would not bend to their will, they conspired to poison me and covertly abducted me from the academy, subsequently coercing me outside, attempting to force me into submission as their servant. Zheng Qian regarded Song He-ting with sympathy, aware that his pride would never permit him to accept such indignities. Indeed, Song He-ting swiftly added, however, those fools overestimated their control over me. Seizing the opportunity, I retaliated and eliminated several of them, leaving only the dean's grandson, who managed to flee. Afterward, the dean's grandson returned to inform the dean that I had instigated the conflict, resulting in the deaths of the others. Upon witnessing his grandson's severe injuries, and recognizing that many of the other top-ranking beast masters had met their demise at my hands, the dean coerced me into signing a servitude contract, binding me to a lifetime of service at the academy and submission to his grandson's authority. Naturally, I was unwilling to comply. Ultimately, it was my uncle who intervened, compensating them generously to secure my release from the academy. Zheng Qian listened intently, his expression filled with empathy. A promising talent forced out of the academy, now compelled to hide within the ranks of the beast army for survival. This was a tremendous loss for both the academy and the entire city. Song He-ting shrugged helplessly. Those individuals were clearly provoking me. They likely aimed to force my hand. Once I retaliated, the dean would undoubtedly find grounds to trouble me. I suspect he has no intention of letting this go. Chapter 24. The resentful dean. At this moment, Song He-ting turned to Zheng Qian, a faint smile gracing his features. I owe you my gratitude for today. They clearly had no intention of allowing me to depart. Had I engaged them, it would have led to significant trouble. I wish to spare my uncle from further sacrifices on my behalf, which is why I endeavored to remain composed, nearly losing my restraint. He then produced 3 vials of potions, 5 of each, presenting them to Song He-ting. Consider this a token of my appreciation. Zheng Qian felt a twinge of temptation, aware that these potions held considerable value. Even if he chose not to use them, selling them would yield a handsome profit. However, he ultimately shook his head, displaying a generous demeanor as he declined. It was merely a trivial act, and those ruffians instigated the confrontation, compelling my response. We are friends. Such deeds do not necessitate formal gratitude. Keep these for yourself. Song He-ting, however, did not refuse and accepted the potions back. He surveyed their surroundings, his expression turning serious as he spoke rapidly. I must seek out my uncle. Today, as events may not conclude so easily. On our journey back to the Beast Army tomorrow, I will request his assistance in ensuring our protection. He patted Zheng Qian on the shoulder, his voice softening. If you have no other matters to attend to, it would be wise for you to return promptly, lest those individuals come searching for you. Zheng Qian nodded in agreement, discerning the direction before parting ways, heading straight back to the Beast Army dormitory. Within the confines of the army, he harbored no fear of their harassment. Song He-ting swiftly made his way back to his uncle's home. Upon arrival, he sought out his uncle, Song Qiao, recounting the earlier conflict with a grave demeanor. Those individuals would not have sought me out without cause. The dean of the Beastmaster Academy must have discovered my return, thus intentionally sending someone to provoke me, awaiting my response to create further complications. Therefore, as I travel back to the 3rd outpost tomorrow, I fear they may lay an ambush. I hope you can arrange for our protection. Song Qiao nodded, a hint of helplessness in his gaze as he regarded his talented nephew, once destined for a bright future. A few years at the academy could have catapulted Song He-ting to fame in the upcoming competitions. With a bit of nurturing from the family, he could have emerged as a renowned and powerful beast master upon graduation. Yet, it was clear that such a path was now beyond reach. After a moment's hesitation, Song Qiao gently suggested, if necessary, I could arrange for you to attend a Beast Master Academy in another city. With your talent, they would surely accept you and provide protection. You would still have a promising future ahead. Song He-ting shook his head softly, his expression serious. The exchange of resources is a common practice among the academies. The issues I faced here would likely resurface in another city. As the dean, there may not be fully devoted to my interests. Moreover, even if you were willing to accept me, the students in that academy might perceive my presence as a threat to their resources, potentially leading to a repeat of these events. At this moment, Song He-ting's thoughts drifted to Zheng Qian, a smile appearing on his lips. Furthermore, I have encountered a rather intriguing individual, endowed with remarkable talent and intelligence. I believe he is destined for greatness. Together, even if we do not tread the path of the Beastmaster Academy, we can still carve out a notable reputation within the Beast Army. Thus, the current situation is quite satisfactory. Understanding that pressing his nephew on matters he was unwilling to consider would be futile, Zheng Qian nodded in agreement. Tomorrow, I will arrange for a few individuals to accompany you to the third outpost. You need not worry about safety. That old man, despite his reluctance, would not dare to attack a convoy of the Beast Army. With this assurance, Song Heting finally felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Beast Master Academy, the 5 individuals who had previously clashed with Song Heting stood before an elderly man with graying hair, the academy's dean. Xiacheng, the boy who had previously mocked Song Heting, now averted his gaze from Xiacheng, lowering his head as he spoke softly. This is the situation as it stands. Song Heting did not lay a hand on us. Rather, it was the individual beside him who employed some mysterious method that rendered us utterly powerless in an instant. We were unable to summon our battle beasts, and the energy within us seemed to vanish without a trace. To add insult to injury, we were subjected to humiliation. None of the 5 of us dared to meet Xiacheng's gaze. After Song Heting returned to the city, those whom Xiacheng had enlisted sought us out, instructing us to confront Song Heting. The moment Song Heting engaged, others lurking nearby would rush to his aid, apprehending him under the pretense of protecting the students of the Beast Master Academy. However, to our astonishment, Song Heting refrained from striking, and those Xiacheng had gathered chose not to intervene while we were being bullied. Now, having endured a beating without fulfilling Xiacheng's orders, we were gripped by terror. Although Xiacheng regarded the 5 of us as utterly useless, as the head of the Beast Master Academy, he had to maintain a semblance of dignity. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "You may leave. I will still provide you with what I promised." A collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they hastily exited the office. Xiacheng then turned to a middle-aged man standing in the corner, his expression devoid of emotion as he coldly instructed. "Find a few individuals who can be bought with money. Tomorrow, have them wait at a distance outside the city. That wretched Song Heting will undoubtedly return aboard the transport vehicle from Outpost 3. Ensure they eliminate him along the way. If the plan succeeds, I can relocate them to another city and provide them with a substantial sum of beast coins, ensuring their future comfort." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before cautiously advising, "Attacking members of the Beast Master Army, if discovered, it could lead to severe consequences." Xiacheng shot him a glare that silenced him instantly. With a disdainful snort, Xiacheng quickly retorted, "That brat is ruthless. If we don't eliminate him now, he will certainly seek revenge once he grows stronger. But it will take time for him to mature, so he must be dealt with before then." The middle-aged man, recognizing the futility of further argument, nodded and departed. Upon returning home, Zheng Qian enjoyed a lively dinner with his younger siblings after school. The next morning, he arrived at the entrance of the Beast Master Army, and it wasn't long before Song Heting appeared, carrying a large backpack. The 2 of them waited for less than 10 minutes when a vehicle pulled up beside them. The window rolled down, revealing Chun Hong with a smile, beckoning, "Get in. I've brought you a new recruit." Intrigued, Zheng Qian peered into the vehicle. The driver's cabin was spacious, as transport vehicles occasionally bore the responsibility of transporting members of the Beast Master Army. Alongside Chun Hong sat a girl with long hair tied in a ponytail, bangs framing her round face. Her large eyes and cherry-red lips rendered her appearance not striking but undeniably charming. As Zheng Qian and Song Heting gazed into the cabin, she curiously returned their glance. Zheng Qian expressed his confusion. Why is there a girl? He had encountered no more than 5 women during his time at Outpost 3. It was not that female Beast Masters lacked strength. Rather, the majority of the Beast Master Army stationed outside the city were men. The cohabitation of both genders in the same outpost could lead to complications. Thus, most women, even if they joined the army, remained in the city and were seldom assigned to external outposts. Even those assigned outside typically belonged to the logistical corps, and only older female Beast Masters would be sent out. The presence of a girl who appeared to be merely 18 or 19 at Outpost 3 was indeed unexpected for Zheng Qian. Chun Hong cheerfully interjected, "This is my distant cousin, Jiang Meiyan. She will be joining us at Outpost 3. He then introduced her to Zheng Qian and Song Heting. "These 2 are the Zheng Qian and Song Heting I told you about. You'll be working together from now on." Jiang Meiyan shyly greeted them, her voice barely above a whisper. "Hello, I look forward to your guidance." Zheng Qian smiled and nodded as they boarded the vehicle, but Song Heting, puzzled, inquired, "How did she end up assigned to Outpost 3? Jiang Meiyan lowered her head, a hint of sadness glimmering in her eyes, clearly burdened by unspoken troubles. Chun Hong started the vehicle and explained as they drove away, "Her situation is quite unique. Anyone who registers must join the Beast Master Army, or they will face severe repercussions. Her brother, under some duress, enlisted a few days ago. Upon learning this, their parents desperately tried to prevent him from joining. However, if he did not enlist, he would be punished, so they sent her in his stead. Recently, the city has become overcrowded, and she was bound to be assigned to an external outpost. I thought it best for her to accompany me at the same outpost, so we can look out for each other." It's certainly better than sending her alone to another outpost. Zheng Qian gazed at Jiang Meiyan with sympathy. It was evident that she had been thrust into a precarious situation. At such a young age, she should not have to endure such risks, yet here she was, destined to suffer at an external outpost of the Beastmaster army. Zheng Qian, eager to reassure her, said, "Outpost 3 is quite pleasant. Everyone gets along well. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out to us." Jiang Meiyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded and softly replied, "Thank you." She appeared to be a gentle and bashful person, and Zheng Qian chose not to press further. As the vehicle traveled outside the city, Qianhong soon noticed another vehicle trailing them. Who would dare follow a transport vehicle of the Beastmaster army? Are they seeking death? Qianhong muttered, exhibiting no signs of concern. After all, no one would be foolish enough to attack a transport vehicle unless they were courting disaster. Thus, even with a tail, Qianhong felt assured that they would not dare to strike. At that moment, Song Heading spoke nonchalantly. "We had a minor altercation with some members of the Beastmaster Academy yesterday, so I asked my uncle to arrange for protection as we head to Outpost 3. The ones following us must be them. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't dare to follow so openly." Qianhong nodded in understanding, though he remarked in surprise, "Do you really harbor such enmity with the Beastmaster Academy? Even now, they're keeping an eye on you?" Song Heading shrugged, choosing not to elaborate. Suddenly, a notification from the beast skin scroll in Zheng Qian's mind caught his attention. 10 kilometers ahead, there are items required for the evolution of the giant claw cat. This revelation sparked excitement in Zheng Qian. The previous night, he had diligently studied the beast skin scroll, discovering its remarkable intelligence and its ability to provide alerts. Regrettably, they were currently in a vehicle. Had they been on foot, he might have had the chance to procure the items needed for the giant claw cat's evolution. However, it was impossible to ask Qianhong to stop for him to search for something, especially since he could not explain how he knew the items were nearby while in the car. As the vehicle continued its journey, the notifications from the beast skin scroll kept refreshing in his mind. When the scroll indicated that they were within 100 meters of the items needed for the evolution of the giant claw cat, Zheng Qian leaned out the window to glimpse what lay beyond. Was it some kind of exotic beast or something else entirely? On either side of the road, sparse woods flanked an expanse of flat land, allowing for an unobstructed view of the surroundings. At this moment, Zheng Qian noticed 6 individuals standing less than 100 meters away, just a couple of meters from the roadside, accompanied by their war beasts. They appeared to be waiting for someone. An instinctive sense of unease washed over Zheng Qian as he murmured softly, "Those people seem rather peculiar. Why are they just standing there?" Throughout their journey from the city, they had encountered passers-by who were either moving away from the city or heading back towards it. Never had they seen anyone idling by the roadside. With a serious expression, Song Heading cautioned in a low voice, "Be careful, they may pose a threat to us." He understood that the director would not easily let things go, and thus the strange presence of those individuals by the roadside likely indicated trouble. Qianhong, somewhat dismissive, muttered, "That old fool wouldn't he dare to attack the Beastmaster core vehicle? Would he? If he truly had the audacity to do so." As she spoke, they were now less than 20 meters from the group, standing by the road. Just as Qianhong was about to accelerate and dash past them, the war beasts surged forward, charging directly at the transport vehicle. One of the beasts, a massive tusked elephant, was nearly the size of the vehicle itself, blocking its path and aiming its long tusks at the cargo area. It was evident that should the transport dare to advance, the tusks could easily pierce through the compartment. Qianhong hastily slammed on the brakes. Her eyes filled with fury as she cursed, "Damn it. They actually dare to attack the Beastmaster core vehicle?" While she vented her frustration, the other war beasts had already surrounded the transport. In a moment of defiance, Qianhong rolled down the window and shouted, "You dare to lay hands on the Beastmaster core transport? Are you seeking death?" The 6 Beastmasters in the distance, their faces obscured, had not approached too closely. One of them coldly mocked, "The facts are laid bare. Do you really think the Beastmaster core intimidates us? Once we VE obliterated you, who will know it was us?" He ordered, "Attack. Let their vehicle be destroyed, and their lives extinguished." Chapter 26. Dispersing and Escaping. 12 war beasts had converged, all appearing formidable and of considerable size, crashing into the transport vehicle with a force that caused it to sway violently. Fortunately, the vehicle was specially designed to withstand potential attacks from beasts outside the city. Constructed from high-quality materials that held firm against the onslaught, the 4 knew that this could not continue. The path ahead was obstructed, and the transport could only endure a few more collisions before it would likely malfunction. "Where's the rear vehicle?" Qianhong exclaimed in frustration. However, she was clearly more experienced than the others. At that moment, she pressed a button on the driver's console, revealing an exit on the roof large enough for a person to escape through. "Let's leave the transport. If it tips over, they will undoubtedly destroy it. And even if we hide inside, we won't escape unscathed," Qianhong urged. By now, Song Heading had already climbed out through the opening, quickly adding, "They're coming for me. I'll try to draw them away." As he spoke, he summoned Dehei and activated his innate ability, swiftly transforming his body. Together with Dehei, he leaped from the encirclement of the beasts poised to attack the transport, bolting away into the distance. Indeed, half of the beasts turned their attention towards Song Heading, while 3 of the 6 beastmasters pursued him. The pressure on them had lessened considerably. Zheng Qian utilized his linking ability to connect with the remaining beasts surrounding the vehicle, but his expression soon darkened. The disparity in levels between him and the beasts was insurmountable. Even with his linking ability attempting to disperse their energy, the effect was minimal. "Quickly, let us get out," Chen Hong urged. "Inside the vehicle, we're just waiting to perish." Zheng Qian, disregarding any hesitation, devised a method for their temporary escape. Concentrating on gathering the energy from the nearby beasts, he quickly stated, "Hold on to me. I can teleport us out of the vehicle." However, he could not guarantee how far they would go. Upon hearing this, Chen Hong and Jiang Meiyan swiftly grasped Zheng Qian's wrist, while Yu Ming leaped onto his shoulder. "Kong Kong, take us through the spatial rift," he commanded. In the next instant, their bodies vanished from the driver's seat, reappearing about 100 meters away from the transport. Chen Hong and Jiang Meiyan gazed at Zheng Qian in astonishment. However, there was no time for questions as the distant beastmasters had already noticed their escape. 2 of them, along with 4 war beasts, sprinted toward their direction. "Run. My ability can only be used once," Zheng Qian urged. Fortunately, he had concentrated the energy of the nearby beasts, allowing Kong Kong to harness enough power for a single teleportation. Yet, this had completely drained Kong Kong's energy, rendering it unable to even turn invisible and leaving it exhausted on Zheng Qian's shoulder. With a serious expression, Chen Hong quickly said, "You 2 go ahead. I'll hold them off for a moment. Perhaps if the vehicle following us catches up, we can be saved." As she spoke, she released her 2 war beasts, a massive crimson giant python, the blood poison python, and a large, white-furred gorilla, the jade-furred gorilla. Zheng Qian and Jiang Meiyan exchanged no further words, sprinting into the distance. After all, given the vast disparity in their levels, they realized their contribution to the battle would be minimal. Survival was their priority. Chen Hong confronted 2 war beasts and 1 beastmaster. The remaining beastmaster and 2 war beasts pursued Zheng Qian and Jiang Meiyan. The beastmaster that Chen Hong faced was a middle-aged man who regarded her with disdain. "A young beastmaster at such a high level is impressive, but unfortunately for you, today is your last day," he sneered. As he spoke, his 2 war beasts, a wind wolf and a crimson-toothed tiger, lunged at Chen Hong's creatures. The wind wolf clashed with the jade-furred gorilla, both beasts engaging in close-quarters combat. Locked in a fierce struggle, although the jade-furred gorilla was a level 20 beast and had superior defense compared to the wind wolf, it was still a challenging fight. Meanwhile, the crimson-toothed tiger grappled with the blood-poison python. Physically, the python appeared to be at a disadvantage, but its body was laced with venom, which ensnared the tiger, making it difficult for either side to gain the upper hand. Chen Hong's expression darkened as she realized that while she had temporarily stalled the enemy, she understood that they likely had additional beasts in reserve. The middle-aged beastmaster, with a mocking glint in his eyes, coldly declared, "I'm eager to see how you will handle this." With that, a 3rd beast materialized beside him, a towering black wolf nearly 3 meters tall. What had begun as a 2-on-2 battle had now shifted to 3 against 2. Taking a deep breath, Chen Hong activated her beastmaster ability, Frenzy. In an instant, her 2 war beasts grew larger, their eyes turning crimson, their attack powers significantly enhanced. As for the other 3 beasts of battle, they had begun to succumb to a palpable fear, retreating steadily under the intensified assaults of the jade-furred gorilla and the blood-poison python. This was the frenzied effect of her beast taming talent, which augmented the offensive capabilities of her beasts, albeit at the cost of rationality and with significant repercussions on their intellect if employed for prolonged periods. Simultaneously, it exerted a measure of suppression over the enhanced combatants, diminishing their fighting spirit and instilling a sense of dread in the augmented beasts. Chen Hong's expression darkened considerably. Her talent was only suitable for resolving battles that could be concluded swiftly. However, the current situation rendered her incapable of resolving this conflict in a timely manner. Soon, her beasts would face an overwhelming backlash. As Chen Hong used 2 of her beasts to block her opponent's 3, the beast tamer huffed disdainfully and summoned a 4th beast. A flicker of despair crossed Chen Hong's eyes. This indicated that her adversary was at least a level 40 beast tamer, making victory impossible for her in terms of both the quantity and caliber of their beasts. The middle-aged beast tamer's eyes glinted with malice as he sneered. "Prepare to meet your demise." The 4th beast he summoned charged directly at Chen Hong, clearly intent on eliminating her. At that moment, Chen Hong, in a fit of exasperation, shouted, "If you don't act now, do you dare to believe I will replace you?" As her voice fell, a colossal creature erupted from the earth below, swallowing the beast lunging at Chunhong whole. Almost immediately, a gigantic thunderbird swooped down from the sky. Seizing the head of the beast tamer engaged in combat with Chunhong, and decisively snapped his neck. With the beast tamer slain, the remaining beasts fled without hesitation. Chunhong pointed at the stationary beast tamer in the distance, exclaiming furiously, "Kill him! How dare he lay a hand on me? He's asking for a skinning." Chapter 27, a most formidable ally. No sooner had Chunhong uttered her command than the thunderbird surged towards the distant beast tamer. The latter's face paled as he turned to flee. The thunderbird was a blue-tier beast, and it was evident that this one was an adult. He realized he was no match. Moreover, only members of the Lord's family could wield a thunderbird in the city, leaving him no choice but to escape or face certain death. As he fled, he unleashed his 5 beasts to attack the thunderbird. The thunderbird emitted a sharp cry, and in the next instant, its body crackled with blinding lightning. 6 bolts of lightning struck, incapacitating all 5 beasts and the beast tamer simultaneously. The 5 beasts were merely paralyzed and rendered immobile, while the beast tamer fell lifelessly to the ground, charred beyond recognition. The thunderbird circled once more, and all remaining beasts in the vicinity collapsed, devoid of combat capability. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man riding a colossal, snow-white wolf galloped to Chunhong's side. She regarded him with a grave expression. He was her family escort, typically observing her from a distance. He would not approach unless she encountered danger. This was the reason she dared to traverse daily in her transport vehicle between Base 3 and the city. 3 more have fled. Hurry and assist them. Remember, we must ensure their safety. They cannot perish here. The middle-aged man replied sternly, "My duty is to protect you, not others. There are others approaching. I must remain to safeguard your security." Chunhong, feeling exasperated, retorted coldly, "If you do not heed my words, I shall replace you. You ought to know I can follow through on my threats." Seeing the middle-aged man's expression darken, she quickly elaborated, "You must understand why I joined the beast taming army. Those 3 are people I have chosen. If anything happens to them, my future will be irrevocably ruined. I have little time left. You must guarantee their safety at all costs." A flicker of conflict crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, but he ultimately nodded and urged his snow-white wolf towards the distance, leaving the thunderbird behind to protect Chunhong. As Chunhong approached the transport vehicle, her expression was stormy enough to rain. She muttered bitterly, "That damned old fool. How dare he raise a hand against me? This time, I shall flay him alive." At that moment, Zheng Qian and Jiang Meiyan found themselves pursued by the beast tamer hot on their heels. After all, their speed could not compare to that of the beasts. 2 spiked-toothed wolves blocked their escape routes, leaving them nowhere to run. The pursuing beast tamer wore a grotesque grin as he taunted, "You two truly are unfortunate. Having ridden in the same vehicle as that fellow and seen our faces, your deaths are inevitable." Zheng Qian remained silent, his expression grave as he regarded the man before him. The individual could control 2 beasts and had retrieved one during the chase. Zheng Qian deduced he was at least a level 20 beast tamer. Such a beast tamer with 3 beasts at his command. And the 2 spiked-toothed wolves were likely no less than level 30. He and Jiang Meiyan stood no chance whatsoever. Even against a single spiked-toothed wolf, they would be outmatched. Yet Zheng Qian refused to remain passive, his gaze fixed intently on the beast tamer. He knew their only hope lay in eliminating the beast tamer. Perhaps then they could escape their dire predicament. After all, compared to their beasts, the beast tamer himself was vulnerable. As he channeled all the energy within his empty vessel, Zheng Qian commanded it to unleash a spatial blade directly at the beast tamer. The spatial blade created no energy fluctuations. Thus the beast tamer remained oblivious until it was nearly upon him. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, but a shadow appeared behind him, grasping his neck and preventing him from escaping in time. The spatial blade pierced through his eye, though he failed to evade. He had already summoned energy to shield his eye. The spatial blade struck true, but the injury was not grievous. It merely blinded one eye. He roared in fury, shouting, "Kill them! Eliminate them at once!" The 2 spiked-toothed wolves lunged at Zheng Qian and Jiang Meiyan. Jiang Meiyan grasped Zheng Qian's hand, and in the blink of an eye, their bodies were enveloped by a shroud of darkness, vanishing without a trace. 2 thornfang wolves lunged forward, but found only empty space. Meanwhile, Jiang Meiyan and Zheng Qian materialized in the shadow of a large tree, approximately 100 meters from where they had disappeared. The thornfang wolves, having quickly honed in on their scent, raced toward them with alarming speed, followed closely by the Beastmaster, who was cursing vehemently. The Beastmaster, with one eye injured, was consumed by a singular thought. He must rend Zheng Qian and Jiang Meiyan into pieces. Thus, he failed to notice a massive white wolf stealthily approaching from a distance. As they ran, Jiang Meiyan remained remarkably composed, swiftly explaining, "My beast-taming talent is that of the Shadow Master. I can conjure illusions using energy and can teleport myself and nearby living beings short distances into the darkness. I created an illusion moments ago, followed by a teleportation. I still possess enough energy for one more illusion and another teleportation. Thus, we have one opportunity to escape and one to attack. Our previous lack of synchronization still managed to wound him, but if we cooperate now, we should find it easier to defeat him. Shall we give it a try? A fierce determination radiated from her face, devoid of any fear. Zheng Qian glanced back at the rapidly approaching Thornfang wolves and nodded decisively. Trust me, I have a way to kill him directly. Chapter 28, A Narrow Victory. The injured Beastmaster pursued the Thornfang wolves, and with his remaining eye, he spotted Zheng Qian and Jiang Meiyan darting into a thicket. The Thornfang wolves followed closely, and he hastened his steps, muttering angrily, "Damn it. When I catch up to you, I will carve you into 1,000 pieces." As the Beastmaster navigated the woods, he caught sight of the Thornfang wolves closing in on Zheng Qian and Jiang Meiyan, igniting a flicker of hope within him, urging him to quicken his pace. At that moment, Zheng Qian and Jiang Meiyan, utilizing the forest cover where the Thornfang wolves struggled to maneuver, evaded their attacks with surprising synergy, charging toward the direction of the Beastmaster. Once they had a clear line of sight to the Beastmaster, Zheng Qian quickly instructed, "Teleport as close to him as possible," simultaneously restraining his movements. "Just 1 second is all we need." Without hesitation, Jiang Meiyan and Zheng Qian teleported beside the Beastmaster, emerging from his shadow. Simultaneously, the shadow itself seemed to come alive, reaching out to seize the Beastmaster's throat, rendering him immobile. Zheng Qian channeled the energy within his body, merging it with that of the Beastmaster, concentrating it into the spectral entity known as the Nether. He then commanded the Nether to use its claw strike. The Nether leapt forth, its claws enlarging as they struck the Beastmaster's head. Despite the Beastmaster's attempts to react, the Nether's overwhelming energy caused a deep indentation where it struck. Blood gushed from the Beastmaster's mouth and nose as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling utterly still. Jiang Meiyan's face paled. Her energy was completely expended, and if they failed to eliminate the Beastmaster now, her fate would be sealed. Thankfully, the situation appeared to be in their favor. Zheng Qian let out a long sigh of relief, a hint of joy gracing his features. Turning to Jiang Meiyan, he said, "I owe this victory to you. If you hadn't teleported me the first time, we would have perished. And without your second teleportation, we wouldn't have been able to launch a stealthy attack." At that moment, Zheng Qian felt a surge of gratitude for his partnership with Jiang Meiyan. Had he been alone, escape would have been impossible. Jiang Meiyan managed a weak smile and softly replied, "I lack strong offensive capabilities. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to defeat him." She then pondered aloud. But he didn't utilize his talents. Had he done so, killing him would likely not have been so straightforward. Both understood that their victory was partly due to the Beastmaster's underestimation of them. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of success. Suddenly, Zheng Qian noticed the 2 Thornfang wolves charging toward them once more, setting off alarm bells in his mind. Normally, when a Beastmaster falls, their combat beasts flee. Yet these 2 Thornfang wolves were clearly not retreating. Could they truly meet their end here? This thought filled Zheng Qian with a sense of unwillingness. He had obtained the powerful beastskin scroll, and a bright future awaited him. He could not accept dying here. Just as the 2 Thornfang wolves closed the distance to about 10 meters, a massive white wolf burst forth, sending the Thornfang wolves tumbling away. The 2 beasts, now terrified, fled into the distance, unwilling to approach Zheng Qian and Jiang Meiyan any further. As they beheld a figure seated atop the white wolf, they realized it must be another Beastmaster coming to their aid. Since this newcomer had driven off the Thornfang wolves, they evidently bore no ill intent toward them. The middle-aged man on the white wolf, expressionless, commanded, "You 2 head back. I will seek another." The white wolf swiftly dashed out of the forest and into the distance. Zheng Qian, glancing at the Beastmaster's lifeless body, rummaged through the pockets and unearthed several items. An identity card containing gold beast coins, 2 transparent spheres the size of a fingernail, and a map. He tucked the identity card into his pocket. Although this card was bound to the Beastmaster, allowing only him to withdraw the beast coins, certain special locations permitted the sale of such cards at a discount. While the return might be less than half the card's worth, it was still a viable means of profit. The 2 transparent spheres were storage beast balls, serving a simple purpose, to encapsulate combat beasts within, inducing a state of dormancy. Provided they were periodically released for nourishment, the beasts would remain unharmed. High-ranking Beastmasters typically possessed multiple combat beasts, and as their levels increased, so did their size. If a Beastmaster paraded all their beasts through town, the streets would soon overflow. Therefore, storage beast balls were essential for every Beastmaster. Though the price of even the most basic ball exceeded 10,000 gold beast coins, a sum Zheng Qian could not afford previously. He could now buy them. However, given the small sizes of his nether and empty, they had no need to enter storage beast balls, and thus he refrained from purchasing them. Clearly, the 2 storage beast balls contained unclaimed combat beasts, which could fetch a handsome price in the city. Zheng Qian unfolded the map and examined it for a few seconds. Its scrawled markings held no legible text, rendering it impossible for him to discern its origins. He ultimately pocketed it and turned to Jiang Meiyan, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Once we sell these items, we will split the profits evenly. Jiang Meiyan nodded gently, yet offered no further comment. At this moment, a distant howl from a wolf pierced the air. Zheng Qian turned his gaze towards that direction, which coincided with the path taken by Song Heading during his escape, and also the route that the Beastmaster had pursued. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly turned to Jiang Yanmei and said, "Let us head back to the direction we came from to find Chen Hong. She should be safe there. I will investigate the path that Song Heading took to see if I can offer any assistance." Despite the sense of security imparted by the Beastmaster earlier, Zheng Qian felt an undercurrent of worry for Song Heading. Jiang Yanmei, ever decisive and unhesitating, nodded in agreement and replied softly, "Then I shall go. You must be careful." With that, she sprinted towards Chen Hong's location while Zheng Qian hastened after the direction from which Song Heading had departed. After running 2 kilometers, he stumbled upon a lifeless body, identifiable by its attire as one of the 3 Beastmasters who had previously chased after Song Heading. The area bore the scars of a fierce battle, yet apart from the solitary corpse before him, no others could be found. Continuing onward, he soon encountered a second Beastmaster's body, alongside 2 slain battle beasts. Ultimately, upon traversing a small grove, he sighted the familiar white wolf and its rider, along with yet another Beastmaster-esque corpse, but Song Heading remained conspicuously absent. Zheng Qian, perplexed, inquired, "Where is he?" The absence of Song Heading's body along this route led him to believe that he had not met with misfortune and should logically still be nearby. The Beastmaster atop the white wolf furrowed his brow deeply and shook his head as he swiftly replied, "I do not know. He was not with me when I arrived. However, he should not be dead. Perhaps he merely fled too quickly and lost his way. We ought to search the vicinity." Chapter 29. The injured Song Heading. A flicker of concern crossed Zheng Qian's eyes. He and Jiang Yanmei had barely managed to contend with a single Beastmaster, and now 3 were pursuing Song Heading. His optimism waned, giving way to greater apprehension. The sole silver lining was that they had yet to discover Song Heading's corpse, leaving the possibility of his survival open. After scanning the surroundings for a while, the Beastmaster atop the white wolf spoke rapidly. "I did not observe any signs of struggle during my pursuit. When I caught up with them, the 3 were still racing ahead, seemingly in pursuit of someone. Thus, it is likely that he has not been caught. We should split up and search in different directions. If we do not locate him within 20 minutes, we must return along the same path. Do not stray too far. While formidable beasts may not be present in this area, your lower level makes you vulnerable to danger." Zheng Qian had no objections and nodded in agreement. The 2 separated, each taking a divergent route in their search. Anxiety weighed heavily upon Zheng Qian. He regarded Song Heading as a friend and wished to avoid any calamity befalling him. As he ran, he remained vigilant, observing the surrounding terrain, which was dotted with patches of grass, some reaching over half a meter in height, while others barely grazed his ankles. In such an environment, any signs of passage would be readily apparent. After approximately 5 minutes of searching, he found no traces of movement, which struck him as peculiar. Even if Song Heading had not traversed this area, the complete absence of any signs of life, including that of beasts, raised his suspicions. However, Zheng Qian's attention was soon diverted. A message from the beast skin scroll in his mind indicated that there were items required for the evolution of his companion, Kunkin, less than 2 kilometers ahead. Excitement surged within him. This presented an opportunity to search for both Song Heading and the necessary items for Kunkin's evolution simultaneously. The 2 kilometers swiftly passed, and Zheng Qian arrived at the location marked by the scroll. Before him lay a large pit in the ground, presumably a nest of some kind of beast. His expression turned serious as he cautiously surveyed the area, noting the lack of any disturbed grass around, which eased his trepidation. This suggested that the den might be abandoned. If any beasts resided within, there would surely be signs of their activity nearby. Zheng Qian quickly approached the edge of the pit and peered inside. The cavern was spacious and circular, spanning at least several meters in diameter, deep and shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern its contents from the rim. "Kunkin, venture forth to scout the area. Retreat promptly if you encounter danger." He issued the command, and Kunkin, concealing its form, leapt from his shoulder into the depths of the pit. As he awaited Kunkin's return, Zheng Qian continued to observe his surroundings. Soon, Kunkin re-emerged, obediently flicking its tongue in front of Zheng Qian evidently conveying that the cave posed no threat. With that assurance, Zheng Qian leapt into the pit. He descended nearly 10 meters before landing, fortunately cushioned by a thick layer of soft grass, which prevented any injury from the fall. The darkness enveloped him, as the light from outside barely penetrated the depths, allowing him to discern only a small area littered with dried grass. He began to navigate the darkness, guided by the hints from the beast skin scroll, eventually discovering a narrow passage that led deeper into the cave. Although visibility was poor, progress was remarkably smooth. The absence of dry grass along the passage and the smoothness of the ground afforded him a reassuring sense of safety. After advancing several meters, a sudden, pungent scent of blood assailed his nostrils, sending a jolt of alarm through him, prompting him to slow his pace. The presence of blood, devoid of any accompanying stench of decay, indicated that something had been injured recently. The passage was not particularly long, and after another few meters, he reached its end, which opened into a small circular pit, likely formed by stones falling from above. Within this chamber lay a set of bones radiating a faint glow, illuminating the vicinity and revealing the bloodied figure of Song Heading nearby. Zheng Qian was taken aback to find Song Heading in this secluded spot. He hurried over, crouching beside him to assess his condition in the dim light. A deep gash marred Song Heading's abdomen, evidently inflicted by a claw, nearly penetrating his flesh and serving as the source of the blood that stained his clothes. The wound continued to bleed profusely, and his condition appeared dire. Frantically, Zheng Qian rifled through the pockets of Song Heading's clothing until he discovered a healing potion. He uncapped the vial and administered it to Song Heading. While such a grievous injury could not be wholly mended by a single potion, it would at least staunch the bleeding and prevent him from succumbing to blood loss. Indeed, once the healing potion was consumed, the flow of blood from Song Heading's wound ceased, and signs of gradual healing began to manifest, albeit slowly. It was evident that his life had been preserved. Zheng Qian finally exhaled a sigh of relief, tempered by a sense of dread. Had he not been guided by the beast skin scroll to this location, he would have never discovered Song Heading, given the secluded nature of this place. Had he arrived any later, Song Heading might have perished, reduced to nothing more than a pile of bones. Confirming that Song Heading is unharmed, he hesitated to move him and instead continued to observe his surroundings. Aside from the luminous bones, the ground was scattered with fragments of stones that emitted a faint glow, some as large as a fist, while others were merely thumb-sized. Besides these stone fragments, the area was merely composed of dirt and weeds. Zheng Qian muttered, "It appears that the items capable of facilitating NGK's evolution are either this pile of bones or these stones. Both are radiating light, suggesting they are indeed extraordinary. The pile of bones likely belonged to some exotic beast that had perished here, its flesh having long since decayed, judging by their size. They belonged to a creature of modest dimensions, as the bones measured less than 2 meters in length. The stones were irregularly shattered, and while they glimmered, they bore no other remarkable traits. Nonetheless, he gathered all the stones together with the intent of taking them outside to investigate their nature. As for the bones, their size posed a challenge, leaving him uncertain about how to transport them. At that moment, upon gathering the stones, Zheng Qian was astonished to witness them writhing and merging together, swiftly forming a white orb the size of a fingernail, which now radiated an even more dazzling light. Before he could examine the orb further, it transformed into a beam of white light and shot directly into his forehead. Chapter 30. NGSHZH and Extraterrestrial Meteorites. The sudden turn of events exceeded Zheng Qian's expectations. He quickly touched his forehead, relieved to find no wounds and no discomfort within his body. Upon sensing his own physical state, he soon detected the presence of the white orb, which was now revolving around the scroll of beast skin within his mind. As curiosity about the orb's true nature lingered, information about it appeared on the scroll. NGSHZH, formed within the body of the exotic beast, the devouring hound. After it consumes extraterrestrial meteorites, it can autonomously absorb surrounding energy for its own utilization and contains 2 special spaces, capable of storing both living and deceased entities. Once considered an exceedingly rare item, it was later mass-produced after beast tamers discovered its origins. However, due to the scarcity of the devouring hound, which faced extensive hunting leading to its extinction, NGSHH became extremely rare. Zheng Qian's eyes widened in astonishment upon reading the text on the scroll. He had not anticipated that the scroll possessed knowledge of this item, including its origins and functions, which he assumed were only relevant to exotic beasts and battle beasts. This revelation proved to be immensely beneficial. Zheng Qian closed his eyes to sense the NGSHZH. He could distinctly feel the orb absorbing energy from the surrounding air into itself. Although a significant portion was absorbed into the orb, some energy remained in his body, providing him with vitality. This was a delightful surprise. Clearly, this would greatly enhance the speed at which his energy increased. Suddenly, Zheng Qian experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation before finding himself enveloped in darkness. This filled him with apprehension, but the next moment, the darkness vanished, and he found himself back in the cave. It dawned on him that he had entered the special space within the KNGSH, not sensing any immediate danger. He closed his eyes again to focus, thinking, enter special space. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped him once more. Within this void, numerous luminous objects shimmered like stars in the night sky. Zheng Qian realized that he existed here solely as consciousness, prompting him to summon a glowing object before him. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that it was indeed another KNGSH. A surge of ecstasy coursed through him as he observed that there were at least 1,000 radiant objects around him. If each were a KNGSH, it would amount to an immeasurable fortune. However, he soon discerned that these objects bore certain differences from the KNGSH. While they resembled them at first glance, they were not as smooth, appearing more like scattered stones. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Qian attempted to extract one of the stones. As the surrounding darkness receded, the stone materialized in his hand. He then consulted the beast skin scroll once more, and indeed, information regarding this stone appeared. Extraterrestrial meteorite, consumed by the devouring hound. It will eventually transform into KNGSH after some time. This left Zheng Qian feeling disheartened. Although the extraterrestrial meteorite was valuable, its potential was diminished by the extinction of the devouring hound, making the emergence of new KNGSH impossible. Retaining it would serve little purpose. Just then, the scroll's description of the extraterrestrial meteorite underwent a change. Extraterrestrial meteorite. Consuming it can enhance one's control over space. The description was rather vague. However, excitement gleamed in Zheng Qian's eyes as he realized that the scroll might be capable of sensing his thoughts and engaging in dialogue with him. Just as he had expressed disappointment about the extraterrestrial meteorite, the scroll promptly provided him with another potential use for it. Yet, this remained a conjecture, and he was unable to confirm it at this moment. After a brief consideration, Zheng Qian decided to test this theory. He directly inquired, can the extraterrestrial meteorite be used by KNGKing? KNGKing possessed two beast techniques related to space, and if the meteorite could be utilized by it, the benefits would be substantial. If not, it would remain of no use to him for the time being. Beast skin scroll, yes, but it is recommended to wait until level 10 or above to use it, or to reduce the quantity of the extraterrestrial meteorite. Otherwise, it may burden the body. Zheng Qian was elated. This confirmed his suspicions that the scroll could indeed answer his queries. However, it seemed that only by posing a question would the scroll respond. Zheng Qian asked again, what benefits can KNGKing gain from using it? Beast skin scroll. It can enhance physical constitution, beast techniques, increase energy, restore a significant amount of energy in a short time, and can also be used for evolution. A broad smile spread across Zheng Qian's face. With over 1,000 extraterrestrial meteorites contained within the KNGSH, should KNGKing be able to utilize them, they could be of great use for an extended period. Holding the extraterrestrial meteorite, Zheng Qian attempted to crush it. It was a simple task, with a slight exertion. A fist-sized extraterrestrial meteorite shattered into a dozen pieces, the breakage appearing quite irregular, as though it had been previously damaged. Selecting the smallest fragment, merely the size of his pinky nail, he brought it to KNGKing's mouth. KNGKing revealed itself and eagerly swallowed it. Almost immediately, a blinding golden light erupted from its diminutive form. Concurrently, Zheng Qian felt a surge of energy emanating from KNGKing's body into his own. Within mere seconds, his level ascended to level 3. This took Zheng Qian by surprise. While battle beasts typically provided their masters with a portion of the energy they gained, it was usually minimal. However, the minuscule fragment KNGKing consumed had propelled him from a level 2 beast tamer to a level 3 beast tamer, indicating that the energy KNGKing had absorbed was indeed far more potent. Zheng Qian gazed expectantly at Kong Kong, and before he could utter a word, the information about Kong Kong materialized upon the beast skin scroll. Name, Kong Kong race. Unrecorded mixed blood species rank. Unknown level. 3 beast techniques. Invisibility, devouring, spatial traversal, spatial blade. Spatial fusion affinity. 10 points preferences. Sleeping, fighting, eating stones, eating meat. Watching master sleep dislikes. Fire evolution route. Unknown. Consumption of special stones can stimulate the evolution route. Special evolution route. Meteor lizard, self-evolves after consuming a certain amount of extraterrestrial meteorites, potentially leading to the formation of a new fixed blood lineage. Comprehensive cultivation index. 5 stars. Zheng Qian stared at Kong Kong in disbelief. This was his first encounter with Kong Kong's detailed information. Although he had sensed that Kong Kong was extraordinary, the details before him truly astonished him. Despite the rank being unknown, the comprehensive cultivation index had reached 5 stars, the highest possible rating. This index often signifies the ultimate potential achievements of a battle beast once it matures. An index of 5 stars indicates that this battle beast stands at the pinnacle in all aspects, with the clear potential to evolve into a formidable beast of level 90 or above. By calculation, this suggests that Kong Kong is highly likely a purple-tier battle beast. Furthermore, at merely level 3, Kong Kong already possessed 5 beast techniques, and with the use of extraterrestrial meteorites, it could access a special evolution route. Zheng Qian profoundly understood that even relying solely on Kong Kong, he would be blessed with an infinitely bright future. Chapter 31. 2 spaces in this moment. Zheng Qian felt an unprecedented sense of joy and anticipation. The smile on his face was utterly uncontainable. He retrieved the shattered extraterrestrial meteorite back into the empty stone orb and proceeded to search meticulously, only to discover that apart from these meteorites, there was nothing else in the dark space. Clearly, this was a realm for storing lifeless entities. Should there be another space for living beings? Zheng Qian murmured. And in the next instant, his consciousness shifted abruptly. The surrounding darkness swiftly dissipated, revealing a gentle white light. His body vanished from its location entirely. When Zheng Qian finally discerned his surroundings, he was left wide-eyed in shock. Before him lay a misty world, veiled in white fog that obscured his vision and prevented him from seeing far. Yet, astonishingly, the white mist was saturated with potent energy. Upon his appearance, the energy was absorbed by the empty stone orb, surging fervently within it. A minuscule portion even integrated into his body, eliciting a profound sense of relaxation throughout his limbs. Just as Zheng Qian intended to explore his vicinity, a sudden, powerful repulsion enveloped him, and in an instant, his body vanished, reappearing back in the cave. At this juncture, Zheng Qian was filled with confusion, yet the beast skin scroll in his mind provided clarity. Beast skin scroll. The energy within the space for living beings is exceedingly potent. Prolonged exposure may harm the body. The higher the level, the longer one can remain inside. Reflecting on the terrifying energy, Zheng Qian felt a twinge of regret at the inability to stay long, but with the empty stone orb within his body, he could return to that place whenever he wished. Soon, he steadied his emotions and turned his gaze to the skeleton beside him. If the skeleton was not an item for Kong Kong's evolution, what purpose did it serve? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him as he reached out to touch the skeletal remains and asked, "Is this skeleton useful?" Beast skin scroll. This is the skeletal remains of a sky-devouring hound, which can serve as an evolution item for battle beasts. The explanation was succinct, and after some consideration, Zheng Qian decided to store the skeleton within the empty stone orb. At the very least, these items held potential value. Even if not immediately useful, they might prove beneficial in the future. Once more, the surroundings reverted to darkness. Zheng Qian navigated to Song Heading's side, contemplating his next move, but ultimately deciding against acting rashly. He intended to summon Chun Hong and the others to assist in extracting them. After all, he was uncertain whether Song Heading's wounds had fully healed. He dared not disturb him. Just as Zheng Qian prepared to depart, a weak voice emanated from Song Heading. "Who?" The voice brimmed with wariness, clearly indicating that darkness obscured Song Heading's vision. Zheng Qian promptly replied, "It's me, Zheng Qian. Do not be alarmed. You still have wounds, so please refrain from making any sudden movements." After his reassurance, a gentle glow suddenly emanated from Song Heading's hand. The light, soft and warm, emanated from a crystal orb the size of a fingernail, resting in the palm of his hand. Seeing Zheng Qian clearly brought Song Heading a sense of relief. He glanced at his wounds, and Zheng Qian noted that they had healed significantly. A long blood scab marked the injury, much improved from before. Song Heading's mind appeared somewhat sluggish, as it took him a few seconds to lift his gaze and softly inquire, "Did you save me?" Zheng Qian nodded, then curiously asked, "But how did you end up in this place? It's exceptionally difficult to locate. Had I not fortuitously found it, you might have." He refrained from finishing his thought. But Song Heading understood the gravity of his injuries from the length of the wound on his abdomen. His expression turned somewhat grim as he quietly explained, "They were pursuing me, and I couldn't escape. I was injured by a battle beast. Fortunately, I had a life-saving item given by my uncle. It forcibly teleports me away whenever my life is in peril. That's why I ended up here." Hearing this, Zheng Qian looked at Song Heading with envy. Such a life-saving item was something he had never even heard of. At this moment, Song Heading struggled to rise from the ground, and Zheng Qian hurriedly supported him, reassuring, "Do not move. This place is safe, and the outside should be secure as well. A powerful beastmaster has aided us, and those who pursued us have been dealt with. You can stay here while I go out to fetch help to rescue you. Your wounds are too severe." However, Song Heading shook his head resolutely. The injury is not a concern. It has already scabbed. As long as I do not make any significant movements, it won't affect me. Given Song Heading's insistence, Zheng Qian felt it unnecessary to press further. Utilizing the soft light, they discerned the path ahead, and together they proceeded towards the exit. Zheng Qian, however, voiced his concern. What about Dehei? Is he all right? He had not seen Dehei nearby and felt anxious about his well-being. As they moved cautiously, Song Heading shook his head gently. He's fine. I stored him in the beast storage orb. Zheng Qian finally felt reassured. The two arrived at the area where they had descended underground, a space strewn with hay. Zheng Qian glanced up at the ceiling, finding himself in a quandary. The height was not a significant hurdle for him, but for Song Heading, who could not afford to make any sudden movements, climbing such heights might pose a challenge. Should he fail to ascend and fall midway, it could exacerbate his already grievous injuries. As Song Heading surveyed the surroundings, his expression suddenly grew serious. It seems this as he bent down as he spoke, picking up a massive feather from the ground. The feather, measuring over 1/2 meter in length, bore a color akin to the dry grass beneath it, making it nearly invisible even in the light. At that moment, Song Heading's expression shifted dramatically. This is a feather from the malevolent owl. We must leave at once. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian felt a jolt of alarm. The malevolent owl was not a particularly powerful beast, merely a low-tier one, yet it instilled fear in countless beast tamers. Even the most formidable of them dared not provoke the malevolent owl lightly. This was not due to its combat prowess, but rather the grim fate that befell those who encountered it. The malevolent owl possessed a unique curse, and being struck by it would lead to a string of misfortunes for an extended period. Common occurrences included tripping over stones, choking on food, or even being startled while drinking water. Outside the city, one might inexplicably attract a horde of beasts. Those beast tamers who crossed paths with the malevolent owl and were cursed typically faced dire consequences, often requiring severe punishment to recover, while some, unfortunately, met their demise. The two were determined not to be cursed by the malevolent owl here. Just as they contemplated an escape, a colossal shadow descended from the sky. Unmistakably the malevolent owl itself. Chapter 32. Trapped in a cave. The immense body of the malevolent owl loomed above them, casting an oppressive aura as they looked up. This is bad. Zheng Qian's face turned ashen. The sheer size of the malevolent owl indicated it was an adult, likely a level 30 beast. With one of them injured, and the other merely at level 3, their combined strength would barely suffice as a meal for the creature. At that moment, he finally understood why there were no signs of other beasts in the vicinity. The malevolent owl could fly, and was notoriously difficult to deal with, ensuring that other beasts would avoid its territory. Zheng Qian grasped at Kong Kong, intending to have her teleport them away, even if they couldn't escape far. It was certainly preferable to being cornered in the nest. Just then, Song Heading interjected, "Let's hide for now. We should retreat to the place we entered." With that, he swiftly led Zheng Qian back to the passage. Confounded, Zheng Qian hastily asked, "Why aren't we running? If we don't leave now, will we even have the chance to later?" He was already uncertain about having Kong Kong teleport them, especially given the energy constraints involved in moving from underground. If they delayed now, escaping would become even more challenging. Once they had moved deeper into the passage, Song Heading quickly explained, "From my understanding, the malevolent owl does not inhabit areas close to human settlements. If humans discover it, they will undoubtedly report it and eliminate it. Therefore, the presence of this malevolent owl here is abnormal. I suspect it has either just arrived or is hiding due to an injury. The likelihood of it merely staying temporarily is low. Based on my knowledge, they typically reside at least 100 kilometers away, and it is not mating season for them, making temporary residency improbable. Thus, it is likely injured and hiding nearby. If it discovers us, we would be relentlessly pursued. However, if we remain in this passage, as long as we keep noise to a minimum, it will be challenging for it to detect us. Even if it does, it cannot fit into this passage due to its size. Since it has returned from outside, it must need to hunt or temporarily leave. Once it departs again, we can safely exit." As Song Heading articulated this, they had already returned to the Grand Hall. Releasing a slight sigh of relief, he quietly added, "If we recklessly venture out now, the likelihood of being pursued is too great. If we wait here, we may be able to leave safely in a few hours." Zheng Qian, persuaded by his reasoning, nodded gently, increasingly convinced of the plan. He also realized something. He had undoubtedly left traces of his passage when he arrived, as the grass beneath his feet bore evidence of his presence. Once Chen Hong and the others began searching for him, they would likely locate this area, potentially leading to their rescue. With this thought, Zheng Qian felt reassured. They settled on the ground, listening to the sound of heavy objects falling outside, followed by a cacophony of calls. The noise was jarring, given its proximity, but it soon fell silent. At this moment, both felt a wave of relief. Meanwhile, at the site where the vehicle had been destroyed, Chunhong and Zhang Qian stood together. After a considerable time, their anxiety heightened, yet they hesitated to search elsewhere. Having just endured a battle, both were fatigued, and the surrounding area was not entirely secure, making them reluctant to take risks. Soon, a beast tamer riding a white giant wolf returned. Upon seeing him alone, Chunhong's brow furrowed in concern, and as he dismounted, she demanded, "What happened? Where are the others?" She had expected him to bring everyone back, only to find he had returned alone. The beast tamer's expression was grim as he quickly replied, "One got lost. I couldn't find him. As for the one with Zhang Qian, we split up to search for the lost one, and he agreed to return at a certain time, but he hasn't come back." He surveyed the chaotic surroundings, which were now a scene of devastation. After a brief hesitation, he spoke in a low voice, "You two can't stay here. While the likelihood of a powerful beast appearing is low, it is not entirely safe. I have my responsibilities. I will escort you back to Base 3 and then return to search for them." Chunhong's eyes brimmed with frustration, yet she understood the necessity of leaving. During their time there, they had noticed passers-by casting covetous glances at the toppled transport vehicle. With its collapse, various supplies and food, including some potions, lay exposed. If someone were bold enough to gather a group and seize these goods, she could not intervene, as the value of the supplies was substantial. After a moment's contemplation, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Do not take me back to Base 3, take me to the city. I need to settle accounts with that old coot. If they dare to lay hands on me, I will not rest until I have my vengeance." The beast tamer nodded, assessing the vehicle's condition. It was severely damaged and could not be driven. He stated, "I will leave the Thunderbird here to watch over the vehicle. Once they see it, they will know this area is under the protection of the city lord and will refrain from taking anything. Once back in the city, I will send someone from the beast army to assist in locating them." Chunhong had no objections to this arrangement. Although she was deeply concerned for Zheng Qian's safety, she recognized that it would be exceedingly difficult for the three of them to find him under the current circumstances. Now, Zheng Qian and the others have either encountered misfortune or have found a safe haven to conceal themselves, making it the most prudent choice to summon more people for assistance. Laming Miao stood guard atop the vehicle, while Chunhong and the others hastened towards the city in the white giant wolf. Time swiftly passed for 2 hours, and Zheng Qian, indeed, grew increasingly anxious, yet there was no sign of movement from outside. With no other options, he and Song heading cautiously navigated the passage in search of the malicious owl, hoping it had departed. As they cautiously approached the outer opening, they were met with an overwhelmingly pungent scent of blood in the air. Exchanging a knowing glance in the darkness, they understood that such a strong smell could mean either the malicious owl had sustained injuries, as Song Heading suggested, or it had finished its meal and was resting. Leaving behind this intense odor, peering carefully from the edge, they soon spotted two enormous eyes glimmering with light, fixated on their direction. Chapter 33, The Malicious Owl. Zheng Qian's heart sank. He initially feared the owl had noticed them. His body froze in place, locking eyes with the creature, instinctively ready to flee. However, he quickly discerned that the owl did not seem to be aware of their presence. Its gaze merely happened to be directed in their vicinity. The creature remained utterly still, not even blinking, which was a clear indication that it was not aware of them. Once he calmed down, he attempted to assess the surroundings. The darkness rendered visibility quite limited, and Zheng Qian could only make out the massive form of the malicious owl crouched beside the wall opposite them. Not far from their position loomed another sizable silhouette, but the darkness obscured what it truly was, judging by its size. It too appeared to be a creature of an extraordinary nature. Zheng Qian was now convinced that the potent scent of blood enveloping them was a remnant of the owl's recent feast. This realization made him increasingly anxious. Typically, after a creature has fed, it would not require sustenance for several hours. Based on the size of the figure lying on the ground, it seemed the owl had enough to sustain itself for several meals. This suggested that the owl would not need to venture out for hunting at least for the next day or two. The two shared a silent understanding and quietly retreated back to the confines of the tunnel. In a somber tone, Zheng Qian hastily remarked, "It appears that if no one comes to our rescue, we shall remain trapped here for the next couple of days." Regret washed over him as he reflected on their decision to retreat. Had they allowed Kong Kong to teleport them away, they might have faced pursuit. But it would have been preferable to being ensnared here. Being trapped for 2 days posed a significant problem regarding their food supply. At this moment, Song Heading remained composed and reassured him, "Do not fret. As long as the news reaches the city, my uncle will surely send someone to look for me. Moreover, there's Chunhong. If a beast master has come to our aid, it is likely to protect her. She certainly will not abandon us." Seeing Song Heading's confidence, Zheng Qian settled on the ground, stroking Yoming's head while murmuring, "I hope that is the case." Curiosity piqued, he inquired about the beast master who had rescued them. "You mentioned that the beast master is protecting Chunhong? What is her true identity?" Why does she warrant the protection of a dedicated Beastmaster? This revelation indeed caught him off guard. Zheng Qian realized that without that Beastmaster, they might have faced annihilation. Song Heading, sitting beside him, gently pressed on his wound while leisurely responding. Are you completely unaware of her background? I assumed you two were quite familiar, given your camaraderie. Zheng Qian scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and chuckled. It was she who brought me to Base 3, but we haven't had much interaction since, so I know little about her. Previously, he had perceived Chen Hong as merely an ordinary Beastmaster, but after this ordeal, he understood her standing was far from simple. The Beastmaster riding the White Wolf possessed formidable strength, and if they were specifically tasked with protecting Chen Hong, it indicated she had a significant force backing her. With a casual tone, Song Heading revealed, she is the daughter of the city lord. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian was taken aback, exclaiming, is she not jesting? Indeed. Chen Hong had mentioned the city lord during their time in the vehicle, but Zheng Qian had dismissed it. For the daughter of a city lord would not likely be found driving a transport vehicle in the Beastmaster Corps. Even if Zheng Qian had not encountered many people, he was aware that the offspring of influential and powerful Beastmasters lived in comfort, possessing resources beyond the imagination of others, making it implausible for them to descend into the dangers of the Beastmaster Corps. Furthermore, the daughter of the city lord stood at the pinnacle of the city's hierarchy, rendering it even more improbable for her to be operating a transport vehicle. Noticing the astonishment in Zheng Qian's voice, Song Heading quickly clarified, I have heard the gossip surrounding the city lord's family. He has many wives and children, and numerous powerful Beastmasters follow this pattern. After all, the more children one has, the higher the probability of producing formidable Beastmasters. Chen Hong is the youngest child of the city lord's first wife. It is said that her mother was also a powerful Beastmaster, hailing from a prominent family in another city. Their relationship was rather tenuous, a union of convenience, and after giving birth to Chen Hong, her mother left the city lord and took her to live with her family. Zheng Qian listened in astonishment. The city lord was the most powerful figure in the entire city. They rarely encountered him and thus were oblivious to the intricacies of his family. Now hearing this, he realized the situation surrounding the city lord's household was indeed quite complex. Song Heading, unable to see Zheng Qian's expression, continued swiftly. Chen Hong lived with her mother until the age of 18, but for reasons unknown, she returned to the city lord's side thereafter. The city lord has many children, too many for me to count, and the competition among them is fierce. Despite the city lord's high standing, he cannot provide adequate resources for all his children. Hence, to secure sufficient resources, one must either awaken a remarkable talent or resort to theft. With Chen Hong's return, they gained another rival. Moreover, since she had not been raised in the city lord's household, her sudden return made her the target of ostracism. Even the city lord himself harbors little affection for her, only refraining from being overly harsh due to her mother's influence. Chen Hong is a fiercely ambitious individual. She yearns to prove herself stronger than the city lord's other children, showing that she can hold her own without relying on the resources of the city lord, which is why she joined the Beastmaster Corps. As Song Heading recounted these revelations, he shrugged helplessly. Although the Beastmaster Corps was perilous, it was also the most viable path to establish a reputation. As long as one possessed sufficient strength and could achieve merit in battle, advancement was swift. Moreover, the upper echelons of the Beastmaster Corps held significant sway within human cities. Even a mere squad leader from the Corps was not someone whom most would dare to offend. Song Heading's insights unveiled a wealth of information previously unknown to Zheng Qian, broadening his understanding considerably. Meanwhile, in the city, Chen Hong sat on the sofa of a villa. Beside her was Jiang Meiyan, while the Beastmaster who had brought them back stood nearby and spoke rapidly. I have dispatched dozens of Beastmasters to search the vicinity for them. As long as they haven't been completely devoured, we will be able to locate the living, and should they be deceased, we will find their remains. I have also notified Song Qiao, who has sent people out to search as well. Chen Hong, her expression devoid of emotion, nodded slightly. Her demeanor markedly different from her usual cheerful self, exuding an innate aura of authority. The Beastmaster continued hastily. I have summoned Xia Cheng in your name. He initially hesitated, but has now agreed to come. I have also informed the city lord, who stated he would send someone to support you. They should arrive shortly. Chen Hong nodded again, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes as she gritted her teeth, declaring, if that old fool does not pay a hefty price today, I shall no longer bear the surname Chen. Chapter 34. Xia Cheng's inability to justify himself. Xia Cheng ambled towards the villa where Chen Hong was situated, his expression remarkably grim. He had initially believed that his plan would succeed, for the individuals he had recruited possessed considerable strength. To thwart Song Qiao from seeking protection for Song Heading, he had dispatched two groups, one to deal with Song Heading and the other to obstruct Song Qiao's search efforts. He had thought the plan foolproof until the unforeseen complication of Chunhong arose. Now that she summoned him, Xiacheng realized he would likely incur significant losses to resolve this matter. However, as long as he could eliminate Song Heading, he would be willing to endure the financial setback. Failing to handle this situation could provoke the city lord's ire, and many were eyeing his position during this time. He needed to placate the city lord, or else he would be giving others the opportunity to vie for his position. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his expression grew increasingly grim. Before long, he arrived at the villa's entrance and stepped inside. The villa's grand door stood wide open, and upon entering the living room, he spotted Chunhong seated on the sofa. A disingenuous smile crept across his face as he approached the unoccupied sofa across from her. Preparing to sit down, Chunhong let out a cold huff and remarked nonchalantly, "Director Xia, your audacity is truly remarkable. You come before me without an apology, feigning innocence? Do you consider me, Chunhong, beneath your notice? Or perhaps you hold the city lord's estate in disdain? Should I summon a few elders to discuss this with you?" Xiacheng's smile faltered, caught off guard by Chunhong's utter lack of courtesy. He found himself bent awkwardly, unsure whether to sit or stand, ultimately straightening up with a forced grin and positioning himself about 3 meters away from Chunhong. In a subdued tone, he said, "Your people summoned me unexpectedly. I was unaware of the situation. Now, with your inexplicable accusations, could you enlighten me on what transpired?" Even if they could surmise he was behind the incident, he was determined not to acknowledge it without evidence. He had taken great care in his dealings, merely providing a portion of cash as a deposit without fulfilling the agreed terms. Thus, he felt confident that Chunhong would not uncover any incriminating evidence against him. As long as she could not produce proof, even if everyone suspected him, he would remain unscathed. Chunhong, fully aware that Xiacheng would not easily admit to his actions, smiled serenely and replied, "My people have located the families of those who attacked us. According to their relatives, one of them was approached last night by an individual who offered them some golden beast coins, promising that if they assisted in killing someone, they would be granted an endless supply of golden beast coins and new identities to live in other cities. Do you wish to guess who that person was? And do you dare speculate whether I have brought the families of those who assaulted us to identify him?" Xiacheng maintained his false smile, inwardly cursing the individuals he had dispatched the previous day. Fools! How could they be so incompetent? Normally, one would conceal their identity when orchestrating an assassination, utilizing intermediaries rather than appearing personally. Yet, from Chunhong's confident demeanor, he understood that his hired assassins had been compromised. Realizing she would not remain so composed without evidence, he took a deep breath and softly replied, "It is possible that my subordinate misunderstood my intentions. I will bring him to you to apologize." Noticing Xiacheng attempting to shift blame, Chunhong smiled coldly. "I have already sent someone to apprehend him. Spare me your evasions. If I did not possess evidence to hold you accountable, I would not have gone to such lengths to confront you. Your continued attempts at denial are futile. You ought to consider how to provide me with satisfactory compensation." Her gaze was fixed intently on Xiacheng. "You had best pray that Song Heading and Zheng Qian are alive. Otherwise, I will ensure this matter reaches the Beastmaster army, and I will submit all evidence. Sealing your fate." Chunhong's voice brimmed with menace. Xiacheng trembled at the thought. Attacking the Beastmaster army bore severe consequences, which was precisely why he had refrained from provoking Song Heading after his arrival at the third stronghold. Should this incident be reported to the Beastmaster army, even his position as the director of the Beastmaster Academy would not shield him from dire repercussions. Chunhong continued placidly, "If they are alive, we can address this matter privately. Should they be deceased, prepare to meet your end." They now awaited news from the outside. "You would do well to contemplate how to resolve this to my satisfaction." Xiacheng stood silently, his face a mask of seriousness. Chunhong, unfazed, remained seated, observing him with a knowing smile. He needed to ascertain whether Song Heading and Zheng Qian were in peril to determine how to confront Xiacheng. If they were unscathed, she would only demand a substantial compensation of resources. However, if they were harmed, Chunhong would leave no stone unturned in ensuring Xiacheng lost everything: his position, his resources, and even his life. Outside the villa, Chunhong's people and those of Song Qiao were conducting a thorough search. Soon, they discovered traces left by Zheng Qian's passage. Following the trail, they swiftly located the cave entrance. The malevolent owl, sensing the approach of others, emerged in a furious flurry, soaring high and emitting chilling cries to frighten away the intruders. Under normal circumstances, few would dare provoke the owl, known for its infamy despite its lack of strength. However, observing the tracks leading into the cave, the group felt compelled to drive the owl away. The creature bore severe wounds on its belly and legs, and thus did not linger to engage with the approaching crowd, swiftly taking flight instead. Zheng Qian and Song Heading had been vigilant about the external situation and, Upon witnessing the owl's sudden departure, though unaware of the cause, they seized the opportunity to hasten their exit from the cave. Song Heading produced the luminous object once more, and with its light, Zheng Qian caught sight of a mangled corpse on the ground, resembling a larger avian creature. Although its feathers were largely torn away, rendering its species unidentifiable, Zheng Qian also noticed 2 eggs nearby. From the position of the egg, Zheng Qian deduced that it must belong to the malevolent owl, for the location of the egg precisely coincided with where the owl had previously been. However, the 2 eggs differed in appearance. One was a rich brown while the other was a pale gray, suggesting they were not laid by the same bird. The 2 individuals, displaying remarkable synergy, each selected 1 egg to cradle in their arms. After all, even if it was the malevolent owl's egg, it could fetch a handsome sum of gold beast coins on the market. Just then, a voice echoed from above. Song Heading, Zheng Qian, are you inside? Hearing this call, Zheng Qian's heart leapt with joy. The fact that they knew their names and the absence of hostility in the voice indicated that help was on the way. He quickly responded, we are here. The voice above sighed with relief and shouted back, hold on, we'll get you out shortly. At that moment, an enraged screech pierced the air. Suddenly, the malevolent owl, which had fled earlier, soared back into view, accompanied by an even larger figure trailing behind it. Chapter 35. The Suspected Egg of the Emerald Sparrow. The beast tamers surrounding the area were taken aback as they beheld the 2 enormous birds flying overhead. While they regarded the malevolent owl with a degree of confidence, knowing they had the numbers to either drive it away or slay it, their true fear was directed at the colossal creature following in its wake, a green-hued emerald sparrow, several times larger than the owl, with a wingspan approaching 100 meters. Shimmering with a verdant glow under the sunlight, the emerald sparrow is classified as an exceptional beast, capable of attaining a maximum level of 70. Judging by its size, the creature in the sky was undoubtedly a fully mature emerald sparrow, likely already at level 70. Its most formidable trait was its ability to fly while wielding beastly techniques that could manipulate the earth below. This allowed it to effortlessly strike at life forms on the ground while remaining difficult to target in return. Given the size and level of the emerald sparrow, even other airborne battle beasts would find it challenging to contend with it. Typically, such high-level beasts would steer clear of human territories. Their presence here was disconcerting, causing an instinctive panic among the beast tamers. 2/3 of them instinctively thought of fleeing the scene, realizing they were no match for the emerald sparrow. However, the 2 leaders of the opposing factions possessed considerable strength and familiarity with one another. As they noticed the crowd's intent to escape, they exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. One of them bellowed, do not flee. We will hold off the emerald sparrow while the rest of you rescue those trapped below. Hearing this, the beast tamers who were about to run had no choice but to halt in their tracks. The 2 leaders stood firm, summoning massive birds to soar into the sky. One was a blue-grade feathered hawk, while the other was a blue-grade golden eagle. Both battle beasts matched the emerald sparrow in size, positioning themselves in the air to engage it, thus safeguarding the individuals on the ground. Meanwhile, the others hurriedly tossed ropes into the pit, and soon, Zheng Qian and Song Heading climbed to the surface. Upon emerging, they were greeted by the sight of an intense aerial battle. The clash of the 3 colossal birds was nothing short of breathtaking. Yet, before they could fully absorb the spectacle, the leader who had spoken earlier shouted once more, evacuate immediately. Return to the city. Zheng Qian and Song Heading followed the group of beast tamers as they sprinted away, finally feeling a sense of relief once they boarded a vehicle heading back to the city. The emerald sparrow, outmatched 2-1, reluctantly emitted a mournful cry before retreating into the distance. The beast tamers refrained from pursuing, choosing not to annihilate their foe. Inside the vehicle, Song Heading murmured in confusion, something feels off. Why would the emerald sparrow suddenly appear here? Under normal circumstances, the habitats of the emerald sparrow were at least several hundred kilometers away. And given the high intelligence of blue-grade beasts, it would never approach human settlements so brazenly. There were 4 others in the vehicle, and upon hearing Song Heading's words, one middle-aged man replied softly, the emerald sparrow likely followed the malevolent owl here, which means the owl must have provoked it in some manner. At this revelation, Zheng Qian and Song Heading exchanged glances, silently contemplating the eggs they held. A bold hypothesis took form in their minds. One of the eggs might belong to the emerald sparrow, suggesting that the malevolent owl had stolen it, thereby explaining the presence of 2 distinctly different eggs. Although they were uncertain of the owl's motives, the likelihood of this theory seemed high. Neither dared voice their speculation aloud. And regarding which of them had chosen the emerald sparrow's egg, they mutually decided to let fate determine whose luck would prevail. If their conjecture proved accurate, the emerald sparrow's egg, even if not personally utilized, could be sold for a substantial price. The egg of a blue-grade beast, particularly one as formidable as the emerald sparrow, could easily command millions in gold beast coins. After all, apart from beast tamers specializing in capturing young beasts, others would seldom sell such high-quality eggs. Each egg from a high-grade beast is immensely precious. Upon returning to the city, the two disembarked and switched to another vehicle that appeared considerably more luxurious. Driving was none other than the beast tamer they had encountered earlier, riding a magnificent white wolf. Seeing both of them safe, the tamer smiled and remarked, "It's a relief to see you both unharmed. We are now heading to seek compensation for you. Miss Chen Hong has already summoned the headmaster of the Beast Tamer Academy, and we're just waiting for your arrival to resolve today's incident." At this, both Song Heading and Zheng Qian exchanged glances filled with a flicker of ferocity. They had narrowly escaped death, and they were determined not to let the instigator of this chaos go unpunished. The vehicle came to a stop at the entrance of a villa, and as they alighted, Zheng Qian gazed at the opulent structure, momentarily taken aback. Although he could not ascertain its exact value, it was evident that it was far from inexpensive. Upon entering the villa, they quickly spotted Chun Hong and Jiang Yanmei, along with Xia Cheng and a middle-aged man whom Song Heading recognized as a friend of his uncle. Apart from Xia Cheng, who remained standing, the others were seated on the sofa. As soon as Chun Hong saw that Song Heading and Zheng Qian had returned safely, a smile broke across her face, and Jiang Yanmei visibly exhaled in relief. Xia Cheng, however, bore an expression of disappointment. He would have preferred to see Song Heading lifeless rather than in good health. Chun Hong warmly beckoned, "Please, take a seat." Zheng Qian and Song Heading approached and settled beside her. Song Heading's gaze locked onto Xia Cheng's, an unspoken tension crackling in the air. Noticing their exchange, Chun Hong swiftly inquired, "How are your injuries?" The bloodstains on Song Heading's clothing indicated he had sustained serious wounds, while Zheng Qian appeared in better condition. Only slightly soiled but otherwise intact. At this moment, Song Heading clutched the location of his wound, fixating intensely on Xia Cheng. Suddenly, his expression morphed from one of animosity to a visage of profound weakness, as he lamented, "I nearly suffered a fatal bisecting. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Zheng Qian, I would now be but a lifeless corpse. I was on the brink of death, and you must advocate for me." As he spoke, tears began to well up in his eyes, embodying a figure wronged by fate. Zheng Qian, observing this scene, was taken aback. After all, even at the peak of his injuries, Song Heading had not revealed any signs of pain, yet now he was weeping openly, which felt decidedly amiss. However, he quickly realized that Song Heading was feigning this display, and with astute understanding, he too clutched his abdomen, wailing almost theatrically, "I have also sustained grave injuries. It is a miracle I survived." Chapter 36. The theatrical display of agony. The two of them lay on the bed, sobbing as if in a contest of misery. Their cries crescendoed, filling the villa's hall with an eerie ambience. Deliberately turning their backs to Xia Cheng, they concealed their expressions, leaving him only to hear their lamentations. Xia Cheng's face paled with indignation. After all, these two had entered just moments ago in high spirits. And now, their sudden shift was too transparent, an obvious ploy to provoke him. Chun Hong, witnessing their performance, felt a surge of satisfaction, though she outwardly feigned rage as she directed her ire at Xia Cheng, her arm trembling with fury. "Xia Cheng, look at the calamity you have wrought. They are but children, barely of age, and you have instigated their attempted murder? You have inflicted upon them such excruciating suffering. Do you not feel any shame? Do you not believe you should atone for your transgressions? Should you not be kneeling in repentance? You are a scoundrel, truly malevolent." As her voice rose in volume, it was as if she herself were the aggrieved party. Naturally, her outburst only served to infuriate Xia Cheng. Unable to contain his mounting rage, he shouted back, "Stop your nonsensical accusations. They were perfectly fine when they walked in. Your claims are exaggerated." Seeing Xia Cheng's defiance, Chun Hong's previously feigned anger transformed into genuine outrage. Rising to her feet, she pointed an accusatory finger at him. Although she came from a prestigious family, her mother had always taught her to be resolute, lest she be bullied. At this juncture, Zheng Qian and Song Heading exchanged a knowing glance, synchronizing their act. With a heart hardened enough, Zheng Qian yanked at the scab that had formed over his wound, causing fresh blood to spurt forth. Song Heading's pained wail captured everyone's attention, and upon witnessing the renewed flow of blood, Chun Hong's expression shifted drastically as she called out to Jiang Meiyan, "Fetch someone to tend to him. There are restorative potions in my room upstairs. Hurry." Jiang Meiyan nodded vigorously and dashed upstairs. Zheng Qian, astonished by Song Heading's willingness to inflict such pain upon himself, joined in the theatrics, writhing on the ground and feigning immense suffering as he cried out, "I am in agony. I have been injured internally by his beast. It hurts so much." Both understood that the more pitiful their performance, the more they would extract from Xia Cheng. Thus, they cast aside any concern for dignity. plunging the entire hall into chaos. Xia Cheng's expression darkened to the point of near seething. Chen Hong, seizing the moment, stepped closer to Xia Cheng, her finger jabbing at his chest. You have caused them this suffering. If you cannot provide us with a satisfactory resolution, you will face the consequences. How pitiful they are. My dear friends. Meanwhile, Jiang Meiyan returned from upstairs, administering restorative potions to both Song Heading and Zheng Qian. This potion was far superior to the previous one, and upon consumption, Song Heading's wounds ceased to bleed and began to scab over anew. However, the ordeal had left him pallid and motionless, resembling a corpse laid upon the snow. Zheng Qian, having ceased his feigned trembling, fixed his bloodshot eyes on Xia Cheng and bellowed, "What you have done to us will not go unpunished." Chen Hong chimed in, "Indeed, your malicious actions will not be forgotten." Xia Cheng fought to restrain his urge to retaliate, knowing that acting on his fury would seal his fate. Taking a deep breath to quell his anger, he declared, "Stop this charade. Just state plainly what you desire." He understood that this commotion was merely a ploy to extort him. With both Zheng Qian and Song Heading having already sullied their dignity, Xia Cheng chose to be forthright. The hall fell into a sudden silence. Chen Hong settled onto the sofa, while Song Heading remained on the floor, though his eyes now sparkled with renewed intensity. Zheng Qian, contemplating his next move, continued to gaze at Xia Cheng from his prone position. At this point, Chen Hong adopted a more composed demeanor, shedding her earlier aggression, and resumed her initial assertiveness. You orchestrated an attack against us, destroying a transport vehicle belonging to the Beastmaster Corps, and nearly costing us our lives. While demanding an eye for an eye may be unrealistic since we survived, your premeditated malice cannot simply be overlooked. Let us be candid. We are all intelligent individuals here. She continued, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. All four of us have suffered grievous injuries, thus you owe us compensation. How you choose to compensate us will depend on your sincerity. She refrained from specifying her demands, instead seeking to gauge what Xia Cheng might offer. Intending to escalate her expectations based on his response, Xia Cheng snorted dismissively before quickly stating, I can offer each of you 1 million beast coins. Along with some potions of your choice, surely that suffices? For him, 1 million beast coins was trivial, yet for lower-tier beastmasters, it was an astronomical sum. He believed that given their survival, such compensation was more than adequate. Chen Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had misheard. After a moment, she erupted in incredulous laughter, pointing at herself and exclaiming, Me? My life was nearly claimed by your hired thugs, and you dare to offer just 1 million? Do you hold me in such low regard, or do you simply wish to avoid resolving this matter? Fury threatened to spill forth from her lips. Not even 1 million. But even 10 million beast coins would be a mere affront to her dignity. At that moment, Xia Cheng took a deep breath, appearing as if he were on the verge of a significant hemorrhage, and hastily proclaimed, For the others, 1 million each. I shall offer you 2 million. Will that suffice? Observing Xia Cheng's demeanor, which suggested he believed he was compromising, Chen Hong had no desire to engage in further discourse with him. She immediately shouted to the beast tamer who had just parked his vehicle. Go find the city lord and inform him that his daughter was nearly slain by the headmaster of the Beast Tamer Academy. Additionally, notify the beast army that an attack has occurred. Go directly to the highest-ranking official currently within the city. I refuse to believe there isn't anyone capable of dealing with him. As the beast tamer prepared to depart, Xia Cheng hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, There's no need for that. Simply express what you desire. Hearing this, Chen Hong felt a modicum of satisfaction. She wasted no time and swiftly declared, We demand 10 million gold beast coins for each of us. Xia Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. A sum of 10 million gold beast coins is no trifling matter. Even as the headmaster of the Beast Tamer Academy, his annual salary, on paper, amounted to merely around 1 million. Of course, sitting in such a position afforded numerous avenues for financial gain. Each year, he allocated a substantial sum to the Academy as educational funding, supplemented by the Alliance's generous contributions. Furthermore, the influential families and factions within the city sought to curry favor with the Academy to attract promising graduates. He had always pilfered a portion from these funds, yet he dared not take too much, as everyone was aware that not all of it would be utilized for the Academy. Taking too much, however, could incite public outrage. Thus, the wealth he accrued annually was approximately 10 million gold beast coins. Chen Hong's demand for 40 million gold beast coins represented a fortune he would take 4 to 5 years to amass. Moreover, with many relying on him, he was obligated to expend a significant portion each year. Should he concede this 40 million gold beast coins, he would deplete his savings from the past decade, an outcome he vehemently opposed. He was on the verge of retirement, and such a substantial payout would jeopardize even his basic living security afterward. No, before Xia Cheng could voice his refusal, Chen Hong interjected with a cold snort, continuing, Furthermore, You must provide us with resources equivalent to the first-place student from each grade throughout the year. Additionally, I require 4 spots for the Academy's participation in the upcoming Beast Tamer competition. Lastly, each of us should receive a battle beast of our choice. Rest assured, aside from myself, the others' levels are still quite low, so their contracted battle beasts will undoubtedly be of lesser rank, costing you little. With this, Chunhong shrugged nonchalantly, her gaze fixed intently on Xia Cheng, her eyes betraying a hint of threat. These are my conditions. If you present them, I shall refrain from reporting this incident. You will remain the headmaster of the Beast Tamer Academy. I will find a way to mitigate the repercussions of your attack against us. As she concluded, a cold smirk graced her lips. If you cannot comply, then we have nothing further to discuss. I will report everything. And you can expect trouble from both the City Lord and the Beast Army. I hope you can withstand it. Xia Cheng's countenance darkened, and he remained silent. He mentally calculated the value of Chunhong's other demands, his face darkening further. Despite his best efforts to suppress his fury, he could not hold back. Gritting his teeth and declaring, the resources for this year's first-place student total at least 20 million gold beast coins. As for the competition spots, that is not solely my decision. It pertains to the resources our academy can secure in the future, requiring collective deliberation among the higher-ups. And regarding the battle beasts, let us estimate them at 2 million gold beast coins collectively. At this point, Xia Cheng's fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. Unable to contain his anger, he erupted, excluding the competition spots. You audaciously demand over 60 million gold beast coins from me? Have you lost your senses? Or do you take me for a fool? Were it not for Chunhong's esteemed position, he would have considered unleashing a battle beast upon her. After all, none of those present could match him in combat. However, he dared not provoke Chunhong directly, and thus, despite his wrath, he could only endure. Ultimately, he could not help but refuse, stating, "Your demands are excessive. I cannot provide such a sum." Upon hearing Xia Cheng's firm response, Chunhong remained unfazed, fully aware that he would not acquiesce easily. She leisurely reclined on the sofa and remarked, "Since I dare to make such requests, you can be assured that I have conducted thorough research." Her expression was one of a knowing smile as she regarded Xia Cheng. "You truly cannot muster such a sum. With your status, all transactions in your account are under constant surveillance. Even the funds you covertly siphon are stored under the identities of others." Xia Cheng remained silent. Yet he understood that Chunhong had indeed investigated him. Some matters could not remain concealed. Chunhong continued at a leisurely pace. "However, I have heard that you have supported several large companies. While you are not the owner, your annual dividends must amount to at least 100 million, correct?" Xia Cheng's heart sank. He had conducted these dealings in utmost secrecy, ensuring he remained entirely uninvolved, delegating everything to trusted subordinates. Even the managers of those companies were unaware of his influence. He feared that should anyone discover his identity, it might lead to dire consequences. Little did he know that Chunhong had already uncovered this information. Before Xia Cheng could respond, Chunhong continued, "I have no qualms about revealing this to you. You are already being watched, or else I would not have been able to uncover such details so easily. However, they intend to act once you vacate your position as headmaster of the Beast Tamer Academy." Xia Cheng's face contorted in a myriad of colors, appearing more ghastly than if he had swallowed a fly. Had Chunhong not brought this to light, he would have remained oblivious. Before he could ponder further, Chunhong swiftly added, "Provide me with what I want, and I can share more information with you. Should they decide to act against you, you might preserve your life and a portion of your wealth. Otherwise, when they come to collect, you will lose both your fortune and your life. Consider this carefully." At this juncture, Xia Cheng could no longer refuse, though he felt immense reluctance. He could only grit his teeth and concede. "Very well, I shall comply with your demands. The gold beast coins, resources, and battle beasts shall all be provided. However, the competition spots are quite problematic." Xia Cheng found himself in a precarious position. For his own self-preservation, he could fulfill the other 3 requests, but that particular spot was beyond his sole authority. At this moment, Chunhong observed Xia Cheng's conflicted demeanor. Noticing his reluctance to commit to the quota, she refrained from applying excessive pressure. After a brief contemplation, she swiftly declared, "Then let us consolidate it into a sum of 100 million. The resources and war beasts will be calculated separately. I have already made a concession. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing the additional nearly 40 million, Xia Cheng instinctively prepared to decline. However, recalling Chunhong's mention of being targeted, he ultimately gritted his teeth and acquiesced. "Very well, we will contact them immediately. Please provide me with your account details, and within half an hour, I shall transfer 100 million gold beast coins to you." As he spoke, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. "But you must also tell me who exactly is targeting me. What are their intentions? Were it not for this information, I would never part with such a sum." Chapter 38. Chunhong's invitation. Chunhong and Xiacheng moved to a more secluded area, engaging in a brisk exchange. In less than half an hour, 100 million gold beast coins had already been credited to Chunhong's personal account. She nodded in satisfaction and cheerfully continued. In that case, you may deliver the resources directly to me. I will keep a meticulous record of what you provide each year for the top student in each grade. Should there be any discrepancies, I shall inquire further. As for the war beasts, once we finalize our choices, I will notify you. Alternatively, we may visit the Beast Tamer Academy in person, as I have heard there are numerous excellent war beasts in your academy's repository. With a smile adorning her face and a gentle tone, she spoke as if charming an elder. Had it not been for their previous mutual threats, one would hardly discern any tension between them now. Xiacheng maintained a forced smile, responding coolly, if that is the case, I shall take my leave for now. We can discuss the other matters later. With that, he exited the living room briskly. Once outside, his expression darkened, yet he did not linger, hastening away. After all, if Chunhong's words were true, he needed to tread carefully. Otherwise, not only would he be in peril, but those he sought to protect would also be uprooted. Chunhong returned to the sofa, her demeanor visibly uplifted, her smile betraying her satisfaction. Although the encounter had been perilous, she felt well rewarded. For her, the resources obtained from Xiacheng were but trifles. She could acquire them effortlessly. However, the distinction lay in the fact that she had earned them through her own efforts. A far cry from what could be acquired within her family. At that moment, she placed her identity card upon the table, her gaze gleaming as she looked at Zheng Qian, Song Heading, and Jiang Meiyan, the individuals dispatched from Song Qiao and the beast tamer who had been standing by swiftly departed. We shall divide this 100 million, she announced in a voice that was not overly loud. Zheng Qian's heart raced, almost leaping from his chest. This was a sum of 100 million. Even a small portion could transform his family's fortunes completely, potentially elevating them to the upper echelons of society. Song Heading remained composed. To him, gold beast coins held little significance. He could procure ample amounts at home should he desire. Jiang Meiyan, however, was filled with anticipation. Although distantly related to Chunhong, her family's circumstances paled in comparison. Moreover, she was not favored within her own household, although she possessed some savings. Receiving a portion of the gold beast coins would provide her with a solid foundation for her future. Observing the expressions of the three, Chunhong swiftly remarked, "This is compensation we received after being attacked, so it should logically be divided evenly." However, she paused deliberately. Zheng Qian, his heart in his throat, interjected quickly, "These are your efforts. You deserve to take more." He had never anticipated an equal distribution from the outset, so when Chunhong hesitated, he assumed she sought a larger share. Chunhong laughed heartily and waved her hand. "I do not desire more. I have an abundance of gold beast coins." Concerned about potential misunderstandings, she promptly stated, "I shall not take any of these gold beast coins. You three may divide them among yourselves." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian and Jiang Meiyan felt a surge of joy. If they divided 100 million, each would receive over 30 million gold beast coins. Such an amount would allow them to live lavishly in the city's most prosperous areas, indulging in luxury and acquiring whatever they wished. At that moment, Song Heading spoke calmly. "There is no need. Let it be divided as it should be. None of us owes the others any favors." The other two were puzzled, but Song Heading understood well. If Chunhong relinquished her claim, they would owe her a favor. Should she decline, they would owe her millions, a debt not easily repaid. Chunhong regarded Song Heading intently, but did not respond to his comment. Instead, she continued, "I do not lack gold beast coins. You all are in greater need. So I insist that you three share this 100 million. As Song Heading frowned, preparing to refuse, Chunhong continued unperturbed. "We have faced life and death together this time, so I shall not conceal anything from you. I have high hopes for you all. Thus I wish to invite you to collaborate with me." As she spoke, she keenly observed the trio's reactions. Noting their curiosity but lack of other emotions, she pressed on. "The reason I joined the Beast Tamer Corps is to make a name for myself within it. The motivation behind my ambition is simple. I want my disdainful father to realize how foolish his underestimation of me has been." Chunhong's voice dripped with resentment as she expressed her discontent with the city lord. Zheng Qian and the others remained silent, wary of speaking ill of the city lord in her presence. Chunhong continued, "To excel within the Beast Tamer Corps, one must possess either remarkable talent to become a powerful beast tamer, which takes time, or one must hunt enough exotic beasts or contribute significantly to the Corps to earn merit and promotions. Since the first option is not viable for me, given the limited time I have before he potentially meets his demise, I must pursue the second route, assembling a team to achieve merit and expedite our promotions." Her eyes ablaze with fervor, Chunhong gazed intently at the three before her. "You three are the ones I have chosen, and I invite you to join me. Together, we shall achieve great deeds, and I assure you, You will not be left wanting. Chunhong scrutinized their reactions. Song Heading wore an expression of knowing. He had anticipated Chunhong's ulterior motives. Jiang Meiyan nodded earnestly. Had it not been for Chunhong's intervention, she might have been assigned to some remote outpost, uncertain of her future. She felt deep gratitude towards Chunhong and would naturally accept her invitation. Zheng Qian pondered for a moment, concern etched on his face as he quietly asked, "What do you want us to do together? Are we to fight outside?" However, with our current levels, the three of us would merely serve as fodder for the beasts outside, wouldn't we? He was acutely aware that fostering a favorable relationship with Chunhong would yield significant benefits for him. Yet, to venture out and confront the beasts would be tantamount to earning a living at the cost of one's life. Chunhong smiled lightly and calmly remarked, "At your current levels, I certainly will not permit you to engage in battle with the beasts. I shall provide resources to expedite your advancement. Once you possess a certain degree of combat capability, we may revisit the matter of battle. Until you have cultivated sufficient strength, I shall not compel you to undertake any tasks. However, should I require your assistance in the future, I expect your full cooperation. Do contemplate this carefully." Chapter 39, Establishing a Partnership. Jiang Meiyan, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "I am willing. I shall lend my full support." She could not conceive of any valid reason for refusal. Given their current circumstances, this was an extraordinary opportunity that had fallen into their laps. Zheng Qian was also somewhat tempted. However, rationality reminded him that every gain came with a corresponding cost. If Chunhong was willing to offer them several million beast coins now and promised even more resources in the future, it stood to reason that when she needed their assistance, they would have to give their utmost. Contemplating his present situation, he recognized that this substantial sum could ensure a life free from worry for his entire family, and his younger siblings would no longer have to fret about lacking resources once they became beast tamers. Most importantly, agreeing would undoubtedly strengthen his relationship with Chunhong, providing him with a reliable ally. Thus, despite his concerns regarding potential complications in the future, the allure of tens of millions in beast coins and abundant resources compelled Zheng Qian to solemnly nod his agreement. "I am willing." Such an opportunity was unlikely to present itself again in a lifetime. Chunhong nodded in satisfaction. Among the trio, Zheng Qian was the one she most desired to recruit. As for Song Heading, she harbored no grand expectations of success. She understood that Song Heading's background was complex, and he might not be inclined to assist her. Song Heading gazed intently at Chunhong, and after a brief exchange of glances, he stated calmly, "I can also join." Following this, with a serious demeanor, he continued, "However, I have one stipulation." Chunhong nodded in silence, indicating for him to proceed. Song Heading swiftly articulated, "I want to ensure that Xia Chang can no longer threaten me. Were it not for Zheng Qian, he would have already become a corpse." The animosity he harbored towards Xia Chang, who had brought him to such a state, was profound. Without hesitation, Chunhong nodded and quickly assured him, "You need not worry about that. Xia Chang will not be a concern much longer." Her confidence was palpable as she elaborated, "He has committed numerous heinous acts. It is true that he has educated a considerable number of beast tamers, many of whom graduated from the Beast Tamer Academy, thus establishing connections with him, making it difficult for anyone to act against him. However, he is set to retire from the academy soon, and at that point, he will have no time to trouble you." As she spoke, a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. She resolutely added, "If the opportunity arises, I could even arrange for you to personally eliminate him." Song Heading nodded without hesitation. Good. He did not need to elaborate further. The prospect of personally vanquishing Xia Chang was enough to stir his interest. Chunhong wore a radiant smile, pleased that matters were progressing more smoothly than she had anticipated. She had expected to invest more time in resolving this issue. Having confirmed that all three were willing to follow her, Chunhong quickly stated, "That means a total of 100 million beast coins to be divided among the three of you. While complete fairness is unattainable, I will allocate 33 million to each of you, and I shall retain the remainder. Regarding the resources promised by Xia Chang, they would be delivered to Base 3. As for the battle beasts he had agreed to provide each of you, think about what you desire. I will do my utmost to secure them for you. Even if a contract cannot be established immediately, nurturing a bond with them in the meantime is still beneficial." Upon hearing this, the other three nodded in agreement. This arrangement was quite fair, requiring little effort on their part, and they were naturally satisfied. At this moment, Chunhong stood up mysteriously and said, "Wait for me. I have other items." With that, she ascended to the second floor and quickly returned, holding 3 small packages. The packages appeared identical in size, and Chunhong placed them before the three of them. Zheng Qian curiously opened his package, revealing 3 items within: a golden card, a finely crafted badge, golden in hue, adorned with the image of a woman in a golden silk gown on one side and a golden cat silhouette on the other, and a striking golden ring. set with a gemstone the size of a fingernail. He glanced at the other two's packages, noting that their contents were identical. Zheng Qian looked at Chenhong, curiosity evident in his expression. What are these? He recognized the golden card as a type of special card from the bank. Chenhong softly explained. This golden card is an anonymous bank card. Shortly, I will transfer all your beast coins into the cards. This card not only serves as an identity card for withdrawing beast coins from the bank, but even when empty, it allows for a withdrawal of up to 10 million beast coins, although this sum must eventually be repaid. Consider it an emergency fund. However, she cautioned, be sure to keep it secure. Anyone who possesses it can use it. If no beast coins are stored and you withdraw funds, it will bind to your identity card. Upon hearing that this card could yield 10 million beast coins even when empty, Zheng Qian stared at the bank card in disbelief. The bank would not casually dispense loans, especially not of such magnitude. Chenhong continued, the badge is a symbol of our family's identity. Should you encounter any trouble in the city, simply display this badge. Any knowledgeable beast tamer will think twice before causing you harm. It also bears a certain degree of intimidation outside the city, at the very least, in the neighboring cities. No one would dare to offend members of our family. As she spoke, a flicker of pride shone in her eyes. Finally, Chenhong indicated the ring and whispered, this ring is a storage ring. While its capacity is modest, it is quite useful for storing daily items, potions, and the like, though it cannot accommodate living creatures. A smile spread across Zheng Qian's face, and he felt elated. Although he already possessed an empty stone bead, the storage ring served as an excellent cover for concealing that fact. After introducing the three items, Chenhong smiled and gently said, consider these gifts from me. You may take them without hesitation. For the next few days, let us all rest. I will arrange for Zhao Changong to request leave for you, and we shall reconvene at base 3 in 3 days. Let me handle the current matters in the meantime. 3 days from now, we shall meet at the same location from which we departed today. After a long day of turmoil, Zheng Qian and his companions felt utterly exhausted. Upon hearing the suggestion, they did not decline. The three of them gathered their belongings and departed from Chenhong's residence. Even as they stepped out of the villa, Zheng Qian was still enveloped in a surreal sense of disbelief, having transformed from a man burdened by debt into a millionaire. Jiang Mei Yan's eyes reflected a hint of inner conflict, prompting her to whisper, I don't think it's suitable for me to return home right now. Do you have any extra rooms? She was too apprehensive to go back, knowing that her family would undoubtedly seize the items she carried. Song Heting shook his head gently, responding with a hint of detachment. I need to visit my uncle. It might not be convenient. Zheng Qian, testing the waters, boldly suggested, why not come to my house? Although you may have to share a room with my sister, if you don't mind, we can all stay together. Without hesitation, Jiang Meiyan nodded. All right, I appreciate it. Once they exited the villa area, the two parted ways with Song Heting and headed home. In Chapter 40, Clue from Father, Fuya initially believed that after Zheng Qian's departure, they would not see him for at least 1 or 2 months. However, to her surprise, he returned, accompanied by a beautiful girl. Zheng Anin and Zheng Wen were also at home. The trio curiously scrutinized Jiang Meiyan. Though there was no malice in their gazes, she couldn't help but blush. Sensing the atmosphere was somewhat off, Zheng Qian quickly introduced, this is my colleague. She cannot return home right now, so she will be staying with us for a few days before we go back to base 3 together. Upon hearing this, Fuya nodded enthusiastically and welcomed Jiang Meiyan. It's perfectly fine for you to stay here. Coincidentally, Anin and Wen are leaving the city today. I was worried it would be dull without company, so your presence is quite timely. Saying this, Fuya led Jiang Meiyan to the sofa, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Zheng Qian placed the egg he held in a corner, perplexed, and asked, leaving the city? What are they going out for? If the children were venturing out, it likely meant delivering food to the beasts. Even the most elementary of first-tier beasts would pose a challenge that 2 children could hardly manage. Zheng and Un, brimming with excitement, quickly replied, the school has organized an outing to observe the beasts outside the city. We will be accompanied by specialized beast tamers for protection, allowing us to study the beasts up close and learn combat techniques from them. Zheng Qian nodded in acknowledgement. He had never attended school himself, as his family's previous circumstances were far from affluent. Hearing about the experiences his younger siblings would have filled him with joy. After packing their small bundles, Fuya escorted them to school. Zheng Qian contemplated returning to settle his father's outstanding high-interest loans. Although the Beast Tamer army provided protection, he suspected that those owed money would not easily relinquish the gold beast coins to his father. He sought to clarify the situation surrounding those debts, as even the small amount owed seemed trivial to him, and he preferred not to leave any loose ends. Before departing, Zheng Qian placed the egg in his bedroom. He had previously attempted to identify its species using a beast skin scroll, but to no avail, leaving him uncertain about its origins. Thus he could not sell it indiscriminately. Briefly recounting his family's past experiences to Zheng Qian, he swiftly added, I'm going to repay the debt. Would you like to accompany me? Alternatively, you could stay home and rest. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Qian replied, I'll go with you. After all, this was not her home. And facing Fu Ya felt somewhat awkward. Naturally, she preferred to leave with the more familiar Zheng Qian. Together, Zheng Qian and Zheng Qian exited the Beast Tamer army's dormitory. He first made his way to the bank, using the card that Chun Hong had given him. Upon checking the balance and discovering 33 million, Zheng Qian couldn't suppress his smile. He then withdrew 300,000 gold beast coins. The bank staff, upon seeing the card, cast a surprised glance at Zheng Qian but refrained from commenting further. He recalled the amounts owed to each of the high-interest lenders, having memorized the details when they previously sought him out. After dividing the sums accordingly, Zheng Qian left the bank, his brow furrowed in contemplation. We have 5 places to visit in total. All 5 are known for lending at exorbitant rates, and they aren't particularly safe. However, as members of the Beast Tamer army, they would likely refrain from causing us trouble. Muttering to himself, he wore a serious expression. Having dealt with these loan sharks before, he was well aware of their ruthless nature. Zheng Qian quietly followed behind him, and soon they arrived at the first location, an unassuming house not far from his previous residence. Just as he stood at the door, it swung open, revealing a burly man. Their eyes met. Zheng Qian recognized him as the individual who had caused him trouble the day before he made the decision to join the Beast Tamer army. The man, too, recognized Zheng Qian, a flicker of wariness crossing his features. He inquired cautiously, What brings you here? Zheng Qian was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively replied, I'm here to repay the debt. He anticipated the man would be pleased, but instead, the burly figure shook his head sternly. The Beast Tamer army has already visited us. That money is owed by your father. We want to pursue you for it. You should leave quickly. The memory of the last encounter with the Beast Tamer army filled Zheng Qian with trepidation. They had received a severe reprimand, sustaining bruises that lingered for days. Now, they were entirely unwilling to provoke him further and merely wished for him to depart. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian abandoned his intention to repay the debt, realizing it would not be demanded of him again. However, he did not leave. Instead, he fixed the man with a serious gaze, asking directly, Who lent the money to my father initially? One of his goals in visiting was to gather information about his father's borrowing circumstances. The burly man eyed him warily, questioning, Why do you want to know? Zheng Qian scoffed, stating, When my father borrowed the money, did he mention what he intended to use it for? Or did he say where he was going? The man remained silent, prompting Zheng Qian to add quickly, I know that you people typically inquire thoroughly before lending money. So, tell me what my father said when he borrowed the money, and I will leave. The burly man, upon hearing this, did not hesitate, responding swiftly. Your father said he needed the funds as a startup capital to conduct business in the neighboring city of Liuguang. He claimed that if all went smoothly, he could repay us within 7 days. He even mentioned that his family was in town, and if he failed to repay, they would be at our mercy, which is why we lent him the money. Cursing under his breath, Zheng Qian felt a flicker of confusion upon hearing Liuguang City. Since he could remember, his father had always been at the veterinary clinic and had never ventured to another city. Although he could not ascertain the veracity of this information, it at least provided him with a lead. Zheng Qian turned on his heel and left, continuing on to the other 4 locations where debts were owed. These 4 locations similarly received warnings from the Beastmaster army, which rendered them too fearful to accept Zheng Qian's money. Through their words, Zheng Qian also gleaned the same clues. His father had previously claimed that the borrowed funds were intended for Liuguang City. After obtaining information from the last loan shark's territory, Zheng Qian turned to leave, his heart awash with confusion. He was uncertain whether his father had been truthful when he borrowed the money, and if so, he could not fathom the purpose of his father's journey to Liuguang City. Weighed down by thoughts, Zheng Qian returned home to find Fu Ya had already arrived and prepared a meal. He refrained from sharing his newfound knowledge with Fu Ya. After the 3 finished their meal, a sudden banging on the door echoed from outside. Fu Ya hurried to answer it, and upon opening the door, she found Lin Qingxiong, the captain of the 38th Squad, whom they had met before, standing there. Recognizing him, Fu Ya was about to speak when Lin Qingxiong swiftly interjected. Your children are in trouble. The Beastmaster army is mobilizing. I've come to inform you not to panic. We will do everything possible to safeguard the children. Chapter 41, A Critical Situation. Upon hearing this, Fu Ya felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Zheng Qian and Zheng Qian quickly rushed over to support her, preventing her from falling. At that moment, Fu Ya was in a daze, unable to think coherently. Zheng Qian, slightly calmer than Fu Ya, understood from Lin Qingxiong's words that his younger siblings were likely still alive. Otherwise, Lin Qingxiong wouldn't have spoken so reassuringly. With a serious expression, he quickly inquired, What exactly is going on? Could you provide more details? Although he was somewhat composed, his voice trembled as he spoke. In the past, when their parents were busy at the Beast Hospital, he had primarily looked after his siblings, leading to a close bond. Now, hearing that they were in danger, he dreaded the possibility of receiving news he could not bear. Lin Qingxiong, his expression grave, shook his head and began to explain rapidly. We are still uncertain about the specifics. We only received a distress signal from the supervising teacher. The situation is that they encountered a chaotic horde of mutated beasts while outside with the children, but we do not yet know the condition of the children. At that moment, Zheng Qian felt as if his heart had plummeted to the depths of despair. A chaotic horde of mutated beasts was something even beast masters dared not confront lightly. Typically, the beasts retained some rationality. They would not recklessly attack a large group. However, a chaotic horde would pursue humans relentlessly. Most of those who had gone out were likely still children, and the number of teachers accompanying them could not exceed that of the children. If the children encountered such a horde, their chances of survival were exceedingly slim. After all, he had previously learned that Zheng Enan and Zheng Wenwen school comprised students under the age of 18, undoubtedly lacking any beast masters. Relying solely on the teachers, it was unlikely they could protect many children. Lin Qingxiong spoke earnestly. You need not worry. We have dispatched a significant number of teachers. We are still unaware of the size of the chaotic beast horde, so the situation may not be as dire as it seems. I must inform others and then join the Beast Master army to rescue the children. You should remain at home and wait. With that, Lin Qingxiong was about to leave. He had come specifically to convey this message to prevent the children's families from becoming anxious upon hearing the news. Fuya, whose health was already fragile, felt darkness encroach as she heard this news and fainted. Zheng Qian wasted no time, calling out to Lin Qingxiong, I am also a member of the Beastmaster army. Can I accompany you? If he could ascertain the whereabouts of his siblings sooner, he was unafraid of venturing into danger. Lin Qingxiong frowned and quietly replied, Your rank is too low. You won't be able to assist much once outside. Before he could finish speaking, Zheng Qian interjected with unwavering resolve. My battle beast can perform short-range teleportation. If danger arises, I can ensure my safety and quickly rescue the children. Lin Qingxiong nodded, his expression serious as he said, If you're not afraid, then follow me. I have 3 more notifications to deliver, and after that, we will leave the city together. Zheng Qian nodded and turned to Jiang Meiyan. Please take care of my mother. If she does not wake up soon, call a doctor for me. Jiang Meiyan promptly assured him, You need not worry. I'll handle it. Zheng Qian called for Yu Ming and Kong Kong, then followed Lin Qingxiong to the 2nd and 3rd floors, knocking on 3 doors to relay the situation. The recipients of this news were all left in despair. Subsequently, he accompanied Lin Qingxiong to the entrance of the Beast Master army, where transport vehicles were already loading up Beast Masters for departure. A portion of the Beast Masters was lined up to board. It was evident that the Beast Master army took this matter seriously, dispatching a substantial number of Beast Masters. They arrived at a small off-road vehicle, and as Lin Qingxiong opened the door, he quickly remarked, Your willingness to accompany me is commendable, but your abilities are too limited. You must stick with me. Since you claim your battle beast can teleport you, just ensure your own safety when danger arises. As they settled into the vehicle, the 6 seats were perfectly filled. Zheng Qian glanced around at the other passengers. Apart from a young driver, the remaining 3 appeared to be middle-aged men. He surmised that these 3 held some rank within the Beastmaster army, as they wouldn't be afforded a dedicated vehicle otherwise. Zheng Qian sat by the window on the right, with Lin Qingxiong to his left, flanked by 2 others, while one person occupied the front passenger seat. The middle-aged man in the front passenger seat glanced at Zheng Qian, frowning in apparent dissatisfaction as he queried, Who is this? Why did you bring him along? Lin Qingxiong, having interacted with Fuya, was aware of Zheng Qian's identity and quickly explained, This is Zheng Qian. 2 of the children outside are his younger siblings. He claims his battle beast can teleport him, so I brought him along. He may be of assistance. With this clarification, the front passenger did not press further, merely instructing, Drive. Let us get out of the city first. The driver began to maneuver the vehicle, following the main convoy towards the city outskirts. The man in the front passenger seat, evidently of higher rank, quickly stated, The information you received earlier was inaccurate. I have now gathered the correct details to share with you. A total of 1,300 children are going out, aged between 7 and 17. There are 200 teachers accompanying them, including 10 Beast Masters above level 50, 2 above level 60, and 1 level 70 Beast Master leading the expedition. Their planned operational range is within 10 kilometers of the city. Hearing this, Lin Qingxiong furrowed his brow and asked, 10 kilometers from the city is routinely patrolled by the Beast Master army. It is unlikely that any formidable beasts could be present. Moreover, with so many high-level Beast Masters, how could an incident occur? A level 70 Beast Master is already among the city's elite. The man in the front passenger seat, his expression grave, continued. I do not have accurate information regarding the specific cause. However, from the information I have gathered thus far, it appears that several formidable beasts have suddenly descended from afar to attack the children, followed closely by a horde of unruly creatures launching an assault. The current situation is that the teachers have dispersed, leading the children to flee, with only a small number having returned, while the majority remain unaccounted for, their whereabouts unknown. Once we venture out, we must locate those children with utmost urgency. If they are alive, we must see them, and if they have perished, we must find their remains. In total, 10 team leaders and 2 captains have set out. Upon our departure, each leader shall mobilize their team to conduct a swift search of the vicinity. As he spoke, a flicker of intense concern crossed his eyes, yet he continued with haste. There are many children, and surely a significant number must have managed to escape. But we must act quickly. Despite his words, the atmosphere within the vehicle was palpably oppressive, as they all understood that the scattered children were likely facing grave peril. Chapter 42. The Search. The Beastmaster's Corps had already cleared the route out of the city, thus they encountered little obstruction along the way. Many onlookers observed the Beastmaster's grand expedition out of the city with curiosity. News of the incident involving the children beyond the city's walls swiftly spread throughout the entire city. Various influential factions promptly dispatched a contingent of Beastmasters to assist. After all, the dissemination of such information could significantly elevate their reputation and standing. Additionally, some parents of the students and several independent, more powerful Beastmasters also left the city. Soon, the transport vehicles exited the city, where they found the previous transport vehicles belonging to the Beastmasters already parked outside. The Beastmasters disembarked and quickly formed 12 squads. Among them, 10 squads comprised 50 members each, while the remaining 2 larger squads each boasted 100 members. Lin Xingxiong positioned himself at the forefront of one of the 50-member squads, with Zheng Qian naturally following suit. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the passenger seat of the vehicle stood at the forefront of the assembly. With a grave expression, he rapidly addressed the group. We have dispatched over 700 individuals, divided into 12 teams. Each of the 10 squad leaders will command their own team, while I and another captain will lead the 2 larger squads to search the distant areas, while you all will search in proximity to the city. Given the generally young age of the children, if they have survived but have not returned to the city, they are almost certainly hiding nearby and would not have ventured too far. Therefore, everyone must conduct a thorough search around the city with utmost speed. The quicker, the better. After completing one search, if the children are not located, we will expand our search radius in all directions. Upon concluding his instructions, the members of the Beastmaster's Corps responded in unison. Understood. With that, the 10 squad leaders began to disperse with their teams, while the remaining captain led his team toward the direction where the children were initially reported to be heading. The middle-aged man then turned to the other influential factions and assisting individuals who had emerged nearby, contemplating briefly before saying, I appreciate everyone's willingness to assist. However, our Beastmaster's Corps is currently searching for the children in the vicinity. If you have no leads, you may join us in seeking traces of the children nearby. However, I must caution you to be vigilant. There may be roaming packs of feral beasts in the area, and we cannot ascertain their numbers or combat capabilities at this time. So please exercise caution. Should you encounter any rampaging beasts, find a way to notify us, as they are likely connected to the children's disappearance. The Beastmaster's Corps holds considerable prestige within the city, and upon hearing this, others nodded in agreement, dispersing to commence their search in the surrounding area. Zheng Qian followed closely behind Lin Xingxiong, as the other members of the squad spread out, each maintaining a distance of several dozen meters apart as they advanced. Simultaneously, they unleashed their tracking beasts. Those determined to remain within the Beastmaster's Corps would be allotted a contract to bond with a tracking dog. Though tracking dogs are classified as orange-grade beasts and lack formidable combat prowess, they possess exceptional tracking abilities. With their acute sense of smell, they can detect the scent of a living being from considerable distances, allowing them to locate the target's position. Prior to their departure, the Beastmaster's Corps had acquired some of the children's previously worn clothing. Now, with the assistance of the tracking dogs, they endeavored to pinpoint the children's locations. Lin Xingxiong refrained from engaging directly, instead choosing to motivate the group. Thus, he primarily needed to gather the clues provided by others to inform the next steps. Zheng Qian, lacking a tracking dog and unwilling to complicate matters, merely stayed close to Lin Xingxiong, keenly observing the surroundings for any hints. Unfortunately, the area outside the city was already bustling with activity, compounded by the recent rain, which had left the ground strewn with chaotic footprints. The overlapping prints made it nearly impossible to discern any direction of travel, though it was evident that there were no footprints belonging to children nearby. The children's prints are generally small and easily identifiable, as typically, young children would not venture outside the city alone. As the group advanced with considerable speed, Zheng Qian felt a sense of urgency. The longer it took to locate the children, the greater the risk they faced. He glanced at Lin Qingxiu, his anxiety evident as he inquired, "Must we continue to search slowly as a group? How long will this take? Surely, among so many teachers, at least one must have accurate information regarding the children. Moreover, there should be some means of tracking them, right?" He regretted following Lin Qingxiu, as he felt he could search more effectively on his own. Lin Qingxiu, with a serious demeanor, shook his head. Under normal circumstances, tracking devices would be placed on some of the children, and the teachers would also carry such devices. Zheng Qian's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he quickly asked, "If tracking devices are available, wouldn't it be simple to find them? Why are we still searching in this manner?" Lin Qingxiu's expression flickered with embarrassment as he quietly explained, "The students at the school have been engaging in outdoor training for several days each month for many years without incident, and thus, it has been a considerable time since anyone brought a tracking device during these outings." Lin Qingxiu sighed deeply. No one anticipated that an incident would occur this time, so they were entirely unprepared without any tracking devices. Zheng Qian's lips twitched in frustration. It was essentially the same as saying nothing at all. He glanced at the advancing crowd and, with determination, said quickly, "How about I venture ahead to search further? While there is comfort in following these individuals, my patience is wearing thin." Lin Qingxiu, with a solemn expression, shook his head firmly. "I advise against such actions." After delivering this warning, he surveyed the group ahead before quickly explaining, "I understand this method is slow, but it is the safest approach. After all, there are feral beasts roaming nearby, and the creatures capable of scattering the teachers must undoubtedly be formidable." Lin Qingxiu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with concern. "We are currently unable to ascertain the whereabouts of those aberrant beasts, thus we can only proceed cautiously. Should we encounter any danger, we must be ready to provide swift assistance. If you were to recklessly depart from our ranks to seek out individuals on your own, I cannot guarantee your safety." After expressing this, he reassured, "Moreover, the captain will lead a team ahead to search for those aberrant beasts at a faster pace. We merely need to await their news." Upon finishing his words, Lin Qingxiu observed as Zheng Qian was about to insist that he would bear any unforeseen consequences and venture forward. At that moment, a bird's call resonated in the air, prompting everyone to look up in astonishment, only to discover that a multitude of gigantic birds was rapidly approaching them from a distance. Chapter 43, The Battle of the Beastmaster's Army. As the avian swarm neared, Lin Qingxiu's expression grew grave. He shouted, "All units, assemble. Prepare for battle." The Beastmaster's army, well trained, swiftly recalled their tracking hounds and moved closer to Lin Qingxiu. They exhibited little fear. After all, each squad within the Beastmaster's army, akin to the stronghold outside the city, had undergone extensive training, thus their cooperative combat capabilities were formidable. However, Lin Qingxiu gazed at the rapidly advancing flock with trepidation. These birds belonged to the same species. Their plumage of pure white, with wingspans approaching 20 meters. They possessed elongated necks, slender bodies, and golden, flattened beaks. As they flapped their wings, a veil of white mist enveloped them, allowing them to seemingly teleport to dozens of meters away in an instant. The hunting cloud geese, presumably fully grown, were likely at level 50, numbering over 40. Lin Qingxiu's frown deepened as he mused. The nearest habitat of these hunting cloud geese is at least 300 kilometers away, separated by a city. How could they have flown here? As he pondered, the hunting cloud geese soared to an altitude of less than 100 meters. Simultaneously, they flapped their wings, coalescing large volumes of white mist around them, while sharp ice shards rained down from the mist above. The hunting cloud geese had the ability to condense moisture to form clouds, launching a series of attacks involving water and ice from these clouds. Individually, the hunting cloud geese lacked significant combat prowess. Their physical attributes were not particularly strong, and their ranged attacks were rather singular. However, as a social species, a flock typically consisted of dozens to hundreds of hunting cloud geese, and when they launched a coordinated assault, even a level 60 Beastmaster would find it challenging to withstand. Lin Qingxiu commanded decisively, "Defensive formations. Cease all offensive actions. They cannot breach our defenses." As his orders resonated, the members of the Beastmaster's army unleashed their battle beasts, employing various methods to establish protective barriers around themselves. Concurrently, several Beastmasters activated their unique talents to form safeguards, resulting in a rapid assembly of earth shields and energy barriers encircling the group. Observing this spectacle, Zheng Qian was filled with astonishment. It was his first time witnessing the Beastmaster's army in action, displaying remarkable coordination and unity, clearly indicative of rigorous training. The ice shards struck the protective barriers above like raindrops, their collective numbers overwhelming despite their individual lack of strength, gradually compromising the defenses layer by layer. A cacophony of violent collisions erupted overhead, prompting Lin Qingxiong to exchange a startled glance with Zheng Qian and quickly elucidate. Once the Beastmaster's personnel form a cohesive squad, they engage in tactical training. Furthermore, each team comprises not just any member. It includes combatants, defenders, support, and healing Beastmasters. During combat, at varying intervals, different Beastmasters will take action while others await their moment, enhancing the overall combat efficacy of the Beastmaster's army compared to other Beastmasters of the same number. Zheng Qian nodded slightly, but at this juncture, the protective barriers above had nearly been obliterated. Nevertheless, the Beastmaster's army remained unperturbed. Lin Qingxiong directed, deploy defensive battle devices. At the moment his command was issued, those Beastmasters with defensive talents retrieved small spheres from their pockets and hurled them into the air. Initially no larger than a fingernail, these spheres rapidly expanded mid-flight, forming a robust metallic shield above their heads. Several spheres coalesced to create multiple layers of tightly interwoven metallic barriers, resulting in a formidable defense. Once more, the sound of fierce collisions erupted from above. However, it was evident that the strength of this metallic shield far surpassed that of the previous defenses. Even as the overhead collisions intensified into a thunderous roar, the shield remained unscathed. Zheng Qian gazed in awe at the metallic barrier. This was a sight he had never witnessed before. It was clear that these devices, upon being thrown, did not undergo continuous energy input, yet managed to provide such extensive protection, and they could stack together. While their effect appeared somewhat singular, they far exceeded the capabilities of many lower-tier defensive Beastmasters' talents. Lin Qingxiong, standing nearby, solemnly introduced, "This is a battle device developed by the Beastmaster's army, currently unavailable to the outside world and only undergoing small-scale trials within our ranks." The cacophony of collisions above grew louder and more dense. However, after 2 minutes of a relentless barrage resembling thunder, silence fell. Concurrently, several piercing bird calls echoed through the air, indicating that the aerial flock was under attack. As the clamor above ceased, Lin Qingxiong commanded, "Disengage the battle devices." The Beastmasters who had previously launched the spheres raised their hands skyward, releasing a surge of energy, causing the metallic shields to revert to spheres that floated back into their hands. Instinctively, everyone looked skyward, witnessing the hunting cloud geese being assaulted. The attackers were 4 enormous thunderbirds. The thunderbirds, however, merely drove off the hunting cloud geese without launching an intense offensive. Thus the geese did not resist desperately and swiftly fled in the direction from whence they came. Once the flock of hunting cloud geese had departed, the 4 thunderbirds descended. The members of the Beastmaster's army regarded the thunderbirds with curiosity, knowing that only the city lord possessed thunderbirds, as he held management rights over their habitat and protected it, making it difficult for others to approach. Consequently, they recognized these were the city lord's beasts, symbols of his authority. However, although the city lord commanded thunderbirds, his number was limited to merely 10. Thus, the appearance of 4 at once was indeed significant. As the thunderbirds landed, the group spotted 6 individuals atop them, one of whom was the Beastmaster who had previously rescued Zheng Qian, alongside 3 others of similar age. Additionally, Song Heading and Jiang Meiyan were present. Zheng Qian was taken aback upon seeing them. Jiang Meiyan waved at Zheng Qian, beckoning, "Come up, let us search for the others together." Zheng Qian's face lit up with joy, and Lin Qingxiong offered no objection, softly stating, "With the city lord's personnel accompanying you, you shall be quite safe. I understand your eagerness, so go with them." Zheng Qian nodded and hurried over to the Thunderbird where Jiang Meiyan and the others were, a streak of lightning enveloping him, swiftly drawing him to their side. For Thunderbirds soared into the sky, yet Lin Qingxiong's brow furrowed in concern. The city lord was not one to offer assistance lightly, and it was evident that this venture was specifically aimed at Zheng Qian, which took him by surprise. Meanwhile, Zheng Qian, seated atop one of the Thunderbirds, inquired with a hint of bewilderment, "What brings you here?" Chapter 44, The Radiant Phoenix. Jiang Meiyan spoke swiftly. "I took my aunt to the hospital and coincidentally encountered Song Heading there. Upon learning about your family's situation, he decided to help you. However, I believe that the 2 of us alone may not suffice, so I sought out my sister. Upon hearing that your younger siblings were in trouble outside the city, she approached the city lord, who subsequently dispatched 4 beast tamers to assist us." As Zheng Qian absorbed the information that it was Chuan Hong who had sought the city lord's aid, a glimmer of gratitude flickered in his eyes. With the presence of these 4 beast tamers, he felt a considerable sense of reassurance. After all, their combat prowess likely surpassed that of the ordinary beast army. Having flown a short distance, Zheng Qian spotted a larger contingent of beast warriors advancing rapidly below. It was clear that they were the ones clearing the path. However, many bore visible wounds, indicating they had recently engaged in battle. Zheng Qian recalled the previous encounter with the cloud-soaring geese and realized that not only they, but also other beast warrior teams must have faced attacks. The beast tamer seated ahead noted the situation below, his brow creased in concern as he murmured, "It seems this situation is exceedingly complex. It is likely not merely a riot of feral beasts." Song Heading inquired gravely, "What leads you to that conclusion?" The beast tamer observed the scene below and replied quickly, "A riot of feral beasts does not manifest in this manner. Even in the smallest scale of such riots, the beasts would fall into a frenzied, bloodthirsty state. Otherwise, they would not riot at all. Yet, it is evident that the cloud-soaring geese that attacked the beast warriors were in a normal state. Furthermore, the group of beast warriors below does not seem to be engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the beasts. Otherwise, there would be carcasses left behind. A non-frenzied group of beasts cannot be classified as a riotous one." The other three beast tamers nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing this assessment. At that moment, a petite middle-aged woman perched on another thunderbird interjected swiftly, "Moreover, the elusive nature of those feral beasts further suggests they are not in a state of riot. They appear to be executing a coordinated guerrilla strategy." Her eyes flickered with concern as she continued, "Additionally, throughout our flight from the city to here, we have found no traces of any children. This is highly irregular. Even if those beasts killed and consumed the children, there should still be some remnants, be it blood or torn clothing. Yet, there is nothing left behind." At this juncture, all present came to a chilling realization. If this were the case, it would imply that the children had been attacked by the feral beasts but were not consumed. Rather, they had been captured. Such an occurrence was almost unfathomable. Typically, feral beasts and humans exist in a relationship of mutual enmity, with humans aiming to capture feral beasts to transform them into war beasts for personal use or sale. Conversely, in the eyes of the feral beasts, humans are nothing more than prey. Song Heading, with a serious expression, quickly articulated, "But why would the feral beasts capture the children? What could their motive be?" The others echoed his confusion. During their discourse, the thunderbirds had flown a considerable distance, now nearly 30 kilometers from the city. Ahead, the forest teemed with visible feral beasts. The expanse of the forest was vast, yet the sheer size of many of the beasts rendered them conspicuous within the foliage. The feral beasts raised their heads to the sky, spotting the four thunderbirds. The beast tamers atop the thunderbirds remained unfazed, for the thunderbirds were all level 80 war beasts, while the beasts below were not of such caliber. Zheng Qian quietly queried, "Are these the riotous feral beasts?" This was still within the observational range of the outpost outside the city, and within this perimeter, it was improbable for such a multitude of feral beasts to exist, indicating that these beasts were indeed the culprits behind the children's abduction. The four beast tamers nodded, affirming that, based on the numbers and visible species of feral beasts, this was not a group that should be present in this area. The beast tamer seated ahead spoke rapidly, "Lu Yu, return and inform the beast army of the situation here." The sole female beast tamer nodded, and under her direction, the thunderbird veered toward the city. Given the alarming number of feral beasts present and the existence of several high-level specimens among them, the beast army would need to deploy more personnel to address this threat. As the remaining three beast tamers were about to assign tasks, a distant, furious cry resounded. Instinctively, everyone turned toward the source of the sound. A colossal bird, enveloped in flames and radiating a blinding brilliance akin to the sun, emerged into view. Upon witnessing the creature, their expressions shifted dramatically, an overwhelming pressure emanating from the bird bearing down upon them, even from several kilometers away. The intensity of that pressure nearly rendered the lower-ranked Zheng Qian and his companions breathless. The three thunderbirds grew restless. The beast tamer controlling the thunderbird wore a grave expression. The beast tamer ahead of Zheng Qian was the first to react, exclaiming, "That is the purple-ranked feral beast, the Radiant Phoenix. How is this possible? The purple-ranked feral beasts can potentially ascend to level 90, with a rare few surpassing that threshold. The Radiant Phoenix was one such exception, mastering all forms of fire. Its combat prowess ranked among the top 10 of all purple-ranked feral beasts. Radiant Phoenixes are exceedingly rare and seldom venture into human territories, typically residing near massive volcanoes. The appearance of a Radiant Phoenix here signaled an urgent crisis. After all, a single Radiant Phoenix could effortlessly obliterate a city, as its flames are notoriously difficult to extinguish, capable of igniting even stone. Should the inferno grow too intense, it would be nearly impossible for humans to quell it. Retreat. The beast tamer who had brought Zheng Qian shouted, urging the others to flee back to the city. One Radiant Phoenix was beyond their capacity to confront. However, their arrival seemingly incited the wrath of the Radiant Phoenix, which flapped its wings and surged toward the three Thunderbirds. Though the Thunderbirds were swift, the Radiant Phoenix unleashed a torrent of flames, which surged forward, encompassing several kilometers in an instant. Simultaneously, a wall of fire formed, completely obstructing the Thunderbird's path forward. The Thunderbirds yearned to ascend further, yet the flames continued their relentless climb, ultimately enveloping the three Thunderbirds in a fiery shield, the searing heat rendering them utterly defenseless. Chapter 45. The Intent of the Fiery Phoenix. It was over. The singular thought that occupied Zheng Qian's mind was that this fiery phoenix, even with but a flicker of flame, could reduce him to ashes. Despite the presence of three formidable beast masters nearby, their initial instinct upon witnessing the fiery phoenix was to flee. It was evident they were no match for its might. However, the area was entirely sealed off, and the Thunderbirds dared not breach the fiery barrier. The flames of the fiery phoenix were such that even the slightest contact would ignite them completely, turning them to cinders in mere seconds. At that moment, the fiery phoenix swiftly descended before them, its colossal form hovering in the air, rendering the Thunderbirds insignificant in its presence. Even their wings and bodies trembled slightly as they flew. The immense figure of the fiery phoenix loomed above, its eyes, reminiscent of burning rubies, fixated on the individuals below. Strangely, the flames engulfing it emitted no intense heat, nor did it launch an immediate attack, which offered Zheng Qian and the others a glimmer of hope for survival. After all, a creature of such high intellect as a purple-grayed beast would have its reasons for refraining from direct aggression. As silence enveloped them, the pressure stemming from the close proximity of the fiery phoenix intensified, compelling Zheng Qian to muster the courage to speak. Despite his trepidation, "What do you desire? Where are the children?" He himself was bewildered by his audacity, acutely aware that if he did not act soon, the oppressive atmosphere would suffocate him. Meanwhile, Yu Ming, perched on his shoulder, quivered in fear, paralyzed into inaction. In the face of such a vast disparity in levels, they scarcely dared to entertain thoughts of battle. The others did not expect Zheng Qian's words to effect any change, but at that moment, the fiery phoenix emitted a call. The sound resonated in their ears, conveying its message: "The humans are in my possession. If you wish for them to live, return my children." They were not astonished that the fiery phoenix could be understood. However, the revelation that it sought its offspring left them utterly astounded. As a distinguished purple-grayed beast, the fiery phoenix was already rare, and being a solitary creature that thrived in fiery locales, it rarely reproduced unless actively sought. They had not anticipated that the fiery phoenix had offspring, and that those offspring had been stolen. The mere presence of the fiery phoenix in their vicinity implied that it had determined its young were nearby, or perhaps within the city. This was dreadful news. If the fiery phoenix failed to recover its progeny, and the city's inhabitants could not vanquish it, the very survival of the city itself was in jeopardy. After all, besides the fiery phoenix, numerous other beasts lurked nearby. Suddenly, the fiery phoenix extended its head forward, its enormous eyes fixated intently on Zheng Qian. "You carry the scent of my egg. Return it to me." Zheng Qian was momentarily taken aback. He had feared he might be considered a meal, swallowed whole without a trace. Yet now he was confronted with the shocking assertion that he bore the essence of its egg. His initial instinct was to deny it. But soon he realized the fiery phoenix was unlikely to slander him. If its claim held any truth, then the only egg he had encountered that day was at that moment. Zheng Qian felt the penetrating gaze of Song heading beside him, and they both understood the implication. The egg they had found in the cave of the malicious owl was indeed the only beast egg he had come into contact with that day. They exchanged a knowing glance, both recognizing the gravity of the situation, yet remaining silent. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Meiyan and the beast master who had accompanied them came to the same realization. After all, Zheng Qian had been cradling a beast egg, making it hard to overlook. Yet, none dared to voice their thoughts, acutely aware that the egg was no longer in Zheng Qian's possession. They were deeply concerned that if the truth were revealed, the fiery phoenix would become infuriated, and they would face dire consequences. An eerie silence fell over the gathering, and the fiery phoenix's fury intensified, leading it to issue a stark ultimatum. "I cannot be mistaken. You have undoubtedly come into contact with my egg. Hand it over now. And as long as my egg remains unharmed, I will allow you to live. Should you refuse to return my egg, or if it has suffered any harm, the entire city shall pay the price." The menace in its tone was unmistakable. Zheng Qian was drenched in cold sweat, as the fiery phoenix threatened to erupt in rage. He hastily replied, "I believe I have seen your egg." Though reluctant to admit it, the unmistakable scent was impossible to conceal. Thus, he had no choice but to acknowledge the truth. The fiery phoenix responded with an air of entitlement. "Of course you have. And you must have handled it for a considerable time. Otherwise, such a potent scent would not linger. Hurry and return it to me." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian felt a pang of regret, realizing the egg's potential worth if left undiscovered, potentially fetching hundreds of millions, if not billions. After all, while the most powerful beasts were indeed black-grayed, their scarcity and terrifying strength rendered them unattainable for most human beast masters. Hence, purple-grade beasts were the pinnacle accessible to them. Even among the elite beast masters, those who possessed black-grade beasts as combat companions were exceedingly few. Yet, now for the sake of his life, he had no choice but to relinquish the egg. However, the fiery phoenix scoffed. "Do you think you can deceive me, you cunning humans? If I allow you all to leave and you flee, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to locate you again." The icy tone in its voice was chilling. "Thus, only one among you may return to retrieve my egg. The rest must remain here. If the one returning fails to bring back my egg, your fates are sealed." Its enormous eyes bore down on the group of thunderbirds. "Moreover, the journey to the city is but a matter of seconds. I grant you half an hour. Half an hour later, if my egg is not returned, not only will they perish, but I shall unleash a tide of beasts upon that city. At that moment, all of you shall await your doom." Chapter 46. The Reason for the Egg Theft. Upon hearing the words of the fiery phoenix, a palpable tension gripped the hearts of the onlookers. It was evident that a final ultimatum had been issued. However, with half an hour remaining, Zheng Qian felt a glimmer of hope rather than despair. He gathered his thoughts and spoke swiftly. "If only one can leave, then let those who can control the Thunderbird return to retrieve the egg. The egg is located in." Just as Zheng Qian was about to reveal that the egg was in his home, Song Heading suddenly interjected. "You should go back and retrieve it." His tone was resolute. Zheng Qian looked at him, puzzled. He believed that the Thunderbird would surely return faster, thus retrieving the egg sooner. Why, then, had Song Heading interrupted him? Song Heading cast a glance at the three beast tamers perched upon the Thunderbird and quickly stated, devoid of emotion, "We cannot disclose the purpose of the fiery phoenix's arrival to too many. Once this information reaches the higher-ups, be it the city lord or the senior officials of the Beast Tamer Corps, they would never agree to return the fiery phoenix's egg. These three are all aligned with the city lord. Should they return, they will undoubtedly report to him first. At that point, not only would the city lord refuse to allow them to bring back the egg, but he would also seize the fiery phoenix's egg, leaving those who remain with no escape." The three beast tamers squinted at Song Heading, their silence thickening with caution. Zheng Qian and Jiang Meiyan exchanged bewildered glances at Song Heading. "Is that even possible?" Zheng Qian asked directly. "This concerns the safety of the entire city's populace. Why would the city lord act thus?" Jiang Meiyan nodded in agreement, whispering, "Indeed, if we return the fiery phoenix's egg, it will leave, and everyone will be safe." Why would the city lord not agree to return the egg? A hint of resignation flickered in Song Heading's eyes as he regarded the two. He spoke softly. "There are two aspects to consider. First, humanity cannot yield to aberrant beasts. Especially now, when a beast threatens humanity by proclaiming that failure to comply will result in a beast tide ravaging the city. This is a blatant humiliation for the people here. Individuals like you and I, as lesser-known beast tamers, may not find it particularly offensive, but for the city lord and the elite factions within the city, acquiescing to a beast's demands would render them scorned by others in neighboring cities, relegating them to a status of inferiority. For those in power, being deemed lesser means being forever trampled beneath the feet of others, unable to hold their heads high in the presence of their peers from other cities." Zheng Qian scratched his head, finding this reasoning rather plausible. Jiang Meiyan curiously inquired, "And what is the second aspect?" Song Heading glanced at the other three beast tamers, who were all watching him intently. With a grave expression, he continued, "The fiery phoenix's egg is not easily procured. The fiery phoenix before us is evidently at its peak, its level exceeding 90, otherwise it would not dare to come here and provoke us. The fiery phoenix does not hunt, it thrives in fiery environments, absorbing flames as sustenance. Thus, it would remain by its egg's side, vigilantly guarding it. Unlike other beasts that might be distracted while hunting, allowing beast tamers an opportunity to steal their eggs. The mere fact that this egg was taken indicates that a formidable presence drew the fiery phoenix away, enabling the egg's theft." A cold smile crossed Song Heading's lips as his gaze swept across the three beast tamers once more. A typical beast tamer could not achieve such a feat nor withstand the fiery phoenix, indicating that their opponent's level must be considerable, and their numbers not few. After Song Heading spoke, Zheng Qian urgently asked, "What does this have to do with not informing the city lord?" With a serious demeanor, Song Heading quickly responded, "I just heard a piece of gossip. The city lord's most cherished son has sustained severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. The blood of the fiery phoenix can heal wounds, particularly when refined through special means to create a potent restorative elixir. As long as one is not dead, consuming it can allow for a rebirth, with a slight chance of enhancing one's innate abilities." At this point, Song Heading's eyes locked onto the three beast tamers beside him. He noticed astonishment flicker in the eyes of two of them, clearly taken aback by his revelation. Ignoring their surprised expressions, he continued blandly, The fiery phoenix's habitat is far from here, encompassing other cities. Can you surmise why the fiery phoenix would come here instead of targeting other cities? Zheng Qian suddenly grasped the implication and exclaimed, "It was people from our city who stole the fiery phoenix's egg." Song Heading nodded gently, his eyes encouraging as he looked at Zheng Qian. With newfound gravity, Zheng Qian continued, "The individuals who took the fiery phoenix's egg likely did so to save the city lord's son. The egg is probably a prize sought by the city lord himself, aimed at rescuing his most beloved child. However, for some reason, it did not fall into the city lord's possession but instead ended up in my hands. If we allow them to return and retrieve the egg, once they have it, they may not return it but instead deliver it to the city lord." Song Heading nodded solemnly, affirming this as the second aspect. Thus, none of the three could be allowed to return for the egg, as they were all loyal to the city lord. The retrieval must be entrusted to one among us, either you, I, or Jiang Meiyan. Moreover, it must be done discreetly, ensuring that no one else is aware. After all, news of the fiery phoenix's presence here has already reached the city. The city lord will surely suspect that the egg is within our walls and may initiate a thorough search. With a serious gaze, Song Heading addressed Zheng Qian. "You must decide who will go back to retrieve it. You may either disclose the egg's location to him or return yourself to fetch it. No one else must be informed." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian looked at Song Heading and Jiang Meiyan, contemplating the risks involved. The egg was his choice, and he could not allow others to take such risks. Thus, he decisively declared, "I shall return to the city to retrieve it myself." Song Heading nodded in agreement, and then turned to the nearby beast tamers. With an impassive expression, he instructed, "You shall lend him one thunderbird to escort him back to the city, enabling him to retrieve the fiery phoenix's egg. This way, everyone will be safe, and you will not have to take any risks. Make your choice swiftly. Whose thunderbird will it be?" Aside from the thunderbird they were currently on, the other two beast tamers completely disregarded Song Heading's words. Only one of the beast tamers in front sighed resignedly and summoned another enormous bird, inviting Song Heading and Jiang Meiyan to mount it. He then addressed Zheng Qian, saying, "Return safely. We shall await your return here." Chapter 47, The Egg Mix-Up. Zheng Qian rode the thunderbird, hastening towards the city. While he could not directly control the thunderbird, its intelligence allowed him to convey commands in human language effortlessly. At that moment, the thunderbird was quite obedient, hastening towards the city with remarkable speed. Onlookers on the ground watched in astonishment. After all, it had not been long since two thunderbirds had returned to the city, and curiosity was piqued regarding the events unfolding ahead. Within the city, Lu Yu did not relay the situation at the front lines to the Beastmaster army as promised. Instead, she quickly returned to the city and found the Lord standing before him and speaking rapidly. "The number of aberrant beasts out there is substantial, surely gathered by even more formidable creatures. It remains uncertain if these are indeed beasts rallied by the Sunfire Phoenix, but at present, the sheer quantity is nearly enough to incite a minor beast tide. Furthermore, we have only observed one area of the aberrant beasts and cannot ascertain whether there are more widespread threats. The situation is perilous. Should I notify the Beastmaster army now?" Although she had received orders to inform the Beastmaster army, her allegiance lay with the city lord, and given the potential connection to the Sunfire Phoenix, she felt compelled to report back first. The lord remained silent, eyes closed, as the atmosphere grew tense. After a brief pause, he spoke with a calm demeanor. "There is no need to inform the Beastmaster army." A flicker of anxiety crossed Lu Yu's eyes as she quietly responded. "But their numbers are limited. If they encounter a horde of aberrant beasts, it will surely lead to calamity." She hesitated, wanting to emphasize the gravity of the threat posed by the horde to the entire city, but the Lord interjected with a dismissive snort. "The Beastmaster army has thrived in recent years. They no longer heed my commands. It is time they face some setbacks to understand that following my directives is what ensures their survival." Lu Yu felt a pang of reluctance, but chose not to argue further, merely nodding in acquiescence. The Lord then instructed her in a measured tone, "Go find Lu Cheng and inquire about the progress of the investigation. If the whereabouts of the egg remain elusive, we shall gather our forces to hunt the Sunfire Phoenix. How dare it confront us so brazenly?" Lu Yu nodded and turned to leave. Though she deemed this course of action reckless and potentially damaging to relations with the Beastmaster army, she understood that it was the Lord's command, and defiance was not an option. As she reached the door, she could not suppress her curiosity, softly asking, "What about Sun Qi, Zhou Ti, and Shin Tong?" These three were still outside controlling the Thunderbirds. The Lord, still with eyes shut, replied coolly, "Proceed as I instructed. The rest is not your concern." Lu Yu quickly nodded and hastened away. Meanwhile, Zheng Qian, riding a Thunderbird, had arrived above the Beastmaster army's headquarters. He located the building where his family resided, allowing the Thunderbird to land on the rooftop before leaping down and sprinting homeward at full speed. The arrival of the Thunderbird had already captured the attention of many within the Beastmaster army, with numerous personnel hastening towards their location. After all, even those affiliated with the City Lord should not brazenly enter the Beastmaster army's domain from the air. It was a blatant provocation. Zheng Qian rushed home to find it empty. His mother was not there. He quickly made his way to the room where the beast egg had been kept, intending to retrieve it and return it to the Sunfire Phoenix, believing this would resolve the impending crisis. However, upon reaching the designated spot, he froze in disbelief. The egg was gone. As realization dawned, panic surged within him. How could it have vanished? This was crucial for the safety of the entire city. It could not simply disappear. Frantically searching the room yielded no trace of the egg. The room was sparsely furnished, and given the egg's size, it was inconceivable that he could overlook it. After a moment of frantic searching, Zheng Qian regained his composure. He murmured to himself, "The egg could not have vanished without a trace. Someone must have taken it. The only people in the house are my mother and Jiang Meiyan. When I left, the egg was still here. My mother, having been frightened and sent to the hospital, could not have taken it. Could it be Jiang Meiyan?" As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head in denial. Jiang Meiyan likely did not even know the egg belonged to the Sunfire Phoenix. She would not steal a beast egg from my home, especially since we have only just met and shared life and death experiences together. She would not do such a thing. But who could it be? The windows and doors were secured, showing no signs of forced entry. Furthermore, this was the territory of the Beastmaster army. Zheng Qian doubted any thief would dare venture here. Just then, as he had leaped into the living room, his feline companion, Yu Ming, emitted a series of urgent meows. The tone was laced with anxiety and fear, sounding decidedly amiss. Zheng Qian hurriedly exited the room, only to find Yu Ming poised for an attack, hunched low with fur bristling, gazing intently at a corner of the ceiling. Instinctively, he followed Yu Ming's gaze and beheld a creature perched there, an entirely black, cat-like, aberrant beast adorned with a pair of white, feathered wings. Its physique and coloration were reminiscent of Yu Ming, albeit a bit plumper, giving it a rounder and more adorable appearance. The white feathers on its wings resembled those of a bird, each one exquisitely crafted, shimmering with a soft glow, and making no sound as they fluttered. As Zheng Qian observed this aberrant beast, information about it materialized in his mind's eye. Name, none. Species, light shadow cat. Rank, yellow rank, upgradable. Level 1. Beast techniques, judgment of light, judgment of night, shadow transformation, shadow control, light shadow illusion. Affinity, 0. Preferences, transforming into other aberrant beasts to astonish them, eating fish, and mingling with other feline aberrant beasts. Dislikes, inanimate objects. Evolution path, none. Special evolution path, illusionary cat, requires spirit illusion grass. Overall cultivation index, 4 stars. Staring at the light shadow cat, Zheng Qian's mind raced to comprehend the implications. This creature was clearly newly born. Could it be from the egg? But was it not the Sunfire Phoenix's egg? Realizing this, an unsettling tightness gripped his heart. He had believed that even if he suffered some losses by returning the Sunfire Phoenix's egg, it would be worth it for the sake of peace and the return of the abducted children. However, it now appeared that what he held was not the Sunfire Phoenix's egg at all. But if this is not the Sunfire Phoenix's egg, how could it have sensed its aura on me? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. Yet, he could not dwell on it any longer. He called out to the light shadow cat in the air, "Come down. Regardless of the reasons, whether or not you are the Sunfire Phoenix, I must take you to it. There may have been a misunderstanding." Chapter 48, Another Mistake. Meow, meow, meow. The light shadow cat in the air mewed, its voice soft and delicate, tugging at the heartstrings. Unfortunately, it had not been contracted, and thus would not heed Zheng Qian's words. The shadowy feline flapped its wings and soared away, evidently seeking to escape the confines of the house. However, all the doors and windows were securely shut, leaving the creature in a state of agitation as it circled the rooftop in search of an exit. Zheng Qian found himself with little time to squander. He promptly cast a link spell upon the airborne shadow cat, dispersing its energy and stamina. This rendered the feline incapable of flight, causing it to plummet from the air. Zheng Qian hastily took a couple of steps forward to catch the shadow cat, just before it could crash to the ground. Yue leapt over, eyeing the shadow cat with predatory intent. Yet, the shadow cat appeared undeterred. Nestled in Zheng Qian's arms, it gazed up at Yue with a look of curiosity, gently pressing its paw against Zheng Qian's arm. Holding the shadow cat, Zheng Qian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He stroked its head, finding its soft fur rivaled even that of Yue. Notably, the shadow cat emitted a warmth that was distinctly comforting. At that moment, the feline flipped over in Zheng Qian's embrace, exposing its soft belly as if in a display of affection. Yue hopped onto Zheng Qian's back. Observing the shadow cat from above, its eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction at the sight of the shadow cat, vying for Zheng Qian's affection. Zheng Qian was quite pleased with the shadow cat's compliance and prepared to open the door to exit, just as his hand grasped the doorknob. A sudden realization struck him. No, the fiery phoenix sought an egg. Yet this shadow cat could not possibly have emerged from an egg. Zheng Qian looked down at the shadow cat's round form and smacked his forehead in frustration. How could I have forgotten this? He felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Only birds, snakes, and lizards among the exotic creatures lay eggs. It was inconceivable for a shadow cat to have hatched from one. He quickly leaned down and inquired, "Where did you come from?" Regrettably, he received no response. As the shadow cat merely blinked its large eyes and mewed, Zheng Qian's irritation grew, and he initiated a contract with the shadow cat. After all, he needed to locate that egg and could not afford to neglect this shadow cat, considering it was also a valuable orange-grade battle beast. The contract was successfully established, and the shadow cat intended to leap onto Zheng Qian's other shoulder, but was thwarted by the presence of Kong Kong. The latter revealed itself, slithering like a serpent as it regarded the shadow cat with keen interest. Consequently, the shadow cat had no choice but to perch atop Zheng Qian's head. Standing at the doorway, Zheng Qian turned to survey the entirety of the house, his mind awash with questions. Where did this shadow cat originate? The fiery phoenix could not err. Thus, the egg must indeed belong to it. But what of the egg? Zheng Qian muttered to himself as he carefully lifted the shadow cat from his head, cradling it under its forelimbs, and, with a serious expression, asked, "What happened to the egg? How did you end up in this room?" He distinctly remembered not encountering the shadow cat before his departure. Moreover, the fact that he could form a contract with it and that it exhibited no aggression indicated that the shadow cat must have only recently been born, as such creatures typically do not display hostility towards humans at that stage. The shadow cat meowed, wriggling its body in a clear attempt to escape. Zheng Qian released it, and the feline flapped its wings, taking flight to the side. Following closely behind, Zheng Qian observed the shadow cat land before a door in a corner. Upon his return, his mother had explained the basic layout of the house, and behind this door was supposed to be a small storage room. However, his mother had mentioned that the house had previously been occupied, leaving behind various belongings. Those items had been collected and stored in this storage room. He had never ventured inside, but now the door, which ought to have been closed, stood ajar. The shadow cat used its claws to pry the door open, producing a creaking sound that reverberated painfully in the stillness. Zheng Qian peered through the now open door, a realization dawning upon him that the shadow cat's appearance must be linked to this storage room. Once fully opened, the interior was shrouded in darkness. Yet a faint metallic scent of blood permeated the air. The odor was not fresh. It had likely lingered for quite some time. With no discernible movement inside, Zheng Qian stood at the threshold, fumbling for the light switch. The dim light flickered on, revealing a cluttered space filled with bags of clothes and assorted small items haphazardly piled together. The shadow cat stood in a corner, beside a large wooden chest that appeared to have been locked at one time, now marred by a gaping hole, surrounded by splintered wood. Zheng Qian quickly deduced that this chest had likely been recently breached. The other items were neatly packed in bags, and based on his knowledge of Ya, it was highly probable that these items had been organized by her. She would never have left the scattered wood debris unattended. The only plausible explanation was that the chest had just been compromised. The shadow cat leaped onto the chest, mewing excitedly, conveying its message that it had emerged from within. This prompted Zheng Qian to hasten to the chest's side, peering through the hole into its depths. He clearly discerned 3 beast eggs, alongside 2 exotic beast cubs sealed in transparent vials, and a shattered vial nearby, which bore traces of dried blood. This confirmed Zheng Qian's suspicion that the shadow cat had indeed emerged from the broken vial. He scrutinized the 3 beast eggs, noticing that 2 were nestled in a designated cavity at the bottom of the chest, evidently placed there intentionally. The 3rd egg, however, appeared somewhat out of place, seemingly dropped directly atop the cavity. This was undoubtedly the egg of the fiery phoenix. At that moment, Zheng Qian felt a burgeoning theory take shape in his mind. After they had left the house, the shadow cat must have broken free from the vial, damaged the chest, and subsequently exited the storage room to locate the fiery phoenix's egg, bringing it back to place it in the chest. Although it sounded implausible, the circumstances before him led Zheng Qian to conclude as much. After a moment's hesitation, he swiftly collected the 3 eggs and the 2 exotic beast cubs into the space of his empty stone pearl. He then sensed the space, reassured that it would not adversely affect the beast eggs or the creatures within the vials, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With his battle beast secured, he closed the door behind him and exited the house. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found himself surrounded by numerous members of the Beast Tamer army. Yet no one dared to approach the rooftop, clearly wary of the thunderous bird. Zheng Qian climbed atop the thunderous bird, which flapped its wings and ascended into the sky, soaring beyond the city limits. However, not far from their departure, two thunderous birds approached and positioned themselves directly in front of Zheng Qian's mount. Chapter 49, The Interceptors. Zheng Qian's heart tightened at the sight of the two thunderous birds blocking his path. One of them carried none other than Lu Yu, who had left earlier. The other rider bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yu, indicating a clear familial connection. Lu Yu furrowed her brow at Zheng Qian and coldly inquired, "How did you come to ride the thunderous bird? How could Zhou Tong have entrusted his thunderous bird to you?" Zheng Qian found himself unable to discern the intentions of Lu Yu. Coupled with the earlier remarks made by Song Heading, he felt increasingly reluctant to disclose the matter of the blazing sun phoenix egg being in his possession. Thus, he mustered his courage and stated, "I am somewhat concerned about my mother, which is why I have returned." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu let out a discontented snort. "Nonsense. The Thunderbird is not a mere war beast to be lent out casually. How could he possibly lend it to you? Moreover, aren't you supposed to be guarding that group of exotic beasts outside the city? How could you suddenly return, accompanied by such a formidable creature as the Thunderbird?" Lu Yu's gaze bore into Zheng Qian, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Zheng Qian felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Yet, the intensity of Lu Yu's demeanor struck him as increasingly peculiar. The emotional fervor exhibited by Lu Yu was excessive. He steeled himself and earnestly replied, "I have no reason to deceive you." He then retorted, "But what does my return concern you? On what grounds do you question me? Even if I merely came back to quench my thirst, it is of no relevance to you." As he spoke, Zheng Qian noticed individuals soaring through the air on flying war beasts, continuously scanning the surroundings for something. Lu Yu exchanged a glance with Lu Cheng, and they silently communicated. They had virtually confirmed that the blazing sun phoenix egg was indeed within the city, prompting them to dispatch a considerable number of people to search. However, an egg is quite small, and at present, they were left with no clues. Zheng Qian's unusual return on the Thunderbird naturally raised their suspicions regarding his motives. Observing Zheng Qian's reluctance to cooperate, Lu Cheng coldly interjected, his expression devoid of warmth, "Our city lord's estate has had a beast egg stolen. We require to search you, and you must comply." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian immediately recognized that they were referring to the blazing sun phoenix egg. He was unperturbed by the prospect of a body search, as the egg was safely ensconced within the empty stone pearl, which was concealed within his body. No matter what, they would be unable to locate it. However, the public demand for a search was a blatant affront to his dignity. Zheng Qian fixed a cold gaze upon the two before him and spoke icily, "Though I am unaware of what you are referring to. If you wish to search me and find nothing." Before he could finish, Lu Cheng interrupted sharply, "We are the city lord's men. You have an obligation to cooperate with us. Regardless of whether we find anything, you must comply." Hearing such blatant rudeness, Zheng Qian was naturally unwilling to acquiesce. He maintained his impassive expression and coldly retorted, "I am a member of the Beast Tamer army. Your unfounded demand for a search is an affront to our dignity, and I cannot permit you to insult us." He had not strayed far, and his voice was raised, thus carrying far and wide. The Beast Tamer army was already gathering in large numbers outside the city, and many had heard his words. Upon realizing that someone was troubling a member of the Beast Tamer army, numerous individuals on the ground released their war beasts, soaring into the sky. The members of the Beast Tamer army encircled Lu Cheng and Lu Yu, their eyes fixed upon them with a predatory glare. Although they rode Thunderbirds, clearly affiliated with the city lord, they were not intimidated by the city lord, nor did they fear his men. Moreover, given that these two were causing trouble for their comrade, discontent brewed among the ranks. Upon seeing the members of the Beast Tamer army approach, Lu Cheng and Lu Yu furrowed their brows. The greater the commotion Zheng Qian created, the more peculiar they found his behavior, and they were determined not to let Zheng Qian slip away. Lu Yu's lips curled into a humorless smile as he spoke coolly. "We suspect he has stolen a highly important beast egg from our city lord's estate. Therefore, we must search him. You cannot prevent us, otherwise you will be opposing the city lord." The members of the Beast Tamer army turned their attention to Zheng Qian. If Zheng Qian had indeed stolen something from the city lord, it would be difficult for them to show overt favoritism. Zheng Qian was unafraid of a search. He deliberately escalated the matter simply to facilitate his escape. Observing the gazes of the other members of the Beast Tamer army upon him, Zheng Qian maintained a stern expression and quickly asserted, "As a member of the Beast Tamer army, I am well aware of what is right and wrong. I would never steal from others." At his declaration, the other members of the Beast Tamer army nodded in agreement. From the moment they joined the army and began their training, they were instilled with a sense of belonging to the Beast Tamer army, and they would never do anything to jeopardize its reputation, lest they face severe punishment or even expulsion. They trusted Zheng Qian's words. Zheng Qian then abruptly shifted his tone. fixing an unwavering gaze upon Lu Yu and Lu Cheng. Your baseless accusation of theft and demand for a search is an affront to the dignity of the Beast Tamer army. Should you find the egg, feel free to do as you wish. However, if you do not find it, the insult to the Beast Tamer army cannot simply be overlooked. You must apologize and offer compensation. He did not afford them the opportunity to respond, raising his voice further. If you fail to find anything, you too must publicly apologize and pay the Beast Tamer army 10 million gold beast coins as reparations. After all, you are insulting the Beast Tamer army and must compensate accordingly. He spoke in the name of the Beast Tamer army, ensuring he did not demand the compensation for himself. The surrounding members of the Beast Tamer army echoed their support. Indeed, if you insult us, you must provide compensation. We are not to be trifled with. The crowd collectively chastised Lu Yu and Lu Cheng. Exchanging glances, Lu Cheng coldly snorted, a sense of confidence emanating from him. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a fragment of an egg. The shard, initially gray, began to emit a faint red glow moments after being held by him. The temperature in the vicinity noticeably rose. Zheng Qian watched the object in Lu Cheng's hand with wariness, a gnawing sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. A cold smile crept across Lu Cheng's previously stern face as he nodded. Very well, I agree. If we do not find the egg on you, I will apologize before the entire city and will pay the Beast Tamer army 10 million gold beast coins as compensation. Seeing Lu Cheng's unwavering confidence, Zheng Qian felt a twinge of anxiety. He realized that whatever Lu Cheng held had the means to confirm the egg's presence or absence. Otherwise, he would not be so assured. Yet, the words had been spoken, and he had no choice but to agree. Chapter 50. The cause unveiled. Zheng Qian's heart raced, though he maintained an outward semblance of calm. With so many witnesses present, he could not afford to retract his statement. Lu Cheng lightly pressed down on the thunderbird he was riding, leaping to Zheng Qian's side. The egg shell, which previously glimmered faintly, now radiated a brilliant light, and the surrounding temperature soared. The intense heat agitated the thunderbird. Lu Cheng gripped the egg shell, clearly in discomfort, yet he circled around Zheng Qian. The rising temperature caused Zheng Qian to break into a sheen of sweat. His eyes remained fixed on the eggshell, realizing that if it were to come into contact with his skin, it would surely sear his flesh. After all, Lu Cheng's hand had already sustained visible burns. Lu Cheng, with an expression of undeniable certainty, let out a cold snort and leapt back onto his thunderbird. At that moment, the eggshell, now distanced from Zheng Qian, had also cooled considerably. Lu Cheng placed the eggshell back into his pocket, revealing a hand marred by severe burns, flesh scorched and raw, a sight most gruesome. Yet, devoid of any semblance of pain, Lu Cheng regarded Zheng Qian with a cold smirk before proclaiming loudly, "The eggshell I just retrieved is of the same lineage as the egg he pilfered. They can sense each other, and the closer they are, the stronger the resonance." As he articulated this, an oppressive silence fell over the onlookers, who sought to process the gravity of the situation. Lu Cheng continued, "You all witnessed that while I stood here, the eggshell in my hand exhibited little reaction. However, upon nearing him, it reacted violently, indicating that it detected the aura of its kind." He gazed at Zheng Qian with an air of assured victory. "This creature is exceedingly rare, I can assure you. There exists but one egg in the entire city. Therefore, that egg must undoubtedly be in his possession. It may not be on him at this moment, but he has certainly come into contact with it recently. What further excuses can you muster?" With this declaration, even those from the Beastmaster Corps, who might have defended Zheng Qian, found themselves at a loss for words, as the evidence was irrefutable. Zheng Qian felt a surge of anxiety within. He had believed that the egg of the radiant phoenix, concealed within the empty stone pearl, was impervious to detection by any means. Yet, he had underestimated Lu Cheng's capabilities. Sensing the scrutinizing gazes of the Beastmaster Corps upon him, Zheng Qian understood that if he failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, even if Lu Cheng could not locate the radiant phoenix's egg, his credibility within the Beastmaster Corps would be irreparably damaged. Moreover, Lu Cheng's demeanor suggested a firm conviction that the egg was indeed within Zheng Qian's grasp, and he would not easily relent. With the deadline set by the radiant phoenix looming ever closer, he could not afford to linger. Observing Zheng Qian's silence, Lu Cheng coldly commanded, "Hand over the egg. For the sake of the Beastmaster Corps, we can overlook your transgression and spare you any consequences. However, should you refuse to comply, do not blame us for our actions. We can search every place you have visited, and you will not be able to conceal it." He had already envisioned delivering a crushing blow to Zheng Qian's reputation. The members of the Beastmaster Corps found themselves embarrassed, akin to having boasted only to discover their error, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. Despite the brazen demeanor of Lu Cheng, Zheng Qian maintained an outward calm. From Lu Cheng's earlier remarks, he discerned that Lu Cheng was intent on concealing the matter of the radiant phoenix. Seizing the moment, Zheng Qian spoke rapidly. I just returned from outside the city. The missing children were taken by beasts controlled by the Radiant Phoenix. The reason behind the abduction is that someone in our city has stolen the egg of the Radiant Phoenix. His voice resonated, reaching far and wide, causing the previously composed crowd to stir with alarm. The very mention of the Radiant Phoenix instilled fear within them. How could we have provoked the Radiant Phoenix? Are we doomed? If the Radiant Phoenix were to attack the city, the Beastmaster Corps would be at the forefront, risking our lives. The members of the Beastmaster Corps exchanged agitated words, their emotions running high. Should the Radiant Phoenix assault the city, they would be compelled to protect its inhabitants, likely facing a grim fate. Lu Cheng and Lu Yu exchanged a glance, both visibly anxious. They had refrained from mentioning the Radiant Phoenix thus far to avoid implicating the city lord in this matter. Yet, Zheng Qian's revelation posed a significant threat. If the townsfolk learned of the Radiant Phoenix's connection to the city lord, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation, even if they could not take any action against him. In a fit of urgency, Lu Cheng admonished, "Silence. Do not spout nonsense." Yet, Zheng Qian, having already spoken, pressed on, "The Radiant Phoenix is just outside the city. He claims that the eggshell you presented is indeed that of the Radiant Phoenix. He insists that I must have come into contact with the egg for it to resonate. But in truth, I was in close proximity to the Radiant Phoenix outside the city, which caused the reaction." At this juncture, he turned abruptly to the members of the Beastmaster Corps, asking, "Have you heard of the Radiant Phoenix?" The crowd shook their heads. Had they been aware, they would not have been so taken aback. Zheng Qian pointed at Lu Cheng and Lu Yu, exclaiming, "If even the Beastmaster Corps is unaware of the Radiant Phoenix, why do you think they are so eager to find his egg?" Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng lunged at Zheng Qian, shouting, "Shut up!" Zheng Qian countered. He is clearly agitated. Simultaneously, he commanded his empty stone pearl to teleport him away, evading Lu Cheng's grasp. As Lu Cheng prepared to pursue, Zheng Qian called out, "Do you not wish to inquire further about the Radiant Phoenix? Why are you not curious why he is so desperate to prevent me from revealing the truth?" The onlookers, who had been slow to respond, now cast hostile glances at Lu Cheng. Zheng Qian swiftly instructed the Thunderbird, "Ascend. We must return to your master." The Thunderbird soared upward, leaving Lu Cheng to leap back onto his own mount in an attempt to give chase. However, the members of the Beastmaster Corps had already rallied, encircling Lu Cheng and Lu Yu. A middle-aged man at the forefront of the group bellowed, "We will not allow anyone to leave until the truth is revealed. To provoke such a terrifying entity as the Radiant Phoenix is unforgivable. If you do not clarify the situation, we shall all face dire consequences." The crowd glared at Lu Cheng and Lu Yu, while the two could only watch helplessly as Zheng Qian rode away on his Thunderbird, swiftly vanishing from their sight. Realizing escape was futile, Lu Cheng fired a distress signal into the sky, summoning the Beastmasters dispatched by the City Lord to search for the Radiant Phoenix's egg to their location. Chapter 51, The Pursuit. Zheng Qian, seated upon the back of the Thunderbird, spoke with solemn urgency. "Time is of the essence. We must proceed with utmost haste." His recent escape from the predicament posed by Lu Yu and Lu Cheng was purely due to the assistance of the nearby members of the Beastmaster Corps. Now, Zheng Qian's sole focus was to return to the location of the Radiant Phoenix, to prevent any unforeseen complications. Given Lu Cheng's previous demeanor, it was evident that the City Lord had not relinquished his search for the Radiant Phoenix's egg. Should they be caught, Zheng Qian understood the difficulty of his escape. Even if the egg remained hidden within the empty stone pearl, others would likely not allow him to return to the Radiant Phoenix within the agreed time frame. Failure to do so could incite retaliation from the Radiant Phoenix against the entire city, resulting in untold casualties. Fortunately, the Thunderbird excelled in speed, now flying at full tilt toward the Radiant Phoenix's location, quickly leaving the city behind. With the assistance of others coming to their aid, Lu Cheng and Lu Yu barely managed to extricate themselves from the encirclement of the Beast Tamers. However, the Beast Tamers showed no intention of allowing their escape. Rather, they merely expanded the perimeter of their encirclement, their eyes fixed hungrily upon the two. The leader of the group bellowed, "Clarify your words. What precisely is the situation regarding the fierce Sun Phoenix? Speak clearly, and you may yet have a chance to leave. Should you refuse to divulge the truth, know that your departure will be contingent upon your willingness to speak." Upon hearing this blatant threat, Lu Cheng let out a cold snort and retorted loudly, "I am the captain of the City Lord's Guard. To obstruct me now is to oppose the City Lord himself. Even if you are part of the Beast Taming army, you cannot bear the consequences of such an affront." Naturally, the others present were deterred by his words from further obstructing him. However, the Beast Tamers, seasoned warriors accustomed to battling fierce beasts outside the city, were undaunted by his threats. Instead, they responded defiantly, "This concerns the safety of the entire city. If you do not clarify the situation regarding the fierce Sun Phoenix, do not think that your status as the City Lord's men will protect you." Even if the city lord himself were to come here, he would be required to explain himself. Others in the crowd echoed, "Indeed. How dare you provoke the fierce Sun Phoenix without offering an explanation? No one shall depart today." The furious words expressed the sentiments of all the beast tamers. They cast dissatisfied glances at Lu Cheng, Lu Yu, and the other city lord's supporters who had come to assist them. Seeing the beast tamers poised and unwilling to let them leave, Lu Cheng recalled Zheng Qian, who had fled moments ago. He shouted urgently, "The egg is likely with that individual who just left. Hurry and pursue him. He is riding a thunderbird. It should be easy to identify." Lu Yu chimed in. "He must have exited the city. Quickly, go after him." Upon hearing this, the city lord's men all hastened to chase after the figure in the distance, while some of the beast tamers also dispatched members to pursue. The thunderbird flew with remarkable speed, and Zheng Qian, confident that he was nearing his destination, relaxed momentarily. Given the current pace, reaching the fierce Sun Phoenix would pose no difficulty. Zheng Qian murmured to himself, a smile betraying his anticipation. Though the situation had been perilous, he believed that returning the fierce Sun Phoenix's egg would secure peace for the entire town and allow him to rescue his younger siblings. As he drew closer to the fierce Sun Phoenix, a sudden flash of lightning struck overhead, aimed directly at him and the thunderbird. The thunderbird reacted with astonishing swiftness, conjuring a protective layer of lightning to shield itself from the strike. Turning to glance behind, Zheng Qian saw two thunderbirds racing toward him. These two were significantly faster than the one he rode, evidently due to the beast tamers controlling them, far superior to his own, which relied solely on his commands. Without needing to ponder, Zheng Qian realized they were intent on capturing him. Provoked, the thunderbird beneath him let out an angry cry and prepared to retaliate. Seeing the fierce Sun Phoenix so near, Zheng Qian shouted urgently, "Ignore them. Keep flying forward. Soon enough, someone will come to your aid." He did not want the thunderbird to engage in battle with the two controlled by the beast tamers. Lacking the ability to command the thunderbird in combat and unfamiliar with its nature, he knew that a confrontation would result in defeat. Fortunately, the thunderbird he rode remained obedient, surging forward at an even faster pace. Lightning continued to strike from above, yet the thunderbird, without needing Zheng Qian's guidance, instinctively protected itself while deftly maneuvering through the air. Zheng Qian clung tightly to its feathers, struggling to maintain his position as dizziness began to set in. Simultaneously, he heard the shouts of the beast tamers behind him. "Stop immediately. If you do not cease, we shall resort to deadly measures." The voice of the beast tamer was loud, though it did not belong to Lu Cheng or Lu Yu. Hearing their threat, Zheng Qian gritted his teeth and shouted back, "You have already made your move. I shall remember this grievance. Should you continue your attacks, do not blame us for the consequences." The audacity of their threats prompted him to stand his ground. He could not allow them to perceive him as weak. Upon hearing Zheng Qian's declaration, the surrounding lightning intensified. Concurrently, 3 flying battle beasts emerged in the sky, heading straight for the thunderbird he rode. It was evident that they were now convinced the beast egg was in his possession and would not allow him to advance further. Calculating the distance, Zheng Qian estimated he was less than 5 kilometers from the wooded area. However, the pursuing thunderbirds were relentless, and one of them, a cloud-soaring eagle, was significantly faster, likely to overtake them in mere seconds. Realizing the thunderbird could no longer carry him back to the fierce Sun Phoenix, he instructed, "Fly in another direction to draw them away. I will ensure your master helps you when I return to the fierce Sun Phoenix." The thunderbird obeyed, veering away from the direction of the fierce Sun Phoenix, while Zheng Qian utilized his spatial ability to descend rapidly toward the ground. He landed in a densely overgrown area and immediately lay still, hoping the thunderbird would successfully divert their pursuers. If it could draw them away, he would still have a chance to return to the fierce Sun Phoenix. The two pursuing him failed to notice Zheng Qian leap from the thunderbird, obscured by the feathers fluttering in the wind as they continued their chase. Although they found the sudden change in direction odd, they pressed on without hesitation. Once he sensed the absence of the wind above him, Zheng Qian wasted no time in standing and sprinting toward the location of the fierce Sun Phoenix. Chapter 52, Relentless Pursuit. Zheng Qian ran tirelessly, utilizing his spatial ability to teleport twice with the help of his companion, finally spotting the others who had landed on the ground. The whereabouts of the fierce Sun Phoenix remained uncertain, yet Zheng Qian was confident it lingered nearby, having promised him half an hour before departing. Moreover, if it had truly left, the others would have fled as well. Upon seeing the group, Zheng Qian retrieved the fierce Sun Phoenix's egg from the empty stone orb, knowing that if he were to conjure a beast egg in front of everyone, it would be difficult to explain. Song Heading and Jiang Meiyan were on edge, with the half-hour mark rapidly approaching. Just as they feared they were doomed, they finally saw Zheng Qian sprinting toward them, cradling an egg in his arms. Both exhaled in relief, appearing as if they had spotted a savior. Among the 3 beast tamers, aside from Chen Tong, who had provided the Thunderbird to Zheng Qian and now wore a look of relief. The expressions of the other two were far from pleasant. Reaching Song Heading and Jiang Meiyan's side, Zheng Qian gasped for breath and quickly proclaimed, "I've brought the egg." He has now confirmed that this is indeed the egg of the Radiant Phoenix. After all, the Radiant Phoenix sensed the egg's essence in him. And the eggshell that Lu Cheng retrieved also resonated with the aura of the Radiant Phoenix. There can be no mistake about it. Song Heading and Jiang Meiyan gazed at the egg, with Jiang Meiyan quietly expressing her surprise. "I never imagined this egg would appear so ordinary. Yet it belongs to the Radiant Phoenix." Song Heading nodded in agreement. He had never contemplated that this could be the egg of the Radiant Phoenix. Just then, Song Heading furrowed his brows and asked, "You rode the Thunderbird back. How did you return on foot?" The others turned their gaze towards Zheng Qian, all evidently sharing the same confusion. Zheng Qian gritted his teeth and quickly replied, "The city lord has dispatched numerous people to search for the fiery wind. And when they saw me riding back on the Thunderbird, they pursued me relentlessly. They even attacked me. Fortunately, I was clever enough to steer the Thunderbird in another direction to divert them, allowing me a chance to escape. Otherwise, I would have been captured long ago." Song Heading appeared unsurprised by this revelation. Qin Tong, however, wore a furrowed brow, though he was not overly concerned. Although he had contracted the Thunderbird, it was still the property of the city lord, and he knew the lord's men would not harm it. The other two looked somewhat grim. Faced with the threat of the Radiant Phoenix, they dared not speak too freely. Qin Tong stepped forward and quickly stated, "Since this is the egg, we must return it to the Radiant Phoenix at once." Zheng Qian nodded but hesitated, lowering his voice to ask, "But will it truly keep its word?" He had indeed brought the egg, but if the Radiant Phoenix took it back and still refused to spare them, it would complicate matters further. Qin Tong, with a serious expression, explained softly, "The Radiant Phoenix did not directly incite the beasts to attack the city, which indicates it is unlikely to unleash a beast tide upon the entire city lightly. Furthermore, the Radiant Phoenix possesses great intelligence. It understands that even if it were to instigate a beast tide now, it would subsequently face a counterattack from the humans in the city, defending themselves. Thus, as long as we return the egg without provoking it, it will most likely refrain from attacking the city." Zheng Qian stepped forward and shouted, "I have brought back your egg. You may take it, but return the children you have captured." At this utterance, the Radiant Phoenix appeared to materialize from thin air, flapping its wings and landing not far in front of him, its enormous eyes fixed intently on Zheng Qian. He felt a surge of anxiety. Whether their plan would succeed hinged entirely on this moment. If the Radiant Phoenix honored its word, the situation would resolve itself. If it were to go back on its word, he knew they would likely be the first to perish. The Radiant Phoenix opened its mouth to reclaim the egg. Just then, a thunderous voice erupted from Zheng Qian's direction. "Stop! If you dare give it the egg, you will be doomed." The shout rang out like thunder. And immediately behind them, several beast techniques were unleashed towards the Radiant Phoenix. Enraged, the Radiant Phoenix soared into the sky, spewing forth flames that engulfed the distant heavens. The flames intercepted the beast techniques aimed at them. Zheng Qian turned to see at least dozens of beast tamers riding flying battle beasts approaching them, led by 6 Thunderbirds. Evidently, these were the city lord's men in pursuit. Zheng Qian's face paled. He had not anticipated such a large commotion, nor the timing of their arrival. If they had arrived just seconds later, the Radiant Phoenix would have secured the egg, to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Zheng Qian decided to stow the egg back into the empty stone pearl. Clearly, the Radiant Phoenix, flying in the air, had no time to retrieve the egg, and he did not wish for any misfortune to befall it while in his possession. Qin Tong dashed to Zheng Qian's side, pulling him back towards Song Heading and Jiang Meiyan. Almost immediately, a massive white wolf appeared beside him. Qin Tong swiftly tossed the 3 onto the wolf's back and jumped on himself, urging it to flee into the distance. After all, they were at the heart of the battlefield. Should a full-blown conflict erupt, they would be subjected to the fiercest assaults. However, before Qin Tong could lead the wolf far, Sun Shi and Zhou Ti, positioned nearby, had already commanded their Thunderbirds to attack the giant wolf, simultaneously shouting at Qin Tong from atop their mounts. "You may not be entirely one of the city lord's people, but you have benefited from him. Do you intend to oppose the city lord now?" The Thunderbirds unleashed bolts of lightning from above, but the agile white wolf adeptly evaded the strikes, quickly breaking free from the encirclement of the 2 Thunderbirds. Qin Tong, now beside Zheng Qian and the others, quickly said, "I'll have Bai Shui take you far away to avoid any repercussions from the battle here. Run as far as you can." His tone was grave. In such a chaotic melee, given Zheng Qian and their levels, staying would be tantamount to courting death. Zheng Qian, feeling anxious, quickly said, "What about the Radiant Phoenix's egg?" Hearing this, Qin Tong swiftly clarified, "If we hand the egg over before any conflict erupts, it might not pursue us further. But now that the fighting has begun, whether we give up the egg or not. The Radiant Phoenix will certainly not let this go easily. So since the egg is still in your possession, do not give it to her. And let the consequences fall upon the city lord's men. After all, they initiated the conflict. We must flee. As he spoke, Qintong leaped off by Shue's back. And simultaneously, a gigantic white python coiled around him. This python, nearly 30 meters in length, lay on the ground, exhaling vapor that quickly crystallized into ice as it shot towards the two Thunderbirds, blocking their advance. At this moment, Bai Shui had already bolted from the battlefield, racing swiftly into the distance. Chapter 53, A Reluctant Departure. Bai Shui moved with incredible speed, and with the majority of attention focused on the Radiant Phoenix. It carried Zheng Qian and the others on a wild dash, unnoticed by the city lord's men. Only Sun Qi and Zhou Ti, who had remained with Song heading near the Radiant Phoenix, noticed Zheng Qian's escape. Yet, they were blocked by Qintong, unable to alert the others. This provided Zheng Qian and his companions with a crucial opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield. After running a considerable distance, they finally stopped to catch their breath. Glancing back at the distant conflict, the colossal Radiant Phoenix soared through the sky, engulfed in fierce flames that enveloped an expansive area. The flames thwarted the attacks of other battle beasts, which could not breach the Radiant Phoenix's fiery barrier and were forced to retreat and attack from a distance. It appeared that the Radiant Phoenix held the upper hand. However, Zheng Qian sensed that the situation could not be so straightforward. The city lord's men would likely not dare to engage the Radiant Phoenix without a measure of confidence. Meanwhile, the surrounding battle beasts circled above, clearly searching for an opportunity to strike. Moreover, more battle beasts were approaching from afar. The beasts that had initially concealed themselves in the woods had not emerged, evidently unable to assist in the Radiant Phoenix's battle. They were now at least 4 to 5 kilometers away from the battlefield. Yet the heat still caused the three to sweat profusely. Zheng Qian, glancing towards the distant fray, declared resolutely, "I cannot remain idle. I must return." Fear flickered in his eyes, yet his tone remained unwavering. The children who were abducted are likely hidden within that grove. While I may not be able to concern myself with the others, I must search for my younger siblings. At this moment, his gaze bore a newfound determination, tinged with a hint of anger. Initially, returning the Sunfire Phoenix's egg might have led to the children's safe rescue. However, with the overwhelming presence of the Lord's men, the children are at grave risk of perishing in this ensuing conflict. He harbored an intense loathing for the Lord. Song Heading's eyes reflected a flicker of compassion. Yet his tone remained resolute as he spoke rapidly. "No, this is folly. In a battle of such magnitude, our entry would only lead to our demise. Just a single flame from the Sunfire Phoenix could reduce us to ashes. Moreover, this is a chaotic melee. It is highly likely that the beasts within the grove will also join the fray momentarily." His gaze fixed intently on Zheng Qian, filled with earnestness. "Do you truly believe you possess the means to survive among them? You are uncertain of your siblings' whereabouts, yet you would stake your life on an uncertain endeavor? It is not worth it." Zheng Qian understood this all too well. But the thought of his siblings compelled him to respond with unwavering conviction. Kong Kong can still utilize spatial traversal at least 3 more times. I have a chance of safely entering and exiting. His mind drifted to their shattered home, and his tone grew even more resolute. If anything were to happen to my siblings, my mother would be devastated beyond measure. At that point, I could very well lose 3 family members in one fell swoop. As long as there is hope, I cannot let it slip away. Otherwise, it would mean the destruction of my family. Song Heading perceived the seriousness and determination radiating from Zheng Qian, along with an indomitable spirit, and realized he could not dissuade him. He quickly extracted a black orb, no larger than a fingernail, from his pocket. "If you find yourself in peril, drop a drop of blood on this orb, and it will teleport you to safety." As he spoke, a twinge of pain flickered in his eyes. This object was not inexpensive. Had Zheng Qian not been so resolute, he would have been reluctant to part with it. Zheng Qian, taken aback, instinctively shook his head to refuse. This is far too precious. He had never even heard of such an item, and he understood that its worth was undoubtedly high. Song Heading grasped Zheng Qian's hand, his fingernail pricking Zheng Qian's finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the black orb. The orb absorbed the blood, firmly adhering to Zheng Qian's palm. Song Heading then quickly added, "You saved my life previously. Had you not found me, I would surely have perished. Let this be my gratitude to you. If you were to die, it would sadden me greatly." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian did not hesitate to accept. He glanced at the 2 individuals beside him and quietly implored, "If I do not make it back, please take care of my mother. At the very least, ensure she does not grieve excessively in the following days." With that, he dashed towards the distant grove without a moment's hesitation. Song Heading and Jiang Meiyan stood upon the snowy ground, watching Zheng Qian recede into the distance, their eyes filled with concern. Jiang Meiyan murmured softly, I could also assist him with a teleport, but I am too frightened. A hint of guilt glimmered in her eyes. Yet, her fear held her back. Having finally glimpsed a promising future, she dared not court death. Song Heading sighed in resignation, gently reassuring her. Even if you wish to go, he would not consent. He has his compelling reasons to proceed, but you do not. So, do not dwell on it. Zheng Qian swiftly plunged into the grove. Unable to ascertain the number of beasts within, he moved as quickly as possible while remaining vigilant of his surroundings to avoid colliding with any creatures. Simultaneously, he instructed the 3 battle beasts perched upon his shoulders and head. If I encounter misfortune or fall into a situation of certain death, you must flee. Save yourselves, even if only one of you escapes. As he spoke, he soon came upon a throng of beasts lurking in the grove. Many of these creatures were ones he had only heard of, each capable of swallowing him whole. Fortunately, Zheng Qian observed that the beasts appeared to be under some form of control, all gazing upwards, allowing him to approach without being attacked. Zheng Qian did not recklessly charge into the swarm of beasts. Instead, he navigated the periphery of the grove, keenly observing the situation within. If the children were indeed among the beasts, they would surely leave some trace. He attentively scrutinized the gaps between the creatures, hoping to catch sight of his siblings. As the battle raged more fiercely overhead, the oppressive heat caused beads of sweat to cascade down Zheng Qian's body. Just when he felt he could no longer endure the sweltering temperature and his head began to spin, he finally spotted a piece of human clothing beside a red flame tiger. The garment appeared relatively new, igniting a glimmer of hope within him. This suggested that the children must be nearby, and he sprinted towards the location of the red flame tiger, plunging into the throng of beasts. Indeed, as he maneuvered past several creatures, Zheng Qian caught sight of the abducted children. They lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat and flushed from the heat, all unconscious. Zheng Qian studied the children closely for a moment and, upon noticing that none bore injuries, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he thought, given the circumstances, my siblings are likely alive. I must get them out. Chapter 54, Empty-handed. Zheng Qian cautiously navigated between the children. Fortunately, the surrounding beasts remained in their controlled state and did not notice him. He took several minutes to hastily observe each child's face, only for his expression to darken. He had not seen Zheng Inan or Zheng Wenwen. Given that his return to the city had been brief and he had not interacted with their teacher or classmates, he was unable to ascertain whether they had also been brought here. However, Zheng Qian made another observation. The overwhelming majority of those present were children, with only a scant few adults. It was evident that this place was specifically designed to confine these young ones. After a moment's contemplation, Zheng Qian approached a girl of about 16 or 17, the eldest among this group. He knelt beside her and gently shook her, attempting to awaken her. Just then, a message appeared in his mind from the beast skin scroll. Currently in slumber, energy stimulation may be used to awaken. To his surprise, the beast skin scroll possessed such an effect, proving to be immensely helpful. Zheng Qian channeled the energy within his body into the girl, causing her tightly shut eyes to slowly open. A trace of confusion lingered in her gaze as she momentarily grappled with her surroundings. Upon spotting the surrounding beasts, she instinctively opened her mouth to scream. Zheng Qian quickly covered her mouth to stifle any sound, aware that while the beasts appeared dormant, he could not predict how they would react to a sudden loud noise. Caution was paramount. Covering the girl's mouth, Zheng Qian whispered urgently in her ear, "Do not scream, otherwise, we will all perish." The girl promptly fell silent upon hearing those words. After a few seconds, he released her and, lowering his voice, quickly instructed, "Whatever you do, do not make any loud noises. This way, they will remain in slumber for the time being." The girl's eyes brimmed with terror as she nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zheng Qian lowered his voice and inquired urgently, "What on earth is happening? What transpired? Do you know where the others who are not here are?" If the girl before him was unaware, he would have to seek out a fully fledged teacher for answers. The girl, recalling previous events, seemed even more frightened but mustered the courage to reply hastily. "At the time, there were too many people who emerged, so we were divided into different groups. Each group went to different locations, with older individuals venturing further from the city. My group had essentially reached the outermost perimeter when a horde of aberrant beasts suddenly materialized, encircling us. What followed, I cannot recall. It seems those beasts employed some means to render us unconscious." Zheng Qian furrowed his brow deeper, realizing that the information the girl possessed was scant. He pressed on, "Can you see if there are any others who were with you at that time? Are they here?" The girl stood up, her eyes scanning the surroundings before she nodded affirmatively. "The vast majority of students from our class are present, but..." Her gaze flickered with concern as she continued swiftly, "But it seems that most of the teachers are absent. The ones here appear to be relatively young or of lower rank. Zheng Qian nodded gently, two hypotheses forming in his mind. Firstly, among the aberrant beasts, there must be a formidable creature capable of manipulating space. Otherwise, they could not have appeared as the girl described. Secondly, the presence of only younger or lower-ranked teachers suggested that a portion had been taken elsewhere. However, he could not fathom the reason behind their removal. The division indicated a distinction between the two groups. Seeing Zheng Qian's silence, the girl urged, "Please, take me away. I am." Her words were abruptly cut off by Zheng Qian's firm interjection. "I must find my younger siblings. I cannot take you with me." His tone was resolute, causing tears to well in the girl's eyes. Observing her pitiful expression, Zheng Qian felt a pang of helplessness and quickly added, "At present, these aberrant beasts seem to be under some form of control, rendering them unresponsive to changes in their environment. You must run now, head towards the city. The beast masters are moving closer to search for you. Once you find them, you will be safe. I will awaken a few more teachers shortly. They may catch up to you, so you must flee quietly and avoid awakening the beasts around us." The girl nodded fervently and dashed towards the periphery of the aberrant beasts. Zheng Qian hastily approached several noticeably older teachers, using energy to awaken them. He quickly relayed his findings, informing them that stimulating the bodies of the other unconscious individuals with energy would rouse them, before sprinting deeper into the throng of beasts. Uncertain of the whereabouts of those not present, he could only search the vicinity. The teachers he had awakened, while eager to flee, were compelled to awaken the remaining students. Knowing that if they abandoned their posts, they would face severe repercussions upon returning to the city, Zheng Qian navigated through the mass of aberrant beasts, sensing a peculiar energy emanating from them, realizing that this energy was the source of their control. To his surprise, this energy was not that of the solar phoenix. The energy of the solar phoenix was overwhelmingly dominant, starkly contrasting with this peculiar force. Suddenly, he spotted an aberrant beast egg on the ground. Without hesitation, he collected it into the spatial stone pearl. 10 minutes later, Zheng Qian had scoured the entire area occupied by the aberrant beasts. He felt utterly drained, devoid of strength. But the anguish in his heart overshadowed his physical fatigue. If he could not find his siblings here, locating them would become increasingly arduous. Just then, a series of explosive sounds erupted in the air. Instinctively, Zheng Qian looked up to see flames cascading across the sky, igniting a fiery expanse. Numerous fireballs coalesced within the inferno, launching towards the distance. These fireballs collided repeatedly during their flight, exploding and then reconstituting, each new formation more potent than the last. The explosive sounds were a result of this phenomenon. He had been so preoccupied with searching for his siblings that he had neglected the battle unfolding in the sky. It was evident that the solar phoenix was unleashing a formidable assault. Upon contact, the fireballs would explode, but being purely energy-based, they would not fall to the ground after detonating, merely reassembling. At that moment, the fireballs expanded their reach, causing the approaching war beasts and beastmasters to retreat in fear. Zheng Qian cast a worried glance upwards, preparing to withdraw temporarily. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, followed by a visible bolt of massive purple lightning that pierced through the flames, striking the solar phoenix. The once chaotic flames spiraled out of control, crashing down to the ground, while the previously motionless horde of aberrant beasts began to stir restlessly. Zheng Qian's mind echoed a singular thought. It's over. Chapter 55, Chaos. The aberrant beasts, docile moments ago, now reacted violently. They howled towards the heavens, their gazes fixed upon the sky. Meanwhile, the solar phoenix, struck by the earlier lightning, emitted a furious cry. A large, charred wound marred its body, feathers singed, flesh burned through, and due to the paralyzing effects of the lightning, it plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash. Zheng Qian teleported twice, escaping from the center of the beast horde. The aberrant beasts, incited by the solar phoenix's rage, focused their attention upwards, oblivious to his presence. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed away, narrowly evading the encirclement of the beasts. After running a short distance, Zheng Qian looked up to see a colossal war beast soaring through the sky. It was a serpent nearly 100 meters long, adorned in blue scales. Uniquely, this serpent bore a pair of purple wings that were not physical, but comprised of condensed lightning, radiating brilliance. A sharp horn adorned its head, shimmering with lightning, causing its scales to emit dazzling flashes. This was Zheng Qian's first encounter with such a war beast, but he could ascertain that the lightning which had struck the solar phoenix originated from this giant serpent. In terms of offensive capabilities, it was undeniably formidable. The beast skin scroll in his mind provided the answer. Thunderwing Dragon, a purple-grade aberrant beast, level 90. Zheng Qian sprinted towards the distance. Just moments ago, the radiant phoenix held the upper hand, yet now it seems that fortune has turned against it. He is powerless to assist the radiant phoenix, fully aware that should it falter, the city lord will remain fixated on the phoenix's egg, placing him in the gravest peril. After running a short distance, he beheld the Snowy White. Song Heading and Jiang Meiyan were no longer present. Upon spotting Zheng Qian, Snowy White swiftly dashed to his side, picking him up with her mouth and flinging him onto her back before sprinting ahead. "Where are we headed?" Zheng Qian inquired rapidly, but alas, Snowy White could not engage in direct communication, merely emitting a series of barks that he could not comprehend. Observing that Snowy White was unable to respond, Zheng Qian turned to gaze at the distant battlefield. At that moment, the Radiant Phoenix and the Thunderwing Dragon had already commenced their battle. The two colossal creatures soared through the skies, not engaging in close combat. One unleashed flames while the other wielded lightning, their beastly arts clashing in a tumultuous display. They ascended to great heights, no longer affecting the chaos below. Meanwhile, the other beasts lurking in the woods surged toward the beast masters of the city lord who had previously encircled them. Having laid an ambush, they had initially appeared inconspicuous, but once they charged forth, their true ferocity was revealed. Leading the charge was a silver giant lion, nearly 30 meters tall, adorned with a pair of golden wings. Although its stature was not particularly remarkable, it radiated a blinding golden light, swiftly soaring into the sky. In the next moment, an uncountable number of luminous arrows coalesced around it, raining down upon the beast masters ahead. The purple-tier beast, the Radiant Lion, while not quite on par with the Radiant Phoenix in combat prowess, was nonetheless a formidable creature. The beast masters hastily employed their defenses to counter the barrage of light arrows. Yet, before they could catch their breath after the first wave, the beast arts of other creatures rushed in to follow. Simultaneously, melee adept beasts were closing in on them. A chaotic melee erupted instantaneously. The levels of these beasts and war beasts were formidable, and their concentration created utter disarray as they clashed. The area of conflict expanded rapidly. Fortunately, Snowy White's speed allowed them to escape the battlefield. However, Zheng Qian's heart was heavy with dread. When he had dashed out, a portion of the children remained trapped in the woods. Now, with this sudden melee, even those who managed to flee the woods but lacked speed would likely be drawn into the turmoil. At least 2/3 of them would perish here. "Damn that city lord," Zheng Qian muttered through gritted teeth, his anger intensifying with each thought. After a while, Snowy White charged ahead, revealing another expanse of woods. Jiang Meiyan and Song Heading stood at the edge of the thicket, and Snowy White ran over to halt beside them. Zheng Qian regarded the two with confusion. Having assumed they had returned to the city, Song Heading waved to Zheng Qian, prompting him to leap off Snowy White's back, at which point Song Heading spoke quickly. "There is still a group of children inside. They were heading this way, intending to distance themselves from the battlefield, but they did not plan to leave entirely, as they were eager to witness the outcome of the fight. Unexpectedly, they encountered another group of beasts and a batch of children under supervision." Zheng Qian's eyes brightened instantly. He had suspected there were more children to be found, but did not expect to discover them here. Song Heading continued, "There are also a number of beasts present, but they seem to be controlled, hence they are not reacting to their surroundings." The number of individuals inside was not large, and since they did not recognize Zheng Qian's siblings, they had refrained from entering recklessly. Zheng Qian nodded, recalling previous events, and stated rapidly, "The individuals inside should awaken with energy stimulation. However, the beasts here could awaken at any moment, so it would be prudent for you to keep your distance." With that, he dashed into the woods. Upon exchanging glances, Song Heading and Jiang Meiyan followed suit, entering the thicket. Song Heading said quickly, "We will accompany you. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, we can assist one another." Zheng Qian did not refuse. Every additional hand would expedite the process of awakening those still trapped inside. Drawing upon prior experience, he sprinted into the throng of beasts. He understood that these creatures were likely under some form of control, and as long as that control remained intact, they would not awaken. Thus, he boldly ventured deeper into their midst. Indeed, a cluster of individuals was gathered there, numbering over 100, both young and old. As his gaze swept over them, he spotted Zheng Qian, which brought him a measure of relief. Finding even one was a welcome piece of news. He approached several of the older individuals, using energy to rouse them, then swiftly conveyed the method to awaken the others. Soon, a group began to awaken those around them. Zheng Qian also managed to awaken Zheng Qian. As the latter opened his eyes and saw Zheng Qian, he clung tightly to him, his eyes brimming with tears, trembling with evident fear. Zheng Qian lifted him up, gently patting his back to soothe him, saying, "It's all right now. Your brother is here, and I will ensure your safety." He then inquired, "What about Wenwen? Were you not together?" Zheng Qian, recalling something dreadful, quickly replied, "My sister was taken away by a fox." Chapter 56, The Nine-Tailed White Fox. Zheng Qian's heart tightened, worry flooding his expression. However, he strove to conceal his anxiety. If he displayed excessive concern or fear, Zheng Qian would undoubtedly be affected by his emotions. Thus, he maintained a serious demeanor and pressed, "What exactly happened? Clarify it for me. I see the others are here. Was one taken to another location?" Given the potential for the beasts to awaken at any moment, he felt a pressing urgency. Zheng Qian, though frightened, quickly recounted, "We were attacked by the beasts, and suddenly I felt dizzy. Everyone else fell unconscious. But I wasn't completely out yet. I saw a large, pure white fox with 9 tails take my sister away." Tears streamed down his cheeks as he spoke. Zheng Qian's heart sank. If all the others were present, yet only Zheng Wanwen had been taken, it likely meant she was in grave danger. Zheng Qian whimpered softly, afraid to voice his thoughts. Zheng Qian understood that the situation regarding Wanwen was precarious, but he could not afford to grieve at this moment. Instead, he focused intently on Zheng Qian. "Do not despair, Wanwen is surely safe. After all, the others appear unharmed. It is unlikely that only she would encounter peril." At that moment, the other awakened individuals began to cautiously make their way toward the wood's edge. Zheng Qian had no intention of leaving. He could not believe that Wanwen was so unfortunate as to be the sole victim. Thus, he resolved to search the area thoroughly. However, he knew he could not bring Zheng Qian along. Cradling Zheng Qian, he found Song Heading, who wore a serious expression, and quickly said, "You take my brother back to the city, and bring someone to assist these individuals. Even if they manage to escape from this place now, the fearsome beasts may awaken at any moment, potentially pursuing them. Therefore, you should ride on the Snow White and return to the city first, seeking assistance from others to rescue the people, lest leaving now lead to a dead end later." Song Heading accepted this and nodded at Zheng Qian. Then, with a hint of concern in his voice, quietly inquired, "And what about you?" Zheng Qian stretched his limbs, surveying the surroundings. "My sister has been taken away by a white fox. I must find her." He reassured himself, "At least I know she was taken by a white fox, which should make it easier to track her down. I will catch up soon." Song Heading nodded, refraining from further questions, while Zhang Meiyan gently reminded him, "Please be careful." Zheng Qian acknowledged her concern and dashed off in another direction. Song Heading, along with Zhang Meiyan, hurriedly led Zheng Qian and several younger children out, mounting Snow White and heading towards the city. The beast tamers who had regained consciousness here were evidently far more experienced than the previous group. After breaking free from the horde of beasts, they released their own battle beasts, hastening with the children in tow. Zheng Qian traversed the entire forest. Yet he could not find Zheng Wanwen or the white fox, which darkened his expression. The distant clashes grew increasingly fierce, expanding in scope. If he failed to locate Zheng Wanwen soon, he might lose his chance to escape altogether. Just as Zheng Qian was growing anxious, he burst out of the woods. Ahead lay a vast expanse of grassland, stretching endlessly into the distance. As he scanned the surroundings, his gaze suddenly brightened. In the far distance, he spotted a white figure, clearly a white beast. Although he could not ascertain whether it was indeed a white fox due to the distance, he sprinted toward it with fervor. As he drew closer, his heart gradually eased. It was indeed a white fox, now sprawled on the ground in slumber. However, its position concealed its full form. He could discern that this white fox possessed 9 tails, which obscured most of its head, leaving only its pointed nose and mouth visible. He could not identify the species of the white fox, but the scroll of beast skins in his mind provided the answer. 9-tailed white fox, a purple-grade beast, level 40. Realizing it was only level 40, Zheng Qian understood that this 9-tailed white fox was likely not yet fully mature. He was taken aback by this revelation. He had previously heard of a unique category of beasts among the extraordinary creatures. These beasts were remarkably similar, differing primarily in their techniques. And thus their names were also quite alike. The 9-tailed white fox before him belonged to a lineage comprising 9 distinct colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, white, and black. These 9 foxes could even interbreed, usually inheriting the bloodline of one parent, though a rare few would emerge as hybrids. Zheng Qian had only heard tales of this before. It was his first time witnessing it firsthand. As he approached, he could hear the 9-tailed white fox snoring, which made him realize that this creature was unlike the previous beasts he had encountered. The earlier beasts had been controlled and remained motionless, while this 9-tailed white fox was simply asleep. Cautiously, Zheng Qian circled around the 9-tailed white fox. Its fur was entirely white, and even while lying on the ground, it remained immaculate, devoid of any dirt or blood. He scrutinized the fur around the fox's exposed mouth, which was also pristine, devoid of any bloodstains, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. This indicated that even if Zheng Wanwen had been taken by this 9-tailed white fox, she had not been reduced to mere sustenance. Otherwise, there would certainly be blood at the fox's mouth, as foxes typically do not consume their prey whole. Zheng Qian mused. This must be the only 9-tailed white fox around here that took Wanwen. But where could she be now? As he pondered, he edged closer to the nine-tailed white fox, hoping to glimpse Zheng Qian amidst its tails. He leaned in before the fox's nose, peering through the gaps in its tails. In an instant, he was met with a pair of enormous eyes fixed intently upon him. Is this creature awake? Zheng Qian stumbled backward, suddenly hesitant to approach. He had assumed the nine-tailed white fox was asleep, lulled by its audible snores. However, those round, gleaming eyes revealed the truth. It was very much awake. Upon being discovered, the nine-tailed white fox ceased its pretense, rising languidly from the ground and stretching. Standing over 3 meters tall while lying down, it now towered nearly 10 meters. Its elongated body and 9 tails undulating in the air like 9 serpents. It yawned widely, emitting a series of high-pitched calls. Chapter 57. The Nine-Tailed White Fox Speaks. Zheng Qian swiftly retreated, halting nearly 30 meters away from the nine-tailed white fox. The fox stood its ground, its large eyes fixed on Zheng Qian, showing no inclination to attack. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, Zheng Qian, noting the fox's lack of aggression, quickly spoke. Did you take my sister? He did not expect a response, but the fox's unwavering gaze made him uneasy, prompting him to break the silence. The nine-tailed white fox emitted a series of chirps, its voice not particularly loud, yet dense and rhythmic, giving the impression of speech. However, Zheng Qian could not comprehend its meaning. After listening for several seconds, he grew frustrated and called out, I cannot understand what you are saying. If you have taken my sister, please return her to me. Otherwise, he had initially intended to threaten the nine-tailed white fox, but realized it might not grasp his intent. Instead, he shifted his approach, stating, she is just a child. Taking her does not benefit you in any way. Return her to me, and we can negotiate whatever it is you desire. I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests. Though uncertain whether the nine-tailed white fox could understand him or whether it would be willing to comply, he felt he had no other option. After all, even if this nine-tailed white fox was not fully grown, it was beyond his current capabilities to defeat. The nine-tailed white fox continued to gaze at Zheng Qian, seemingly aware that it could not communicate directly with him. A glimmer of frustration crossed its eyes before it suddenly let out a sharp howl. Oh, whoa. The sound was piercing and echoed far and wide. Zheng Qian felt a pang of anxiety. Although he was unsure of the nine-tailed white fox's intentions, he sensed it was not an ordinary creature. After all, typical beasts would have attacked upon encountering a human, yet this nine-tailed white fox refrained from doing so. He always sensed that the intentions of the nine-tailed white fox were far from simple. Vigilantly observing the creature, he noticed that the nine-tailed fox made no further movements. After 2 minutes, seeing that the fox remained unresponsive, Zheng Qian reluctantly mustered the courage to inquire again. I know you are quite clever, so at the very least, give me a clear indication. Is my sister with you? Although he spoke those words, he felt a twinge of foolishness within. After all, it was impossible for the nine-tailed white fox to communicate with him using human language. Just as Zheng Qian was growing increasingly impatient, a peculiar human voice resonated behind him. Not with her. The sudden utterance startled him, but upon recognizing it as human speech, he initially thought it might be a beast master arriving. Despite the likelihood that the individual belonged to the city lordess faction, the fact that they were human offered him a degree of reassurance, and he turned to look. Upon turning, he encountered a pair of enormous eyes fixed intently upon him, each iris larger than his entire body. Ah! Zheng Qian gasped, instinctively retreating several steps. It was then he discerned that this was an even larger nine-tailed white fox, fully grown and several times the size of the previous one. Its eyes bore into him, and the sharp fangs barely protruding from its mouth glimmered ominously. Zheng Qian was prepared to have King teleport him away at any moment. At that juncture, the larger nine-tailed white fox spoke again, echoing the voice he had just heard. Do not be afraid, I will not attack you. If I intended to, you would already be my meal. Despite the apparent lack of hostility in its words, Zheng Qian found it impossible to relax. The nine-tailed white fox was now articulating human language, yet he remained wary. The two nine-tailed foxes began to converse in hushed tones, and after a brief interval, the larger fox resumed, I know where the sister you mentioned is. This revelation shattered Zheng Qian's silence as he urgently asked, where is she? Though still apprehensive in the presence of the two foxes, he noted that they did not seem inclined to cause trouble. Their evident intelligence suggested they would not harm him without cause, allowing him to maintain a semblance of composure. The nine-tailed white fox spoke swiftly. You carry the scent of the Liang Phoenix egg. Hand it over, and I shall return the person you seek. A flicker of helplessness crossed Zheng Qian's eyes. He was uncertain how these extraordinary beasts discerned scents. Yet the fact that both the Liang Phoenix and the nine-tailed white fox recognized his possession of the egg left him at a loss. Aware that the nine-tailed fox's goal was the Liang Phoenix egg, he replied cautiously, the egg is indeed in my possession, but only I can retrieve it. If I refuse to hand it over, Even if you kill me, you will not obtain it. Fearing the fox might take offense, he quickly added, first, bring my sister to me. Moreover, since this egg belongs to the Liang Phoenix, I cannot give it to you. It can only be given to her. At this point, he braced himself for the possibility that the nine-tailed fox might retaliate. The nine-tailed white fox spoke languidly. I am allied with her. It was she who requested me to assist in finding her egg. Thus, whether you give it to me or to her makes no difference. The clarity of the words spoken by the nine-tailed fox had improved significantly, no longer sounding as peculiar as before. Zheng Qian, still resolute, insisted. Then bring my sister to me first, and I will give you the egg. Given the urgency of the situation with the Liang Phoenix, he saw the exchange as a worthwhile trade to secure his sister's safety. The nine-tailed white fox nodded, and the smaller fox darted away in the direction of the distance. Its speed was remarkable, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The larger nine-tailed fox remained, its enormous eyes fixed on Zheng Qian. After 3 minutes, he spotted the smaller fox returning, and upon its back sat his sister, Zheng Wenjing. Her face still etched with fear. Though she appeared somewhat disheveled, the absence of blood on her person eased Zheng Qian's anxiety. It seemed that she had not encountered any danger. Zheng Wenjing, catching sight of her brother, allowed a faint smile to break through her fearful expression. The smaller nine-tailed fox approached Zheng Qian and gently wrapped its tail around Zheng Wenjing, bringing her to his side. Brother, Zheng Wenjing cried, embracing him. Zheng Qian held her close, gently patting her back to soothe her fears. The two nine-tailed foxes regarded him with wide eyes, their intentions clear. An exchange was imminent. Zheng Qian was obliged to relinquish the Liang Phoenix egg. Just as he reached for the egg, a piercing cry echoed through the air. The Liang Phoenix was approaching their location. Chapter 58. The defeated Liang Phoenix. The current state of the Liang Phoenix appeared dire. Its once resplendent feathers were marred in several places, singed black, and its left wing bore a serious injury, from which blood flowed, causing it to visibly deform as it flapped. The most severe wound was on its neck, where the bone was exposed, likely inflicted by a sharp claw. Close behind the Liang Phoenix trailed the winged thunder dragon, which also seemed to be in a poor condition. The winged thunder dragon was charred and blackened from flames, with numerous scales missing, particularly severe burns on its wings slowing its pace, creating a noticeable distance between it and the Liang Phoenix. Zheng Qian was not particularly surprised by this scene. No matter how powerful the Liang Phoenix was, it was but one creature. Yet, within the city, there were many beast masters capable of controlling beasts of level 90 or above. The Liang Phoenix posed a significant threat due to its potential for widespread destruction. But with it outside the city, the immediate danger was somewhat mitigated. The nearby nine-tailed white fox observed this development with a cold snort, chattering to the smaller fox. The smaller fox nodded and wrapped its tail around Zheng Qian and his sister before dashing toward an open area in the distance. Meanwhile, the larger nine-tailed white fox remained stationary, emitting a sharp cry. As its voice rang out, the previously motionless beasts in the surrounding woods seemed to awaken, beginning to stir and converge around the nine-tailed white fox. The Liang Phoenix soared above them, retracting its flames as it landed on the ground, glaring furiously at the winged thunder dragon overhead. Both the winged thunder dragon and the beastmaster on its back took note of the nine-tailed white fox below, yet it was evident that they did not regard it as a threat. In comparison to the Liang Phoenix, the nine-tailed white fox lacked the destructive power to warrant their concern. After all, the nine-tailed white fox possessed no formidable beast techniques to match the elemental might of the Liang Phoenix. A blinding flash of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the nine-tailed white fox. In that moment, a colossal armored lizard, adorned with sharp spikes, leaped forward to intercept the lightning strike, successfully blocking it midair. The moment the lightning struck the armored lizard, a brilliant light erupted. The beast tamer perched upon the back of the winged thunder dragon smirked disdainfully, convinced that the armored lizard could not withstand such a formidable attack. However, as the radiance faded and revealed the unscathed armored lizard landing gracefully on the ground, the tamer's smile faltered, his expression stiffening in disbelief. The armored lizard, classified as a blue-tier exotic beast, could only reach a maximum level of 70. Even with its robust defense, it should not have been able to so effortlessly endure the full force of the winged thunder dragon's assault. Ha ha ha. The nine-tailed white fox emitted a sound of derisive laughter. The beast tamer's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness in an instant. While a select few highly intelligent exotic beasts could indeed articulate human language, such instances were exceedingly rare, typically confined to only the most elite of their kind. The nine-tailed white fox, though not particularly remarkable among purple-tier exotic beasts, displayed exceptional intelligence. The ability to produce laughter akin to that of a human suggested that this particular nine-tailed white fox was far from ordinary. At that moment, a throng of beast tamers and their war beasts surged from the distance, their predatory gazes fixed upon the nine-tailed white fox and its accompanying exotic beasts, devoid of fear, brimming instead with anticipation. Capturing this nine-tailed white fox would grant them 3 purple-tier exotic beasts, one of which was the immensely powerful blazing sun phoenix. Even if they could not train it as a war beast, selling it outright would still yield a handsome profit. Meanwhile, Zheng Qian and his companions observed the unfolding scene from afar. Noticing the gathering of war beasts and beast tamers, Zheng Qian deduced that the previous group of exotic beasts had likely been dealt with. With such a multitude of war beasts and tamers present, the remaining creatures would scarcely stand a chance of escape. Zheng Qian murmured to himself, while the nine-tailed white fox beneath him expressed its displeasure with a series of agitated chirps, its body swaying as if to vent its frustrations. Unfortunately, Zheng Qian could not decipher its words and instead focused his attention on the distant confrontation. As both sides prepared for a standoff, an unexpected voice broke the tension. Xiaobai says her mother will definitely not lose, Zheng Wenwen whispered. Zheng Qian, momentarily taken aback by her statement, struggled to comprehend its meaning. His mind was a muddle as he quietly inquired, who is Xiaobai? After all, it was just him, Zheng Wenwen, and the little nine-tailed white fox in their vicinity. Zheng Wenwen pointed at the small nine-tailed white fox beneath them. This is Xiaobai, she explained softly. Zheng Qian blinked in surprise, and then, with disbelief etched across his face, he asked, you can understand what this nine-tailed white fox is saying? While he could only hear the fox's chirps, Zheng Wenwen seemed able to interpret its meaning. Even with his slow comprehension, it dawned on him that she must indeed understand the nine-tailed white fox's language. Zheng Wenwen nodded gently. Seeing her affirmation, Zheng Qian exclaimed incredulously, this is impossible. How can you understand the language of exotic beasts? It was known that certain beast tamers possessed the innate ability to comprehend the languages of exotic beasts. However, Zheng Wenwen was still so young and had yet to awaken any such talent, making her comprehension seem implausible. Zheng Wenwen shook her head, yet spoke earnestly. I don't know why, but I can understand what both Xiaobai and Debai say. But I can only understand them, not any other exotic beasts. Zheng Qian was about to press for more information when a sudden eruption of combat broke out in the distance. The nine-tailed white fox stood resolute, emanating energy that enveloped its form and fused with the nearby exotic beasts, creating an imperceptible layer of protective energy over their bodies. Under its control, the exotic beasts surged toward the encroaching war beasts. The beast tamers, undeterred, faced them with confidence, believing their numbers and levels would prevail in a confrontation. Yet, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The defensive capabilities of the exotic beasts were astonishing. The attacks of the war beasts failed to inflict any harm upon them. Even the ferocious steel-biting tiger's assault on the defenseless spring spirit deer left no mark. Before the tamers could fully grasp the situation, for spring spirit deer simultaneously stomped the ground, resonating in unison. In that moment, the surrounding grass surged wildly, wrapping around the exotic beasts. Simultaneously, trees from the nearby forest uprooted themselves, charging towards the war beasts like sentient beings. Witnessing this spectacle, the expression of the beast tamers shifted dramatically. Although spring spirit deer were classified as blue-tier exotic beasts, their offensive and defensive capabilities were not particularly formidable. Their true strength lay in accelerating plant growth. Yet, the ability to cause surrounding vegetation to burgeon instantaneously and to compel trees to emerge from the forest was beyond what any spring spirit deer could accomplish. As they stood in shock, the trees closed in, encircling both the war beasts and exotic beasts, effectively trapping them. Concurrently, 2 crimson-horned golden bulls began to stomp the ground furiously. Beast art, frenzied tread. The earth trembled violently, causing the war beasts to struggle to maintain their footing. Countless earthen spikes erupted beneath them, piercing toward their bodies. Many war beasts, relying on their robust defenses, chose to endure rather than evade, while the weaker ones attempted to leap to safety only to be obstructed by the encroaching trees. The trees formed a dense barrier, their branches stretching out to seal the skies above, while energy enveloped their trunks, rendering them impervious to any attempt at breach. The earthen spikes struck the war beasts that had not evaded, and as the realization dawned upon them, they discovered that these spikes were no ordinary projectiles. Wrapped in a unique energy, they effortlessly penetrated their defenses. Over 70% of those who had failed to dodge found their abdomens pierced. The anguished cries of the war beasts echoed in the air, but it was too late. The earth spikes swiftly proliferated within their bodies, merging with their flesh and organs, causing excruciating pain with every slight movement. In that critical moment, the horde of exotic beasts descended upon them, toppling the war beasts and beginning to tear into them with ravenous jaws. The beast tamers behind the battle beasts were, of course, not spared from the calamity. They simultaneously attacked while exerting control over their respective beasts. However, the moment those creatures moved even slightly, they felt as though their very insides were being drawn downwards, rendering them hesitant to act. Without their battle beasts, even if the tamers possessed some innate combat prowess, they were no match for the alien beasts. In less than 2 minutes, apart from 4 surviving tamers, the rest had perished. Many of the battle beasts also met their end, although the majority remained alive. Rendered immobile by the grasp of the earth, the 9-tailed white fox stood firm, commanding the throng of alien beasts, preventing them from continuing their assault. With an air of haughty superiority, it gazed at the surviving quartet of tamers and mockingly remarked, "Did you fools truly believe we would venture into your human territory unprepared?" Upon hearing the 9-tailed fox articulate human speech, the eldest of the surviving tamers widened his eyes in shock. He fixated on the fox and exclaimed, "There have been rumors of a powerful fox beast recently emerging from the beast forest, seizing a vast territory from the formidable creatures that had already established their dominion there. Could it be you?" The 9-tailed fox offered no reply, as the surrounding alien beasts surged forth, mercilessly slaughtering the 4 tamers, who then commenced a frenzied feast. The spring spirit deer parted the trees, which returned to the forest, seamlessly settling back into their former places as if they had never emerged. Previously, Zheng Qian had been unable to discern the battlefield due to the trees obstructing his view. Now, with the trees dispersed, he beheld the grim aftermath of the battlefield encircled by the trees. His mouth agape in astonishment, he observed the absence of the tamers, with only scattered remnants of bodies left on the ground. Apart from a small contingent of tamers mounted on flying beasts, the rest had all perished within that brief span, leaving Zheng Qian utterly astounded. He had never anticipated such a catastrophic defeat for the tamers, especially when their numbers and levels had appeared evenly matched against the alien beasts. The aerial tamers, witnessing the carnage below, turned pale. They had previously directed their battle beasts to attack the trees from above, causing no significant damage. Initially, they had held some confidence in the tamers below, especially since they had earlier triumphed over the alien beasts accompanying the blazing sun phoenix. However, they were blindsided by the rapid demise of their comrades. The expression of the tamer riding the winged thunder dragon was particularly grim as he urgently commanded his companion, "Return to the city and request the Lord to dispatch more tamers. Send several powerful ones, or we may be doomed." Before he could finish, the 9-tailed fox's long tail lashed out toward the winged thunder dragon. As the dragon attempted to ascend, 9 beams of energy shot forth from the fox's tails, striking the dragon before it could react. The dragon's wings were shredded, rendering it incapable of flight as it plummeted toward the ground. Other flying beasts attempted to rescue the winged thunder dragon, but were met with the same fate, their bodies twisting grotesquely as they fell. Only one tamer, displaying remarkable cunning, had controlled his flying beast to flee from the onset, now soaring far away. The 9-tailed fox chose not to pursue, unperturbed by the prospect of the tamers seeking reinforcements. It approached Zheng Qian alongside the blazing sun phoenix, whose injuries had significantly healed, with most visible wounds now mended, though its feathers had yet to fully restore. With 2 mighty beasts flanking him, Zheng Qian felt a surge of anxiety. Should these 2 turn against him, even 100 of him would not suffice as nourishment. Fortunately, the blazing sun phoenix spoke, its voice tinged with fatigue, "Return my egg to me." Zheng Qian nodded and retrieved the phoenix's egg. Though he felt a pang of regret, he deemed the exchange for peace worthwhile. At that moment, both the phoenix and the 9-tailed fox gazed intently at the egg, their expressions filled with astonishment as if they had encountered something extraordinary. Chapter 60, Ancestral Bloodline. Zheng Qian observed the reactions of the 2 beasts with growing confusion. He had expected the blazing sun phoenix to exhibit joy, yet it appeared astounded, entirely lacking the delight one would anticipate upon reclaiming its egg. Could there be something amiss with the egg? As his heart raced with trepidation, he quietly inquired, "What is it? Is this not your egg?" The phoenix remained silent, and Zheng Qian felt a surge of energy draw the egg away, suspending it before the phoenix. The blazing sun phoenix fixated on the egg for several seconds before responding. "This is indeed my egg. I would never mistake it." However, the phoenix hesitated, while the 9-tailed fox interjected swiftly, "This egg bears the taint of another's essence. Or rather, something has invaded it." Zheng Qian pondered the implications of this statement when a faint chirping emanated from within the egg. Cheep, cheep, cheep. Though soft, the sound was unmistakable to Zheng Qian. In the next moment, a sharp beak broke through the shell, followed swiftly by a diminutive head emerging. Within mere seconds, a rather unremarkable gray bird, no larger than his hand, emerged from the egg, adorned with short, downy feathers and tiny fleshy wings. As the eggshell fell to the ground, it was evident that it had become utterly hollow, shattering into countless fragments upon impact. Zheng Wenwen, observing the scene with curiosity, inquired, "Why is there a chick?" Upon uttering her question, Zheng Qian glanced at the blazing sun phoenix and the nine-tailed fox. In their eyes, he detected a flicker of astonishment. He murmured, "Let us refrain from speaking for now. It would be troublesome if they were to become enraged." Although he did not know the blazing sun phoenix well, he was acutely aware that the current circumstances were highly irregular. Generally, the higher the rank of an alien beast, the more resplendent its appearance from birth. The blazing sun phoenix was radiant, akin to the sun itself. It was inconceivable that a gray chick could emerge from its egg. Fearing unforeseen consequences, especially since he had been the one to present the egg, he felt a chill at the thought of the phoenix's wrath should anything go awry. The chick took a couple of steps on the ground before gracefully leaping onto Zheng Qian's head. It was small in stature, and as it landed gently atop Zheng Qian's head, its body was enveloped by the radiant energy of the fiery phoenix, drifting effortlessly before the majestic creature. The fiery phoenix gazed down at the diminutive chick, which appeared to it as insignificant as an ant. The chick chirped incessantly, "Cheep, cheep, cheep." Despite the undeniable bond of blood that assured the fiery phoenix of the chick's lineage, it found itself at a loss for words as it beheld this tiny creature. Observing the silence of the fiery phoenix, Zheng Qian could not contain his curiosity and quietly inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Is this not the egg of the fiery phoenix?" The fiery phoenix remained silent, but the nine-tailed white fox interjected swiftly, "This is indeed the egg of the fiery phoenix." Instinctively, Zheng Qian exclaimed, "Then why does a chick emerge?" Realizing the impoliteness of his words, he was about to amend his statement when the nine-tailed white fox continued. "In the reproduction of extraordinary beasts, there exists an exceedingly slim probability of a bloodline regression. This probability is akin to a star falling from the sky and landing directly before you, a tragically minuscule chance. Moreover, the likelihood diminishes as the rank of the extraordinary beast increases." Zheng Qian began to comprehend that what lay before him was indeed a case of bloodline regression. Although he was not well versed in such matters, having never received formal education on the subject. At that moment, Zheng Wenwen quietly remarked, "I have heard my teacher mention that bloodline regression is an extremely rare occurrence. When it manifests, the creature's rank may either diminish or potentially elevate. However, in most cases, it tends to lower." Holding Zheng Wenwen in his arms, Zheng Qian expressed admiration. "Did you learn this at school? You are quite remarkable." Zheng Wenwen giggled, covering her mouth with delight. The nine-tailed white fox stated matter-of-factly, "You are correct. Bloodline regression is indeed a highly extreme and fortuitous circumstance. Taking the fiery phoenix as an example, it is a purple-tier extraordinary beast. Should its rank diminish, this little fiery phoenix may only reach a blue or green tier, or perhaps even lower. It would no longer be considered a fiery phoenix. Even if it were to reproduce, its offspring would not be fiery phoenixes. Conversely, if its rank were to elevate, this little creature might become a black-tier extraordinary beast. Yet, it would still not be deemed a fiery phoenix. It could evolve into an entirely new species of black-tier extraordinary beast. In any case, it is unlikely to remain a fiery phoenix." Zheng Qian nodded gently, understanding that bloodline regression was indeed a matter of chance. If fortune smiled upon them and the rank were to elevate, a black-tier extraordinary beast would undoubtedly surpass a purple-tier one. However, he felt it unwise to dwell on the topic further. He tentatively suggested, "I have returned the egg to you. Might we be allowed to leave?" Although the beast tamers had been dealt with by the nine-tailed white fox, there was no assurance that more would not arrive. Zheng Qian was eager to depart, wishing to avoid any potential conflict. The nine-tailed white fox showed no intention of obstructing their exit. It then produced a small white stone, no larger than a fingernail, which, enveloped in energy, landed in Zheng Wenwen's palm. The nine-tailed white fox spoke in a calm demeanor, "Keep this stone when you become a beast tamer. Take it to the 10,000 Beasts Forest, and I shall assist you in forming a contract with a nine-tailed white fox as your battle beast." Upon hearing this, Zheng Wenwen nodded earnestly, but Zheng Qian, puzzled, questioned, "What is going on? What has happened to my sister? Why are you treating her in such a manner?" While it seemed that Zheng Wenwen had encountered nothing but fortuitous events, after all, a purple-tier extraordinary beast would guarantee her a bright future if she could form a contract. Zheng Qian failed to discern what made her so special in the eyes of the nine-tailed white fox. Suddenly, the nine-tailed white fox lowered its head, its piercing gaze directed at Zheng Qian, mere centimeters away, instilling an overwhelming sense of tension within him. He had witnessed the terrifying combat prowess of the nine-tailed white fox. It could easily swallow him whole, leaving him defenseless. Yet, it did not advance closer. Instead, hastening its words, "Protect her well. When she becomes a beast tamer, the answers will reveal themselves." Zheng Qian nodded, albeit with lingering doubts. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to heed the creature's words. At that moment, the fiery phoenix's voice resonated, "This egg, this child, I cannot take away. Zheng Qian turned his gaze toward the fiery phoenix, bewildered. The creature had endured tremendous peril and injury to acquire this egg, and he could scarcely fathom why it declared it could not take it with them. The fiery phoenix's eyes were filled with sorrow, yet ultimately, the small gray chick landed once more atop Zheng Qian's head. The nine-tailed white fox sighed softly, explaining, the higher the rank of an extraordinary beast, the less it can accept bloodline regression. For regardless of whether the rank is elevated or diminished, the creature is no longer of the same species. For extraordinary beasts, this constitutes a defilement of their lineage. Thus, if bloodline regression occurs and is detected by other extraordinary beasts of the same species, not only will the offspring face pursuit, but even the beast that nurtures it will be hunted by others of its kind. With a heavy sigh, the nine-tailed white fox continued, normally, if the fiery phoenix had not caused such a commotion, it could have secretly nurtured the bloodline-reverted chick, albeit at some risk. At worst, it could have kept the little fiery phoenix hidden from other extraordinary beasts. However, now that the fiery phoenix has drawn such attention, it is certain that others of its kind will come seeking it. If they discover this bloodline-reverted chick, both it and the fiery phoenix will face dire consequences. The nine-tailed white fox looked at the small gray chick with a mixture of resignation. Oblivious to the weight of its fate, the chick happily scratched at the top of Zheng Qian's head, seemingly content in its nest. Zheng Qian sensed an affinity from the little gray chick towards him and chose not to intervene. The nine-tailed white fox shook its head in exasperation, its tone grave as it declared, this little one must not be taken back. Doing so would only invite further trouble. Turning to the fiery phoenix, it acknowledged that the decision ultimately lay with the creature itself. The fiery phoenix's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Extraordinary beasts of its rank were scarce, and producing an egg was no simple feat yet. It also recognized the truth in the nine-tailed white fox's words. If it took the little fiery phoenix with it, they would both encounter great peril. Thus, the fiery phoenix stated resolutely, since it has taken such a liking to you, I shall entrust it to your care. Hearing this, Zheng Qian felt a surge of joy. Even if the little gray chick's rank were to diminish due to bloodline regression, it would still serve as a formidable battle beast for him at this stage. However, he hesitated, voicing a concern, but my rank is so low. Will I be able to form a contract with it? Currently, he was unable to contract with any extraordinary beast of a higher tier. The nine-tailed white fox softly remarked, the reason why the extraordinary beasts, which exhibit ancestral bloodline traits, cannot be definitively classified as either ascending or descending in rank lies in their inherent uncertainty. They commence their journey from the lowest tier, the white grade, and only once they cease to grow can we ascertain the nature of the beasts they will ultimately become. Thus, you may confidently forge a contract with it. At this, Zheng Qian felt a profound sense of relief. He gently placed Zheng Wen on the ground, then tenderly grasped the little gray chick and proceeded to establish a contract with it. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, just as the nine-tailed white fox had predicted, causing him no discomfort whatsoever. At that moment, the fiery phoenix, with a sense of reluctance, hurriedly implored, but you must promise me that you will not mistreat my child and will treat it with kindness. Without hesitation, Zheng Qian nodded affirmatively. You need not worry about that. Having contracted with it, treating it well is my responsibility. As he spoke, the fiery phoenix nodded with a heavy heart. Suddenly, it turned its head and plucked 3 of its magnificent tail feathers. Once enormous, the feathers shrank to the size of Zheng Qian's palm after being removed. Following this, it expelled a stream of golden blood, which swiftly coalesced in midair into a golden blood sphere the size of a fist. After a moment's contemplation, the fiery phoenix emitted a call, and with evident effort, it forced out a fist-sized crimson crystal from its throat. Witnessing this scene, the nine-tailed white fox's eyes flickered with surprise. However, it remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding events. At this juncture, the feathers, the golden blood sphere, and the crimson crystal floated before Zheng Qian. Curiously, he gazed at the 3 items, while the fiery phoenix, in a weak tone, quickly explained, these 3 tail feathers, when kept close, can be ignited with flame to restore the health of any life that is gravely injured in the blink of an eye. However, if the life has already perished, they will be of no use. Zheng Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. This revelation was indeed a treasure. If these feathers could restore someone in critical condition, it was equivalent to having 3 extra lives. This sphere of blood is my vital essence. Once ingested, it can refine the body. You may use it for yourself or share it with others. There are 1,000 drops within, enough for 1,000 uses. However, you must not give any to my child. Its bloodline must not be influenced by my essence, nor should you use any vital essence to enhance it, for that may jeopardize its original development, rendering it unrecognizable. The fiery phoenix's demeanor softened, its voice imbued with tenderness. Reluctant to part with its offspring, It could only hope for Zheng Qian to grow stronger swiftly, ensuring the safety of its child. Meanwhile, the crimson crystal rapidly diminished in size until it was no larger than a small bell, eventually hanging around the little gray chick's neck. Despite its diminutive form, it appeared somewhat out of place on the chick. The fiery phoenix spoke gently, "This is a gift for it. I hope it grows up safely. And I also wish for the opportunity to meet again in the future." The little gray chick chirped happily, seemingly overjoyed. The nine-tailed white fox approached the vicinity of the earlier battlefield, where the valuable possessions of the fallen beast tamers had been gathered into a pile, while the now unbound beasts were clustered together, eager to escape their constraints. At this moment, the fiery phoenix raised its gaze to the distance and spoke quickly. "You must leave now. Otherwise, you will encounter great trouble soon." Zheng Qian followed the direction of the fiery phoenix's gaze, realizing it was towards the city, understanding that more beast tamers were likely dispatched from there. The nine-tailed white fox enveloped the valuable items from the pile of beast tamers' corpses in energy and presented them to Zheng Qian, hastily stating, "Since the matter is concluded, we must take our leave. These items will be of no use to us. They are yours now. Do remember to share some with your sister." After saying this, it fixed its gaze on Zheng Wan, emphasizing, "Do remember to come find us." Zheng Wan obediently nodded, and Zheng Qian stored the fiery phoenix's tail feathers, vital essence, and the collection of bloodied items into the empty stone orb, cradling Zheng Wan as he dashed away in another direction. The nine-tailed white fox swiftly departed with the other extraordinary beasts. By the time the beast tamers from the city arrived, they could only see the mangled corpses, and as they attempted to pursue, they found themselves utterly lost, resigned to cleaning up the battlefield in frustration. Chapter 62, An Unexpected Ally. Zheng Qian ran a considerable distance, and, upon noticing the absence of pursuers, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He set Zheng Wan down, and together they strolled leisurely towards the city. As they walked, Zheng Qian, with a serious expression, admonished, "Not a single word about what transpired earlier. You must not tell anyone that you understand the language of the nine-tailed white fox. Furthermore, do not mention anything about what happened after it took you away. The matter of the nine-tailed white fox telling you to find her once you become a beast tamer is to be kept completely secret. If anyone inquires, you should say that you have no recollection of what occurred after being captured by the nine-tailed white fox, and that the next thing you remember is me finding you. For everything else, maintain that you do not know or understand. Did you comprehend?" Zheng Qian's expression was grave. He understood that if the events were disclosed, it would only invite trouble. However, after the recent events, he had gained a deeper understanding of extraordinary beasts. Previously, he had perceived them as cold-blooded, heartless, and cruel adversaries against humanity. Yet, witnessing the nine-tailed white fox and the fiery phoenix, he realized that high-ranking extraordinary beasts possessed intelligence that rivaled humans, along with delicate emotions and a genuine concern for their progeny. They were not the heartless entities he had once imagined. Zheng Wan nodded obediently, still feeling uneasy. Zheng Qian softly inquired, "What if your friends in class ask you about your experiences after being captured by the extraordinary beasts? What will you say?" Zheng Wan, with utmost seriousness, shook her head. "I do not remember. When I awoke, I encountered my brother, and everything else is a blur." Her response reassured Zheng Qian, who nodded in agreement. He had faith in Zheng Wan. Though she was still young, she was quite astute. Now that she understood what to say, there would likely be no mishaps moving forward. Yet, despite this, his mood remained somewhat heavy. After all, he was aware that his true troubles had yet to begin. Before they reached the city, Zheng Qian encountered Lin Qingxiong and his companions. Lin Qingxiong was taken aback upon seeing Zheng Qian and immediately inquired, "How did you end up here?" Zheng Qian was at a loss for words at that moment. He was uncertain whether the beast tamers were aware of the fiery phoenix's purpose for coming this way, nor did he know how the city lord had conveyed the information. Noticing Zheng Qian's silence, Lin Qingxiong furrowed his brow and pressed, "What exactly happened? Just tell me plainly. You are one of us in the beast taming army. Regardless of what transpired, we will protect you." Zheng Qian regarded Lin Qingxiong, feeling conflicted. However, reflecting on Lin Qingxiong's behavior during their time together, he ultimately decided to trust him this once. At this moment, Zheng Qian gathered his thoughts and spoke rapidly. "All the missing children have been abducted by the blazing sun phoenix and a nine-tailed white fox, who have controlled other extraordinary beasts to assist them." As he uttered these words, he keenly observed Lin Qingxiong's expression. Noticing the shock on Lin Qingxiong's face, Zheng Qian realized that he was likely unaware of these developments. This led Zheng Qian to conclude that news of the Sun Phoenix had probably not yet reached the Beastmasters outside the city, most likely due to the Lord's suppression of the information. Thus, he continued to speak swiftly. "The Sun Phoenix's motives stem from an incident in our city, where a Beastmaster stole its egg. The Sun Phoenix, in its quest to reclaim its egg, has resorted to abducting those children as leverage. He recounted how he had been attacked earlier that day and inadvertently acquired a beast egg, which happened to be the Sun Phoenix's egg. I made a pact with the Sun Phoenix. I would return its egg, and in exchange, it would release the abducted children. I secretly returned to the city to fulfill my promise, but I was obstructed by the Lord's men. They had stolen the egg because the Lord's child was gravely injured and needed the Sun Phoenix's healing powers. As he spoke, Lin Qingxiong and his companions' expressions grew increasingly grim. They understood that the Lord's actions placed the lives of every citizen at grave risk. After all, it was the Sun Phoenix. One breath of fire could ignite the entire city. In such a scenario, the Beastmasters would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the casualties. Observing the expressions of those around him, Zheng Qian felt a sense of reassurance and continued, I barely managed to bring the egg to the Sun Phoenix, but the Lord's men followed closely behind, leading to a fierce battle between them and the Sun Phoenix. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth in anger, he declared, those children could have escaped. But many lost their lives in that conflict due to the Lord's men engaging the Sun Phoenix. I finally found my siblings. My brother had already been taken back to the city by Song Heading and his group. I was hurrying to the city with my sister when I fortuitously encountered you. At this point, he expressed some confusion. However, given the commotion, the Lord dispatched so many Beastmasters, and considering the proximity of the battle, how could you not have noticed anything? Moreover, why has your search been so sluggish? At the pace we were searching together, you should have been able to locate the Sun Phoenix's vicinity by now. The flames it spewed earlier had painted the sky crimson, and the battle lasted quite some time. Surely the Beastmasters must have sensed something. Lin Qingxiong, his countenance darkening, replied swiftly, the Lord's men instructed us to focus our search on the nearby areas of the city, claiming they would handle matters further afield, which is why we did not venture beyond that. As for the battle you mentioned, it is clear the Lord employed some means to obscure it from our awareness. At this, Lin Qingxiong's fists tightened, his eyes aflame with fury. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, to commit such heinous acts for selfish desires. Zheng Qian, noticing a glimmer of cold realization in his eyes, understood that the Lord was keen on suppressing this matter and did not wish for it to spread. Lin Qingxiong then shifted focus, urgently inquiring, where's the Sun Phoenix? Is its egg still in your possession? His gaze was piercing, filled with anxiety. Zheng Qian had already prepared his response for this inquiry and stated earnestly, I have returned the egg to the Sun Phoenix. Otherwise, how could I have possibly made it back? The Sun Phoenix and the nine-tailed white fox honored their word. Once I returned the egg, they allowed us to leave and then fled themselves. As of now, the whereabouts of the Sun Phoenix and the nine-tailed white fox remain unknown. Only he, Zheng Wenwen, the Sun Phoenix, and the two nine-tailed white foxes were aware that the egg had transformed into a small gray chicken. Zheng Wenwen would certainly not divulge this information. And with the Sun Phoenix and the nine-tailed white fox having fled, what he said now would be taken as truth, as no one else could possibly uncover evidence to the contrary. Just then, two thunderbirds swooped through the air, carrying Lu Cheng and Lu Yu. Upon spotting Zheng Qian, they erupted in furious shouts. Damn it, return what you owe us. Chapter 63, captured upon entering the city. Zheng Qian felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing these two, grateful for his encounter with Lin Qingxiong. Otherwise, he might have truly faced capture, which would undoubtedly lead to a dire fate. However, with Lin Qingxiong present, his basic safety was somewhat assured. He leaned closer to Lin Qingxiong and pointed at the two in the sky, speaking rapidly. These two are the Lord's men. They attempted to seize my belongings back in the city, and now they have the audacity to pursue me here. He incited further discord, then shouted at Lu Yu and Lu Cheng. I have already given what you wanted to the Sun Phoenix. Capturing me now would be futile. If you truly possess any skill, go reclaim it from the Sun Phoenix. He regarded them with disdain. Lu Yu's expression darkened significantly. The Beastmasters who had previously attempted to encircle the Sun Phoenix had suffered near total annihilation. Those were the elite under the Lord's command. Now, with the Lord in a furious rage, a death order had been issued. They were to either retrieve the Sun Phoenix's egg or kill the Sun Phoenix to obtain its precious blood or face death themselves. They were aware that the Sun Phoenix had already fled. The remaining forces were pursuing, but the chances of success were slim, as they had no knowledge of when the Sun Phoenix had taken its leave. Thus, the two understood that unless they brought Zheng Qian, the architect of this chaos, before the Lord to divert his wrath, they might very well face execution themselves. Lu Yu gritted her teeth and said quickly, if the Sun Phoenix's egg is not in your possession, then you must personally explain this to the Lord. How he chooses to deal with you is his prerogative, but you must come with us now. Her eyes brimmed with menace, clearly poised to act. Lin Qingxiong, maintaining a stoic demeanor, swiftly interjected, Zheng Qian is one of our Beastmasters. Even the Lord has no authority to forcibly take him away. Depart now, or I shall deem your actions a declaration of war against our Beastmasters. An air of dominance emanated from Lin Qingxiong, his gaze imbued with a palpable threat. Lu Yu and Lu Cheng exchanged glances, reluctant to engage in conflict with Lin Qingxiong. However, recalling the Lord's previous fury, Lu Yu steeled herself and coldly asserted, "You must understand, we do not represent ourselves. We are the Lord's emissaries. His interests have been severely compromised by your actions, and you will undoubtedly face repercussions. Should you choose to side with him against the Lord, even as a member of the Beastmasters, your fate will be grim." Lin Qingxiong, unwilling to waste further words, summoned his battle beast, a colossal bear, pure white and nearly 10 meters tall, with snowflakes seemingly cascading around it. The bear roared at the two in the air. The sound reverberated far and wide, causing the very space around them to tremble. Two thunderous birds soared instinctively to greater heights, wary of drawing too close to the massive bear. Zheng Qian gazed in astonishment at the colossal creature before him, the snowstorm bear. Classified as a blue-tier extraordinary beast, despite its classification, its combat prowess rivaled that of an average purple-tier beast. Most notably, while the snowstorm bear could not fly, it possessed means to counter airborne extraordinary beasts. Coupled with its thick hide and formidable defense, even creatures of higher levels, sometimes by several tiers, would find it challenging to vanquish the snowstorm bear without exceptionally powerful offensive beast techniques. Furthermore, the snowstorm bear was scarce in number, and its notoriously irritable temperament rendered it exceedingly difficult to tame as a battle beast. Either leave, or dare to utter another word, and we shall see who is stronger. Lin Qingxiong issued his final ultimatum. The two, Lu Yu and her companion, dared not speak further, swiftly mounting their thunderous birds to ascend higher into the sky. Once they reached a considerable altitude, Lu Yu, in a fit of frustration, shouted, "If you're so capable, then protect him. Let us see how bravely you stand when he returns to the city." No sooner had her words left her lips than the ground beside the snowstorm bear erupted, forming a 2-meter-wide crater. In the next moment, an ice sphere shot forth from the pit, hurtling directly towards the thunderous birds. The two birds dashed away at breakneck speed, showing no inclination to halt. Should they be struck by the snowstorm bear's attack, their bodies would swiftly freeze solid, and a careless moment could lead to their demise. The ice sphere pursued them for nearly 2 kilometers before finally crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Lin Qingxiong's expression turned grave as he glanced at Zheng Qian and quickly remarked, "However, what they just said holds some truth. Once we return to the city, the initiative will no longer rest with us." Concern flickered in his eyes as he spoke. Zheng Qian had already surmised that the city lord would not easily let this matter slide. He remained unperturbed and swiftly replied, "We must return to the city. But I would like to ask you for a favor. Please find Chun Hong. With her presence, she will ensure my safety." Lin Qingxiong nodded slightly, inquiring further about the previous encounter with the Flaming Phoenix. Zheng Qian articulated his well-prepared explanation, prompting Lin Qingxiong to allocate half of his remaining personnel to return to the city, while the other half continued searching for any surviving children. Upon their return to the city, Zheng Qian felt the weight of several piercing gazes upon him. True to his apprehensions, within mere moments, 4 individuals obstructed their path. Their expressions were impassive, and the leader, an elderly man, donned a black robe adorned with wrinkles that bespoke his age, yet he emanated an undeniable aura of authority, suggesting his high status. Lin Qingxiong's eyes flickered with a hint of reluctance upon seeing the elder. The man spoke in a calm, yet unwavering tone. "I must take this individual with me." His words, though devoid of emotion, were unequivocally a declaration rather than a negotiation. Lin Qingxiong remained silent, prompting Zheng Qian to inquire, "And who might you be?" Before Lin Qingxiong could respond, the elder introduced himself, "I am Chunmi, the former chief of this city and the father of the city lord." The weight of the elder's status struck Zheng Qian like a thunderclap. Such a position commanded significant respect. It was clear that few in the city would dare to cross Chunmi. In that moment, Zheng Qian understood why Lin Qingxiong had refrained from speaking. It was likely that even Lin Qingxiong could not protect him under these circumstances. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Zheng Qian realized he would have to comply with Chunmi's demands. He instinctively reached for Zheng Wenwen, intending to hand her over to Lin Qingxiong for safekeeping. But before he could speak, Chunmi added, "You may as well take your sister. Your family is already here, and it would be fitting for you to reunite." Zheng Qian clenched his fist tightly, recognizing this as a blatant threat. Lin Qingxiong, sensing the tension, gently reassured him, "Do not fear. I will seek out the chief. As a member of the Beast Tamers army, you shall not be wronged." As soon as he finished speaking, Chunmi leisurely replied, "There is no need for you to seek him. He is already present." In that moment, Zheng Qian conceded, "Very well, I shall accompany you." Chapter 64. You must take responsibility for this matter. The events outside had evidently not disturbed the city. Everything appeared remarkably normal within. Chunmi led the way. with Zheng Qian guiding Zheng Wenwen closely behind him. Flanking them in a triangular formation were the other 3 individuals, clearly positioned to prevent any escape. Silence enveloped them as they traversed a considerable distance before finally halting in front of an imposing estate. Zheng Qian took the opportunity to mentally organize his narrative. Ensuring there were no inconsistencies in his account, a sense of relief washed over him, with Chunmi openly escorting him. As long as he didn't provide them with any leverage, Zheng Qian felt confident he could navigate this perilous situation. Entering the estate, they traversed a vast garden, arriving at a structure resembling a castle. Zheng Wenwen gazed around with curiosity, marveling at the grandeur of her surroundings. It was her first time witnessing such an opulent place. Upon entering, Chunmi, Zheng Qian, and Zheng Wenwen proceeded, while the 3 others remained stationed at the entrance, clearly lacking the privilege to enter. Inside was a grand hall, spanning the entire first floor. The furnishings were sparse. Aside from a few mismatched chairs and tables that seemed recently relocated, there was little else. The walls were adorned with numerous abstract paintings, and the floor was covered with a layer of white beast skin carpeting, devoid of any signs of habitation, suggesting that the space was seldom occupied. Positioned directly opposite the entrance were 4 tables, flanked by chairs. 2 tables stood on either side of the entrance, leaving an open area in the center. At the table closest to the door on the left, Zheng Qian spotted his mother and younger brother, along with Song Heading and Chen Hong. Upon seeing Zheng Qian and Zheng Wenwen enter, Fu Ya's face lit up with joy. But her expression quickly shifted to one of deep concern as she contemplated their current predicament. Zheng Qian urged Zheng Wenwen, "Go to your mother." Zheng Wenwen dashed to Fu Ya, enveloping her in an embrace, and no one intervened. Zheng Qian then turned his attention to the other table on the left. 2 individuals occupied that table, a middle-aged man in his 40s and a young man in his 30s, both clad in the uniforms of the Beast Tamers army. Exuding an air of righteousness, Zheng Qian had not encountered them before, but he surmised they were likely high-ranking officials, one of whom might be the chief, though he could not discern which was which. As he regarded them, both men met his gaze, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. However, their demeanor was amicable, and they smiled warmly at him. At the table opposite them sat a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, slightly overweight and of modest height, giving him a sturdy appearance. His face was not striking, yet it bore a kind expression that inspired immediate fondness. At that moment, Chunmi settled beside the middle-aged man, and upon closer inspection, they bore a slight resemblance to one another. Is this the city lord? Zheng Qian pondered, feeling uncertain. After all, he had envisioned the city lord as a figure of great authority, yet the man before him exuded a different kind of presence. The table to the right near the entrance was unoccupied, and Zheng Qian dutifully positioned himself between the 4 tables, refraining from attempting to sit at the empty one. No one uttered a word, and at that moment, 4 individuals emerged from the inconspicuous staircase, bearing a young man whose body was swathed in bandages, yet still oozing blood, revealing only a pale visage. Is this the injured child of the city lord? Zheng Qian pondered, observing the unfortunate figure, and it became evident that his injuries were grievous. Particularly alarming was the state of his chest, where the bloodstains on the bandages were starkly visible. The chest is a vital area for humans. If the wounds there are severe, the individual is perilously close to death. The 4 bearers of the injured promptly retreated upstairs, leaving the ground floor hall enveloped in a brief silence. Just as Zheng Qian was about to shatter the stillness, Chen Hong, seated beside him, spoke first. "Let me introduce you." She gestured towards 2 members of the Beast Tamer Corps seated at her table, swiftly detailing. The elder is the chief of the Beast Tamer Corps, Xia Yangming. The younger one is the deputy chief, Zhang Mingyu. Chen Hong then pointed to the man beside Chunmi, stating, "This is Chun Zhua, my father. The elderly gentleman is my grandfather, Chunmi." In her tone, there was a distinct lack of reverence, yet both Chunmi and Chun Zhua appeared unperturbed, suggesting they were accustomed to her demeanor. Finally, Chen Hong gestured towards the injured man on the table. "He is my nominal half-brother, though I am unaware of his name." She added with a sarcastic edge, "After all, how many children does Chun Zhua even know he has? If he is confused, I am even more so." Chun Zhua, unfazed by her words, replied matter-of-factly, "That is my son." Chun Du. This revelation broke the prior silence, with Zheng Qian now recognizing all present. Chun Zhua, straightforward and unceremonious, continued, "Everyone is aware of the situation, so I shall forego the pleasantries. I acknowledge that the blazing sun phoenix was provoked by me, for I could not stand idly by while my son faced death." Before he could elaborate further, Chun Hong interjected with her characteristic sarcasm, "Do not feign fatherly concern. Last month, when one of your sons was maimed, I did not see you make any effort to secure his treatment. You merely tossed a few beast coins his way and left it at that. 2 months ago, another daughter of yours went missing outside the city. Yet I saw no initiative from you to search for her. It is not because those two had mothers who were of no assistance to you, but rather because the injured Chun, unlike them, has a mother from a prominent family within the city. If Chun Du perishes here, she will undoubtedly seek retribution from you. Chun Hong's revelations sparked a flicker of irritation in Chun Zhua's eyes. Under ordinary circumstances, he would dismiss her remarks, but with the chief of the Beast Tamer Corps present, such family matters would reflect poorly on him. With a stern expression, Chun Zhua stated coldly, "Do not air our family grievances in public. Do you not feel ashamed?" Chun Hong shrugged nonchalantly. "I am not the one losing face. Why should I care?" Just as Chun Zhua was about to erupt, Chun Mi interjected in a chill tone. "Let us focus on the matter at hand. Personal disputes should remain private." He then turned his expressionless gaze towards Zheng Qian and stated flatly, "This is all you're doing. Now Chen Du is in grave danger. Had you not interfered, he would still be alive. You must bear responsibility for this." Chapter 65, The Standoff of Two Factions. Chun Mi's accusation was unyielding, yet Zheng Qian was reluctant to accept it, recognizing it as an attempt to shift blame onto him. Frowning, he retorted swiftly, "Your assertion is fundamentally flawed. Chen Du is indeed a member of your family, but your actions in provoking the Blazing Sun Phoenix jeopardized the entire city's populace. Are you even aware that the children who have gone missing outside the city were taken by the Blazing Sun Phoenix in search of their eggs? Yet you remain indifferent to their fates, prioritizing only your own kin?" Upon hearing Zheng Qian's bold rebuttal, Chun Mi snorted coldly. "Mind your place." As his words fell, a palpable pressure descended upon Zheng Qian. This incident had spiraled into a significant debacle, with numerous beast tamers dead and many children still unaccounted for. Thus, accountability was imperative. Zheng Qian was the target of Chun Mi's ire, who wished for him to remain compliant and voiceless. At that moment, Xia Yangming, seated comfortably, interjected with a smile. "We are here to resolve issues, not to allow the Beast Tamer Corps to be coerced by you. Hence, he should be free to express his thoughts." Chun Mi, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively. "I am speaking here. You have no place to interject." Xia Yangming, undeterred, continued to regard Chun Mi with an unwavering smile. "I am a member of the Beast Tamer Corps, and as the chief, it is my duty to ensure he can voice his opinions." The emphasis Xia Yangming placed on the title of chief was particularly pronounced. Their gazes locked, and sparks of animosity flared between them. Their relationship was fraught with tension, as Chun Mi had once intended to bequeath the position of chief to Chun Zhua, but an unforeseen event had led to Xia Yangming assuming that role instead. Since then, Chun Mi had held a grudge against him. With years of experience as the chief, Chun Mi had numerous allies within the Corps, who often acted on his behalf to undermine Xia Yangming. It took Xia Yangming years of effort to solidify his position, thus he harbored no fondness for Chun Mi. The two factions frequently clashed behind the scenes, yet, being two major powers within the city, they rarely aired their grievances publicly. Now that Chun Mi had unwittingly revealed a vulnerability, Xia Yangming seized the opportunity to strike. Zhang Mingyu stood up and approached Zheng Qian, gently patting his shoulder, which noticeably alleviated the surrounding pressure. With a serious demeanor, he quickly stated, "Our responsibility as the Beast Tamer Corps is to ensure the safety of all humans in this city. Therefore, any actions that jeopardize this city endanger us as well. We are here to ensure fairness and accountability to the entire populace. Thus, your threats are futile." After speaking, Zhang Mingyu paid no heed to the displeasure evident on Chun Mi and Chun Zhua's faces and urged Zheng Qian, "Speak your mind. I and the chief will stand by you. Should anyone attempt to play any underhanded tricks, we will ensure your protection and you will not come to harm." Zheng Qian sensed the palpable tension between the two factions. Aware that to safeguard himself, he needed to assert dominance over the city lord's side, he boldly declared, "The city lord has clearly disregarded the lives of others. He knew the Blazing Sun Phoenix was outside the city, yet still sent people to search for its eggs, evidently with no intention of returning them. Many members of the Beastmaster Corps witnessed the events as they transpired and can attest to the truth. At that moment, I had already retrieved the egg of the Solar Phoenix from outside the city. All that was needed was to return the egg to the Solar Phoenix, and it would take its leave. The Solar Phoenix only abducted the children from the city and did not harm them. It was the sudden assault by the city lord's men that incited the ensuing battle. During the conflict, I managed to awaken several children. Yet many perished due to the clash between the residents and the Flame Phoenix. They displayed a blatant disregard for the safety of those innocent children, prioritizing their own quest to locate the Phoenix's egg over the well-being of the young ones. Not to mention, rather than attempting to mitigate losses when the Solar Phoenix approached, they chose instead to provoke it further. They must bear full responsibility for the deaths of those children." Under the intense gaze of Chun Mi and Chun Zhua, Zheng Qian articulated these sentiments. Since Chun Mi sought to shift the blame for the Solar Phoenix incident onto him, he felt compelled to return the responsibility in full. Chun Mi, with a stony expression, coldly retorted, The current predicament is entirely your fault. Had you surrendered the egg to us from the outset, none of this would have occurred. We could have secured the egg and saved Chengdu. As for the Solar Phoenix, we would have been able to eliminate it without posing a threat to others in the city. It is precisely because of your foolishness in withholding the Phoenix's egg that matters have escalated to this point. Zheng Qian had anticipated such a response. He stood his ground, smirking. You mean to say you could have dealt with the Solar Phoenix? Is that referring to the annihilation of your beast masters? Oh, but I stand corrected. One or two might have escaped. What do you intend to use to eliminate the Solar Phoenix? At this, Chen Mi and Chen Zhui's faces darkened considerably. They had indeed suffered significant losses. Zheng Qian continued swiftly. It seems your true intention was never to handle the Solar Phoenix, but rather to secure the egg to save Chengdu. The responsibility for the Solar Phoenix lies with the Beastmaster Corps, not with you. Perhaps you even aimed to take advantage of this situation to inflict hardship upon the Beastmaster Corps, and at that point before he could finish, Chen Zhua interrupted him sharply. Enough. Stop your baseless accusations. Chen Zhua glared at Zheng Qian, then threatened through gritted teeth. Do not forget that your entire family must continue living in this city. If you do not wish to hearing Chen Zhua's threat, Xia Yangming laughed coldly from the side. What? Are you now insinuating that you will attack the families of our Beastmaster Corps members? Think carefully. Even if you entertain such notions, you are provoking the entire Beastmaster Corps. No matter your status as City Lord, you have no right to do so, and we shall not let you escape unscathed. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Zheng Qian felt a surge of anxiety. Should the Beastmaster Corps manage to subdue the City Lord, he would be safe. However, if the City Lord remained obstinate, he might very well become a casualty in this conflict. Chapter 66. Fuya steps forward. The tension in the air was palpable. Zheng Anin and Zheng Wenwen cowered in Fuya's embrace, fearful. Shenhong's mind raced, seeking a flaw in her grandfather and father's arguments to decisively suppress them. Song Heading, aware of his lack of influence in this matter, remained silent. Chen Zhua and Zhang Mingyu exchanged glances, engaged in a silent standoff, while Chun Mi and Xia Yangming similarly scrutinized one another. It was a matter of who would first uncover the other's weaknesses. Otherwise, they would remain locked in this stalemate. Fuya was filled with turmoil. She understood that her best course of action was to refrain from interjecting, allowing the two sides to contend amongst themselves. Yet, witnessing Zheng Qian caught in the crossfire, precariously positioned at the center of this conflict, she sighed softly and spoke. Continuing this argument is futile. We must address the problem at hand. This situation cannot go unnoticed, especially with so many children having perished outside. Furthermore, the commotion caused when the Beastmaster Corps went searching for them demands accountability from both the Corps and the City Lord. Everyone turned their attention to Fuya, clearly surprised by her sudden willingness to speak. Even Zheng Qian appeared taken aback. Fuya rose and approached Zheng Qian, gently grasping his hand, her demeanor devoid of her former gentleness, her expression unwavering as she regarded Chun Mi and Chen Zhua. Regardless of your claims, this matter ultimately stems from the City Lord's actions. Had the City Lord not sought to steal the Solar Phoenix's egg, the Phoenix would never have come here, and those children would not have perished. Thus, the City Lord must provide the parents of those children with an explanation. Otherwise, your reputation will suffer a fatal blow. After all, while the incident had yet to spread throughout the entire city, those with sufficient influence would undoubtedly have caught wind of it. If not handled properly, the City Lord's reputation in this town could be irrevocably tarnished. Chen Zhua let out a cold huff, then mockingly retorted, What? Even you wish to threaten me now? Do not forget that I am the City Lord of this place. My position here is paramount, and my orders must be heeded by all, including the Beastmaster Corps. What could you possibly use to threaten me? A flicker of darkness crossed Xia Yangming's eyes. This was indeed the most challenging aspect. The City Lord's authority in a city is virtually unrivaled, unless a significant error was made. Even the Supreme Commander of the Beastmaster Corps could do little against the City Lord, for the latter's status superseded his own. This was precisely why they had sought to prevent the City Lord from evading responsibility and laying the blame squarely at his feet. At this juncture, Fuya spoke with a calm demeanor. If I recall correctly, several nearby cities have formed an unofficial alliance. This alliance stipulates that when one side is in peril, the others must send aid, thereby achieving a certain level of resource sharing and mutual risk mitigation. Moreover, this alliance is established between cities, not solely at the behest of the City Lord, meaning that it exists regardless of who occupies the position of City Lord. Chen Zhua stared at Fuya in astonishment. Very few were privy to this information. Only the City Lords involved in the alliance were aware, and in this city, he was the sole keeper of such secrets. Not even his father was aware of this matter. He never expected Fuya to be privy to such confidential information. Xia Yangming and the others regarded Chen Zhua with curiosity as he remained silent, his expression darkening. Fuya continued, If the other city lords within this alliance were to discover that you would endanger the entire city for the sake of your son, they would deem you a destabilizing factor. After all, the purpose of the alliance is to unite smaller cities to collectively withstand risks and share resources, thus fostering mutual growth. Your current actions, however, threaten to bring disaster upon this city, and should such a calamity arise, they would be compelled to send aid due to the alliance's stipulations, resulting in their own losses. Although this incident did not actually occur, having done so once, they will undoubtedly have their opinions. Even if you hold the title of Lord in this city, they will eliminate you as an unstable factor to prevent similar occurrences in the future. At that point, they will certainly be capable of supporting a more compliant individual to assume the role of Lord and join that alliance. Am I not correct? At this moment, Chunju's expression darkened to a degree previously unimagined. He had not anticipated that Fuya possessed such profound knowledge about the alliance, including these matters. However, he could not admit this now. Instead, he retorted, "Who exactly are you? It is impossible for someone without any influence to know such things. Where did you acquire this information?" Naturally, Fuya would not disclose that what Chunju deemed secretive was, in fact, common knowledge within the Fu family's network of information. She then turned her gaze towards Xia Yangming. "If the Lord insists on placing the blame for this incident on my son, you may contact the lords of Liuguang City, Baixi City, Zhuofeng City, Jia City, and Baifeng City, and inform them of the Lord's actions. They will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response." Chunju stared at Fuya in astonishment. Had she merely mentioned the alliance, he might have thought she had stumbled upon its existence by chance. Yet, by naming the other cities within the alliance, he was now certain that Fuya was privy to a great deal of information. He dared not let her continue and swiftly changed the subject, stating, "The Lord's office will handle this matter. We will also comfort the families of the deceased children and ensure that this situation is addressed properly. Furthermore, I shall bear all losses incurred from this incident." Deep down, he felt an intense unwillingness, but there was no other option. If this matter were to come to light, his position as Lord would be swiftly jeopardized. As Fuya had previously stated, the lords of the other cities in the alliance would not permit such an unstable element to remain in power. Unwilling to assume greater risks, and thus he would be replaced. Xia Yangming and Zhang Mingyu exchanged glances, both astonished. They had not anticipated that the Lord, whom they had deemed unassailable, would be brought to submission by Fuya's revelations. However, seizing the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot, Xia Yangming quickly interjected. "Since the Lord has acknowledged that it was he who provoked the blazing sun phoenix and caused the deaths of so many children, as well as plotting against our Beastmaster army, you must provide us with compensation for all those affected by this incident." He then pointed at Zheng Qian, adopting a righteous demeanor as he proclaimed, especially Zheng Qian, who returned the egg to the blazing sun phoenix, preventing it from attacking the city. Moreover, he was instrumental in rescuing some of the children. Although few returned alive, without him, it is likely that none would have survived. Therefore, he deserves significant compensation. Will you acknowledge this matter or not? Chapter 67. Fuya's Two Requests. Chunju lowered his head, his face dark as though it had been neglected for 20 years like the bottom of a charred pot. Even as he desperately suppressed his fury, it still radiated from his eyes. This was a complete failure. Fuya had exposed his most vulnerable weakness, if he did not concede to Xia Yangming's words now. Once the matter reached the lords of the other cities, he would lose everything. If he agreed to Xia Yangming's demands, it would not be much better, at best. He could retain his current identity, but he would certainly incur substantial losses. The conflict between him and Xia Yangming would undoubtedly provide Xia Yangming with an opportunity to deliver a lethal blow. Xia Yangming and Zhang Mingyu exchanged another glance, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in their eyes. They had not experienced such an advantage in quite some time. Meanwhile, Chun Hong regarded Fuya with surprise. She had not anticipated that Fuya would possess knowledge of matters even she was unaware of. Upon returning to the Lord's side from her mother, she had specifically sought out the most well-informed individuals to inquire about everything concerning the Lord, while even they were unaware of the Lord's involvement in such an alliance. Fuya did. This revelation made Chun Hong realize that Fuya's identity must be extraordinary, for it was inconceivable that she would know such information otherwise. However, she chose to conceal this realization, merely committing it to memory. After a brief silence enveloped the room, Chinmi sighed, recognizing that they had no chance of victory in this situation, and calmly stated, "Very well. We agree to your terms. We can discuss compensation. Whatever you desire can be negotiated, but this matter must not be disseminated. Your Beastmaster army is to assist us in concealing the true reason for the blazing sun phoenix's arrival here. It must not spread that it was provoked by my son. At most, it should remain within our city, but not reach other cities." He felt the weight of Xia Yangming's pressure and was deeply displeased. Yet, Now that he no longer held a significant position within the city, if Chunzhua were to lose his title as lord, their family would be utterly finished. Therefore, Chunmi had no choice but to protect Chunzhua's position. Xia Yangming regarded Chunmi with a sardonic smile. Their relationship had been severely strained in the past, with Xia Yangming often in a passive and suppressed state. Now that he had finally seized the initiative, he would not allow Chunmi any respite. You haven't even begun to discuss compensation, and you're already making demands? Is that not a bit excessive? Xia Yangming deliberately elongated his words, laced with a hint of mockery. Chunmi inhaled deeply to suppress his inner fury, forcing a smile that appeared more painful than tears, and blandly inquired, even if compensation is provided. It has nothing to do with your Beastmaster army, does it? At the time, to prevent exposure, those facing the blazing Sun Phoenix were our own people. Your Beastmaster army was kept at a considerable distance from the city and never came into contact with the Phoenix, thus incurring no losses. Is it not excessive for you to demand compensation from us? At first, he maintained a smile that was more mournful than laughter, but as he spoke, he could no longer contain himself, glaring at Xia Yangming with gritted teeth. Xia Yangming responded with an expressionless cold snort. You are mistaken. Our Beastmaster army worked tirelessly to venture outside the city in search of individuals, and several teams suffered heavy losses from attacks by exotic beasts. How can you claim that I am pursuing you for compensation? If you believe I am attempting to deceive you, I can promptly notify others to deliver the list of our losses. If you do not trust me, surely you must trust the list? Initially, they had endured attacks from a horde of exotic beasts, and it was only after Zheng Qian and the others engaged with the blazing Sun Phoenix that such sudden assaults ceased. While their losses were not catastrophic, they were eager to seize any opportunity for gains. After all, if the Lord did not assume the responsibility for compensation, the Beastmaster army would be left to cover the costs themselves. Chunmi opened his mouth, exhaling a long sigh, and shot a frustrated glance at Chunzhua before falling silent. Observing that Xia Yangming was offering him no semblance of face, Chunzhua gritted his teeth and directly inquired, what kind of compensation do you require for your cooperation in sealing this information? Even in the face of significant blood loss, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Xia Yangming had already contemplated his desires beforehand. However, at that time, he held little hope, knowing well that Chunzhua would not easily acquiesce to compensation. Yet now, having achieved it with such unexpected ease, he swiftly stated, for each injured member of our Beastmaster army, you shall compensate 1 million golden beast coins. For those uninjured, a sum of 100,000 golden beast coins shall be granted as hardship allowance. I will promptly deliver the numbers and amounts. Chunzhua's eyes widened, instantly aware that this was an astronomical figure. However, before he could utter a word, Xia Yangming continued hastily. If you wish for our Beastmaster army to assist in suppressing the news, given the magnitude of this incident, a greater price must be paid. Therefore, you are to provide us with an additional 1 billion golden beast coins, for only then shall we have the time and resources to undertake this task. There should be no issue with that, correct? Chunzhua felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Although he was the city lord and had amassed considerable wealth through various means, this compensation alone would significantly strain his resources. Instinctively, he was about to object, but Chunmi preempted him, responding, very well, we agree. Chunmi maintained an impassive expression. For him, the wealth accumulated over 2 generations was not a substantial burden when used for compensation. At that moment, Xia Yangming turned his gaze toward Zheng Qian, understanding the importance of knowing when to withdraw, refraining from making further excessive demands, especially since other compensations awaited Chunzhua. Xia Yangming recognized that if he pressed for more, it might provoke Chunmi and Chunzhua to abandon all restraint, leading to a loss that would outweigh any potential gain. Zheng Qian sensed Xia Yangming's gaze, realizing that he was expected to request compensation, yet he found himself momentarily at a loss. After all, he had merely hoped to secure his own safety, never contemplating the matter of compensation. Standing beside Zheng Qian, Fuya swiftly interjected, this time, my son returned the Flame Phoenix's egg to the Flame Phoenix, preventing even greater losses, thus achieving a remarkable feat. However, upon his return, rather than expressing gratitude, you wished to cast blame upon him. Therefore, you must reward him and provide compensation. I demand that you, in your capacity as city lord, hold a commendation ceremony for him, ensuring that the citizens of our city recognize my son's virtuous deed. Should you wish to avoid exposing the matter of the Flame Phoenix, you may choose your own reasoning, but it is imperative that the citizens know my son has saved this city. Additionally, I recall there should be 2 transformation cats in this city, correct? They give birth to a single cub every 3 years, and it stands to reason that a cub is due to be born in the coming days. We require the cub of the transformation cat. If you acquiesce to these 2 requests, we shall forego any further demands. Chapter 68, Transformation Cat. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixed upon Fuya. In her speech, she shed the frail demeanor of a middle-aged woman, exuding an air of determination and authority. Her words struck a chord of fear in Chunjua and the other high-ranking officials, compelling them to regard her with newfound respect. Xia Yongming observed Fuya with a glimmer of admiration. He had initially considered stepping in on Zheng Qian's behalf should he struggle to devise a worthy request. However, Fuya's unexpected demands were astute, and upon reflection, he recognized their merit. Should the city lord honor Zheng Qian with a commendation ceremony, it would effectively announce to the entire city that Zheng Qian enjoyed the city lord's backing. Consequently, anyone wishing to challenge Zheng Qian would have to reckon with the implications of opposing the city lord. Moreover, the city lord could not afford to make life difficult for Zheng Qian. To do so would be to slap his own face. After all, large-scale commendation ceremonies served to signal to others that the honoree was under the city lord's protection, and should any trouble arise, it would reflect poorly on the city lord himself. This would significantly diminish the chances of the city lord seeking retribution against Zheng Qian due to current events. On one hand, it would amplify Zheng Qian's standing. On the other, it would ensure that he remained relatively untroubled for the foreseeable future, as the ceremony would undoubtedly draw the attention of many to Zheng Qian. As for the transformation cat, it was a creature of modest rank yet remarkable rarity. Although classified as an orange-tier beast, its combat prowess was considerably lacking, often ranking among the weakest in its category. However, the true strength of the transformation cat lay in its flesh and a unique beast technique known as life exchange. The meat and blood of the transformation cat possessed extraordinary restorative properties. Consuming its flesh or blood could enhance one's physique and expedite recovery from injuries. While it lacked combat capability, it provided substantial benefits to beastmasters and their battle beasts. Moreover, its unique technique, life exchange, enabled the transformation cat to sacrifice itself to exchange its life for that of its beastmaster in the event of a fatal blow. Consequently, the transformation cat was highly coveted by many beastmasters. Despite its lack of combat prowess, it offered an additional life, and its blood and flesh could bolster one's physical strength. Many powerful beastmasters were willing to allocate a contract slot to secure a transformation cat. Unfortunately, the population of transformation cats had dwindled significantly during a certain period. Nearly all were captured by humans, leading to their near extinction in the wild. The few captured initially were sold in large quantities, and it was only after the initial batch was exhausted that people realized the transformation cat's breeding rate was exceedingly slow, producing a single cub every 3 years. And only if 2 transformation cats remained together during that time could they conceive. Coupled with their stubborn nature, particularly among adults, most of the captured transformation cats perished within a short time frame. Ultimately, only about 5% of those initially captured managed to survive and reproduce. This scarcity rendered transformation cats exceptionally precious, with most held by powerful factions for their own use or sold at exorbitant prices. Presently, a single cub of a transformation cat could fetch no less than 100 million gold coins, given its life-saving potential. Xia Yongming had previously been aware that the city lord possessed transformation cats, but the extent of the city lord's concealment had kept him from uncovering much information. Now, Fuya seemed to know precisely when the transformation cats would give birth, compelling Xia Yongming to reassess her. The 2 requests she had made not only promised to elevate Zheng Qian's standing and safeguard his life, but also ensured that he would be recognized by other beastmasters. The second request provided a safeguard should the city lord act in anger, further securing Zheng Qian's safety. He could not help but commend Fuya's astuteness. At that moment, Chunjua, seething with rage, ground his teeth and bellowed, "Do not push your luck." Fuya did not engage in a debate with Chunjua. She merely stood her ground, her expression devoid of emotion as she calmly stated, "The demands have been put forth, and the decision regarding compensation rests solely with you. Not with me. If you refuse, I cannot compel you. Should you decline, we shall naturally have our own means of response." Her tone was not overly forceful, yet it was resolute, entirely lacking any inclination for negotiation. Chunjua wished to interject, but Chunmi cast a look of mild disdain at him. He had always perceived his son as somewhat lacking in stature, despite possessing certain skills that had secured him the position of city lord. However, upon witnessing him today, Chunmi's conviction that Chunjua was inadequate only deepened. They were now in an unequivocally disadvantaged position, with ample resources available for compensation. The priority was to satisfy these individuals and mitigate any negative repercussions. What had been lost could always be reclaimed in the future. Thus, observing Chunjua's continued fixation on the cost, Chunmi swiftly declared, "Very well, we concede. Once this matter is fully resolved, we can hold a commendation ceremony for Zheng Qian. As for the homing cats, they will be delivered to your home once they have given birth." Does that meet your satisfaction? Fuya nodded gently, content with the fulfillment of her two requirements. With Xia Yangming present, she had no concerns about the city lord's potential for reneging on the agreement. Although Chen Zhuo felt discontent at Chen Mi's words, he dared not retort, instead standing by with clenched fists, visibly disgruntled. At this juncture, Chen Mi, appearing somewhat weary, waved his hand dismissively and said, "We will negotiate the remaining compensation with the families of the children. You should prepare the items you require and relay the information to Chen Zhuo. We will certainly raise no objections." Summer Yangming then interjected hastily, "When you negotiate compensation with the other victims' families, I will send someone to accompany you." After all, he cast a scornful glance at Chen Zhuo. "There are some who seem quite unwilling to accept this, and I do not wish for our beast army to shield him. If his unsavory actions provoke others and tarnish our reputation, I cannot bear that responsibility." Chen Zhuo was acutely aware of the mockery directed at him by Xia Yangming, and as he attempted to voice a response, he was abruptly interrupted by Chen Mi. "Fine, we agree." Chapter 69, Qin. Fuya took Zheng Qian by the hand, accompanied by Zheng Unin and Zheng Wanwan, as they made their way outside. Song Heading trailed behind them. Chen Hong stood in place, smiling as she said, "Zheng Qian, take care to rest well. Once I finish my business here, I will come to see you." Zheng Qian nodded in agreement, while Chen Hong sat back, her gaze filled with schadenfreude as she observed the grim countenances of Chen Mi and Chen Zhuo, along with the increasingly pallid face of Chen Du, who was clearly on the verge of collapse. Despite their familial ties, she found a deep sense of satisfaction in witnessing their misfortunes. Summer Yangming and Zhang Mingyu also exited, and as they walked, Summer Yangming languidly remarked, "I will send you the list of compensations shortly and will dispatch someone to assist you in negotiating with the families of the victims. Please wait for my personnel to arrive before taking any action." After finishing his statement, the two departed. With that, the hall was left solely with members of the Chen family. The atmosphere was stifling, with only Chen Hong maintaining her cheerful demeanor, while the other two bore expressions of profound discontent. Observing Chen Hong's unabashed glee, Chen was seethed with fury, shouting, "No matter how you put it, you still bear the surname Chen, and you are my child. Are you truly so pleased to see me in this predicament? Is our family's disgrace a cause for your joy? With so many resources slipping from my grasp, do you believe you will fare any better?" His anger surged, as he had no outlet for his frustration, with one being his father and the other, his seemingly dying son. Thus, he could only direct his wrath towards Chen Hong. Yet, Chen Hong remained unfazed by his ire, leisurely seated as she continued to smile at him, coolly responding, "I bear the surname Chen not by choice. Had my maternal grandfather not wished to avoid conflict with someone like you, I would have preferred to shed that name entirely." Her words were unvarnished, and as Chen Zhui's anger intensified, she continued, her tone icy, "And will the resources in your possession be shared with me? Can you even keep track of how many offspring you have? Can you ascertain what they might receive from you? The items that are lacking are yours. You will not distribute them to me, so why should I suffer?" With that, she rose, her eyes fixed on Chen Zhuo, unabashedly reveling in her schadenfreude. "You'd best check on your precious son. At this rate, I doubt he will survive the day. I can only imagine your despair when you fail to save him and suffer such a significant loss. You might just die of rage in the night. Ha ha ha." Chen Hong laughed as she exited, provoking Chen Zhuo to chase after her, intent on delivering a reprimand, only to be halted by Chen Mi's cold scoff. "Stop right there. Is it not enough that you've humiliated yourself? You've brought disgrace upon me for a lifetime." Chen Zhuo glared furiously in the direction Chen Hong had departed. "She drives me to madness, just like her mother." Yet before he could finish, Chen Mi interrupted him again. "Silence. Were it not for your sordid deeds, Chen Hong's grandfather would have wholeheartedly supported you. By now, you would have long since left this city for greater opportunities. It is your own short-sightedness that has led to this situation, breeding so many useless offspring and completely severing ties with her. What right do you have to be angry?" Chen Zhuo was left speechless, unable to muster a retort. Chen Mi, observing his son's dismal state, shook his head in disappointment. Rubbing his temples, he walked away, saying in a detached tone, "Today, I will allocate a portion of the golden beast coins to settle this matter, but I will not involve myself further. If you can resolve this issue, you may continue as city lord. However, I am growing old, and I will not intervene to clean up your mess again. If you cannot manage this situation, you will forfeit your position, and I will offer you no assistance. The golden beast coins in my possession are sufficient for me to live out my remaining days in comfort. After all, I am already quite advanced in age and do not have long left. When the time comes, I will not concern myself with you or your children." Foolishness. A congregation of fools. As he completed his remarks, he exited the door. Should this matter not be handled adeptly, it would tarnish his reputation irreparably. Having already suffered considerable humiliation when stepping down from the position of the Beast Army's commander, he now found himself devoid of any fighting spirit. Chen Zhua, in a state of despair, slumped in his chair, turning to glance at Chun Du beside him. Unable to vent his pent-up frustration, he scowled and bellowed. Get that person down and dispose of him wherever you please. Do not leave him here to offend my sight. In truth, he could hardly care anymore. All of this turmoil stemmed from Chen Du. With the Liang Phoenix having fled and the egg taken along, he found himself incapable of rescuing Chen Du, wishing only to distance himself from the sight of him. As for the consequences, they could hardly be worse than the current state of affairs. The individuals upstairs heard Chen Zhua's command and, though surprised, dared not defy it, merely lifting Chen Du and carrying him outside. Chen Du shouted, "Throw him far away." The four individuals quickened their pace, while Zheng Qian and his family ambled leisurely toward the dormitory. Not far behind them were Xia Yangming and Zhang Mingyu. Observing Fu Ya's silhouette, Xia Yangming swiftly remarked, "We must investigate Fu Ya. Given the forcefulness of her words and the array of information she possesses, she is undoubtedly not as simple as she appears. I have never heard of this so-called alliance. It is undoubtedly an exceedingly clandestine matter. Whoever uncovers this must possess significant influence. Therefore, a thorough inquiry is warranted." Zhang Mingyu nodded in agreement as Xia Yangming continued. Furthermore, Zheng Qian will certainly attract the attention of that Chen Zhua. If the award ceremony is indeed held, he will inevitably be noticed by many in the city. He may even become somewhat of a celebrity. Coupled with his commendable beast taming talent, we should discuss with him the possibility of nurturing his abilities. If he shows interest, we would be willing to support his development, allowing him to remain in the city instead of relocating to an outpost. Of course, it ultimately depends on his own decisions. We must avoid straining our relations. Zhang Mingyu quickly nodded, and the group returned to the beast tamer core. Upon entering, Jiang Meiyan was already waiting in the living room. Initially anxious, she breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Zheng Qian and the others return. Rising swiftly, she exclaimed, "It's good that you are back. But someone came by earlier." Zheng Qian's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, "Who was it?" He had assumed it was someone from the beast tamer corps checking the situation. Jiang Meiyan, somewhat perplexed, replied, "They claimed to be from some company, stating that one of their employees had left something here. When I asked them what it was, they were unwilling to disclose any details. A group of 4 or 5 people searched the entire house, but apparently did not find it. They realized I am not part of this household, so they said they would return tomorrow. Were they looking for you?" Zheng Qian, feeling a sense of perplexity, recalled the box he had discovered in the storage room. He did not press further, merely nodding slightly, though doubts began to stir within him. Chapter 70. Fu Ya's concerns. After a day of turmoil and a hurried meal, Zheng Qian decided to rest. Song Heading also stayed at his house. According to Song Heading, his uncle, Song Qiao, was preoccupied and unable to attend to him, so Fu Ya graciously invited him to stay. The others remained in the living room. And just as Zheng Qian was about to sleep, Fu Ya entered his room. Her expression was grave, signaling that she had something important to discuss. Zheng Qian mustered a soft tone and asked, "Mom, what is it?" Fu Ya sat at the edge of the bed and spoke quickly. "I spoke with the city lord earlier, and I am certain someone will be watching me. They will investigate my identity." A flicker of helplessness crossed Fu Ya's eyes. She had never intended to draw attention to herself, fearing it would invite trouble, but seeing Zheng Qian caught in the crossfire of 2 factions was unbearable. She feared he might be sacrificed, which prompted her to confront Chen Zhua. Yet, she acknowledged that her abrupt intervention would inevitably attract scrutiny. Hence, she came to forewarn Zheng Qian. "They are unlikely to uncover my identity. After all, I have been away from my family for many years, and my information is likely sealed. However, I dread the possibility of an unforeseen event. If they suspect I am from the Fu family and relay that information back, my family may take action, considering my status as a traitor." The worry in Fu Ya's eyes deepened. She was not concerned about those in the house discovering her true identity, but with the Fu family's extensive network, it was plausible that they could locate her if someone began to investigate. "If they come looking for me, it could endanger you all. So if that day arrives, you must take good care of your younger siblings. As long as I can protect my 3 children, I am willing to make sacrifices." Now that Zheng Qian was capable of standing on his own, she felt reassured that once Chen Zhua's award ceremony commenced, Zheng Qian would be under the scrutiny of others. She was not worried about the Fu family confronting him. After all, even the strongest dragon would not provoke the local snake. However, she remained deeply concerned about Zheng Enan and Zheng Wenwen. Zheng Qian sensed Fu Ya's unease and nodded seriously, softly reassuring her, "Do not worry, we will all be fine." A hint of bitterness flickered in Fu Ya's eyes. She understood that Zheng Qian had no idea how formidable the Fu family truly was. Nevertheless, she had conveyed her concerns and believed Zheng Qian was a sensible child who would manage well in the future. The night passed, and the following morning, Zheng Qian intended to venture outside to assess the situation, But Fuya halted him. We cannot be certain if the city lord will resort to treacherous means. You must not leave before the award ceremony begins. It is better to be cautious. Zheng Qian found her reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. After breakfast, Song Heading and Jiang Meiyan left to gather information. Lin Qingxiong came to speak with Zheng Enin and Zheng Wanwen regarding compensation matters, prompting Fuya to accompany them. This left Zheng Qian alone at home. He prepared some food for his battle beasts and was about to delve into the items the nine-tailed white fox had extracted from the beast tamer when a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Confused, he thought it unlikely that the others had returned so soon, especially since he had given Jiang Meiyan a key. If they were to return, they would not knock. Assured that no trouble would arise from the beast tamer core, he approached the door and opened it. Upon opening the door, he found 4 individuals standing outside. They were clad in matching uniforms, though not those of the beast tamer core. Emblazoned on the chest of the uniforms were the 2 characters, Tianqing. At the forefront stood a young girl, seemingly around 18 or 19 years old. Behind her were 2 middle-aged men and a young man in his 20s. Upon seeing Zheng Qian at the door, the girl greeted him with a smile and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Li Jingjing, and I am an employee of Tianqing Technology. Zheng Qian found the name somewhat familiar, but could not recall where he had encountered it. Thus, he refrained from speaking hastily. Standing at the door with a vigilant gaze fixed on the 4, he recalled Jiang Meiyan mentioning that someone would come by today, realizing that this must be the group she referred to. However, uncertain of their intentions, he remained silent, waiting for them to continue. Li Jingjing appeared unfazed by Zheng Qian's somewhat aloof demeanor and quickly stated, "We are here with the permission of the Beast Tamer Corps, so we hope you can cooperate. Tianqing Technology has maintained a stable partnership with your city's Beast Tamer Corps. This building was previously occupied by one of our employees who has since gone missing under mysterious circumstances, and we have been unable to locate him. However, he possessed certain items belonging to Tianqing Technology, which, according to our company policy, must be returned to us." As she spoke, a warm smile adorned her face. Her voice gentle and soothing, compelling one to listen patiently. Zheng Qian recalled the items in the storage room. Although those items were not his doing, he knew they likely held no significant value. Otherwise, Fuya would have informed him. Could it be the beast egg in the box? A thought suddenly emerged in Zheng Qian's mind, and the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. However, the box had already been placed within the empty stone orb, rendering it impossible for these individuals to locate it, and naturally, it could not be casually retrieved at this moment. With a smile gracing his face, Zheng Qian softly remarked, "Since it is permitted by the Beast Tamer Corps, you may come in. However, what is it that you seek?" As he spoke, he stepped aside, allowing Li Jingjing and her companions to enter the living room. Li Jingjing did not immediately commence her search. Instead, she regarded Zheng Qian with a smile and quickly stated, "We were here yesterday. We conducted a thorough search, but unfortunately, we did not find what we were looking for. The girl who was here yesterday stated that this is not her home, so we were unable to inquire in detail. As you are a resident of this household, I kindly ask you to respond earnestly. Have you disposed of or removed any items left behind by the previous occupant? If so, please inform us directly. Should you withhold information and we uncover the truth, it may lead to misunderstandings." Zheng Qian observed Li Jingjing, who, despite her smiling demeanor, exuded a palpable sense of threat. Though he felt some discontent regarding her attitude, the logic in her words rendered it unwise for him to confront her. He simply shook his head. With a sincere expression, Zheng Qian stated, "I am unaware of what you seek, but the original items are all stored in the utility room. If they are not there, I truly do not know. Perhaps you could tell me what you are looking for, and I can ask my mother for assistance, as she organized the items. And she may have encountered them." Li Jingjing smiled slightly. "Then we shall wait until your mother returns to inquire." With that, Zheng Qian refrained from pressing further. However, he surmised that these individuals were likely oblivious to the nature of the items they sought. Otherwise, they would not be so hesitant to share their intentions. Determined to feign ignorance, Zheng Qian invited the 4 to sit on the sofa, patiently awaiting the return of Fuya. Chapter 71. The unknown item. An awkward silence enveloped the living room, with no one daring to initiate conversation. Fortunately, within half an hour, Fuya returned, accompanied by Zheng Anan and Zheng Wanwen. The trio appeared to be in high spirits, their faces adorned with smiles that radiated joy. Upon entering, Fuya noticed Li Jingjing and her companions, a flicker of curiosity crossing her features as she softly inquired, "Who are these guests?" Having never encountered them before, and recognizing from their uniforms that they were not affiliated with the Beast Tamer Corps, their presence in her home struck her as peculiar. Zheng Qian rose to introduce them. "This is my mother, Fuya. She has always been responsible for organizing the items in our home. Therefore, she might know where the items you seek are located." Li Jingjing stood, about to speak, but Zheng Qian continued, addressing Fuya, "Mother, this is Li Jingjing. They are from Tianxing Technology Company. They claim that this house was previously inhabited by one of their employees who has gone missing, and they are here to retrieve items left behind by that individual. Have you seen anything of significance here? Fuya's eyes widened slightly with surprise as she directly asked, "What is it that you are looking for?" Zheng Qian turned his gaze toward Li Jingjing. A hint of hesitation flitted across Li Jingjing's expression as she softly replied, "The item we are searching for is a company secret, so we cannot disclose it to you. All we ask is that you provide us with the original items from this house. You need not concern yourselves with anything else." Fuya, somewhat perplexed, quickly responded, "The items that were originally in this house were all placed in the utility room. If you are searching for something, feel free to look there. If it is not in the utility room, then I am at a loss as to its whereabouts." She spoke with utmost sincerity. Li Jingjing furrowed her brow slightly, yet maintained a smile as she gently stated, "We visited yesterday and did not find what we needed. Thus, we have returned to consult with the owner. We hope you can cooperate and return the items to us, as it would be beneficial for both parties. Should you agree to this, we will offer you a token of gratitude." Though Li Jingjing wore a smile, her words conveyed a clear skepticism toward Fuya's response. Fuya discerned the disbelief in Li Jingjing's tone. With earnest eyes fixed on Li Jingjing, she softly replied, "I have made myself quite clear. All original items are in the utility room. I suggested you search there, and if you did not find anything, then I cannot provide information on other items. Are you implying that I am deceiving you? Am I being accused of lying or insulting you? Do you believe we have ulterior motives regarding the items you left here?" Fuya's voice was gentle, and her demeanor was calm, devoid of anger, yet her words cast a heavy weight upon Li Jingjing. After all, they were within the confines of the Beast Tamer Corps, and prior to their visit, the Corps had specifically advised them to seek items without escalating tensions. Thus, hearing Fuya's candid words, Li Jingjing hesitated to confront her directly and could only respond patiently, "It is not that we do not trust you. It is simply that the item is of immense importance to us. I implore you to consider if it might have been overlooked." Li Jingjing's demeanor, imbued with warmth, appeared non-confrontational, making her words feel less like an interrogation and more like a plea. Fuya met Li Jingjing's gaze. With unwavering resolve, she stated, "What exactly is it that you seek? You must first tell me so I can determine whether I have encountered it. If you refuse to disclose this information, I can only reiterate that all items are stored in the utility room. You may search there. If you do not find it, I am afraid I cannot assist further." She gently ruffled Zheng Wenwen's hair. "Why don't you go to your room now?" Zheng Anan and Zheng Wenwen nodded obediently and returned to their respective rooms. A flicker of helplessness crossed Li Jingjing's eyes as she responded honestly, "At this moment, we cannot ascertain precisely what it is. We only know that it pertains to a highly significant experimental outcome. The nature of the experiment was shrouded in secrecy, known to very few, and those who were aware have mostly met with dire fates. Our only lead is that the results were in the possession of the previous occupant of this house, which is why we have come here." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian realized that his suspicions were correct. These individuals were entirely oblivious to what they were searching for, which explained their vague inquiries regarding the items. Fuya simply shrugged and replied softly, "The items left by the previous owner of this house have all been organized and placed in the utility room. Anything outside of the utility room has been newly acquired since our arrival. Thus, if the storage room does not contain the items you seek, it implies that those items are not present here. Should you persist in the belief that we possess what you are looking for, I find myself powerless, as this matter is beyond our ability to substantiate. If you truly harbor doubts, you may approach the higher echelons of the Beastmaster Army for their cooperation in your inquiry. In any case, we have not taken anything, and our conscience remains clear." Fuya's tone was resolute. Setting aside the fact that she was genuinely unaware of what these individuals were searching for, given their current demeanor, even if she did know, she would be reluctant to divulge it. At this moment, Li Jingjing was feeling quite exasperated. They had no absolute certainty that the items were indeed here, and now that the relationship had soured significantly, she could not press further. With a resigned sigh, she softly stated, "If you truly have not encountered it, perhaps you have yet to locate it. Therefore, should you discover anything that deviates from your normal understanding, do not hesitate to contact us. If you assist us in finding that item, we can offer you a generous token of gratitude." Fuya stood up and moved toward the door, her intentions unmistakably signaling for Li Jingjing and her companions to depart. At that moment, Fuya stood at the threshold, smiling as she said, "If we happen to uncover anything unusual, I will certainly reach out to you. Of course, once you ascertain what it is you desire, it would be prudent to inform me, for I may indeed have encountered it, and I would gladly provide it to you." As Fuya spoke, Li Jingjing left behind her business card and, wearing a facade of forced cheerfulness, turned to leave. Once they had departed, Fuya closed the door with an impassive expression, fully aware that Li Jingjing and her group were unlikely to relent easily. Chapter 72, An Absence of Distinctiveness. It is utterly preposterous that they came to our home seeking something, yet failed to specify what it was. Fuya deliberately voiced her complaints loudly, unperturbed by the possibility of angering Li Jingjing and her companions. She returned to the sofa, her expression far from pleasant. Zheng Qian stood up and approached the door to eavesdrop, then opened it slightly to check for any listeners outside before returning to the sofa. He curiously inquired, "Mom, what did Qinjue have to say?" Previously, Fuya and her group had gone to discuss compensation issues, and judging by the demeanor she displayed upon her return, he surmised it must be good news. Fuya, her attention diverted, quickly responded. The city lord indicated that for the children who perished in the recent incident, compensation would amount to 3 million beast coins. For those who were severely injured, 1,500,000 beast coins. And for those who neither died nor sustained injuries, 50,000 beast coins. Upon hearing this compensation offer, Zheng Qian furrowed his brow and murmured, "Is that all?" While it was true that a child's life typically did not equate to 3 million beast coins, the circumstances were exceptional. Given the magnitude of this negative event, he had expected a more substantial compensation. Fuya, wearing a look of schadenfreude, softly remarked, "That is already quite generous. Did you not see Qinjue's face? He looked as though someone had murdered his parents. Moreover, coupled with the compensation owed to the Beastmaster army, this will surely deal a significant blow to him. I suspect he will have to part with at least half of the fortune he has accumulated over the years." At this point, Fuya smiled at Zheng Qian. "The children and teachers who have returned alive all claim it is thanks to you that they made it back. They are clamoring to express their gratitude. After all, it was your timely awakening that saved them. Otherwise, they would likely have faced total annihilation." Gently patting Zheng Qian on the shoulder, Fuya quietly praised, "You did an excellent job this time, helping those in need within your capacity. I am proud of you." Hearing her words, Zheng Qian felt a mix of pride and bashfulness, scratching his head. Fuya continued, "In addition, the city lord has guaranteed that as long as he remains in his position, any child who becomes a Beastmaster following this incident will receive a yellow-grade battle beast. Thus, apart from the families of those children who perished outside the city, most others are quite satisfied. 50,000 beast coins and a yellow-grade battle beast is a significant boon for an ordinary family, one that would take considerable time to acquire." As she spoke, a flicker of sympathy crossed Fuya's eyes. It was a pity for those children who had died or sustained life-altering injuries. They were so young, and this unfortunate incident had befallen them. Zheng Qian felt a twinge of discomfort as well. However, he recognized that he had already done more than enough. Without his intervention, the number of survivors would have been drastically reduced. Sensing the atmosphere grow heavy, Zheng Qian hastily shifted the topic. Lowering his voice, he quickly divulged, "On the day the incident occurred, I returned home briefly because I had the egg of the fire phoenix in my possession. I left the egg at home, and while retrieving it from the storage room, I stumbled upon a box. Inside that box were several beast eggs, and due to the urgency of the situation, I took the box with me." At this revelation, Zheng Qian voiced his uncertainty. "I suspect that box might be what they are searching for." Fuya recalled the box and quickly asked, "Is that box currently in your possession?" Zheng Qian nodded gently. "I have hidden the box and its contents." He then quietly inquired, "What exactly does Tianxing technology do? Should I not just hand those items over to them? It would save us from their scrutiny." Fuya decisively shook her head. "Given that they have already come searching and found nothing, if we now present them with the items, they will only assume we had stolen their belongings and hidden them away, and that we are only producing them now out of fear of their threats. This could easily label us as thieves. It is far better to act as if we are completely unaware." Zheng Qian pondered this and nodded in agreement. Fuya quickly added, "Tianxing technology specializes in the research of various potions, the evolution and enhancement of extraordinary beasts, among other matters. It is not particularly large in scale, and its headquarters is not located in this city. I believe it is situated in Liuguang City, hence it is not well known here. When our family's veterinary hospital was still operational, we frequently purchased their potions." Zheng Qian suddenly recalled the name Tianxing, which had struck him as familiar due to the potions they used at home. He then called out, "Xiaoying, come here." Upon his command, the light shadow cat flew from the roof to perch on Zheng Qian's shoulder. As he gently stroked its head, he whispered, "This light shadow cat was one of the beasts found in that box. Mom, do you notice anything unusual about it?" Fuya beckoned to Xiaoying, who obediently flew onto her lap, nuzzling her belly affectionately. After examining Xiaoying closely, Fuya gently shook her head. "It appears to be just like any other." Zheng Qian nodded in agreement. If they are indeed searching for that box, and there is nothing remarkable about it, it is likely that they are after the beast eggs or the extraordinary beast cubs inside. Xiaoying seems no different from an ordinary light shadow cat. What could they possibly want with such things? Zheng Qian and Fuya exchanged a glance, both filled with curiosity. However, they were reluctant to delve deeply into the matter. Fuya gently cautioned, "Let us refrain from discussing the contents of this box and the war beast. If they happen to produce any evidence later on, we can address it then. Zheng Qian nodded in agreement. After all, the items were currently concealed within his empty stone pearl, making it virtually impossible for outsiders to uncover them. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Meiyin and Song Heting returned, bringing with them good news. Song Heting quickly conveyed. Chun Hong has informed us that in 3 days, the city lord will host a commendation ceremony in your honor. The transformation cat will be presented to you during this event. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian felt elated, yet Fuya scoffed, muttering, "That old fox is up to no good." Zheng Qian looked at Fuya in confusion, unsure of her reasoning. Fuya promptly explained. They must have already made arrangements for the transformation cat beforehand. If they were to privately give it to us, the city lord would be unable to provide an explanation to those who had reserved it. By presenting it to you openly, if those who had made reservations express dissatisfaction, the conflict will inevitably fall upon you. Fuya's words darkened Zheng Qian's expression. Nevertheless, the situation was as it was. He certainly would not relinquish the transformation cat. Chapter 73. The day of the commendation ceremony. 3 days had passed. Zheng Qian had enjoyed a period of untroubled rest during this time, remaining at home without a hint of stress. With ample food and drink, he could sleep as long as he desired, free from any interruptions. It had been one of the most comfortable stretches he had experienced in a while. However, early that morning, Fuya roused him from his slumber. She presented him with a new outfit that appeared to be custom-made, exquisite in detail, and evidently quite expensive. With a serious expression, Fuya quickly stated, "Today is of utmost importance. You must perform well. If you shine today, your name will resonate throughout the city, and no one will dare to target you or trouble you lightly in the future. Chunjua is currently in the wrong, so we must seize this opportunity for you to establish your footing in this city. Otherwise, should the fervor of this incident wane, and if Chunjua seeks to take revenge, we may find ourselves without a chance to retaliate." Zheng Qian, initially unperturbed, began to feel the weight of pressure at Fuya's earnestness. He quietly inquired, "I will certainly give it my all, but how can I be sure I'm performing well?" Lacking experience in such matters, he found himself at a loss. Fuya set the clothes down and stood by the bed, smiling slightly. Chunjua will undoubtedly be resentful about hosting this commendation ceremony, so he will try to trip you up. Neither I nor the Beast Army will be in a position to intervene. Her demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. If Chunjua attempts to belittle or insult you, you must remember to fight back. Never swallow your pride. He may not dare to act against you in front of the crowd, so be assertive. Otherwise, if he manages to suppress you, you will become the subject of ridicule, and no one will respect you. We cannot allow this commendation ceremony to become a means for you to solidify your standing." Upon hearing that being assertive was all it took, Zheng Qian nodded without hesitation. "All right," he agreed, and Fuya nodded in acknowledgement before departing the room. After freshening up and donning his outfit, Zheng Qian left home alongside Fuya and the others. Shortly after their departure, Li Jingjing and her companions stealthily entered the house, beginning their search. Jiang Meiyin, leading the way, whispered, "Sister is waiting for us over there. She asked me to tell you that no matter what happens when we arrive, you must not waver. As long as you stand firm, she will handle whatever else arises." Zheng Qian nodded softly. Curiosity piqued as he asked, "How can you be so certain that the city lord will cause me trouble?" Jiang Meiyin shrugged, a look of helplessness on her face. "I can't be certain," she replied quietly. "But since sister is the city lord's daughter, she must have some insight into his character. Her specific warning suggests she believes he will not allow matters to proceed smoothly." Fuya also nodded, agreeing with this sentiment. As Zheng Qian and his companions hurried toward their destination, Li Jingjing and her group had thoroughly searched Zheng Qian's home, yet found nothing. This left Li Jingjing visibly frustrated. Behind her, a young man voiced his dissatisfaction in a hushed tone. "This method is futile. They must have hidden the items. Continuing to search is pointless. What if we—" His sentence was abruptly cut off by Li Jingjing's cold scoff. "What else could we do?" Her piercing gaze held his, causing the young man to avert his eyes, feeling awkward. Li Jingjing continued, her tone flat, "Let us set aside the fact that we're within the Beast Army's territory. We cannot simply resort to violence. Zheng Qian is currently a focal point of the Beast Army's attention. During our time here, 3 groups have already come seeking us, instructing us not to cause trouble for Zheng Qian. Do you wish to confront the Beast Army?" The young man remained silent, fully aware of the folly in challenging the Beast Army, even if their superior from Tianqing technology were present. Li Jingjing, feeling exasperated, ran her fingers through her hair and instructed the others, "Let us restore everything to its original state. We mustn't leave any signs of our intrusion. As for Zheng Qian and his group, we'll return and inform the boss, letting him devise a plan. Worst case, we face punishment. But I feel utterly powerless in this situation." The 4 departed swiftly, while Zheng Qian's group arrived at the venue of the commendation ceremony. It was situated at the heart of the city, in a vast plaza. This plaza was typically reserved for the city lord to honor those who had contributed significantly to the city during the New Year celebrations. However, it was usually quite empty. At present, it was bustling with activity, featuring a grand stage erected in the center and thousands of chairs arranged before it. The commendation ceremony was an open event, and many attendees were already seated, with others gradually approaching. Only the front 3 rows of chairs were cordoned off with a warning line, clearly reserved for select individuals. As Zheng Qian and his companions drew near, Chen Hong approached with a broad smile, appraising Zheng Qian with enthusiasm. "You look well-rested and quite handsome. If you weren't a few years younger than me, I might have considered pursuing you," she jested. Zheng Qian, slightly exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. "My mother is right here, please don't joke about that." Though he had not interacted much with Chen Hong, he could tell she was lively and enjoyed playful banter. So he took her words lightly. Fuya, with a gentle smile gracing her face, softly remarked, "I have no objections. However, it seems we are truly aiming high." Chen Hong chuckled heartily, choosing not to pursue the topic further. She guided Zheng Qian and the others to the front row of seats, taking her place at the center of the elevated platform. "We shall sit here," she declared, before leaning in to whisper, "I have leveraged connections from my grandfather's side. Today's attendees include not only the high-ranking figures from our city's major factions, but also from several nearby cities. If you perform well today and leave a lasting impression, Chen Zhuo will think twice before daring to target you again." Those individuals are inclined to extend small favors to promising beast masters as a means of establishing rapport. While the offerings may be modest, the connections are undoubtedly valuable. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian recognized the considerable effort Chen Hong had invested in this matter, and he nodded in agreement. Chapter 74, Sister. As the crowd swelled, most congregated toward the back, quickly filling the rear seats. Those arriving later, lacking the privilege of front row seating, had no choice but to stand farther away. Such a situation was rare, even during past award ceremonies. Not everyone had the right to attend, yet now the opportunity to witness the spectacle seemed open to all, with many gathering despite the lack of seating. Before long, even the vacant spaces behind the platform were teeming with people. The sheer number of attendees exceeded Zheng Qian's expectations, as it appeared that the assembly was nearing 10,000. This realization made him increasingly anxious. After all, it was his first time under such scrutiny, and performing in front of such a vast audience was undeniably daunting. Sensing Zheng Qian's unease, Fuya softly reassured him, "Do not be anxious. The individuals approaching are here to observe you, and they know little about you. Therefore, regardless of your actions, they will not find fault. Just be a bit more confident and assertive, and all will be well." Zheng Qian nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, people began to arrive in the vicinity of the front seats. These individuals exuded an air of distinction, most adorned in resplendent garments, clearly embodying a life of privilege. Chen Hong stood to greet others, clearly familiar with many, occasionally introducing Zheng Qian to them, saying, "This is my cousin. This is my uncle. This is my maternal uncle." One after another, she brought over a dozen relatives, all of whom wore warm smiles, appearing quite amiable. As the surroundings neared capacity, Chen Hong's gaze suddenly brightened as she hastened toward a recently arrived middle-aged woman, affectionately linking arms with her and playfully chatting before leading her back to Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing the woman. Though he could not quite place it, yet it stirred a distinctly familiar sensation within him. Fuya's expression shifted subtly, and she instinctively lowered her head. Chen Hong and the woman approached Zheng Qian, with Chen Hong introducing, "Aunt Hua, this is Zheng Qian." Thanks to him, the Liang Phoenix did not attack the city. Otherwise, we cannot imagine what might have transpired. Turning to Zheng Qian, she continued, "Zheng Qian. This is Fu Hua. You may address her as Aunt Hua, just as I do." With a hint of pride, she added, "Aunt Hua is from the Fu family of the Beast City, an absolutely prominent family. If I hadn't fortuitously encountered her nearby, it would have been quite difficult for us to meet anyone from the Fu family." As Chen Hong spoke, her eyes sparkled with envy. Although her maternal lineage also belonged to a notable family, it paled in comparison to the Fu family, which was simply incomparable. Zheng Qian regarded Fu Hua with a peculiar expression. The surname Fu, another prominent family, what a remarkable coincidence, he mused. At that moment, Fu Hua's eyes widened as she gazed at Fuya. Though Fuya lowered her head, Fu Hua, standing, could still catch a glimpse of part of Fuya's face. She looked utterly incredulous at the scene before her, momentarily questioning whether she was imagining things. Chen Hong had anticipated Zheng Qian to initiate conversation, believing that if Fu Hua could be introduced to him, she might escort him before Chen Zhuo, thereby deterring Chen Zhuo from targeting him further. However, Zheng Qian remained silent, wearing an expression that conveyed a complexity of emotions. Fearing that Fu Hua might take offense, she turned to her, only to find Fu Hua staring in astonishment at Fuya. This left Chunhong momentarily taken aback, while she and Fu Hua were not particularly close. Having only met a few times, she was aware that individuals from such distinguished families were instilled with etiquette from a young age, where even the angle of a smile and the tone of voice were meticulously regulated. To see Fu Hua exhibit such astonishment was indeed extraordinary. Fu Hua, trembling slightly, murmured, "Sister." Her voice was not loud, but upon hearing it, Fuya realized she could no longer conceal the truth. She raised her head to meet Fu Hua's gaze, her expression turning serious as she shook her head in denial. In Fuya's eyes, Fu Hua discerned resistance. She understood that Fuya wished to keep her identity hidden and refrained from speaking further. Chunhong, having overheard Fu Hua's call of sister, was filled with shock as her eyes widened in disbelief. She immediately inquired, "Aunt Hua, why do you address her as sister?" Chunhong's mind raced with thoughts, yet she found herself at a loss. After all, Fu Hua hailed from an esteemed lineage, while Fuya appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged woman. Although Fuya had demonstrated remarkable strength and insight during their previous negotiations, she still could not fathom any connection between Fuya and Fu Hua. Surely, the Fu family had not fallen to such depths. Fu Hua quickly regained her composure, recognizing Fuya's reluctance to acknowledge her, and deftly shifted the conversation, saying, "I must have mistaken her for someone else." With a sorrowful expression, she continued softly, "She resembles my sister, who has been missing for many years." Seeing her stirred my emotions, but it must be a case of mistaken identity. After her explanation, although Chunhong found the situation peculiar, she followed Fu Hua's lead, saying, "Then let us take a seat. The award ceremony is about to commence." Chunhong pulled Fu Hua aside to a reserved spot, but Fu Hua interjected, "I shall sit here. Even if she is not my sister, her resemblance brings me some comfort." Naturally, Chunhong could not refuse. Any association with Fu Hua would only benefit Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian, who had been seated beside Fuya, stood to offer his place to Fu Hua, who settled beside Fuya. Fuya visibly appeared uncomfortable, but chose not to voice her feelings. At that moment, Zheng Qian suddenly recalled why Fu Hua seemed familiar. He had seen a photograph of her before, a group photo featuring 4 girls, one of whom was Fuya, and the other was indeed Fu Hua. In the group photograph, a youthful Fu Hua appears, well-preserved and not bearing a significant difference from his younger self, save for a slight increase in weight. However, he had not seen that particular photo for quite some time, leading to an initial failure to recognize it. The atmosphere, already fraught due to prior events, felt somewhat awkward. And given Fu Hua's elevated status, none dared to speak. Fortunately, it was not long before the city lord ascended the platform, drawing everyone's attention away from Fu Hua, including Zheng Qian and the others, who shifted their focus to the elevated stage. Only Fu Hua occasionally cast a complex glance at Fuya, but with so many present, he could not voice his thoughts. Chapter 75, The Pitfall of Chunjue. Chunjue stood expressionless on the platform, his heart brimming with humiliation. This award ceremony only deepened his resentment, leaving him feeling powerless. He could hardly muster a smile. His face was cold and indifferent, yet he begrudgingly managed a forced smile, twisting his features in the process. His eyes scanned the crowd below, particularly those seated in the front row, individuals he could seldom invite during ordinary times. Their presence there only fueled his bitterness and dissatisfaction. Yet, having been thrust onto the platform, he could not reveal his discontent before so many witnesses and thus forged ahead, saying, "I believe everyone here is aware of the purpose of today's gathering, to commend Zheng Qian for his outstanding benevolence towards our city and its inhabitants." He spoke through clenched teeth, an almost tangible unwillingness coalescing within him. The mere thought of Zheng Qian thwarting his plans while he was now compelled to preside over this commendation filled him with a desire to tear Zheng Qian apart. However, he could not allow such feelings to surface, and continued, "Previously, someone in our city had the audacity to steal the Sun Phoenix's egg, which brought trouble upon us. Thankfully, Zheng Qian returned the egg, or our city would have faced ruin at the hands of the Sun Phoenix. We have dealt with the culprit, and such incidents will not occur again." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian's lips twitched slightly, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. This was clearly the pot calling the kettle black. He wondered if a hapless scapegoat had been thrown under the bus or if the city lord had manipulated the situation to implicate a non-existent individual, safe from scrutiny. Chunjue then turned toward Zheng Qian, reluctantly inviting him onto the stage. As he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into applause, and amid the clamor, Zheng Qian rose with trepidation. Exuding a calm exterior, he felt a twinge of anxiety, but managed to suppress it under the weight of the crowd's gaze. Not wishing to become the subject of ridicule, Zheng Qian ascended the platform step by step, standing beside Chunjue, his eyes surveying the audience, some curious, some expectant, others scrutinizing. Despite his internal nerves, he maintained a facade of composure. "Chunjue, wearing a smirk, observed Zheng Qian, seemingly intent on making him uncomfortable. Zheng Qian quickly recognized Chenjue's intentions, yet he had mentally prepared for this moment, remaining unfazed as he boldly proclaimed, "Greetings, everyone. My name is Zheng Qian." His voice, amplified through energy, resonated clearly. "I welcome you all to this award ceremony held in my honor." He then flashed a smile at Chenjue, continuing swiftly. "I also extend my gratitude to the city lord for organizing such a grand event for my commendation, allowing me to encounter many individuals I seldom see. Truly, I appreciate your efforts, city lord." A flicker of irritation crossed Chenjue's eyes. He had intended to remain silent and let Zheng Qian falter under the spotlight, believing that the young man, barely coming of age, would surely struggle in such a grand setting. Chenjue had hoped to wait for Zheng Qian to falter before interjecting, thus revealing Zheng Qian's inadequacy to all. However, Zheng Qian had unexpectedly shifted the conversation back to him, and if he chose not to respond, the audience would perceive his deliberate attempt to embarrass Zheng Qian. Reluctantly, Chenjue retorted, "Not at all. It is my duty to host this ceremony in recognition of your contributions." He paused, clearly unwilling to provide Zheng Qian any reprieve, betting on the young man's lack of experience in addressing large audiences to induce embarrassment. Zheng Qian discerned Chenjue's intentions and, with a glint of cold resolve in his eyes, swiftly declared, "Indeed, that is your responsibility. After all, if not for your actions, how would the Sun Phoenix have come here?" Upon uttering this, Chenjue's pupils contracted in shock. He had not anticipated Zheng Qian would broach such a sensitive topic. Previously, he and the Beastmasters had disseminated the narrative that a Beastmaster had stolen the Sun Phoenix's egg, luring the creature here. They had not connected the theft to the city lord, and thus the majority of the city's Beastmasters and outsiders believed the incident was solely the work of a rogue Beastmaster. Should Zheng Qian expose this matter before the assembly, Chenjue knew he would be finished. In a panicked attempt to regain control, he interjected, "This indeed reflects my mismanagement, leading to such a situation. I assure you that similar incidents will not occur in the future. I will ensure the Beastmasters of the city are properly restrained." An awkward smile adorned his face, his gaze fixed menacingly on Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. His earlier words had merely served as a warning to Chenjue. Had he truly wished to drag him down, he would have directly implicated Chenjue in the arrival of the Sun Phoenix. Chenjue, now wary of allowing Zheng Qian to continue unchecked, proactively stated, "Zheng Qian has made significant contributions to our city by averting a potential catastrophe, serving as a warning to myself and all Beastmasters. We must remember not to provoke formidable beasts lightly, for our own sake and that of others." Chenjue delivered an extensive monologue while Zheng Qian stood beside him, smiling at the audience. After the initial tension subsided, he appeared entirely composed, exuding an air of tranquility. Below, Fuya observed Zheng Qian's calm demeanor, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She smiled at him, recognizing his growth and newfound independence. At that moment, Fu Hua's gentle voice broke through beside her. "Is this the son of my sister? He appears quite promising. What kind of man is his father?" Fu Hua's words were soft, seemingly drowned out by Chenjue's loud voice, ensuring only Fuya could hear. She did not glance at Fu Hua, her gaze fixed on Zheng Qian as she quickly replied in a hushed tone, "I am no longer a member of the Fu family. If news of my presence here reaches them, it will spell disaster for me. So let us pretend we do not know each other." Fuya spoke with a calm demeanor. Fu Hua turned to glance at Fuya, her eyes filled with confusion. How could the most talented individual of their generation find themselves in such a dismal predicament? After Chenjue finished speaking, he pointed at Zheng Qian and quickly declared, "Zheng Qian has made such significant contributions to us that, as the city lord, I must reward him. Bring forth the reward." Chapter 76, The Beast Card That Provoked Outrage. As Chenjue's voice faded, a group of 6 young maidens approached. The first 4 carried trays, each covered with a red cloth, obscuring their contents from view. The last 2 bore a small cage, within which nestled a tiny kitten that appeared to have been born only moments ago. The kitten curled into a ball, revealing only its grayish-white fur, looking pitifully small. However, some discerning individuals in the crowd recognized it as a cub of the fabled transformation cat. The 6 stood before Zheng Qian, and Chenjue, wearing a smile, removed the red cloth from the first maiden's tray. Upon it lay a black card. A flicker of pain crossed Chenjue's eyes, yet he maintained his composure, for he could not exhibit distress at the award ceremony. Even as his heart bled, he introduced, "This black card contains 10 million beast coins. Furthermore, it allows for an overdraft of over 100 million beast coins, with no interest, provided it is repaid within 10 years. Such black cards were rare in his possession. Even his most favored offspring had few opportunities to receive one. Were it not for his desire to avoid embarrassment at the ceremony, he would never have parted with it. Next, Chen Zhuo removed the red cloth from the second tray. On this tray also lay a black card, but unlike the previous one, this card bore a prominent beast character with nothing else inscribed upon it. Some in the crowd recognized this card, leading to a chorus of gasps. The city lord was indeed generous to present such a treasure. It had been over a decade since anyone had last seen one. Zheng Qian gazed curiously at the black card in the city lord's hand, unfamiliar with its significance. Chen Zhuo promptly explained, "This is a beast borrowing card, which many of you may know. With this card, one can unconditionally exchange it for any battle beast of their choosing at official establishments in any city." Zheng Qian was taken aback by the implications of the card. It certainly seemed far more useful than the previous black card. Chen Zhuo, though pained, continued with a hint of pride, "As you all should be aware, the beast borrowing card is exceedingly precious. Initially, each human city was allocated only 10 of these cards, capable of even summoning black-grade battle beasts." Zheng Qian felt a mix of astonishment and confusion over Chen Zhuo's unprecedented generosity. If a black-grade battle beast could indeed be exchanged, this card was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Chen Zhuo had been miserly in previous compensations. It was unfathomable for him to casually offer such a card. Not only Zheng Qian was perplexed, Chen Hong shared the same sentiment. She was well aware that Chen Zhuo possessed beast borrowing cards, yet she had never anticipated he would be willing to part with one. These cards were not strictly personal possessions, but rather resources belonging to the entire city. Only powerful beast tamers serving the city could obtain them to secure suitable battle beasts for the collective benefit. Chen Zhuo's decision to present a borrowing card was highly irregular. As anticipated, someone in the crowd stood to voice their dissent. "This borrowing card cannot be freely given to others, even by you as the city lord. The last issuance of such cards was only after someone thwarted a beast tide. And the recipient was a level 90 beast tamer who required a formidable black-grade battle beast to qualify. What right do you have to bestow our city's resources in your own name?" As a few individuals rose to challenge him, the other beast tamers in the city also began to express their discontent with Chen Zhuo's decision. Chen Zhuo's eyes glinted with a hint of schadenfreude. He intended for Zheng Qian to become the target of their ire, hoping others would voice their grievances and reclaim the card from him. However, he maintained a facade of seriousness, quickly retorting, "The rewards for Zheng Qian were determined in consultation with the upper echelons of the Beast Tamer Corps." The proposal to grant the borrowing card as a reward was also suggested by the Corps Supreme Leader. "If you have objections, direct them to him. But my decision to award this borrowing card to Zheng Qian is irrevocable." Despite his assertion, dissent persisted among the crowd. "Even if that is the case, you lack the authority to award the borrowing card to him. You are merely a custodian of the card, not its rightful owner." One by one, voices of opposition rose. And Chen Zhuo appeared unfazed, adopting an attitude of reckless abandon. Zheng Qian observed the discontented crowd below, and then turned to Chen Zhuo's indifferent demeanor, realizing that the city lord intended to humiliate him. Addressing the dissenters, Zheng Qian boldly proclaimed, "I too played a role in thwarting the attack of the fiery sun phoenix on this city. Had I not returned the phoenix's egg, how many of you would still be here to oppose me? You would likely have met your demise long ago. Therefore, this borrowing card is rightfully mine, and you have no grounds to contest it." He stood resolute, meeting the gazes of his detractors with unwavering confidence. Even if today left others with a poor impression of him, a borrowing card capable of exchanging for a black-grade battle beast was worth fighting for. A voice from the crowd retorted, "It was merely a fiery sun phoenix and some other exotic beasts. It's not as dire as you claim. Even if the phoenix had attacked, it would only have damaged some buildings and lower-grade beast tamers. It's merely a purple-grade beast. Do you truly believe it could annihilate our entire city?" Zheng Qian had no desire to engage in further debate with them. Instead, he turned to Chen Zhuo, who appeared to revel in the unfolding drama. He leisurely inquired, "Surely the city lord knows whether that fiery sun phoenix could indeed destroy this city? After all, there were surviving beast tamers who escaped and should be aware of how powerful that phoenix truly was. You know better than anyone how many beast tamers perished that day." Chen Zhuo had anticipated the dissenters would keep Zheng Qian occupied, but he was taken aback as Zheng Qian redirected the conversation toward him. Gritting his teeth, Chen Zhuo glared at Zheng Qian. Under the weight of Zheng Qian's gaze, he hastily replied, "The previous incident was undoubtedly perilous. Not only was there a fiery sun phoenix, but also a nine-tailed white fox. According to our dispatched beast tamers, that nine-tailed white fox was incredibly powerful, capable of not only enhancing other beasts but also shielding them from harm in battle, enabling them to exhibit combat prowess far beyond their own level. Its own combat abilities are formidable as well." Chen Zhuo, begrudgingly, continued, "Our assessments indicated that if both the nine-tailed white fox and the fiery sun phoenix had attacked the city simultaneously, we would have likely lost at least half of our beast tamers in the ensuing conflict. The city would have struggled to survive. despite his reluctance. The testimony of the returning beast tamers suggested that the nine-tailed white fox's control over other beasts could have posed a significant threat to the city's safety. With the city lord's input, the dissenting voices lessened considerably, yet one individual still dared to question, how can you guarantee the truth of your claims? Rather than fabricating them to justify awarding him the borrowing card? Chapter 77, The Assistance of Fu Hua. Chun's expression darkened. He initially intended to use the beast borrowing card to incite others to question and besiege Zheng Qian, so that he could ultimately reap the benefits like a cunning fisherman. However, it became evident that he too was being dragged into the murky waters of this situation. If his words were to be met with skepticism, rumors would undoubtedly circulate, suggesting that he had exaggerated the matter to hand the beast borrowing card to Zheng Qian. Consequently, many would harbor resentment towards him due to this incident. This realization left Chun feeling quite vexed. He regretted not having approached the matter with a clearer mind and wished he had swiftly moved past it. As the situation began to spiral out of control, Fu Hua rose to her feet, her voice resonating throughout the space. I am Fu Hua of the Fu family from the city of 10,000 beasts. At this, all eyes turned towards her, astonishment evident in their gazes. For the presence of a member of the Fu family here was indeed a rarity. Fu Hua continued. We have indeed detected a peculiar group of extraordinary beasts in the 10,000 beast forest, far surpassing the strength typical of their kind. Among them is a nine-tailed white fox, capable of enhancing the abilities of other beasts, allowing it to swiftly seize a vast territory within the forest. If that nine-tailed white fox has truly come here, then Chun's claims hold merit. After all, if that nine-tailed white fox can dominate the 10,000 beast forest, how long do you think your beast tamers would survive there? And should a fearless solar phoenix enter the city, do you genuinely believe you could withstand its might? While many still questioned Chun's assertions, no one dared to challenge Fu Hua's words. Her family's esteemed reputation rendered any deceit unnecessary. She offered Zheng Qian a subtle smile and remarked, if Zheng Qian truly manages to prevent the nine-tailed white fox and the solar phoenix from attacking the city, then he has indeed averted its destruction. Thus, I believe Zheng Qian is deserving of this beast borrowing card. Her statement struck a decisive chord, silencing those who had previously expressed doubt. They dared not challenge Fu Hua. With the atmosphere shifting into silence, Fu Hua returned to her seat. It was clear to all that her intervention had been in support of Zheng Qian, prompting speculation about their relationship. Chunjua, too, pondered the nature of their connection. After a moment's contemplation, though reluctant, he resolved not to provoke Zheng Qian any further. He had previously sought to trouble Zheng Qian, but had only succeeded in nearly ensnaring himself in the process. Zheng Qian understood that Fu Hua's defense stemmed from her ties with Fuya, thereby bolstering his own confidence. At least he need not worry about being bullied by those who wielded power. Chunjua then revealed the third tray, upon which rested a vial of potion, palm-sized and transparent, showcasing a milky white liquid speckled with golden glimmers, exuding an extraordinary aura. Once he steadied himself, he quickly explained, this is a potion capable of nourishing the body, exceedingly precious. Not only does it enhance physical strength, but it can also mend bodily injuries. Regardless of the severity of the wounds, with continuous use, it can restore the body to health. As he spoke, a pang of regret pierced his heart. This single vial could fetch several tens of millions in beast coins if sold under normal circumstances. He had come into possession of it by chance years ago and had intended to reserve it for emergencies or to exchange it for substantial wealth later. However, Xia Yangming had learned of his possession and insisted on him presenting it as a reward. Now, with leverage in Xia Yangming's hands, he dared not offend him, despite his reluctance to part with it. Zheng Qian regarded the vial with a flicker of delight that he quickly concealed. He did not perceive the potion as particularly beneficial to himself, given he possessed the blood of the solar phoenix, which would surely enhance his physique more effectively. Yet, the potion's healing properties immediately brought Fuya to mind. Fuya often suffered from ailments, a consequence of past injuries that had left her with lasting repercussions. If this potion could indeed aid her, it would be a tremendous boon for him. A glimmer of hope flickered in Fuya's eyes as well. She had long resigned herself to her condition, believing that even if there was a possibility of recovery, the cost would be astronomical. However, witnessing Zheng Qian face troubles alone, with no one to support him, stirred feelings of guilt within her. If this potion could restore her health, even if not to a complete state, it would enable her to assist Zheng Qian. Chunjua then unveiled the fourth tray, pulling away the red cloth to reveal a golden badge, quietly gleaming on the surface. The badge, made of an unknown material, radiated a subtle golden light, appearing remarkably distinguished. With a serious expression, Chunjua quickly stated, this badge serves as the city lord's token. With it, one can make 3 unqualified requests to the city lord, provided they are not excessive. Furthermore, within this city, The badge remains effective regardless of any changes made by the city lord. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into hushed murmurs. Why do I feel that Chenhua has been overly generous this time? First, the beast borrowing card. Now this city lord's badge. These are privileges typically bestowed only after significant contributions to the city. Even if Zheng Qian has indeed made some contributions, this is an excessive reward. Indeed, while the city lord's badge may not be as precious as the beast borrowing card, if utilized wisely, it could yield at least 3 purple grade battle beasts or requests for protection from the city lord or assistance in defeating enemies. These are all within the badge's capabilities. Chenhua had always been rather stingy. Why was he being so generous now? The murmurs below grew louder, and Chenhua, standing on the high platform, could clearly hear them. This rendered his expression exceedingly grim. The treasures he displayed were not meant for Zheng Qian. Initially, he intended to showcase these valuable items to provoke dissatisfaction among others, hoping they would pressure Zheng Qian into returning what he had received. Much like the beast borrowing card. If Fu Hua hadn't intervened, others would have undoubtedly opposed Zheng Qian receiving it. In that case, he would not only save face but also incur no losses. Yet, with Fu Hua's interference, no one dared to question Zheng Qian. Instead, they redirected their ire towards him. This unexpected turn left him feeling helpless, forcing him to continue. Chapter 78, A Remarkable Revelation. Chenhua finally pointed at the transformation cat, a mix of reluctance and resignation evident in his voice as he declared, "The final reward is this transformation cat. I need not elaborate on its significance. Everyone is well aware of the transformation cat's utility. This is the only newborn cub in our city, making it an apt reward for him." He originally intended to utilize this transformation cat to provoke the prior bidders of the transformation cat, as it would also create some trouble for Zheng Qian. However, with Fu Hua present, he dared not engage in any underhanded tactics and could only speak in a rather mundane manner. After Chenhua spoke, he smiled at Zheng Qian, who fell silent once more. Yet, Zheng Qian was acutely aware of what needed to be done next. The rewards had been distributed, and everyone had already noticed him. It was now time to deliver some official expressions of gratitude, thereby deepening the impression he left on those present. Zheng Qian smiled at Chenhua, who suddenly felt a tightness in his chest at that smile, sensing an ominous premonition. Before he could react, Zheng Qian spoke with a beaming smile. "I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone for attending today's award ceremony. I believe all of you are here not solely for me, but also to witness the generosity of our city lord. Do you all find our city lord to be generous?" Zheng Qian gazed at Chenhua with a smile. Chenhua stared at Zheng Qian in confusion, uncertain of the implications of his words, yet instinctively feeling that Zheng Qian harbored ill intentions. Someone shouted from the crowd, "You've been given a beast loan card, so of course, you're generous. This is something even many level 80 beast tamers cannot obtain." As they spoke, a hint of resentment lingered in their hearts. For a beast tamer nearing level 90, possessing a beast loan card could allow them to acquire a formidable black-grade battle beast when visiting multiple cities. A black-grade battle beast would significantly enhance a beast tamer's prowess. Even the weakest of them, once matured, could exhibit combat abilities far surpassing those of most purple-grade battle beasts. Hearing the envy and resentment in the crowd, Chenhua continued to smile as he spoke. "Since the city lord has so generously bestowed upon me these wonderful gifts, I too shall express my gratitude by giving back to our city. Although I possess only a green-grade talent, my abilities in the beast taming army have garnered unanimous praise from my peers, who believe my talent to be formidable. Therefore, I ask for your continued support. And I assure you that the rewards I have received today will be repaid to this city in greater measure. I will not allow these treasures to languish in my possession." His sudden proclamation left the crowd momentarily astonished. After all, if Zheng Qian were to secretly hoard the rewards he received, they would feel that his acquisition of them was a waste, but they would have no recourse. However, now that Zheng Qian had asserted his intent to give back, it was clear he would attract considerable attention in the future. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Zheng Qian internally urged, "Someone, please challenge me." He needed to demonstrate his immense potential to these people, ensuring they remembered him. Thus, it was essential for someone to question him. Otherwise, his sudden display would merely appear as ostentation. Fortunately, due to the previous treasures, he had already stirred discontent among many. And upon hearing that he was merely a green-grade talent daring to boast, someone stepped forward to challenge him. What can a green-grade talent possibly achieve? Another voice echoed loudly. While a green-grade talent is not without merit, it is hardly exceptional. Those rewards would undoubtedly be better utilized in the hands of a purple-grade or even blue-grade beast tamer. Many in the crowd nodded in agreement. The limitations of a green-grade talent were evident, and although some green-grade talents could rival blue-grade talents, in comparison to truly powerful beast tamers, a green-grade talent remained insignificant. Consequently, They viewed Zheng Qian's acquisition of these rewards as a squandering of resources. If only these treasures were bestowed upon students with higher talent tiers at the Beast Tamer Academy, they would have far greater significance. Nevertheless, at this moment, no one dared to question the appropriateness of Zheng Qian possessing these rewards. After all, they had already been given away, and regardless of their dissatisfaction, there was no means of reclaiming them. What Zheng Qian sought was precisely this skepticism. He quickly declared, "I know many of you are dissatisfied that these rewards have fallen into my hands. Is there anyone among the level 10 Beast Tamers willing to step forward for a test? I welcome as many as wish to join." Upon hearing this, several individuals in the crowd eagerly stepped forward. Those quick to react advanced toward the platform, eager for the opportunity to showcase themselves in front of everyone. In a mere 10 seconds, 12 fledgling Beast Tamers, generally of a lower level, ascended the platform. The onlookers were intrigued, assuming Zheng Qian intended to challenge these multiple Beast Tamers single-handedly. If Zheng Qian could indeed defeat them all on his own, they would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect. However, the absence of battle beasts by Zheng Qian's side left the crowd puzzled. Before departing that day, to avoid raising suspicions about his numerous battle beasts, he had stored them all within his empty stone orb. Although the space within the orb was somewhat inhospitable to him, it posed no such issue for the battle beasts. Zheng Qian stood firm, shouting, "Send your battle beasts to attack me. Do not hold back. I will take responsibility for any mishaps." Upon hearing this, those who had initially been uncertain did not hesitate to command their battle beasts to assault Zheng Qian. After all, it was Zheng Qian who had requested this in front of so many witnesses. Should any problems arise, they would not bear the blame. 12 battle beasts charged at Zheng Qian from various directions, while Chunjua observed from a distance with excitement in his eyes. If something were to happen to Zheng Qian now, he would only feel joy, not a shred of sorrow. The 12 battle beasts, though not particularly formidable, bore down on Zheng Qian. He employed his linking talent, dispersing their energy and stamina, and then concentrated it within his own body. In the next moment, he surged forward like a battle beast, delivering a single punch that sent one of the beasts, larger than himself, flying. In mere seconds, Zheng Qian had sent all 12 battle beasts tumbling off the platform. To the onlookers, the once ferocious beasts collapsed without warning as they approached Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian's strength and speed surpassed what any beast tamer of that level could achieve. He not only remained unscathed amidst the onslaught of the 12 battle beasts, but also rendered them utterly powerless in an instant. At that moment, the crowd finally began to take Zheng Qian seriously. They realized that he was far more than just a fortunate facade.